Thanks for coming back to another video. Today we're doing another Final Fantasy Commander. Today it's Yuna, Grand Summoner, for 1 green, white, and a blue. You get a 1/5 creature. She has the ability to tap in order to add mana to your mana pool. And also when creatures enter when you use the ability this turn, they enter with 2+1/+1 counters. And she has an ability similar to the Ozolith, where the counters stick around for a little bit. So we have a bunch of +1/+1 counter synergies in this deck, along with tapping creatures for mana synergy. And she also has a pretty high toughness, so we have a little bit of that synergy, not too much, and a bunch of untapped synergy with cards like Seedborn Muse. But yeah, let's get into the deck card by card. If you have your own tips or tricks how you'd run this deck, make sure you leave it down there in the comment section, but let's get into it. We start off with Ozolith, the Shattered Spire. This way, they're going to be entering with 2 already, may as well have it be 3. Soul Ring, in order to get some extra mana, because we're going to need it. Great Henge, once again, a little bit of extra mana, a little bit of life gain on top of that, and those extra +1/+1 counters help you out there as well. And the draw power is the most important thing, because we're going to have plenty of mana, but we want to make sure we're able to cast the stuff after stuff. And the Ozolith, once again, similar to her ability, we want to make sure those counters stick around, because that is the one downside of +1/+1 counters is once the creature goes away, so do the counters normally. Benevolent Hydra is an X for a X and a green, in order to have them enter with X +1/+1 counters. You can move those counters around a little bit in order to get those counters onto other things, but also the fun part about that is if you have enter with enough counters, you put them onto something else that could use them a whole bunch more as well. Birds of Paradise for that mana. Canopy Gargantuan, once again, like I said, it has 5 toughness, so you get those 5 +1/+1 counters on her when she enters, or a lot of these creatures do have pretty high toughness, so we may as well use it to our advantage. And also, it's equal to that creature's toughness, so that also applies for the +1/+1 counters there as well. Tulane, Teller of Tales, whenever you cast a creature spell, draw a card, you may put a land from your hand onto the battlefield. We're running Simic in this deck, so we're going to be having plenty of ways to get lands. We may as well run a little bit, get that draw power off while we're at it. And also, like I said, those untapped synergies help out with this as well. We have this in order to get those +1/+1 counters. Just a good card that has Trample. On top of that, Forgotten Ancient. Once again, another card that just gets a whole bunch of +1/+1 counters. That eventually we can move on to other creatures, potentially ones with Trample, especially since we have so many Hydras into this deck. We have Galadriel, Light of Valinor. Get some mana, get some counters, scry, draw cards, all the stuff you want to do in this deck. Goldvein Hydra, once again, a creature with a bunch of +1/+1 counters. And you can also create a bunch of treasure tokens with this. Hamza, Guardian of Arashim. What's fun about this is that he makes your creatures cost less to cast based on the amount of creatures that you control with those +1/+1 counters on them already. So if you have the ability to distribute your +1/+1 counters amongst your creatures, also since basically all our creatures have the ability to get +1/+1 counters on them, you get that X ability in your Hydra's cost in order to come down a whole bunch. Helga, Skittish Seer. You're going to have plenty of expensive cards to cast in this deck, so her ability comes in handy, getting those +1/+1 counters on herself, getting that extra mana, and also X spells work with her, so that's fun. Hydroid Krasis enters with a bunch of +1/+1 counters on it, flying, trample, hard to go wrong with that, and also you gain some life, draw some cards. Inga and Eskla, we get those. She taps for mana. A bunch of our creatures tap for mana, like the Birds of Paradise or Halloween Skittish Seer. So we may well use that to our advantage, along with the Vigilance for our creatures, since we have plenty of times we want to swing in, and we just don't want them to get tapped. This way we could also use the tap abilities with the same turn that we attack in with them. We have Kalnonian Hydra, 4 +1/+1 counters, attacks double number of +1/+1 counters on each creature you control, not just itself. So it becomes an 8/8. Plenty of your other creatures will become, well, really it'll be a 12/12 because it enters with the 2 +1/+1 counters from Yuna's ability to start off. Where were we? Kamiya, Whispered Host. Like I said, similar to Ozolith, may as well get more where we can. Let's scroll down a little bit. Cutsil, a little bit of draw power for those creatures with the +1/+1 counters on them. Managorger Hydra, Trample, bunch of +1/+1 counters. Plenty of ways to get more +1/+1 counters on it. Machias Illuminarch, nice to move around those counters a little bit. And also an X spell, so we'll have a bunch of mana. Naga Fleshcrafter in order to give all of our creatures those +1/+1 counters, potentially more, and also make them copies of, maybe something with trample. Noble Hierarch, another creature that taps for mana. Quilted Great Worm. Sometimes we need something to do with those +1/+1 counters, so this gives us something to do with it, gives us ways to get more onto them. And also, if you have it on something like, where'd it go? Caledonian Hydra, you put the 4 counters on to start, the 2 extra counters from Yuna, puts us at 6, double it makes it 12, and then that amount of damage you deal with Quilted Great Worm, you're already at 24 counters on that creature with trample while you're, well, wouldn't do trample for 24, but you know what I mean? It'll be at 48 the next time you swing in. Seedborn Muse, we gone over this a bunch. We want our creatures to untap. A bunch of ways we could use that. The Goose Mother enters the battlefield X +1/+1 counters based on its mana cost. We get a whole bunch of food tokens, use those foods to draw cards. 20-Toed Toad, whenever you tackle 2 or more creatures, put a +1/+1 counter on it. And also, instant win con. Like, you're really never going to get it, but when you do, it's fun. Warren of the Grove, get +1/+1 counters on it every turn. Potentially 3 if you have the right cards on the board. Well, potentially more, probably. I'm not entirely certain how many hardened scale type effects we have in here. Also get those +1/+1 counters on your other creatures. And then Simone, Paradox Sculptor. Once again, if we go back to the Caledonian Hydra example, we could already be at 48, and then when it swings in, we get up to 96 off that. Let's scroll back up. We have Branching Evolutions. If 1 or more +1/+1 counters, put twice that many. So 2 every time you cast a spell. Cards like Mana Gorger Hydra or Forgotten Ancient. Hardened Scale, 1 extra. Just helps there. In Keeper's Talent, give our creatures Ward when we need it, and also double the number of +1/+1 counters. Same thing with Branching Evolution. Simic Ascendancy, it's a card that says win the game, so it must be good. But in reality, with all the cards that we have, like Forgotten Ancient or just Yuna's ability off the bat, we have plenty of ways to put +1/+1 counters on things. We do have to wait a turn, and normally you won't get there. But sometimes, with all the counter spells we have in this deck, sometimes you can. On to Instants, we have plenty of counter spells, plenty of ways to remove things, plenty of ways to protect our own things in this. This one plus +1/+1 counter on something gives it that touch counter on it as well. More ways to protect, more ways to draw cards. This is basically Heroic Intervention, just for your cards with +1/+1 counters along with giving the Proliferate ability. More removal, more draw power. What is this card again? Yep, it phases out, so you get a little bit of protection for your creatures. More protection, more removal. Let's slide over. As always, we'll go through the lands at the end, because I believe you could still always use just basic lands if you really want to. Artisair Command, in order to destroy all creatures with mana value 3 or less, or 4 or greater, depending on how you want to run it. Your X spells count as 0 when they're on the board, so that could help out there a lot. Especially because then cards like Benevolent Hydra, even if you cast it for like 20 perhaps, you still get to just cast it, keep it on the board if you use that one of those abilities. Cultivate, for that mana ramp, Disarming Verdict, destroy everyone else's creatures while you get to keep your own. Fangs of Caledonia, may as well get those extra +1/+1 counters on their own things. Farewell for board wipe, Farseek for lands, Kodama's Reach for land, Nature's Lore for land. Some more +1/+1 counters on things, along with a little bit of removal. Season of Gathering, I forgot what this does. Give our creatures Vigilance and Trample is the main part of that. Or really gain draw cards equal to their power. But if we give these creatures Trample and we have enough power on them, it turns out to be really good. Starfall Invocation, this way we get our creatures back if we couldn't protect them for long enough. And Wave Goodbye, return each creature without +1/+1 counter onto its owner's hand. It's just like Cyclonic Rift for creatures, basically. But yeah, that's the deck. Make sure you leave your comments of how you'd run the deck down there in the comment section. We're just going to scroll through the lands here as always. And make sure you subscribe to the channel so you can stay tuned for future I was going to say Final Fantasy content, but yes, Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering content if you combine the two. But yeah, I really built this deck mostly around Helga Skirseer in terms of like how I wanted to run this deck, but also like there's just plenty of ways to get good +1/+1 counters in Commander. But thanks for watching, and I hope you stay tuned for the next one. Thanks for coming back to the channel. Today we're going into detail on another Final Fantasy commander, Tifa Lockhart. She's a landfall commander with trample that doubles her power anytime a land enters the battlefield. She may be better than 99 for a lot of commander decks, but I figure with a lot of people getting into commander with the new Final Fantasy set coming around, may as well go into detail of how you could run landfall, the basics of it, and the more detailed sides of it of cards that will run in the deck. So, the basic premise of Landfall is that you want to play as many lands as possible per turn, your turn, anyone else's turn. Basically, anytime you have something that says the ability Landfall, you want to make sure that ability can happen so that you can make sure that, you get benefits off of it. But into the details of what cards that you want to run in the deck, we'll be going into artifacts, enchantments, instants, lands, planeswalkers, sorceries, and artifacts in that order. But yeah, let's get into it. So, in order to make sure those abilities happen more than once, we have Ancient Green Warden. We also have quite a few cards in this deck that have the play lands from your graveyard ability, because there's a lot of lands that you have sacrificing themselves in order to get more lands, such as Evolving Wilds, Terramorphic Experience, and some others in here. This way, you can get them back from the graveyard when you don't necessarily have them in your hand, and you still have lands to play in order to get those landfall abilities. Ashaya Soul of the Wind is another premise that a lot of cards fall in the stack where their power and toughness are equal to the number of lands you control, and other creatures you control become forests, making it so that we don't just rely on the lands on the battlefield, but also our creatures that are in our hand. Avenger of Zendikar, he has an ability that makes plans based upon the amount of lands that you have on the battlefield already, and gets more powerful the more lands that you have coming onto the battlefield. Azusa Lost But Seeking, once again, we want to play more than one land every turn, so we're going to use her ability to play 2 additional lands per turn. If you use her ability in conjunction with Ancient Green Warden, that does allow you to play land, sacrifice it, get it back from the graveyard, play it again, and basically get 3 lands out of your deck, which will also help thin out your deck a bit of the lands. Baru Fist of Krosa, whenever Oris comes into play, green creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain trample until end of turn. Sometimes this way, since her power is going to be doubling, it doesn't necessarily double based upon like her base toughness, power and toughness. It'll double based on like what her current power and toughness is. So if you get those counters on, that +1/+1 onto her, it'll make her stronger from the start because doubling 2 is better than doubling 1. Braulio's Ferris Bandit, same thing with Ashaya, where he gets that power and toughness equal to the number of lands you control, and also helps you get some more lands onto the battlefield. A little bit of draw power while we're at it as well. Bristly Bill's Blind Tower has a landfall ability, giving +1/+1 counters to creatures. Similar to Baru, wanting to give her additional power, but this time it's +1/+1 counters, which +1/+1 counters stick around, whereas Baru's ability doesn't. His ability does also give creatures trample, which does help out with cards like Ashaya and Braulio's, since they don't have trample, but they are really strong creatures, so they'll be able to smack someone in the face a little bit with your creatures. Cultivator Colossus, once again, that same ability of power and toughness equal to the number of lands you control. Whenever this creature enters, you may put a land from your hand onto the battlefield, draw a card, and basically same thing with Braulio's, draw power, extra lands from the hand. Floral Evoker, whenever a land you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. You unfortunately can't put it onto Tifa, but it does help out where this creature is getting stronger itself. Discard a creature card, return target land from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. That could help out a bit, getting that additional land drop every turn. And that doesn't necessarily need to be during your turn. This way, if you have that creature card in your hand, you could potentially use Tifa as a blocker in order to double her power for that. Greensleeve's Marrow Sorcerer, power and toughness, once again, equal to the number of lands you control. Whenever a land enters, you get a Dredri Badger creature token. That's another thing that a lot of these landfall abilities do, is they give you tokens. So we have quite a few things that'll do that same thing, just different types of tokens. Where were we? Loot Exuberant Explorer gets you that additional land every turn, gets you a spell from the top 6 cards of your deck that costs less to cast than the number of lands you control. Lewis Cobra gets you additional mana every time a land comes onto the battlefield. Really helpful there, because especially when some of our lands are entering tapped, that helps that out there. One card I think I forgot to include in here is Spelunking, which will help your lands enter untapped, which will allow them to tap for mana the turn you get them. Lumra, Bell of the Woods, one of my favorite landfall commanders, gets all your lands back from your graveyard. This way you don't necessarily need to rely on Greensleeve's Warden. And sometimes if you have all your landfall abilities on the battlefield and you sacrifice them all with Zerrin Orb, you could have potentially like all 40 of your lands in your graveyard. Mossborn Hydra, similar to Tifa, where it doubles its power every time a land enters the battlefield, but it doubles the number of +1/+1 counters on it instead, so it does stick around. So it's a little bit better. Nisa, Resurgent Animus, Landfall. Land enters battlefield under your control, add 1 mana of any color, similar to Lotus Cobra. It's the second time this ability happens this turn. Reveal cards on the top of your deck until you reveal an elf or elemental. So we don't necessarily have that many, but enough where it would be helpful to get them into our hand, like Ashaya or Avengers Zendikar, which could be like potential game enders at a certain point of the game. Where are we? Nisa, World Soul Speaker. Get energy counters anytime a land enters the battlefield. Once we have 8 of those, which for new people, you just kind of keep track of it on the side. They're something that they can't remove. So thankfully you get to like keep those, and then you get to use them in order to get a free spell out of your hand, essentially. Oracle of Moldiah, additional land every turn, similar to Azusa. Play with the top card of your library revealed, so you can give your opponent a little bit of information, but you do get to play the lands off the top of your deck, which does help out a bit, so that you're not drawing into them when you don't want to be. Rampaging Paylots, once again, tokens, trample, real fun there. Ram Moonap, Excavator, play lands from your graveyard. Sakura Tribe Elder, get a free land out of your deck, because that's the other way we do get a lot of lands. It's just cards that say put land from your deck onto the battlefield. Scoot Swarm, some people consider it one of the worst cards in the game, but it is a lot of fun, especially in Landfall, when you're using cards like, where was it? Lemura. Cards that'll get you like 3 lands per turn, and then all of a sudden you just have 8 of the same creature. Or if you use cards like Lemura and you get those 40 lands back from your graveyard after sacrificing them all with Zerrin Orb, you have 2 to the 40th power Scoot Swarms onto the battlefield. Cyclaw Cub, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Once again, helps us power up Tifa so that we could get that additional power. And also double the number of +1/+1 counters on that creature if this is the second time this happens. So that could end up coming in handy, as it basically gives it the Mossborn Hydra effect. 6. We're going to have a lot of lands in our hand in this deck at a certain point, so we could get those lands from our hand into the graveyard. This way we could then just play them from the graveyard and cast a spell that we wanted that's in our graveyard back onto the battlefield. Sultina, Speaker of Tajuru. Tax, you may return lands you control to owner's hand. When you do, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Once again, powering up Tifa. Tireless Provisioner, getting us treasure tokens, similar to Lotus Cobra, a bunch of additional mana that we'll need. You could also use food tokens if you're really at a point where you need some life. Tireless Tracker, get those clue tokens for that draw power. Titania, Nature's Forest, get those tokens anytime a forest enters, which most of our lands will be forest, not all of them, so it doesn't like necessarily work with Evolving Wilds entering. Titania, Protector of Argot, whenever she enters, return target land from your graveyard to the battlefield. It doesn't necessarily play land from the graveyard, so you don't get like over and over again, but that one time does help out. And whenever a land, such as Evolving Wilds, you sacrifice it, you get a free 5/3 elemental. Wayward Swordtooth, playing additional land every turn is the main effect that you're going for here. And Eudora Grove Gardener, whenever another non-token creature dies, return to the battlefield face down as a forest. This way we have more forest than the forest that we have in here already, because we like forests. We have, for enchantments, Druid class, gain you a little bit of life anytime you play a land, but also play an additional land every turn. Exploration, additional land every turn. Garrick's Uprising, whenever a creature control power 4 or greater enters, which a lot of times will be those tokens that we get, so that does help out there. It also allows you, so it gives you that draw power, and also helps you with giving your creatures trample for, once again, those ones that have the super powerful power and toughness, but necessarily can't necessarily do damage. Retreat to as into +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Once again, getting Tifa at a better start than where she normally starts. Zendikar's role: whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, create a 2/2 green elemental token. Actually, let's do the enchantments now. Zernorb, sacrifice a land, gain 2 life. This way we get a whole bunch of lands into our graveyard, since we can play them out of graveyard anyway. Meanwhile, getting that little bit of life, and really helps out, especially if you get Lumber onto the battlefield. Seer Sundial, whenever a land enters, you can pay 2, draw a card. You're at a certain point where where you have too many lands, I'd say. So you could use that mana to draw some cards. Or an Heirloom, give our creatures trample, and also just a little bit of extra mana fixing, and also a little bit of draw power. And Conduit of Worlds, in order to play lands from the graveyard. Then for our instance, we have Archdruid's Charm. Search the library for a creature or land card, reveal it, put it onto the battlefield tapped. If it's land, otherwise put it into your hand, so you get a free search of a creature, essentially. Beast Within for removal, Interest Restoration, and Harrow. They sacrifice lands in order to put additional lands onto the battlefield. So that does really help out there, especially with the instant ability, in order to make sure that you could surprise them with doubling Tifa's power and toughness. And his restoration does 3 lands potentially, so that could really get you from 1 to 2 to 4 to 8 when you were initially only at a 1. Heroic Intervention for a little bit of protection, Nature's Charm for a little bit of removal, Return of the Wild Speaker for that draw power, Return to Nature for that removal, and then Rolling Regrowth, same thing as Harrow and Interest Restoration. Let's slide over. And then we'll go into lands last. Planeswalkers, we have Nissa, Vastwood Seer. This is the side that we already saw, but then the side that we haven't seen yet is Nissa Sage Animus. Real cards from the top of your land library. If it's a land, put it onto the battlefield. Otherwise, put it into your hand. So a little bit of draw power there. And then her -7 is the ultimate ability: untap up to 6 target lands. Lands, they become 6/6 elemental creature tokens. They're still lands, but sometimes, like I said, you get to a certain point where you have 40 lands on the battlefield. Not necessarily 40, but sometimes 40 if it's the Yafimaya guy. I forgot his name. Nissa, who shakes the world, double the amount of mana that your forests are going to be creating. This way you could have one really huge turn at a certain point. Most of our sorceries are getting lands out of the battlefield, like Tree Visits, Skyshroud Claim, Rishkar's Expertise is draw power, Rampant Growth, Nature's Rhythm's a search for any creature that you want, Nature's Lore, Condominus Reach, Explore for additional land out of hand. Most of the other ones are out of the deck. Cultivate, and Awaken the Woods in order to get forest creature tokens. So those do count as for your landfall abilities. And then normally I don't go into lands, but I feel with this deck is pretty important because, it's Mono Green. Why don't you just run 40 forests? Because no, this one, you don't necessarily need to run the fetch lands like Wood Foothills, Windswept Heath, Verdant Catacombs. They do still work in this deck because they are considered to be colorless I don't think colorless spells, but colorless something. So you are still allowed to run them in the deck in order to sacrifice them, in order to get your forest, in order to get that additional landfall ability. But a lot of cards that we were talking about was Evolving Wilds, where it has the ability to sacrifice this land, search your library for a basic land, aka a forest, in order to, get 2 landfall abilities a turn. That's the same thing that these things are doing, just, $19 versus 35 cents. But other cards we do that same thing are Blighted Woodlands, Broker's Hideout, Cabaret Courtyard, Escape Tunnel, Evolving Wilds, Fabled Passage, Misty Rainforest, Myriad Landscape, Ogier, Castellan Deepest Growth, who transforms into Temple Cultivation, Prismatic Vista, Riveteer's Outlook, Terramorphic Expanse, Urza's Cave, Verdant Catacombs, Windswept Heaths, and Wood Foothills. But yeah, that's the basic overview of how you can run landfall. If you have any questions about how you'd run a deck, or how I run the deck, make sure you leave it down there in the comment section. But thanks so much for watching. I hope you stay tuned for the next one. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning into the channel. We're going to be going over another deck profile for Arid Gainsborough. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on Arid. Since that says whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter, and not put that many +1/+1 counters. It cares about the amount of times you gain life and not necessarily the amount of life you gain when you gain life. So we have a lot of things in this deck that do one instance of life gain, an instance of gain 1 life, rather than cards that say gain that much life. Her other ability is that when she gets destroyed, put those +1/+1 counters onto each legendary creature you control, where X is the number of counters on her. So we have a few other cards that also put some +1/+1 counters onto her, and quite a few legendary creatures in this deck, so that we could make use of those +1/+1 counters. There are a couple cards in here that also say the ring temps here, in order to get those non-legendary creatures to be legendary creatures, so you can put those +1/+1 counters on her as well, onto those as well. But yeah, this is going to be a brief overview of how to run life gain while we're at it. Once again, since I figure so many people are getting into the game with the new Final Fantasy set coming around, may as well do some brief overviews of those things. But make sure you like, comment, subscribe, and stay tuned for some more things like that, and let's get into the deck. So, first card we run is Aetherflux Reservoir. You gain a life anytime you cast a spell, and then eventually, once you get to that 50 life, you get to use that life to destroy one target player. And then that does also help out with the life gain of Arid. This way, when she does eventually swing in with all the +1/+1 counters, you gain the life equal to the amount of damage she does because of the lifelink ability. Alter the Pantheon. Add 1 mana of any color. Once again, you care about legendary creatures. Oh wait, this is legendary enchantment. Whoops, I may have messed up putting this card in here. But yeah, each combination color is increased by 1, so you do get that additional life gain potentially sometimes. I think there's like a couple god or demigod creatures in here, but it's really that 1 mana that you're looking for in that card, and the potential life gain. Angel's Feather, whenever a player casts a white spell, which you're going to be doing a lot since you're running mono white, you may gain 1 life. Archaeomancer's map. Get 2 lands out of your deck. You're running mono white, so you don't necessarily have the things that green has in terms of putting lands onto the battlefield, but this does help out a little bit, getting those additional lands onto the battlefield there for you. Lightning Greaves, in order to give a little bit of protection to our creatures. This way we can make sure that, they don't necessarily get destroyed right away once we get those +1/+1 counters onto them. Mind Stone, a little bit of mana. Catcher's Monument, get some 1/1 warrior creature tokens and cast our spells for less. This way, you get that life gain off of 1 creature's enter on certain cards in this deck, so we want some creatures to enter. Pearl Medallion to cast our spells for less. Prism Ring, in order to gain a life anytime we cast a mono white spell, which, we have plenty of those. Pristine Talisman, gain a life, add a little bit of mana. Soul Ring, get a little bit of mana. Staff of the Sun Mage, whenever you cast a white spell or a planes enters the battlefield under your control, gain a life. Once again, we have all these things that want to just do gain 1 life in order to make sure we get all those +1/+1 counters. Book of the Exalted Deeds. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain 3 or more life this turn, get a 3/3 white angel creature token. So if we have enough things that gain 1 life, and we have 3 of those, we eventually get that 3 life, not necessarily needing to, gain a whole bunch of life at once, or even if Arid does get to a certain power, she does get to the point where she could just swing and you gain 3 life off that. Well, I've Lost Dreams for a bit of draw power by sacrificing your life, because at a certain point you might not have an Aetherflux Reservoir, or your Aetherflux Reservoir might get removed, so, use Well of Lost Dreams to use that life for a little bit of card draw. For creatures, we have a Giant's Primate, who also gives us +1/+1 counters anytime we gain life, similar to Arid's ability. Angel Vitality has flying. Whenever you gain life, you gain that much life +1 instead. It just helps out a little bit to have that little bit of extra life gain in order to make sure that these things are easier to happen. Archangel of Dune. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. This way you get those additional +1/+1 counters on Arid. You get 2 +1/+1 counters on her anytime you gain that life, rather than just 1, essentially. Avacyn, Angel of Hope. It's a little bit counterproductive to run this card in this deck, but it does help you give that little bit of protection to your other creatures, giving them indestructible. Her being a legendary creature and Arid's ability relying on her getting destroyed, it does not necessarily work together, but sometimes your opponent may run a card that says sacrifice target creature, and then you can sacrifice Error to get those +1/+1 counters onto Avacyn, and there you go. Celestine, the Living Saint, in order to get some cards back from our graveyard. Sometimes we don't want those cards in the graveyard, we want them back on the battlefield, so we may as well get them back on the battlefield based on the amount of life we gain this turn. Daxos, Blessed by the Sun, gain a life anytime a creature enters the battlefield or dies. This way, it's also a legendary creature and a demigod, so, this works with that. Alter the Pantheon. Where we go? But yeah, this way you get that instance of gain 1 life anytime a creature enters, Error enters while he's on the battlefield, or he starts the situation. Defiler Faith, a little bit of mana fixing, get those 1/1 creature tokens in order to make it so that Daxos ability happens in order to get that additional life gain. So, say if you cast Arid White, Defiler Fate, and Daxos on the battlefield, you pay the 2 mana. You don't have to pay the 1 white mana anymore. And then you get to cast her for that 2 mana. You get the 1/1 White Soldier on top of that. You get the 2 instances of life gain, getting that 2 +1/+1 counters onto her. Distinguished Conjurer, gain a life, similar to Daxos, anytime a creature enters. Elenda, Hierophant, whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. When this creature dies, create X creature tokens where X is its power. So this is one of those creatures you want to have the ring tempt. This way when Eric does get destroyed, you get those +1/+1 counters on her, and you get all those vampire creature tokens. And then eventually, we have, say, Distinguished Conjurer and Daxos on the field with that. That works out for a lot of life gain. Evra, Hellion Witness, legendary creature is the main reason we have it in here, with lifelink, and also helps us swap our life total with its power, especially if we could get enough +1/+1 counters on it with Eric's ability. That could work out pretty well. Exemplar of Light, for mostly draw power, but also same thing with Johnny's Primate or Eric, where it gets those +1/+1 counters. Feldar Sovereign, lifelink, so you get that little bit of life gain off it, but at the beginning of your upkeep, if you have 40 or more life, this way you win the game. It says you win the game, it must be a good card. Your opponents are going to go after you, and you have to keep this around for a whole turn cycle. So you're normally not going to get it, but that one time it does happen. Chef's Kiss. Heliod, Sun's Crown, as long as your devotion Y is less than 5, it's not a creature, but whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature or enchantment you control. So put those +1/+1 counters onto Aerith. This way, when she does get destroyed, you could then put them onto Heliod eventually. Impassioned Orator, whenever another creature enters, gain a life. We do that a whole bunch. A little bit of mana fixing with Knight of the White Orchid. Let's scroll down. Life Reduo, once again, gain a life anytime a creature enters. Linden Steadfast Queen, gain a life anytime a creature attacks. This does also happen, I believe, for each creature that attacks, so that could come into handy a whole bunch. Also, it's a legendary creature with Vigilance, so when Eric does end up getting destroyed, we could use that ability for, making it a super powerful creature. Whenever a creature enters, gain a life with Lunar Veteran. It also has the flip side, where it's anytime a creature leaves the battlefield, you gain a life. So, a whole bunch of ways to gain life with this card. Where were we? Yep, Nykthos Paragon, in order to put +1/+1 counters on each creature you control. This does that thing where it says put that many +1/+1 counters, so sometimes you want to gain additional life more than just the one, put more than one +1/+1 counter on something, but, just putting that one +1/+1 counter on something does help out a bit too. Kala, Johnny's Primate, in order to get additional power, based on the amount of counters this creature controls, that are on this creature. So, get those. It's also a legendary creature, so you get to use Eric's ability on it, making something really powerful at a certain point. Also a little bit of life gain. Resplendent Angel, at the beginning of each end step, if you gain 5 or more life this turn, create a 4/4 Angel creature token with Flying and Vigilance. It does say each end step, so it's not necessarily just your end step, and if someone swings on you while you control Eric and this creature, you're basically getting free angels. It may end up getting Eric destroyed, but, free angels. That's the whole plot of the game, I'm pretty sure, for Final Fantasy VII, where Eric gets destroyed and Sephiroth becomes an angel or something like that. Rumor Gatherer for a little bit of draw power. Sarah Ascendant for a super powerful life gain creature, especially when you're playing Commander. You're going to have more than third life at the start, and it's only 1 mana. Soul Warden for a little bit of life gain. Soul's Attendant for a little bit of life gain anytime creature enters, same with Soul Warden. But Soul Warden's difference is that it's when your opponent's creatures enter as well. Speaker of the Heavens, we have 7 more life than your starting life total. Create an angel creature token, which that could come in handy, especially with how much life gain we're having. Suture Priest, gain life, opponent loses life anytime creature enters or dies, respectively. The Gaffer for a little bit of draw power if you gain 3 more life a turn. And beginning of each end step, if you gain 4 more life this turn, create a 4/4 angel. Once again, that's during each end step, not necessarily during just your end step. So, comes into super handy if you could block with Aerith or another lifelinker. Then for enchantments, we have Ajani's Welcome. Once again, gain life anytime a creature enters. So eventually we'll be at a certain point where, like, if we have like 5 of these, Aerith could just enter as a 7/7. Angelic Accord. If you gain 4 more life this turn, put 4/4 White Angel. Once again, each end step, not necessarily just your turn. Authority Consuls. This one is a bit annoying to your opponent, so sometimes they'll attack you for it, but their creatures enter tapped, and you'll gain a little bit of life when their creatures enter. Cleric class, if you gain life, gain that much life +1 instead. Sometimes we want to be at just a higher life total, so let's gain that extra life. And also put those +1/+1 counters onto a creature you control, so it's most likely Aerith. Sorry, I almost forgot about the last ability. I keep forgetting about different abilities on this one. And return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield, gain life equals whose toughness. Sometimes you get your legendary creatures back. This way you get them for, when Aerith gets destroyed. We have Dawn of Hope. Whenever you gain life, you may pay 2 if you do draw a card. We'll be at a certain point where we're just gaining life left and right, and we don't necessarily have cards in our hand, so we want to draw cards. We can also create some soldiers in order to get those when a creature enters life gain abilities. Griffin Area at the beginning of each end step, beginning of your end step, so this one is only during your turn. If you gain 3 more life, create a 2/2 White Griffin creature token with flying. Leyline of Hope, gain some additional life on top of your life, make your creatures a little bit stronger while you're at it. And then Cigar to Splendor, and when this enchantment enters the battlefield, note your life total. If your life total is higher, I'm forgetting what this card actually does. Beginning of your end step, draw a card. If your life total is greater than or equal to the noted life total, then you note your life total again. Whenever you cast a white spell, gain a life. It's mostly for a gain a life ability. Congregate in order to gain 2 life for each creature on the battlefield. So basically get yourself up to a whole bunch of life. Duty Beyond Death in order to give our creatures indestructible. A little bit of protection there. Sometimes, you sacrifice Aerith in order to use this ability. And, get those +1/+1 counters onto Avis and Angel of Hope while we're at it. Generous Gift for a little bit of removal. Heliod's Intervention. Gain a bunch of life or destroy a bunch of enchantments. A little bit of removal, Path to Exile and Swords to Plowshare. Revitalize, gain 3 life, draw a card. A little bit of life gain, a little bit of draw power. Gain a life, you gain 1 life for each creature your opponent controls, prevent all damage that will be dealt to you this turn. We do run some annoying cards, and people do get scared when you have more than 40 life. So, let's give our way to protect ourselves. We always go over lands last. Johnny, Shrine to the Pride, gain life equal to the number of creatures you control, so you gain a whole bunch of life. But like I said, you normally want to wait till you have you normally want to gain 1 life at a turn, but this does help out a little bit if you're really on a low life total. You also put a +1/+1 counter onto a Johnny's Pridemate and created a Johnny's Pridemate token. Same thing with the actual Johnny's Pridemate card. And then if you have at least 15 life more than your starting life total, for its ultimate ability, a Johnny's Strength to the Pride. If you have at least 15 more life than your starting life total, exile this card and each artifact and creature your opponent controls. So basically a board wipe. Elspeth Tyrrell, gain life for each creature you control, get some tokens, destroy all permanents except for lands and tokens. So, if you have enough tokens, which we do get with a whole bunch of creatures in the stack, it does help us out a bit while damaging our opponents. And we have a couple board wipes with Fumigan, Farewell, and then Bond Discipline, giving all our creatures lifelink. So when all those creatures swing in, they're each in different instances of life gain, helping us out a whole bunch there. And then for lands, we have Castle Ardenvale. Get a creature token sometimes in order to get those when a creature enters abilities. Ameria, the Sky Ruin. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you control 7 or more planes, you may return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, getting those creatures that you want that are in the graveyard back to the battlefield. Same thing with one of the other creatures that we went over earlier. Could be your Crossroads with a little bit of life gain. Mina's Truth, a little bit of life gain, right? Nope. Unless you control a legendary creature, draw a card, activate only if you attack with 2 more creatures this turn. Never mind, my apologies. Radiant Fountain, a little bit of life gain. Rogue's Passage, certain times if you get, I was about to say Tifa, Errant up to a certain power toughness, make her unblockable, win a little bit of commander damage. War Room, pay life equal to the number of colors in your commander's color identity, aka 1, and get to draw a card. So, just a little bit of draw power while we're at it. But that's the deck profile. If you have any questions or ways that you'd run the deck, make sure you leave them down there in the comment section. I'd definitely be happy to read them all. I really appreciate your time for watching the video. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning back into the channel. Today we're going over another commander deck profile for Cloud Midgar Mercenary. Recently we've done Landfall, we've done Life Gain, so I figure we'll get into another popular commander theme, which is equipment. Since we're doing this as a little bit of a beginner series as well, let's just do a brief overview as to how equipments work. Equipments, the way they work is that they have a casting cost in order to get the equipment onto the battlefield, and then an equip cost in order to attach that spell to a creature. Even if the creature that you do attach it to goes away, you do still get to keep the equipment onto the battlefield. This way you could use that equip cost in order to attach it to another creature. So while Colossus Hammer may seem like it's really broken for being a 1 cost, gives a creature +10/+10, you still have to pay an additional 8 mana to get that +10/+10. But the way that Cloud specifically works is that he'll search your deck for any of your equipment cards in order to put them into your hand. And that when he attacks, you can make so that his ability happens an additional time, or your equipment abilities happen an additional time. So, let's get into the overview of the deck. We have artifacts, creatures, enchantments, instants, lands, planeswalkers, and sorceries in that order. So we do run a bunch of equipments that have abilities of themselves that happen anytime you attack. Other than that, we have a lot of just good equipment. Is like the main focus. Aquarius Shield gives a creature +0/+3 in Vigilance. This way, the creature will stick around for a little bit longer. It's also a 0 casting cost. This way, when you have spells, let's say, when an equipment enters, or whenever you cast an artifact spell, do X, Y, Z, you can get that spell for basically free. Augmenter's Armor. Whenever a creature attacks, destroy target permanent. Do the Cloud's ability that will happen a second time, so you get to destroy 2. It does have an equipping cost of 6, along with the initial value of 6, so it does cost 12 in order to give a creature +6/+6 in that removal, but we don't necessarily tend to pay that equip cost with a lot of cards in this deck, like Brass Squire or Ardent Intrepid Archaeologist. Basilisk Collar will give a creature Death Touch and Lifelink. Lifelink makes it so that you can gain a little bit of life when you deal damage. Death Touch makes it so that the creatures will die even if you don't deal enough damage. Blackblade Reforged, +1/+1 for each land you control. You're in mono white, so you're not necessarily going to have a lot of lands on the battlefield, but, get what you can. A little bit of extra power there, and also a little bit of protection, because he does only have 1 toughness, so it's going to be a little bit difficult to swing in with him sometimes. Bloodforged Battle Axe, whenever a creature deals combat damage to a player, create a token that's a copy of this spell. So the way that Cloud read is that as long as Cloud is equipped, if an ability of Cloud or an equipment happens, that ability happens an additional time. So we can make so that we get 2 extra Bloodforged Battle Axes. Bonesaw will allow us to get +1/+0 on a creature, just cheap equipment. This way we can make sure that we get Cloud's ability super easy, super early. Kadar's Shield, once again, just same thing as a Aquarius Shield. It's literally the same card, actually. Colossus Hammer, +10/+10, loses flying. Sometimes you want to just swing in for big damage, and this gives you creatures +10/+10 while you're at it. Commander's Plate, once again, we need that little bit of protection, so give our creature protection from each color that's not in its color identity, which also allows it to swing in, because it also has protection from our opponent's creatures as long as they're not mono white. Dark Steel Plate for Indestructible. Explorer's Scope, once again, another ability of an artifact to happen when it's equipped. Whenever this creature attacks, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land, put it onto the battlefield tapped. So, we don't necessarily get to move it anywhere, so if it isn't a land, it's still not going to be a land if it happens a second time. But we get to show it off twice. Fire Shrieker, give your creature double strike me, so you attack twice. This way, when you have cards that say once creature deals damage, do X, so you get to deal that twice. Golem Skin Gauntlets, equipped creature gets +1/+0 for each equipment. A lot of these are static abilities, the +1/+0 for XYZ, so those don't happen twice, is the only thing to remember with this. Halvar, God of Battle, creature you control gets double strike. At the beginning of each combat, you may attach target equipment or aura to creatures you control, so you get plenty of those, like I said, get around that equipment cost while we're at it. He's also an equipment himself. The equipped creature gets +2/+0 and has vigilance. Whenever a equipped creature dies, return it to target owner's hand. So this way that helps us get around a little bit of the commander tax on Cloud if he keeps getting destroyed. Why isn't this? Okay, there we go. Sorry, it wasn't loading for a second. Hammer of Nasan. Whenever this equipment or another equipment enters the battlefield under your control, you may attach it to creature you control. So once again, get around that equip cost, and also give a creature indestructible while we're at it. Lava Spare Boots makes the Cloud can attack right away. This way, since like I said earlier, since your equipments don't go away but your creature does, sometimes it helps to get it back onto the battlefield early, swing in while you get that all those things attached back to it, getting those abilities to happen a second time. Same thing with Lightning Grease, a little bit of protection on both of these as well. Oxide and Warhammer for Trample and Lifelink, because a lot of times the way you're going to be winning with this deck is through that commander damage, so we want Cloud to have enough power to deal that 21 at some point. Where were we? Lockstone Warhammer onto Mask of Memory. Yep, another one that'll help it with Cloud's ability. Whenever a equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, you may draw 2 cards. If you do, discard a card. So we get to draw 4, discard 2 essentially. But you have to do it like one at a time. Like draw 2, discard 1, then draw another 2, discard 1. This way you can't get around that. This becomes a copy of any of your equipments on the battlefield, so you get maybe another Lockstone Warhammer or a Mithril Coat, something that you need. Oops, mouse is acting weird. Mithril Coat, attached to target legendary creature control, aka Cloud, gives it indestructible. Once again, plenty of protection for Cloud. Let's scroll down. We have a lot of equipments in here. Mystic Forge, look at top card of your deck at any time. You may cast artifact spells and color spells from the top of your library, aka our equipments. You can also exile the top card of your library by tapping this card. Helps us out there. This one's not an equipment, actually. Prying Blade, +1/+0. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to a player, once again, it helps us with that trample ability of our previous spells that we had, or protection, or to deal that damage. We get a treasure token, which will help us, have more mana to cast more things later on. But we get 2 treasure tokens if we have it on Cloud. Shadow Spear, creature gets +1/+1 and has trample and lifelink. There we go, there's the trample. And then you can also get hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. Swift of Boots, same thing as Lightning Grease. Sword of Feast and Famine. Here are the main meat of the deck, I'd say, or the swords of blank and blank for this deck. Sword of Feast and Famine. Equipped creature deals combat damage to a player. That player discards a card, and you untap all lands you control. So you can have your opponent discard 2 cards. They won't like that normally, so be careful. Sword of Fire and Ice. Equipped creature deals combat damage to a player. Sword of Fire and Ice deals 2 damage to any target, and you draw a card, so you draw 2, deal 4 essentially. Sword of Forge and Frontier deals combat damage to a player. Exile top 2 cards of your library. You may play those cards. An additional land this turn, so additional landfall, additional cards you can cast. Sword of Heart and Home deals combat damage to a player. Exile to 1 target creature you own. Then search your library for a basic land. Put both onto the battlefield under your control. So blink a creature, get a land. Real helpful there, especially if you have entered the battlefield, or if you don't have vigilance on a creature that you want swinging in, you can make it so it comes back in untapped. Sword of Sinew and Steel. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to a player, destroy up to 1 target planeswalker and up to 1 target artifact. So, destroy the artifacts, destroy the planeswalkers, destroy 2 of each while you're at it. Sword of the Animist. Once again, extra landfalls, always helpful. And then Duran Power Suit, +1/+1 for each equipment attached to it. So, super powerful creature. It's super powerful Cloud at a certain point. There are some other abilities that happen that I feel like I just didn't run in here for some reason. There's another one that creates a treasure token, but I can't remember the name of it. gold forged pickaxe or something. But yeah, let's get into the creatures. We have Ardent Intrepid Archaeologist. Main thing that these creatures are doing is getting around the equip costs in order to get more equipment onto Cloud. Um, get all equipment onto Cloud, get one equipment onto Cloud, make it cheaper to cast your equipment so you can then equip them onto Cloud with down to Compilation Paragon, down to Benalia's Hope, put an or equipment from your hand or graveyard onto the battlefield. Sometimes they do have a Vandal Blast in order to destroy all of our equipment, and we are in a tough spot after that. As for Sentinel for the draw power, also an artifact for some abilities that happen with that. Foundry Inspector, cheaper to cast our artifacts. Also, the thing with Esper Sentinel is that if you do, have something that, like a Lockdown Warhammer, you could put make it so they have to pay 11 if they don't want you to draw a card. Drawer's Familiar, once again, same as Foundry Inspector, cheaper to cast your stuff. Kemba, Cow Regent, create a 2/2 white cat creature token for each equipment attached to this creature. If you have enough things that could attach to it, you get plenty of 2/2 white cats in. Because a lot of the problems with this deck is that if your opponent's running a token deck, you don't have that many things to block with. Knight of White Orchid in order to search for some planes, get some mana fixing. Leon in Shikari, activate equip abilities anytime you activate an instant. This way, you swing in, you have the mana up, your opponent thinks like, oh, he might have a Swords to Plowshares. But no, you could also have a Lockdown Warhammer that you could equip if you have the mana for it. Lion Sash, it's an equipment and a creature, so you get both things that you want there. Pure Steel Paladin, or activate your equip abilities for free, and also a little bit of draw power while we're at it. Stram's Team Your Edificer in order for a little bit of draw power there. Starnheim Corsair artifacts cost 1 less to cast, so real helpful there as well. Stoneforge Mystic, a little bit of search power for our equipment, same thing as what Cloud likes to do. Stone Hewer Giant, search the library for an equipment. Once again, we like a lot of search power in this deck, because, if we get our artifacts removed, we need some way to get that fixed. Cigar's Aid, cast auras and equipment to Stoda Head Flash. So, maybe flash in your Lockdown Warhammer, and you have not the Stoneforge Mystic, what's the one I'm thinking of? Pure Steel Paladin, then you equip it onto Cloud, and then all of a sudden you have enough to win a game. Forge Anew, sorry, 1 second. Enters the battlefield, return target equipment from your graveyard to the battlefield. As long as it's your turn, you may activate equip abilities anytime you cast an instant. So same thing with that swinging in. It helps out a whole bunch. You may pay 0 around equip costs. Get around those equip costs while we're at it as well. All right, let's move things over. There we are. All right. Then we have some removal like Disenchant, Dispatch to tap target creature. Sometimes they just have the one blocker. You want a way to get around it. Generous Gift, Path to Exile, Return to Dust, and Source of Plowshare. All forms of removal for our instance. We always go into the lands last. Nahiri, the Lithomancer, create a 1/1 Core Soldier creature token. You may attach an equipment to it. Get around those equip costs while you're at it for something other than Cloud, because you're not always going to have Cloud, especially if he keeps getting removed. But that's why we have plenty of things to protect him. Make a cast equipment card from your hand or graveyard onto the battlefield. Basically a free spell that normally costs a lot to cast. And then create a colorless equipment artifact token named Stoneforge Blade. It has indestructible equipped creature, gets +5/+5, and double strike. Once again, a way to swing in with Cloud in order to win a game. Actually, now that I think back, I could have run a new Ugin in here as well. Color spells cast 2 less to cast, so, reduce the cost and cast of our equipment spells. Also, I think I should have run the other Ugin in here because it would have exiled plenty of our opponent's stuff when we keep casting those equipment spells. Then we have a board wipe, Austere Command, Brilliant Restoration, or get all of our equipments back when they get destroyed with a Vandal Blast. Divine Reckoning, each player chooses a creature they control, destroy the rest. We tend to only have Cloud on the battlefield, so that's all we need to keep. Open the Armory in order to get search for a equipment. Single combat, each player chooses a creature or planeswalker they control, then sacrifices the rest. Once again, we just want Cloud around. Steel Shaper's Gift, another search power. We have a lot of search power in this deck. United Battlefront, it's not necessarily draw power, but you basically get a couple free artifacts or enchantments onto. Sorry, not enchantments. We don't really have enchantments. Actually, I don't have any enchantments in the whole deck. And then Wrath of God for some removal. And then we have some lands like Buried Ruins, Inventor's Fair, Mirrored Landscape, and Rogue's Passage. Rogue's Passage is really helpful in this one in order to get around all of our opponent's creatures so we can swing in for that commander damage. But that's the general overview here of the deck. It's always like one of those things with equipment decks where, in theory, you don't necessarily need to run like Darksteel Plate or Commander's Plate because you could run a whole bunch of like Qatar Shields or Quarter Shield and still have a whole bunch of fun with this deck, and then just run like other cards that like just work for your deck and work for your budget because a lot of these cards are pretty expensive in this deck. But yeah, that's the general overview of the deck. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe to stay tuned for more content. But thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning back into the channel. Today we're covering another Final Fantasy Commander, Jaraha Tia, Scion Reborn. It's a 2/3 for a white, blue, and a black with lifelink. What it does is anytime you cast a non-creature spell for the first time each turn, you could create a 1/1 creature with plenty of +1/+1 counters on it equal to the spell's mana value. There are a few ways you can run this deck. You could run instant sorceries, but the way we're running this deck is mostly enchantments, especially with all the new cards that came out with the Amanatu Veil Piercer precon. It does have a few ways that this does work out pretty well for having cards cost cheaper to cast than what they do normally cost. You do also not necessarily need to do it on the first spell you cast because it is a May ability. So this way when you do use your mana rocks, you don't necessarily need to have it just be a 3/3 creature token. You can use your mana rock and then eventually, maybe cast this extravagant replication and get it's 8 cost. Yep, that's 8 cost. Nope, that's 6 cost. My eyes are going on me. But yeah, that's the overview of the deck. Let's get into the cards that are in here. As we said, we have pretty expensive spells in this deck, so we want ways to make them cheaper. So we run cards like not cheaper to cast in this instance, but ways to get that mana. We have Arcane Signet, Azoria Signet, Chromatic Lantern, Commander Sphere, Felwar Stone, Mind Stone, Soul Ring, Talisman of Dominance, Talisman of Hierarchy, and Talisman of Progress. Like I said, they just create mana, and we're going to need the mana. We get Amanatu's Augury. It's an 8 cost spell that helps you cast more spells for less than their cost. It gets a 9/9 creature. We would have to pay 8 life for it, is the only thing that is the downside to this, but he does have lifelink. Ideally, we should run more ways than we currently do to gain life back, but this is one of those decks where you kind of want to try to win fast, and also it's a May ability, so you don't necessarily need to do it. Redress Fate in order to get our other enchantments back from the graveyard. Same thing with this card. Supreme Verdict, destroy all creatures. Since we have 18 creatures in this deck, not necessarily a lot, not necessarily a few, but they are mostly enchantments or ways to get back our enchantments, and the enchantments are the main way that we use to win this. So Supreme Verdict, just a good board wipe. Terminus, get those creatures back onto the bottom of the deck, and this is what I was talking about the cheaper costing cast. With the Miracle ability, you do only have to spend 1 to cast it, if it is the first spell you draw, but you do still get that 7/7 token, I believe. Toxic Deluge, remove all of our opponent's stuff. Mondrak, Glory Dominus, you don't necessarily get double the super powerful token, but you do still get 2 tokens, which could come in handy, especially if you have like other things that create tokens in this deck, which we run not a lot, but quite a few. Amanatu Veil Piercer makes all of our enchantments cheaper to cost with that Miracle ability. Making this extravagant replication, for an example, again, I don't know why I keep going to this one, but it can make it 2 to cast, and you still get that 7/7 creature. Archetype of Imagination, in order to give our creatures flying, make our opponent's creatures not have flying, makes it so that we can swing in with these big 1/1 tokens. Arcana of Sun's Grace, like I said, we have a few ways that we can create tokens. This is just kind of something that enchantment decks tend to do, so we may as well keep it in here. Where were we? Yep. With Auramancer to get our ores back from the graveyard. Same thing as Redress Fate, just only 1. Even a Fate's Design. 1, storing each of your turn, you may cast an enchantment spell by paying life equal to its mana value rather than paying its cost. Maybe you could get Extravagant Replication once again. You pay 12 mana, get this creature... due to this creature's ability, in order to get this onto the board, in order to get your token for a 7/7, all for no mana, essentially. We have Entity Tracker for some draw power, Ghostly Dancers to get those auras, enchantments back from the graveyard. Heliad of the Radiant Dawn, when this creature enters target enchantment that isn't a god from your graveyard to your hand, once again, same thing as Ghostly Dancers or Auramancer. Where were we? Inquisitive Glimmer, just a way to make it cheaper to cast our enchantments. Mesa Enchantress for a little bit of draw power. Moonbless Cleric as a little bit of a tutor there. Undo Spirit Dancer. There are some fun infinite combos in this deck with Undo Spirit Dancer, but also makes it so we get those tokens that are copies of things, which Mondrak does help out with there as well. Especially because the way that is where it is create a token that is a copy, not copy the spell. We do have the Overlords of the Floodplates and Mistmoors in this deck. I couldn't think of the name of the other one, otherwise we would be running it, but we can cast them for their impending cost, which does count as a cast, so we would get Jiraha's ability off, but we would get the creature side of the mana cost in order to get those tokens onto the board, which is pretty fun. Soaring Lightbringer, other enchantments you control have flying, same thing with the Archetype of Imagination, it's just fun. Starfield Mystic, cheaper to cast our spells, and the Master Keys, similar way to not Undo Spirit Dancer, Ghostly Dancers, in order to get our creatures back from the graveyard. Not creatures, enchantments. Some other cards that we run in here, which, enchantments. Enchantment deck, we have to run quite a few, not just enchantment creatures. Fedora to consoles in order to get in our opponent's way, gain a little bit of life, because boy do we need it. Extravagant Replication, we talked about this one a bunch, but created a token that's a copy of non-land permanent we control, so we maybe, get 2 Authority of Consoles if we need it. Ghostly Prison, cost more to attack us, that's really one of the ones you want to create a copy of, and keep creating copies of it. Great Auramancy, enchantments you control have Shroud, make so that they can't use their, I know there's a Leopard in the new set that gets rid of enchantments. Propaganda, once again, harder to attack us because we need that little bit of protection. One with the Multiverse, in order to be able to cast a spell for free every turn, and also off the top of our deck when we need to, in order to, get, Extravagant Replication for free, but still get the ability off of Jiraha. I keep forgetting how to pronounce his name. Ristic Study is an enchantment. That's the main reason we run it in here, not just because it's Ristic Study. We have Secret Arcade and Dusty Parlor. Everything's an enchantment now. And also some +1/+1 counters on creatures. Just helps out a bit. Shark Typhoon, once again, casting pretty expensive spells, so we're going to get some big sharks onto the board. Each, sometimes 2 sharks. Sigil on Empty Throne, some angels off of casting those enchantments. Smothering Tide, get some treasure tokens. Once again, similar to Ristic Study, we don't tend to run it in all of our white decks, but it is really helpful, especially because it's an enchantment in this one. Sphere of Safety, make it even harder to attack us, especially if you get Extravagant Replication with that. That's really helpful. Starfield of Nyx, return target enchantment from your graveyard to the battlefield. This way, even if they do remove our stuff, we still have ways to get it back. Let's scroll over. Yep, there we go. All right. And then, in order to protect ourselves and remove our opponent's stuff, because that's the other thing with the ability, is that it isn't just that it's happening during our turn, it happens during every turn that we can create those tokens. Once again, if we have the life to do it. So we want to run quite a few instances in this deck. So we're in cards like Arcane Denial, Counterspell. They are mostly cheap, but, sometimes that's all you need in order to protect yourselves. Counterspell, Dawn's Truce, Deadly Relic. Fun part about this and Force of Will is also that you get to cast them for free, but still get the 5 and 4 mana cost off of them. Light and Tutor get our enchantments. Ink Shield, good source of protection, and especially because we're going to be close to death a lot on this. Mana Drain, in order to have the mana to cast those spells. Path to Exile for removal. Return to Dust for a little bit of removal. Source of Plowshare for that removal. Thirst of Meaning, a little bit of draw power. Other end, exile target non-land permanent. Void Rend for that removal there as well. And then Planeswalkers do also count, so we have Amanatu Phaseshifter in order to get that draw power. Elspeth, Stormslayer in order to double those tokens, get some more tokens, get some more counters, and also, put the +1/+1 counters onto those creatures in order to give them that flying. And also destroy the target creature an opponent controls every so often, just when we need to Fairy Master time for some extra turn shenanigans when we want to. And then we have Omniscience. Once again, another way to cast our stuff for free here. But yeah, that's the deck. Like I said, you could run a bunch more instants in order to keep doing this during our opponent's turn, or you could run some more draw power in order to get Aminatu's ability off more often. Honestly, I think this may just be like a better card to include in like an Aminatu Veil Piercer deck than it is to run it on its own, just because losing that life so often, it is pretty rough. But you are in black and white, so you know you do have quite a few ways in order to get that ability to gain life. We don't necessarily run that much in here, but this is the same day that this card was announced, so we're just playtesting things. Well, not even playtesting, just theory crafting things. But thanks so much for watching. Like I said, make sure you leave it down there in the comment section how you'd like to run this deck. But yeah, make sure you stay tuned to the channel for some more Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering content, and then Magic the Gathering content, and Spider-Man, and Avatar Last Airbender, and maybe Magic the Gathering. But thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning into the channel again for another Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy video. Today we're going to be going over another recently announced commander, Xenos EA Galvis. It's 3 for black and a black for a 4/4 creature. Whenever he enters, all other creatures get -2/-2 except for one target creature. And when that one target creature does eventually get destroyed, we get to transform him into Shinryu Transcendent Rival. What that does is when we have target opponent loses the game, we win the game. So we don't necessarily need to eliminate 3 people in Commander, we just need to eliminate 1. And a specific creature. So overall, a lot of cards in this deck are removal focused. Is similar to Massacre Worm for this deck, where we do want to have a bunch of creatures die in order to get that drain ability off, and also have plenty of sources for removal in order to remove that one creature that we didn't give the -2/-2 to. But that's the main overview of the deck. Let's get into the cards that are in here. So, like I said, we have plenty of cards that'll drain our opponent, either when our creatures die, like with Bastion of Remembrance, or when their creatures die, like Blood Artist, Sir Conrad when both happen, Vein Ripper, for whenever either party's creature dies, and that'll just be the target opponent rather than both opponents, which we could just be doing to that one person rather than all the opponents in order to, like I said, get off Shinryu's ability. We do also have plenty of ways to protect Shinryu, because once someone sees win the game on a card, they're going to want to remove it. Can't blame them, though. And then we have some cards that'll make sure that we get our creatures back, since this does also give the -2/-2 to our creatures. So we want, and also take our opponent's stuff while we're at it. So we have Gisa, Glorious Resurrector to get our opponent's stuff, Reanimate to get either party stuff, Rise at Dark Realms to get both, Virtue of Persistence. You know, also good part about this is the -3/-3 ability, because in case we do have, our opponent has all indestructible creatures, but I don't have hexproof, we do have a way to give them the hexproof still. Honestly, that's a card I may have wanted to run in here now that I think about it, is that card that prevents our opponent's stuff from getting hexproof. This way I could still give it ways to destroy that target creature. Whale of War to get our creatures back from the graveyard. And like I said, we have plenty of sources of removal here in this deck. We run cards like Black Sun's Twilight to give it -X/-X, like I said, to get around that indestructible. Black Sun Zenith, -1/-1 counters, you know, in case someone has proliferation, maybe they can help us out a little bit. Sacrificing them gets around indestructible and hexproof. Feed the Swarm, one target creature, which sometimes is just the only thing that we need to destroy. Fell the Profane. Oh, this is a double-sided card? Yep, this is a land on top of being a good card for removal there. Golden Demise, -2/-2 to our opponent's creatures, as long as we have the City's Blessing, which it does definitely vary whether or not we have the City's Blessing or not with this deck, so be careful when you cast that. Harvester of Mystery, once again at -2/-2. This deck really doesn't like token decks in terms of like being good against them. Infernal Grasp, destroy target creature, you do lose 2 life. One card that really helps out this deck a lot is Maha, its Feathers Knight. Creatures opponents control get toughness 1. You know, if we're going to be giving them -2/-2, might as well make them have toughness 1 to make them all get destroyed. Massacre Girl is basically a board wipe. Massacre Worm, once again, ping our opponents for 2 whenever a creature dies. Phyrexian Obliterator to redirect some damage into our opponent's sacrificing permanents, so you could swing over and deal damage to win. Scavenger Regent, once again, -X, and just a good creature, 4/4 flying with ward. Silence the Shadows, once again, -X, sudden spoiling. Creature target opponent lose all abilities and have 0/2. Once again, with the -2/2, that's basically a board wipe. Meathook Massacre, get our opponent's stuff to be destroyed and have them lose life, have us gain life. Because honestly, it might be a target with this extra gain life might be more helpful than you think. Also, we have quite a few spells like Toxic Deluge or another Infernal Grasp that'll help us. That'll make us lose some life, so it could come in handy there sometimes. Tip to Scales, -X, Toxic Deluge, board wipe. Will of the Abzan. What does this one do again? Any number of target opponents each sacrifice a permanent. So there we go. Oh yeah, and that player also loses 3 life. So say if that one creature is the last creature our opponent controls, we have them sacrifice it. They take the 3 damage. It transforms, and then we have a lot less to get over to swing into. We were at Tips of Scales, Will of Abzan, Withering Torment, just not a removal spell. And we have some token specialties like Slaughter Specialist, give our opponents tokens, but doesn't really matter because we'll be getting them destroyed anyway and giving this card +1/+1 counters with that. Rise of the Dreadmarn, or X's number of non-token creatures that died this turn, which would how many removal spells we have, but that would be plenty. Genesis Chamber, give our opponents tokens. Once again, we don't really care. It's just ways to give them creatures in order to make Blood Artist happen, or Sir Conrad, or plenty of other cards that we have in here. Drivnad, Carnage Omnis, doubles our Blood Artist, our Sir Conrad abilities. And we have plenty of draw power in order to draw into like our ping abilities, since we should probably run more. I just couldn't think of them at the time of building this deck. And there weren't really anything up on EDH rack quite yet. So we're building it mostly just based on what we know for cards in this. Village Rites, Time Blood, Reed Bones, Phyrexian Arena, Night's Whisper, Morbid Opportunist, all good draw power spells. Massacre Girl, Harvester of Souls, Deadly Dispute, Clackerbridge Troll, Bolus of Citadel. Bolus of Citadel, once again, we are going to be paying a little bit of mana for that, and Clackerbridge Troll does give our opponents those tokens, but once again, we don't really care because we give them -2/2 at a certain point anyway. Massacre Girl was the card that I did mostly focus this deck around when I was looking drew cards, because I figure, we're going to be giving them -2/2, they're going to be having toughness less than 1, we may as well draw cards off that. Torment of Hellfire, in order to basically give us a win con. It does take out each opponent, which sometimes we want just ways to take out one opponent more than we want to take out everyone. Because once you start taking out everyone's going to want to start targeting you. So you really just want this to be a game ender. Oh, 1 second, still sliding over. Alright, and then once again, we always go to the lands at the end. For some life gain, we have Kasari's Revenant, also a way to just get back from the graveyard in order to give our opponent a little something of damage. And like I said, we want plenty of ways to protect our commanders. So we have Commander's Plate, Kai's Ghost Form, Lightning Grease, and Swiftfoot Boots, both give it the hexproof essentially. Kai's Ghost Form, make sure it stays around. Commander's Plate for the Indestructible. Malakir's Rebirth, which is also a land. Mithril Code for the Indestructible, not that after all, for it to come back to the battlefield. There's a few more that I know have come out recently, especially in Aether Drift. There was one. I can't remember the name of it though. Arcane Signet, Black Market for some extra mana there. Bantu's Monument, another way to drain our opponent. Bubbling Murk, since we're just going to be running swamps, we want ways to double that mana. Cryptghast, in order to double that mana. Dark Ritual for some extra mana. Jet Medallion to cost reduce. Make it so that we could use Phyrexian mana while we're at it. Mind Stone for some extra mana. Nirkana Revenant, once again, same thing as Cryptghast. Where were we? Soul Ring, Solemn Simulacrum, Sword of the Animist, and Dawd Vessel, mostly just for their getting mana abilities. I also couldn't, I know I run it in my Toxrill deck, but I couldn't remember it at the time of building this deck. But we could also run that card that makes all swamps into lands. Sorry, swamps into 1/1 creatures, and then play Urborg Tomb in order to really be mean. because that basically makes them all into 1/1 creatures, and we just destroyed them with our commander. But yeah, that's the overall every card we have in this deck. I've been building these decks basically the same hour that the creatures are reviewed. Sorry, not reviewed, revealed. So make sure that you leave how you'd like to run the deck down there in the comment section. I'd definitely be happy to take anyone's input. But thanks so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe, and stay tuned for more Magic the Gathering Commander content. Thanks for tuning back into the channel. We've done Landfall, we've done Life Gain, we've done Equipment. Now we're back with another popular Commander staple, tokens, with a Final Fantasy Commander, Renoa Heartlily. So what she wants to do is, whenever she attacks, another target creature you control gets +1/+1 for each creature you control. So we want to have plenty of creatures on the battlefield. Of course, there are some pretty expensive cards in this deck, as always, because we are showing you the most optimized option of what you could do with this deck, not necessarily the cheapest or, other ways you can run this deck. But this is and also it's just a brief overview of what you can do. There's always other options. EDH Rec is a great option for that. And also her other thing that she does is that she gets a 1/1 white dog creature token named Angelo. I'm not familiar with what game she's from, so I'm not really certain as to who Angelo is, but I'm sure he's a good boy. But yeah, let's get into the rest of the cards that are in this deck. So we're going to go over artifacts, creatures, enchantments, instants, lands, planeswalkers, and sorceries. If you do have your own tips or tricks, make sure you leave it down there in the comment section. First card we run is Ashnod's Altar. You sacrifice a creature to add 2 mana. You don't sacrifice Angelo, because Angelo's a good boy, but you can sacrifice any of your other tokens in order to get that additional mana, in order to make sure that you have plenty of mana to cast your stuff. Also, there's certain cards in here that cost a lot to cast, so, you gotta run that casting cost by getting rid of some tokens. Eldrazi Monument. Creatures you control get +1/+1 and have flying and indestructible. Beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice the creatures, so you're gonna have plenty of tokens to sacrifice, but also, your tokens being indestructible and having flying allows you to help get over that a little bit. Sorry, getting over your opponent's stuff a little bit in order to make sure you can swing in. Because a lot of times the benefit of token decks is that you keep swinging in, and then your opponent doesn't have enough things to block them all, and then you get in with what you can get in with, but you lose a couple in the process. But with the Eldrazi Monument, you don't lose anything in the process. And a little bit of extra damage while we're at it, because they're normally just 1/1s. Idol of Oblivion, draw a card when you create a token, creating plenty of tokens, a lot of draw power there. Lightning Greaves. In order for Renoa to have her ability happen, you need to attack with her, so we want to make sure she can attack the turn she comes in. So we have cards like Lightning Greaves and Swiftfoot Boots in order to give her haste. Catcher's Monument, get some tokens, get some cheaper to cast spells in order to make sure that, we can keep casting our stuff and having those tokens while we're at it. Skull Clamp, getting rid of our 1/1 creature tokens in order to draw cards. A lot of times you're going to run out of things to do, so you're going to want to draw cards so you have more things to do. Soul Ring for that extra mana while we're at it as well. Then for creatures, we have Einok, Strike Leader. Whenever you attack this creature and or your commander, for each opponent, create a 1/1 red goblin creature token that's tapped and attacking that player. So that's an additional +3/+3 onto the target creature based on Renoa's ability, with getting those tokens on the battlefield. Avengers Zendikar, getting tokens equal to the number of lands you control that could get more powerful when you get even more lands. You're in green, so you have plenty of ways to get lands, and also you have plenty of lands on the battlefield already. And also, once again, this is one of those things where Ashnod's Altar does help out a whole bunch, because it is 7 mana to cast this. Kadira, Caller is small. It's whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, for each token you control, create a 1/1 white rabbit creature token, so you're basically doubling the amount of creatures you have on the battlefield, since, 1/1 tokens are basically 1/1 tokens. Champion Lambhold, whenever another creature enters the battlefield, you don't necessarily need to cast it, so when you use your spells that create plenty of tokens, that could potentially be +5/+5, and then your opponent can't block unless they have plenty of 6/6s to block them. Circle of Dream Druid, add green mana for every creature you control. Once again, you're creating plenty of tokens, which do count as creatures, so you're getting plenty of mana off that. Creative Behemoth. When each creature enters, creatures you control get +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of creatures you control. And they also gain Trample, so if you have 20 tokens on the board, you may as well give them +20/+20, and get that ability off to destroy your opponent in one hit, or all your opponents while you're at it. Enduring Vitality, plenty of mana. You don't always need to swing in every turn. So you can use those same creatures for mana for a turn in order to get off your big spells. Galton Mavern, if we're going to be swinging in with a whole bunch of tokens, may as well get a whole bunch more tokens while we're at it. And this does base off of the amount of attacking creatures you control, so you do have to swing in with them all, is the only thing there. Or if you use Renoa, I don't even know how to pronounce her name, ability, you do get to give this creature +X. Oh wait, no wait. Increase power among other attacking creatures. Sorry, I almost read that wrong. So if you give another creature like that +10/+10 for all the tokens you have, you get a extra 13 token while we're at it. Jaheira, Friend of the Forest, same thing as Enduring Vitality, may as well tap them for mana when we need it. Whenever a land enters, get a token, other creatures get +1/+1, give them that little bit of stat boost, give them even more tokens. Mentor to me, a little bit of draw power when our tokens enter. Let's scroll down. Where were we? Yep, Mondrak, Lori Dominus. I heard you like tokens, so you may as well have double the tokens. Moonshaker Cavalry, +X, same thing as Creator of Behemoth, essentially, just instead of trample, it gives them flying. So if they're running dragons, they're able to block them a little easier. If they're running, things that stay on the ground, they have a harder time blocking them. Queen Alanal of Rudak, powers equal to the number of creatures you control, and whenever you create tokens, create an additional token. So you get a super powerful creature at a certain point, especially if you give her she's basically XX, where X is the number of creatures you control, and then you give her +X on top of that, so she's just basically like, 20/20 if you control 10 tokens. Reese the Redeemed, great creature doubler, token doubler, great for creating one token every so often. Scoot Swarm, everyone's going to hate it, everyone's going to try to remove it right away, but if you have 6 more lands, get an additional Scoot Swarm every time you have a land enter the battlefield, which can be plenty of Scoot Swarms at a certain point. Tendency Dryad, create a 1/1 sapling every player's upkeep, not just your own. You get during every player's, and also if you're doubling that, you pass your turn, and all of a sudden you come back to your turn, and you have 8 1/1 creature tokens, which with this and 1 land on the battlefield, you get the City's Blessing, so they all become 8 Dredries. Trostani's Selesnia's Voice, whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain a life, where equal to that creature's toughness. So, you're having plenty of creatures enter, may as well gain some life off it. And then Voice of Victory, make it so your opponent can't counter all our spells. When we pay 20 mana, sacrifice all our creatures with Ashen's Altar, so you got even more mana to cast their stuff, and then your opponent's just like, well, I have 2 blue up, that'll be a counter spell. We make it so that they can't do that. And also 2 tokens while we're at it. Where were we? We're up to the enchantment. Annoying Procession, double the tokens. Once again, same as Mondrak. We like tokens, we may as well have double the tokens. Aura Shards, whenever a creature enters the battlefield, not cast, so you get to have, basically, if your opponent's playing artifacts, if your opponent's playing an equipment deck, you really get to destroy everything they're trying to do. Beastmaster Ascension, plus, also that one, just something to note about it, is, it is a May ability. Yep, you may destroy target artifact or enchantment. Beastmaster Ascension, this, it's whenever you attack with a creature, so it's based upon each creature that we attack with. So if we're swinging with 5 1/1s, we basically get this ability 7 1/1s, we get this ability right away, making all those 7 1/1s into 7 6/6s. Kadar's Crusade, this is something that, if you like math, it's really fun. If you don't like keeping track of stuff, take it out of the deck. It puts +1/+1 counters onto your creatures anytime a creature enters the battlefield. So if you have 5 1/1s entering with an ability, you have 1 6/6, 1 5/5, 1 4/4, because they each get it for each one that enters, as each one will see a different one entering. Cripple it right. Creatures you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color. Same thing as the Enduring Vitality. Super helpful there. Doubling Season. Same thing as Annoying Procession. Double our number of creatures that we're creating. Veldar Retreat creates 2/2 cat token anytime we get a land onto the battlefield. We're running green, so we have plenty of ways to get lands onto the battlefield, and as you saw, we don't run really any like artifact mana fixing, so we have plenty of ways to get it with the landfall. So we're gonna be playing 2/2 cat tokens. Mirai's Wake, well, since we're gonna be doubling stuff, we may as well double the amount of mana that we have. Parallel Lives, not needing to double the amount of tokens, and Smothering Tide. I tend not to run Smothering Tide in every deck, but since we're running tokens and so many token doublers, we may as well, because that'll be 2 tokens. And also the thing to note about this is it doubles the amount of tokens, so it's not +1/+1, it goes from 1 treasure token to 2 treasure tokens to 4 treasure tokens to 8 treasure tokens to 16 if you have all of your token doublers on the board. We have Aura Mutation, destroy target enchantment, create X/1/1 green snapperling tokens. Sometimes our opponent will have like an Omniscience on the battlefield. We get rid of that and get our own 9 creature tokens, and then we can get that into 18. We get that into 36, and then 72, 148. 144. Beast Within for removal, Generous Gift for removal, Grand Crescendo for a bunch of creature tokens. This is one of those things where I was talking about, where we pay X, we sacrifice a whole bunch of creature tokens. We don't want that getting countered. Heroic Intervention for some protection, Path to Exile for removal, Rite of Harmony. Once again, draw power. Rootborn Defense, Populate and Protection, Second Harvest, double our tokens essentially, but you create the number of tokens. So say if you have those 144, you go up to 288, which becomes 516, which becomes 1032, which becomes 2072, which becomes 4144, which is a lot. And then especially if you have Katar's Crusade on the board, you don't want to keep track of that sometimes. Secure the ways, create X/1/1 warrior creature tokens. Once again, creating a lot of tokens. We want to do it. We like it. Southern Growth, a little bit of removal, a little bit of creature token creation. Swords to Plowshares for a little bit of removal. Unbreakable Formation, make ourselves indestructible, that bit of protection. Creating a bunch of 2/2 cats. Like I said, we like to create tokens. And then create even more tokens with Will of Demardu. Alright, let's scroll over. Sorry, I almost scrolled too far. Alright, we have lands, which of course we always go into last. Sorry, I almost forgot we have another token doubler in the stack with Elspeth's Stormslayer. She's mainly just here for token doubling, but she also creates tokens herself, puts +1/+1 counters on the creatures, and gets even more removal. And then Elspeth, Sun's Champion, creates some tokens, board wipe for all of our opponent's stuff, because it's power 4 or greater, which we tend not to have. Be careful if you have like the +1/+1 counters like Katar's Crusade or I forgot what the other one I had that gives them all +5/+5. Awaken the Woods, plenty of 1/1 creature tokens. Farseek for some lands. Finale of Glory for plenty of creature tokens. Harvest Season, which gives us a lot of lands. Say if we have 20 tokens on board, we get 20 lands. Well, they also have to have attacked and have to be tapped. Destroy all non-token creatures. We have a few non-token creatures, but they're mostly there to get creature tokens. So, we party. Kodama's Reach for some lands. Martial Coup for some tokens. Lands. Draw power. Lands. And then, as always, I always like to say, you can always just run basics. You don't necessarily need to spend $138 on lands. I know I wouldn't. I know that I'd run all basics, but this is just like if you want to run the ideal land package, I'll just scroll through it while I just, do my little outro. So thanks so much for watching. If you have your own recommendations as to how you'd run the deck, make sure you leave it down there in the comment section. Oh, sorry, and there's another token tripler in this deck as well. Ojer, almost forgot about that. But yeah, like I said, thanks so much for watching. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe so you can stay tuned for more deck profiles, more tips and tricks as to how we could run Final Fantasy commanders, how we could run other commanders, and just, potential gameplay footage at a certain point. But thanks so much for watching. Hope you have a good rest of the day. Thanks for tuning back into the channel. We're back with another Final Fantasy Commander. Today with Absolute Virtue For 6, a white and a blue, we can get an 8/8 creature that can't be countered with flying and protection from each of your opponents, meaning that can't be dealt damage, enchanted, or targeted by anything controlled by our opponents. The main focus of this deck is to deal 21 damage to each of our opponents with Absolute Virtue by giving it plenty of stat buffs, making it so it could attack the first turn it comes in, and just general ways to protect it and ourselves so that we can make sure we get that draw. It is also 8 mana to get it out, so we have plenty of ways to ramp ourselves, plenty of ways to make sure it could attack the first turn it comes out, because if we have to wait till turn 8, we're probably already going to have lost the game. And then we also have plenty of enchantments in here that will give it that stat boost, and other things that'll just protect us for a little bit longer. And then since we're in Azorius, we may as well run some counterspells and plenty of removal in this deck as well. But as always, make sure you leave how you like to run the deck down there in the comment section. But let's get into it card by card here now. So like I said, we have plenty of ways to get more mana with cards like Arcane Signet, Archaeomancer's Map, Azorius Cluestone, Azorius Locket, Azorius Signet, and then we have other cards that'll give it things like Haste. This does also give First Strike and Trample, but with that protection from each of our opponents, we don't necessarily need to care about that for Absolute Virtue, but for some of our other creatures it does help them out quite a bit. It's mostly a haste that we're looking for, plenty of ways to make sure it can attack the turn it comes down. Because normally it is also a 8/8, which means that it'll take 3 hits in order to destroy one of your opponents, but, you know, let's make it so it can attack right away, and have that stat boost with the other equipment that we have, so we can make sure we could get that through in 2 turns. Then we have Commander Sphere, Felwar Stone, Gilded Lotus for more mana. Gilded Lotus I do like a lot in this deck because it is 5 mana, giving you that 3 more mana, giving you just enough mana to be able to cast Absolute Virtue. Of course, if you do have, you know, blue or white mana, depending on what you already need. Haunted Cloak will also be another card that gives haste, to give it vigilance as well, which will make it a good protector for when our opponents decide to swing in on us as well. Then, to give it more stat boost, we have Helm of the Gods, give it +1/+1 for each enchantment we control. We have 19 enchantments total, so in theory, it could get up to being a 21/21, being able to swing in on our opponent to one-shot them. It normally won't because we only have 19 total, and it'll be hard to get to that 21. But it is a possibility. Always fun to look at possibilities. Then we have other ways to give it haste with Lava Spirit Boots, Lightning Greaves. Other ways to get mana with Mind Stone, Pearl Medallion, Soul Ring, Swiftfoot Boots for that haste again, Talisman of Progress, Dran Dynamo, and Wayfarer's Sobble, once again for more mana. Dran Dynamo is also fun like Gilded Lotus, since, you know, 8 mana is what we need. 4 mana isn't exactly the worst of what we want to spend to cast things. Then for other creatures we want some other creatures that'll be able to swing in, and some that will just protect us and reduce costs, since they're going to be on the board, and we don't want to get destroyed before we can get our big creature out. We have Bruna, Light of Alabaster, Flying, Vigilance, attach all equipments to it at the beginning of combat. Oh, sorry, it's when it attacks or blocks. So it's during either your turn or one of your opponent's turn. If your opponent somehow gets rid of Absolute Virtue, normally it'll be through a board wipe, so it'll probably get rid of Bruna too. But she's just there to be able to swing in for extra damage in case it does get getting rid of, however you pronounce that. Then Compilation Paragon to reduce the cost of our equipment, aka our haste enablers, and our auras as well, aka our stuff that'll give it the bonus stats. Entity Tracker to get the draw power off these enchantments that we're going to be casting. Grand Arbiter, Augustine the Fort, make a way to cast Absolute Virtue for cheaper while stalling our opponents for at least a little bit. I mean, your opponents won't like this card, so they'll probably get rid of it, but it'll be a little bit of a way to slow down our opponent, since, like I said, we need 8 mana to get out our creature, so we may as well slow them down just a little bit. So that's Pilgrim, a little bit of search power in order to get out the aura that we want from our deck into our hand. Light Pause, Emperor's Voice, running quite a variety of costs for like casting these different enchantments, so we could go from 5 to 3 to 2 to whatever we need to go to. And getting those onto Light Pause in order to, have another good creature there on the board. Mace Enchantment, same thing as Entity Tracker, a little bit of draw power. Pearl Ear, Imperial Advisor, makes it cheaper to cast our other auras, our other enchantments, when we have other auras on the board. And a little bit of draw power while we're at it. Sovereign of Lost Alara has Exalted whenever a creature attacks alone, aka Absolute Virtue will be doing that most of the time. You may search your library for an aura that enchanted to that creature, you know, get one of the ones that we want. Like, maybe we could get an Eldrazi Conscription to give it +10/+10, making it into an 18/18 that has protection from all of our opponents. Just some fun stuff like that. Stram, Senior Edificer, a little bit of draw power on that. Umbra Mystic, to give it Totem Armor with each of our enchantments, which the main way they'll get rid of it, like I said, is with a board wipe. So we need to have ways to protect it from that. So that's why we run that in there, in order to, have that extra protection. Then we have all our glitters to get +1/+1 for each artifact or enchantment we control. 20 artifacts, 19 enchantments, 39 in total, making it be able to get to a 47/47, but a lot easier to get it up to the 21 power that we need. Or just, 10 or 11, depending on what we are at, in order to deal that commander damage to our opponent. Auramancer's Guise, +2/+2 for each aura attached to it, and has vigilance. Once again, that vigilance in order to have it as a guard up, and also the +2/+2 for each aura. It could be quite good, especially because that already get to 10/10, which will make it almost a 2-shot. We just need one more aura on it. Battle Mastery, enchanted creatures double strike, getting it to 16 damage, getting it up to, like you said, another 2-shot in order to deal with our opponent through that commander damage. Celestial Mantle, +3/+3, putting it to 11, making it once again a 2-shot to get rid of our opponent. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, double its controller's life total instead. Like I said, it's a big creature. We're going to be at a certain point where we're going to have lost a lot of life because people may get rid of you before you do anything. So double your life, get some back. Combat Research. Enchanted creature has whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, so a little bit of draw power. And as long as enchanted creature is legendary, gets +1/+1 and ward 1. This is more so to attach to our other creatures, not necessarily absolute virtue. It is also that 1 cost, and it does make it into a 9/9. So it's just like a cheap one in order to get more off all the glitters or Auramancer's Guise more than anything else with this deck. Corrupted Conscience. Yep. Enchanted creature has, in fact, so, if we have a way to give it the +2/+2, let's say something like Auramancer's Guise, that puts it at 10, which makes it 10 unblockable infect. So, maybe we don't need to do 21 damage. Maybe we just need to do 10. Eldrazi Conscription, give it +10/+10, Annihilator 2. This is just a fun one. We have other ways to cheat out of our hand in this deck. Plenty of ways to get to that 8 mana already. So, may as well make it into a 2-shot. And give that Annihilator while we're at it. Dear Alarmer, +1/+1 for each enchantment you control, and it has first strike as well. This way, even if they had a way to get rid of its ability, we still have a way for it to be able to deal that little bit of damage. And also, it'll put it at a 9/9. It'll still be a 3-shot from there, but we just need 2 more enchantments in order to get it a little bit higher. Gift of Immortality, enchanted creature dies, returns to the battlefield under its owner's control. Return this card to your hand. Yep. Wait. Return Gift of Immortality at the beginning, attached to the creature at the beginning of the next end step. Alright, so yeah, basically get the creature back, get a way to have it come back again and again. And like I said, board wipes are our main way to deal with it. We still don't have anything to deal with Farewell in this deck, but other ways to deal with it. Totem Armor off of Hyena Umbra, once again another cheap enchantment, giving it that +1/+1. Mantle of Ancients, this way, when our creature dies, once enchanted, all the enchantments tend to go to the graveyard. So let's have a way to get those back. Righteous Authority, +1/+1 for each card in its owner's hand, in its controller's hand. So, they'll normally be at least 2 or 3. At the beginning of end step of enchanted creature's controller, may draw an additional card. So, get us up to at least 2 cards, getting us up to 12 the next turn. That'll put us at the... Sorry, not 12 cards. Getting us up to 10 power the first turn, 12 power the second turn. We're swinging in, giving us that 2-shot. Sage's Reverie, a little bit of draw power, and +1/+1 for each aura you control. Okay, plenty of ways to get it up to that 11/11. Sage's Reverie, Shielded by Fate, Indestructible. Like I said, board wipes. Way to deal with them. When a creature enters the battlefield, you may attach it to it. So, even if we have this attached to, say, like Pearly Ears or Mesa Enchantress for the draw power earlier in the game, we then reattach it to Absolute Virtue later in the game. That was Shielded by Fade. We're up to Spirit Mantle. Enchanting creature +1/+1 and protection from creatures. Another one that's more so for lower cost creatures in order to have them have ways to deal with things, because it already has protection from everything. We don't need to worry about protection from creatures. Staggering Insight, enchant creatures +1/+1 lifelink. Like I said, a little bit of ways to gain life goes a long way. And that little bit of draw power while we're at it, because we're going to be at low life total by the time we get this creature on the board. I bet. Steel of the Godhead. Enchant creature has +1/+1 lifelink, +1/+1 and unblockable. It's already unblockable basically. So, give it that +2/+2, making it a 10/10, making only one away from that commander damage. Tempest Technique, +1/+1 for each enchantment you control, aka for as many spells as you cast this turn. With that Storm ability, we'll have probably at least 2 or 3. So, that'll be plenty of power onto our Absolute Virtue there. And Timely Ward, another way to give it indestructible, get around his board wipes. Let's scroll on over to get to the final page. And then we have Counterspell for a little bit of protection. This way we can get rid of those board wipes. Dovin's Veto in order to, once again, another Counterspell. Frantic Search for a little bit of draw power. And untapping those Druid lands never hurts. Negate, another Counterspell. Pet Exile for the removal. Source Plowshare for the removal. And then Thirst for Meaning. Draw 3 cards. Draw power. And also, once again, Absolute Virtue has protection from each of our opponents, so we could always Path to Exile or Swords of Plowshare if we ever got into a tight spot. We'll go over lands last like we always do. And then for our other cards, we have Austere Command. We could destroy all creatures with mana value 3 or less. This way it's not a board wipe that targets what we have. Destroy all artifacts, destroy all enchantments, depends what we need at the time. Divine Reckoning, each player chooses a creature we control, aka Absolute Virtue, and destroy the rest. Good board wipe, getting rid of our opponent's stuff, keeping Absolute Virtue around. Search your library for an enchantment, reveal it, put it into your hand. We have plenty of enchantments that we specifically want, so we may as well just put them right into our hand. Same new Open the Armory, except for equipment. Oh, and auras, that's right. Single combat, each player chooses a creature or planeswalker they control, sacrifices the rest, once again, gets rid of everything except for Absolute Virtue. Druid Dreams, search your library for up to 3 auras with different names, reveal them, put them into your hand. So, we'll get the Druid that we want. We'll get what would we want? I'm guessing probably Tempest Technique, probably get all that glitters, and I guess we could go for a Corrupted Conscience. It really depends on the situation. And Winds of Wrath, destroy everything except for your Absolute Virtue once again. So, as always, I always like to say, you don't need to spend $150 on lands if you don't want to. You could always necessarily spend, all basics lands if you really want to, and the deck will still work. But I'll just scroll through the lands in that case. But I'd just like to say thank you so much for watching. Make sure that you like, comment, subscribe so you can stay tuned for future videos, whether they be Magic the Gathering related or Final Fantasy related, depending on what we're doing at the time. I mean, it's going to be one or the other. It's going to be both at the same time, not necessarily one or the other. But yeah, if you do like how any of these lands look different from some others that you may have seen, feel free to pause the video and stop it there for that. But thanks for watching. Stay tuned for the next one. Welcome back to the channel. Today we're back with another Final Fantasy Commander deck profile. Today with Vivi Ornithur. It allows you to get some additional mana for Vivi's power. He does start out at 0, but by casting plenty of non-creature spells, we get him plenty of power in order to deal that damage by getting that power as well. So we have plenty of spells in here that deal non-combat damage, plenty of spells that are essentially either cheap enough to cast where we don't care about their casting cost, or essentially free to cast by the time you're done casting them, or just free to cast in general, like Mishra's Bauble or Mox Amber. So it's essentially a Storm deck. We do have a few cards with the Storm ability on them, which what Storm does is for every other spell you've cast this turn, you could get that additional copy of that spell. So if we could get this up to, say, 4 power by casting 4 spells the turn it comes out, we can then use that 4 mana in order to cast another copy and get those additional spells off that as well. But that's the general overview of the deck. Let's get into the cards that are in here. We have Arcane Signet. We're going to need plenty of mana in order to do plenty of things with this deck, but also it's essentially a spell by the time you're done casting it. Bergi, God of Storytelling. Whenever you cast a spell, add red mana. So once again, another source to add mana. And creatures you control boast twice during each of your turns rather than once as well. So that's fun there as well. And also, with that additional mana, it allows us to storm off a little bit more. It does also have the other side where it's a legendary artifact for 5. You tend not to use this side, but you can discard a card, exile top 2 cards of your library. You may play those cards this turn. This way, if you run out of cards in your hand, you always have something to do. Felwar Stone for that mana. Helm of Awakening to make our stuff cost less to cast. This way we could, if something is like 1 cost, essentially, we'll make it free. His Felwar Stone and Arcane Signet, like I said, they tap for mana and they only cost 2 to cast, so essentially net 1. Is it Signet for that mana as well? Low Spell, it's a free spell, so easy thing to cast, and also gives you mana, so it's a net positive on mana there. Mind Stone, another source of mana. Mishra's Bauble, a free spell to cast, allowing you to get a little bit of draw power off that as well. But it's more so the free spell that we want to cast in order to get Vivi's power up higher and do that little bit of burn damage. Mox Amber, same thing. Sapphire Medallion, additional cost reduction. 10 sites of Binding Tap. This way we can decide what we want to cast, when we want to cast it, by rearranging the top cards of our deck with it. Soul Ring, positive mana with that one. Always good to see. Talisman of Creativity. Once again, same thing as Mind Stone, Arcane Signet. Wayfarer's Bauble. It's a 1 cost, so it'll be able to get you a start for Vivi there. And eventually it'll get us some extra lands. Since we're in red and blue, we don't essentially have that many ways to, get lands. And then for the creatures we run, we do want mostly non-creatures, so we only run 17 creatures in here total. We have Archmage Emeritus. It allows you to draw cards. Always good to see. You get to go off with the spells that you have in your hand, and then you get the additional spells. It's not once per turn, so you get to keep on doing it. Archmage of Runes, cheaper to cast your stuff, and additional draw power. Same thing with Archmage. Love to see additional cards in our hand. Coruscation Mage, so we need a way that we're going to be able to win in this deck. The way that we have to win in this deck is by dealing net burn damage for each spell we cast. In order to burn out our opponent, Vivi does the same thing, so we have a few things that do that in order to make sure that, we have some way to win and not just a way to cast a bunch of spells. Firebrand Archer, same thing as Coruscation Mage. Coruscation Mage, thankfully, the Offspring ability could get 2 damage per turn, which is nice. Gearston Storm, Kelemorph, it benefits off of all these cards that deal to 1 damage per turn, and Vivi's ability as well, in order to deal an extra 2 damage to that permanent or player. So yeah, we're essentially dealing 3 damage when we're meant to be dealing just 1, which is nice to see. Goblin Electromancer, cost reduction, Goddard's name, 2 damage to each opponent, so we don't get the benefit off Gearston, but we do get that 2 damage to each opponent. Where are we? Harmonic Prodigy. We get a powerless ability, so something that could swing in, something that could protect us if we're at a certain point of the game where people are swinging on us, and, we have plenty of spells in our hand to cast because we keep getting that draw power. And if an ability of a shaman or another wizard happens, it happens an additional time. So, Vivi's a wizard, Coruscation Mage is a wizard, Archmage of Runes is a wizard, so additional draw power, additional damage, additional whole bunch of stuff. Always good to see on that. Hullbreaker Horror, we're going to be casting plenty of spells. And, sometimes you do get to swing in with Vivi because it doesn't tap for its ability, and it'll have plenty of +1/+1 counters on it. So if we need that final push, we could bounce all of our opponent's stuff back to their hand and then, swing in for game. Casted Flamebreaker, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, deals an additional damage to each opponent. What was the second? Whenever wizard or shaman. So yeah, this one is a shaman. So we get that additional damage. We also get that Gearston tapping off that. So that's nice. Niv Mizzet Visionary, the additional draw power when we deal the burn damage. So cast a spell, deal the damage with VV, get a draw, get an additional spell to cast. Keep on going. We don't run more than 1 Niv Mizzet in here because we're not trying to go infinite. Ragavan, in order to steal our opponent's cards, have additional spells to cast. Stormcatch Mentor, prowess, also making our stuff cost less to cast. So there's something good to see there. Tandem Lookout, whenever Tandem Lookout is paired with another creature, each of those creatures has, whenever this creature deals damage to an opponent, draw a card. So, have it linked with like Coruscation Mage, and then you keep on drawing every time you cast a spell, and then or if miss it, you know. The Emperor of Palamecia, a little bit of a mana dork there for 2 mana, and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana is spent to cast it, put a +1/+1 counter on its creature, and if it has 3 more +1/+1 counters on it, transform it. It transforms into the Lord Master of Hell. When this creature attacks, it deals X damage to each opponent, where X is the number of non-creature, non-land cards in your graveyard. So we don't really have too many ways to transform it in this deck because we run mostly cheap spells. But it is good for that mana, and if we do eventually get off to that transformation, we're going to have plenty of spells in our graveyard to do plenty of damage with. Veyron, Voice of Duality. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, +1/+1 until end of turn. Essentially prowess. If you casting or copying an instant or a sorcery spell causes an ability to happen, it happens an additional time. So Vivi gets those additional counters. We deal additional damage. We draw those additional cards. All fun stuff. All stuff that's fun for us at least. And then for the we gotta get to enchantments first, I was gonna say, to get to instants and sorceries, but we almost missed a column. For our enchantments, we have Curiosity. Whenever an enchanted creature deals damage, draw a card. So, just a little bit of draw power. Vivi's gonna be big enough where it could deal a little bit of damage. Ophidian Eye, flash enchanted creature, deals damage to an opponent, draw a card. So, attach it onto Vivi, get that additional draw power every time you cast a spell, and then, have additional spells cast. Oh, sorry, wait. Yes, my apologies. This isn't combat damage. This is damage. So, same thing as Curiosity Eye. Ophidian Eye. Mystic Study, draw power. I always like to see it. I don't run in every deck, but, one where you need plenty of spells in your hand, it feels appropriate. Dazzling Storm. All of our spells have Storm. So, this way, we keep on casting. We'll get to a certain point where, we have 20 counterspells on one card. Underworld Breach, all of our instants and sorceries in our graveyard have Escape, so we can keep casting them again when we've already casted them. Always fun stuff to see. And Herbrest, whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, deal that damage. We like dealing that damage, and you get the additional red mana in order to keep on going. We do run mostly blue spells is the only thing with this, so sometimes that red mana doesn't always come in handy, but you like to see mana. And if we need a blue mana, we'll tap Vivi for it. Let's go on and scroll on over to the second half of the deck. So for our instants, we'll go instants, planeswalkers, instant sorcerers, planeswalkers, lands, because we always like to do lands last. So for our instance, we have an offer you can't refuse. Our opponents are going to be trying to find ways to get rid of Vivi just because he is a big threat. So let's make sure they can't do that by casting counter spells. This will also help us get Vivi's ability off, making it not tap for more mana, being able to use its ability to get more mana. Same with Arcane Denial. Brainstorm is essentially a free spell to cast because you get a little bit of draw power off it, and you get to choose which of the 3 cards on the top of your deck you want. It's 1 mana. We could afford that 1 mana. The reason I say it's free as well is because we cast it while we have Vivi on the board. Vivi gets that +1/+1 counter, allowing us to tap for that blue mana. I know I keep saying tap, but I don't mean tap, so if I say it from now on, I'm not going to correct myself. Consider, same thing, Surveil though, draw a card. If we need a card in the graveyard for some other ability, like Underworld Breach, we can get in the graveyard if we need it. Counterspell, same thing as Arcane Denial, but this one's actually just called Counterspell. Standing of Fierce, Guardianship, and Force of Will. Blue Storm and Blue Storm as well. Let's scroll on down. Frantic Search, draw 2, discard 2, untap Druid lands. So it's essentially a free spell because you untap the Druid lands that you spend to cast it. Gutshot, deals 1 damage to target creature or opponent. This one you only have to pay 2 life, you don't necessarily have to pay any mana for. So you essentially get that free mana onto Vivi when you could have used it to cast the spell as well. Mana Drain, free mana, counterspell, good to see. Mystical Tutor, get that spell that we need from our deck on top of the deck when we want to win the game. Opt, draw a card, free, 1 blue mana. Pongify, removal, good because we don't have that many creatures. So if our opponent has like something big that we can't deal with, we need something to deal with it. If we didn't have the, multiple counter spells in our hand by that point. Pyretic Ritual, in order to get that additional mana, we spend 2 to cast it. We essentially get 4 off it because of Vivi's ability. Seething Song, we spend 3 to cast it, essentially get 6 off of it with Vivi's ability. Snap, free spell to cast because it untaps the lands, but also you go positive on mana because of Vivi's ability. Swan Song, another counter spell. There's a lot of counter spells in this deck now that I'm reviewing it more. Blasphemous Act for a board wipe. Like I said, we don't have that many creatures, so if our opponent has a token deck, we need some way to get rid of those tokens. Gitaxian Probe, look at target player's hand, draw a card. Free because it's the same as Gut Shot, where we get to use the 2 life rather than the 1 mana. We essentially go positive on mana with that. Grape Shot, this one has the Storm ability on it. Like all of our spells can, like with 1,000-Year Storm. So it gets Storm and Storm if we have that on the field. So say if we cast 5 spells, rather than just dealing the 1 damage, it deals that 5 damage instead. Jessica's Will, and red mana for each card in target opponent's hand. So our opponent has 7 cards in hand. We essentially get 8 mana with Vivi's ability. And you also get to exile some cards from the top of your deck in order to have cards that you can keep on playing. We have Mizzix's Mastery. Exile all the cards from your graveyard with the Overload cost in order to be able to cast them for free. This way you could go on and storm off with that. Ponder. Top 3 cards of your deck, put them back in any order, draw a card. Essentially same as Brainstorm, just as a sorcery, not an instant. And we go neutral on mana with Vivi's ability. Preordain, once again, neutral mana. Except Scry 2 instead of Surveil, like Consider. Once again, sorcery speed. Rite of Flame, add 2 red mana, then add red mana for each card named Rite of Flames in each graveyard. It's just going to be the 2 mana. But it's going to be 3 mana with Vivi's ability. But still, it's positive on mana. It gets us there for the storm count. Strike it rich, create a treasure token. So, aka neutral on mana. But you go positive on mana if you have Vivi on the board. Will of Jeskai. Each player discards their hand and draws 5 cards. Sometimes we don't like what's in our hand, so we need new ones. And instant sorcery cards in your graveyard gain flashback until end of turn. That's the main ability that we're looking for. So we could, use our free spells again. May as well. And Windfall, a little bit of draw power when we don't like our hand. Say if our opponent has 7 cards, we only have the 1. Get rid of that 1, get 7. It's a good time to see. Then we have Ral, Crackling Wit. Whenever you cast a spell, put a +1/+1 counter. Sorry, not +1/+1 counter. Loyalty counter. No, yeah, it's loyalty counter. So we get that pretty easily. He starts at 4. We just need to cast 6 spells, and we'll get the ultimate ability. Create a 1/1 Otter Token with Prowess for its +1, -1, draw 3 cards, discard 2 cards. Good for that draw power too. But its ultimate is draw 3 cards. You get an emblem with whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, they have Storm. So, same thing as I was explaining with 1,000-Year Storm. But yeah, that's the deck there. Make sure you leave what you think of the deck down there in the comment section. I'm just going to scroll through the lands because I always like to say, if you don't have to spend $222 on lands, especially not for like a $21 land. But I just like to, give like the optimal example of what you can run in the deck here. But yeah, like I said, if you have your own little tips or tricks on how you'd run this deck, how you'd improve, make sure you leave it down there in the comment section. But yeah, thanks so much for watching. I hope you stay tuned for the next one. I believe the next one we're going to be doing is the Sephiroth video. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning back into the channel. Today we're going into another Final Fantasy Commander deck profile. This time we're going into Sephiroth, Fabled Soldier. When Sephiroth enters or attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, draw a card. So, get a sacrifice ability, draw power, always love to see it. And whenever another creature you control gets destroyed, target opponent loses a life and you gain a life. So, sacrifice that creature, opponent loses life, you gain a life. And if it's the 4th time this happens, transform Sephiroth. And transform Sephiroth has, this creature transforms, get an emblem that does this thing that his second ability does. So, the main focus of this deck is having our creature sacrifice, our opponent's creature sacrifice, in order to do plenty of burn damage to our opponent in order to make sure we can transform Sephiroth right away. The thing with emblems as well to note is that emblems do not disappear in between when a creature gets removed, or they can't be removed by permanent removal, as emblems are their own thing, as there's not a current source of removal for them as far as I'm aware. So yeah, we run plenty of things that'll get us mana, plenty of things that'll sacrifice our creatures and have the creatures come back so that we could keep having creatures to cast. Plenty of things that'll make us have like other ways to have creatures draw power and ways to make our opponents sacrifice their creatures. Just general removal as well, general draw power, and then, some additional cards that we'll get into once we get into the second half of the deck. But that's the general overview of the deck. Let's get into the cards that are in here. So we have Arcane Signet for that mana, Astronaut's Altar. It's a good way to sacrifice our creatures while getting mana on top of that. Bolus the Citadel allows us to keep casting cards off the top of our deck. It does say cast, so you can't necessarily... you may play lands and cast spells from the top of your library. So the thing with this is you are able to cast all the spells off the top of your deck. Play one land. Unfortunately, if you do hit a second land, you are stopped in your tracks. But you keep playing life until you get all the cards on your field that you want to get on your field at a certain point. Bantu's Monument. Whenever you cast a creature spell, each opponent loses a life, you gain a life. So another way to burn out our opponents. Creatures also cost one less to cast. So that's always good to see because we have 26 creatures in this deck, which is not a small number. Crowded Crypt. Add a mana whenever a creature you control dies. Put a corpse counter on this artifact. Pay 6. Sacrifice this artifact. Create a 2/2 zombie creature token with Decayed for each corpse counter on this artifact. So that's always good to see because we're going to get to a certain point where we'll have plenty of creatures that have gotten destroyed. New way to use that and new creatures to sacrifice in order to deal that additional burn damage. Valor Stone for mana, Jet Medallion for cost reduction, Mind Stone for mana, Phyrexian Altar. Good way to sacrifice a creature, good way to get mana, same as Ashnod's Altar essentially. Just, you get to choose what type of mana you want. Soul Ring for additional mana. Terror Grid, God of Fright. Whenever an opponent sacrifices a non-token permanent, which we're going to be making them do a lot, discards a card we don't really make them do. Put that card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under our control. So, make our opponent wait till they get their, 2020 out, maybe. No one's going to get a 2020 out. Wait until they get their big creature out, though, and make them sacrifice it so you can get control of it. And then Terror Grid's Lantern. Target player loses 3 life unless they sacrifice a non-land permanent or discard a card. So, use that artifact sometimes. Rarely. We're mostly looking to use the other side. Darkness Crystal is there we go. Darkness Crystal is a new card in this. Black spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. If a non-token creature an opponent controls would die, exile instead, and I gain 2 life. So, a little bit of life gain, especially because when you burn out your opponent one by one, they tend not to like to see their life total going down, as opposed to seeing one big swing. So, we're going to need a little bit of way to gain life. And also, it helps us dance on the graveyards of the other opponent's decks. Dot Vessel for that additional mana there. Wayfarer's Bauble to get a swamp out of your deck. And then for creatures that we run, didn't scroll far enough. We have a Cursed Marauder. Enters the battlefield, each player sacrifices a non-token creature. So if we have Sephiroth on the field, since it says if this is 4 times this has happened and we have 3 opponents, we'll sacrifice a creature. Our other 3 opponents will sacrifice a creature. That adds up to 4. That transforms Sephiroth. That's a super easy way to get it. Blood Artist, to deal an additional way that Sephiroth's ability works, where we deal additional damage. Bloodghast, in order to get this creature back every time we play a land, in order to have something to keep on sacrificing. It's just a good card to have. Can't block, but we don't really care about that. Braid's Arisen Nightmare. Once again, we're going to need ways to get our opponents to sacrifice creatures, ways for us to sacrifice creatures. So we're going to get them to we're going to sacrifice our creatures, make our opponent sacrifice a creature, and then maybe we get control of it with Terror Grid. Maybe we just deal them a little bit of damage, and either way, we draw the card. Braid's Cabal Minion. It was recently unbanned, and it focuses on sacrificing and makes our opponent sacrifice something every turn. I mean, they could get around the burn damage by sacrificing a land or an artifact if they want, but most times people are just going to sacrifice like the 1 token that their deck made somehow. But once again, if we get it out early enough, it could be a nightmare for them. Cryptcast, make our swamps tap for additional mana. We're going to need that additional mana. Creature you control... Sorry, if a creature being destroyed causes an ability to happen, that ability happens an additional time. So, we deal 1 damage, we'll deal 2 damage. We have 3 emblems on board, we deal 3 damage, but now we deal 6 damage. All fun stuff we like to see. Endrick Star, Master Breeder. Whenever you cast a creature spell, create X/1/1 black draw creature tokens, where X is that spell's mana value. We don't really have that many expensive spells in terms of that to cast, but even just getting the 1/1/1 will help us out a whole bunch, because getting that 1/1/1 will allow us to have a creature to sacrifice, allowing us to burn out our opponents a little bit more. Whenever you control 7 more, droll, sacrifice. Oh, yeah. So we don't want to cast expensive spells because we'll have to sacrifice them if we do, and we want to keep having a source to have on the board. Fleshbag Marauder. Whenever this creature enters, each player sacrifices a creature of their choice. So same thing with a Cursed Marauder, making everyone sacrifice 1, including ourselves. That's 4 right there. Allowing us to get Sephiroth to transform. Forsaken Miner. Whenever you commit a crime, you may pay 1 black mana. If you do, return this creature from the graveyard to the battlefield. So when we deal little damage to target opponent with certain cards, it'll allow us to, commit that crime, pay the black mana, get him back, sacrifice him, get that mana back with Phyrexian Altar or Ashnod's Altar, and keep on going. We have Gravecrawler. This creature can't block, but that's not really what we want to use it for. You may cast this card from your graveyard as long as you control a zombie. We have a few zombies in here. Not a lot, but it does give us a way to get it back from the graveyard every so often, which will give us another opportunity to sacrifice it in order to give us this opportunity to deal that additional burden damage. Jadar Ghoulcaller. At the beginning of your end step, if you control no creatures with Decayed, create a 2/2 zombie creature with Decayed. It's only during your end step, it's not during each end step, but you do get it the first turn. You get to sacrifice that creature, get it again, keep on doing it. Marionette Apprentice. Keep on burning our opponent, same thing as Blood Arts, essentially. Whenever a creature or artifact you control is put into a graveyard, though, it's not any opponent. Morbid Opportunist. Whenever 1 or more creature size draw a card. Only happens once each turn, so we can't make it happen more than once by sacrificing a whole bunch. But this is once each turn, not just once during each of your turns. So if you have a way to sacrifice a creature, don't do it all on your turn. Wait till you get to your opponent's turn and do it then. 9 Lives Familiar. Once again, a creature that keeps coming back in order to being able to keep sacrificing it in order to have fun. Ophidomancer, at the beginning of each upkeep, once again, not during just your upkeep, create a snake. We could use it as a blocker with the Death Touch, or we could, sacrifice it in order to get mana. Or something else that we want to do, like burn damage. Let's scroll on down. Where were we? We did... Yep, Ophidomancer. Pawns of Ulamog. Whenever this creature or another non-token creature you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, create an Eldrazi spawn. So, deal burn damage when our creature dies, then get an Eldrazi spawn token, which will also deal the damage when it dies. So, plenty of damage that we can deal to our opponents there. Pitiless Plunderer. Whenever a creature you control dies, create a treasure token. We need ways to get mana. We're in mono black, so we need ways to get mana. Plaguecrafter. Each player sacrifices a creature or planeswalker. So same thing as, what was his name? A Cursed Marauder, where we're going to be able to get Sephiroth's ability off right away. Reassembling Skeleton. Creature that comes back every time. Sir Conrad the Grim. Creature dies or is put into the graveyard from anywhere. So make our opponents mill as well. Sometimes if they have sometimes they look at the top of the deck and they're like, oh, I'm going to scry one and put it back. Nope, that's in the graveyard now sometimes. But also most of that burn damage is what we're going for with this one. Venerated Stormsinger. Mobilize 1. Whenever creature... Whenever this creature or another creature you control dies, each opponent loses life, you gain a life. That's mostly the ability we're going for. We're not really going for the Mobilize on this one too much. Viscera, sacrifice outlet on this one is mostly what we're going for, but we also get the Scry, which could be fun sometimes. Warren Soul Trader. Once again, another sacrifice outlet. We do lose life and we get treasure token on top of that, so get that mana. Zoldark, Umbral God, another new card from the Final Fantasy set. Whenever this creature enters, each player sacrifices half of the non-god creatures they control, which will likely be enough to transform Sephiroth. Whenever a player sacrifices another creature, put a +1/+1 counter on Zoldark. Also, this sacrifices each player sacrifices half the number of creatures of their choice, rounded down. So if we only control one creature, other than him, we don't have to sacrifice Sephiroth if that's the only other creature we control. And then dual port cutthroat, another way to burn out our opponents, as always. Alright, and we got Bastion of Remembrance, once again, another way to burn out our opponents when our creatures get sent to the graveyard. Bitter Blossom, giving us tokens to being able to, have them for sacrifice. Dictative Erebos, whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent sacrifices a creature. Quick way to get Sephiroth's ability off. We lose a creature, each opponent loses a creature. That's 4 right there. Dreadhorde Invasion, upkeep, lose a life, mass zombies 1. It's another way a creature to sacrifice. We have a lot of it in this deck. Grave Pact, whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent sacrifices a creature. Once again, same thing as Dictative Erebos, basically the same exact card, just for cheaper. Yeah, that is weird how those are exactly the same card. Whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent sacrifices a creature. Whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent sacrifices a creature. Oh, it says Flash. It's like, why is this one so much more expensive? But then, yeah, it makes a little bit of sense. Not a lot of sense. But yeah, once again, quick way to get Sephiroth's ability off. Phyrexian Altar, a little bit of draw power there. And then Meathook Massacre, whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent loses life, plenty of way to deal them damage, and then ways to gain us life. And, sometimes if our opponent has a creature we want removed that has indestructible, we give it -X, making it destructible at that point. Let's go ahead and scroll on over to the second half of the deck. So, now we're going to Instant Sorcerers and Planeswalkers. Calling it a week, additional way to get mana, same with Dark Ritual. Deadly Dispute, sacrifice a creature, we love to see it. Get the treasure token, draw 2 cards. We need cards in our hand, because if we run out, we run out. Fake Your Own Death. People are going to want to get rid of Sephiroth, so we're going to want ways to make sure he sticks around a little bit. Flare of Malice. Whenever you sacrifice a non-token black creature, rather than pay the spell's mana cost, so cast it for free essentially. Each opponent sacrifices a creature or planeswalker, raise mana value. So we sacrifice our creature, each opponent sacrifices a creature, gets Sephiroth's ability off right away. Sheoldred's Edict. Each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature. Removal at its finest, along with getting Sephiroth's ability off, because we'll probably have a way to sacrifice a token or something by that point. Well, there's only 2 mana, but you know what I mean. Once again, another way to protect Sephiroth here. With Supernatural, Stamina, Undying Malice, Wields Rights for draw power, Withering Torment. Sometimes we just need a card that says Destroy. You just like to see it. Blasphemous Edict. Make all of our opponents each player sacrifices 13 creatures of their choice. It won't get Sephiroth's ability off because you probably won't have 13 creatures, but you need a board wipe every so often. If you Disform for removal, Reanimate, there's going to be some creatures we have in our graveyard that we just want back, so let's get them back. Or, our opponent has something in their graveyard that we removed that we want back. Let's get it back. Silent Blood for draw power, Toxic Deluge. Once again, gets around indestructible while being a board wipe. Unearthed, once again, target creature with mana value or less from your graveyard to your battlefield. So we're going to need a way to keep on sacrificing stuff, so we may as well get it back from the graveyard. And then Victimize, 2 target creatures in your graveyard, sacrifice a creature. If you do, return them to the battlefield tapped. So they're there to be sacrificed, so we don't really need to worry about them being on the battlefield tapped. Then we have Liliana, Dreadhorde General. Probably not going to be able to get up to Ultimate with her, just because we don't have anything with Proliferate, and it's only +1. And the odds of her staying around to returns is unlikely. But she gets us the tokens, she gets our opponents to sacrifice creatures, and I get Sephiroth's ability off right away, just because each player sacrifices 2 creatures. So even if it's just us and our opponent left, Sephiroth's ability happens. And then a little bit of draw power on top of that. But yeah, that's the card by card of the deck. If you like it, make sure you like the video. Leave your own comments of how you'd improve the deck down there in the comment section. Thanks so much for watching, and make sure you stay tuned for the next one, where I don't actually remember what the next one we're doing is. Thanks for tuning back into the channel. Today we're back with another Final Fantasy Commander deck profile for Cloud X Soldier. He has Haste, Whenever he enters, attach up to one target equipment to him. Then whenever he attacks, draw a card for each equipped attacking creature you control. And then if he has power 7 or greater, create 2 treasure tokens. He is the commander for the Precon. This is not the Precon deck list. This is a completely separate deck list. But he does seem like a fun commander, so I figure I'll do a deck profile of how you could run it if you were to, super upgrade that Precon. But yeah, let's get into card by card. Basically, his ability says it all. We want to get him to power 7 or greater by using equipments on him and having other creatures that benefit off having equipments and other abilities that work with those equipments. So yeah, first card we have here is Samut, the Driving Force. First strike, Vigilance, Haste, start your engines. Not exactly the best ability, start your engines, but it doesn't necessarily have to have max speed in order to work perfectly. Other creatures you control get +X+0, where X is your speed. And then 9 creature spells you cast cost X less to cast, where X is your speed. It's another thing to keep track of, so I can see not wanting to run this card, but it does get Cloud up to 6 power if they don't have anything to block it the first turn it comes out. And then, Mace equipment spells cost so much less to cast that they were basically free for a lot of them. Basilisk Collar is free just by having our engine started, and we're gonna have plenty of ways to deal damage to our opponents because all these equipment, we gotta deal some damage, right? But yeah. For sorceries, we have Austere Command for a board wipe, Blasphemous Act for a board wipe, Cultivate for some mana, Farseek for some commander, Farewell for another board wipe, Kodamas Reach for some mana, Nature's Lore for some mana. Open the armory, get the whatever ore equipment we want out of our deck. It's just gonna be equipment in the stack. I don't think there's any ores in here. But attach them onto our creature. Same with Steel Shaper's Gift and Revisits for that mana again. I just figure out Scrollers because they mostly do the same thing. But let's get into the real bulk of this deck, which is the artifacts, 22 in total, followed by 20 creatures. Basilisk Collar, give our creature Death Touch and Lifelink. It doesn't get Cloud up to that 7 power, but the Death Touch is nice because it'll make it hard for them to block him, making it deal extra damage, and also Lifelink could be nice as well. We have Bitterhorn, Nisa's Animus. Group creature is +1/+1, getting Cloud closer at 7/7. Whenever a group creature attacks, search your library for a basic land card, but we mostly use it for that land search because we get it onto the living weapon token there, and also gets us that additional draw on there because we'll need to do the extra legwork of casting another spell in order to get something to attach it to for Cloud's secondary ability. Blackblade Reforge, +1/+1 for each land we control. Cloud's cost 5, so we're gonna have 5 mana by the time he gets on the board. This may be one that you want to use Cloud's ability on to attach it to, just because it does have quite a high equip cost on it. Brotherhood Regalia, Ward 2, equipped legendary creature for 1, so quite easy. Can't be blocked. We want to deal damage. We can deal damage by not being able to be blocked. Colossus Hammer, +10/+10. Easily gets to 7 power or more. Just saying. This one wasn't the precon. It's a great inclusion. Commander's Plate, +3/+3, gets him right up to that 7 power. Exactly what we need. Protection from each color that's not in your commander's color identity. So in his case, it would be black and blue. So, not exactly that many colors, but it still is super helpful just not being able to be blocked and getting up to that 7 power to get those treasure tokens. Embercleave, 1 less cast for each attacking creature you control, deals whenever Embercleave enters the battlefield, attaches a target creature you control, probably Cloud. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and double strike and trample. So, if we're going to be dealing damage, we may as well deal double damage. Also, something I do want to note about this deck is that I did build it prior to, a lot of cards being, announced for the Final Fantasy set, so it is missing, some cards in here, but I did make another Cloud Midgard Mercenary, I believe his name was. But yeah, you can check that out on the channel. It'll be in the same playlist as this video. Excalibur, Sword of Eden. Equipped creature is +10/+0 and Vigilance. Yeah, I guess a 7 power more. X less to cast, where X is the total mana value of historic permanents we control. All artifacts are historic permanents, so it's basically free to cast. Us even less with this, even less with Cloud. So, even if we just have Cloud on the board, that's just a 5 cost, then 2 to equip it to Cloud. But yeah, like I said, just a quick way to get him up to that 7 power or more in order to get his ability off. And also, Vigilance is always nice. Hammer of Nizan. Whenever a hammer in the sun or another equipment enters the battlefield, you may attach that equipment to target creature you control. +2/+0 doesn't get Cloud quite up to 7 quite yet, but doesn't make him indestructible, which, keeps him around so we can get that additional power on him to get to that 7 power. And also makes it so that we could get our other ones that do just give like the +1/+1 onto him easier. Lightning Grease for that, giving some of our other creatures haste. Glad we don't really need to worry about giving him haste, but sometimes it is nice to give him that extra protection with the Shroud. Masterwork of Ingenuity. Masterwork Ingenuity enters the battlefield as a copy of equipment on the battlefield. Yeah, why don't we just have 2 Excaliburs of Eden or 2 Colossus Hammers? And then we have Cloud enter and have it get both. This way we get it to enough commander damage to win. Mithril Coat, attached to legendary creature, gains indestructible. Once again, another way to protect Cloud. Nettle Cyst, +1/+1 for each artifact or enchantment you control. Quick way to get Cloud to 7 power, because we're going to have 7 or more artifacts or enchantments. Wait, artifact, yeah, or enchantment. Power Fist. Equipped creature has trample, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, put that many +1/+1 counters on it. So, we give them trample. Easy way to get them up to 7 if they don't block them the first turn, because that puts them at an 8/8 already. Love to see it. Shadow Spear. Equipped creatures +1/+1 trample lifelink. Just a quick way to get a little bit of power. But permanents you control lose hex. Permanents your opponents control lose hexproof. We don't want that on our creatures. And indestructible end of turn. If they decide like, oh, I have an indestructible Death Touch blocker, I could block that. No, they can't. Soul Ring for additional mana. Sword of Feast of Famine. Combat damage to a player discards a card, untap all lands we control, get more mana to cast more spells. +2/+2, so it only gets Cloud up to 6, but we only need one more in order to get him up to the power that we need for a 7/7. Sword of Heart and Home allows us to blink a creature and get a basic land. We just need a little bit of ramp sometimes. Sword of the Animus, +1/+1. There we go. We use one of these and one of these, and we're up to 7 power. There we go. Sorry, also gets another land. And then Reaver Cleaver, +1/+1 and trample. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player or a planeswalker, create that many treasure tokens. So, another way to get plenty of mana. In total, I probably should be running more cards that do additional power onto Cloud, just because there's not that many that give him enough power to get up to 7/7. But if you added them up together, that will get him there eventually. But if you have certain cards that just do give +3/+0, maybe those could be more useful than certain cards in here, and also a lot cheaper than Embercleave. I feel like Commander's Plate is like one you may have to run in here. It's one I'm kind of surprised wasn't in the pre-con, because it fits it perfectly for like what we need it for. Anyway, Akiri, Fearless Voyager. Whenever you attack a player with one or more equipped creatures, draw a card to get a little bit of draw power. And we could reattach the equipment to a creature when we want to. Whenever he enters, look at the top 7 cards of your library, may reveal an equipment or a vehicle, put it into your hand. Draw power. Birds of Paradise for mana. Brainor, Battlehammer. Each creature you control gets +2/+0 for each equipment attached to it. So, even if we only have the +2/+2, it's +4/+2 now. May pay 0 rather than the equip cost for equipping abilities. So, if we have like Colossus Hammer, that costs 8 to equip. No, it doesn't. Cloud, Planet's Champion. During your turn, as long as Cloud is equipped, it has Double Strike and Indestructible. Nothing too exciting. Equip abilities you activate that target Cloud, cost 2 less to activate. He's not like that great a card in all honesty, but like it could easily be a creature that gets 7/7 and deals enough damage to like finish off our opponents every so often. But overall, like, I don't know, I'm not too impressed by this card. Codsworth, Handy Helper, get 2 mana, get free attachment or equipment, all stuff we want to see. Danitha, when storing each of your turns, you may attach an or equipment spell from your graveyard. I missed that part. I don't know why. Sometimes I build so many decks I keep forgetting what a lot of cards do. Delight Halfling for some mana. Dogmeat, Everloyal, enters the battlefield, mill 5, get equipment back from our graveyard onto him. Another creature that we want other creatures that benefit off of having equipment. This way we get that additional draw power off Cloud, since we don't always need that 7 mana for the 2 treasure tokens. Golden Tail Trainer, or equipment spells cost X less to cast, where X is his power. So initially 1, but if we attach an equipment to it, that gets more power. If we get those +1/+1, that +X, you know, it gets more cheaper. Jorkadine, first Gold Warden, gets +X, where X is the number of equipped creatures you control. So get plenty of creatures to draw power, plenty of creatures to get that additional +X. Yeah, love to see it. Go down to the West Tree, give our creatures trample, makes it so that they could have, searches for those lands as well, because we're going to need lands for a stack. We have the equip cost we have to keep paying for. We keep playing for Cloud if he keeps getting destroyed. Kuzi, Malamet Exemplar. Whenever one or more creatures you control deals combat damage with its power greater, we get to draw a card. Okay, just good draw power. Nahiri, Forged in Fury. Affinity for equipment, aka normally just cost that red and white to cast. Whenever an equipped creature you control attacks, exile a top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. Once again, we want to benefit mostly off of like the number of equipped creatures we have attacking, not necessarily like the 7 power on this deck. So it could work out. Getting those additional draw power essentially. Whenever equipment enters under your control, you may draw a card. Additional draw power makes it so we can equip stuff for free. Rayav, Master Smith. Whenever a creature you control that's enchanted or equipped attacks, gets double strength. Once again, sometimes we just need to win with Cloud with commander damage, so makes so he deal damage twice. This way, if we need at least a 2/2 on him in order to get him up to 6/6. Well, only give us 12 each turn, which would be enough to destroy one opponent. Sram for additional draw power, Stormforge Mystic for search power, and Violet Soul to Steel for draw a card. Once again, additional draw power. Oof. I don't know why. I feel like I've been talking a long time for this video already. Let's scroll on over to the second half of the deck. For enchantments for this deck, we have Forge Anew in order to get an additional copy of our best equipment. Sigarda's Aid in order to get our equipments back from our graveyard. We cast them as though I had Flash attached to our creature control. I read that wrong. I was thinking of a different card. You could cast your artifacts and enchantments for free, attach them, get them right away. Creature attacking causes an ability to happen. It happens an additional time. So we get that additional draw power, we get those additional treasures, all the additional stuff we want. We got some instants for removal, Beast Within, Cast Warp, Generous Gift, Heroic Intervention for protection, inventory management for equipping our stuff, Path to Exile for removal, Silk Guard for that protection, and Source Plowshare for some removal. Then for our Planeswalkers, we have Nahiri, Heritage Ancients, and Nahiri the Lithomancer. Both these are just really good with equipment decks, so we could not run them. But that's the general, that's a card by card of the deck. If you like how we run it, make sure you leave it down there in the comment section. Or if you think I should go faster or slower, drew any part of the deck, make sure you leave it down there in the comment section. As always, I'm just scrolling through the lands here, so I always like to say, if you just want to run basics, you couldn't just run basics, but this is, in theory, the most ideal way you can run the deck. But yeah, thanks so much for watching. I hope you stay tuned for the next one. Thanks for tuning back into the channel. Today we're back with another Final Fantasy Commander deck profile. Today with Kefka, Court Mage. For 2, a blue, a black, and a red, we could cast Kefka as a 4/5. Whenever he enters or attacks, each player discards a card, and then you draw the many cards, so each type among cards discarded this way. And then eventually you can pay 8 mana. If you get to 8 mana at that point of the game, he'll transform and get whenever an opponent loses life during your turn, you draw that many cards. So the main focus of the deck is mostly on that discard ability, focused on being able to discard cards in order to get buffs for our creatures, and making sure he can attack right away with cards like Swiftfoot Boots and Lightning Greaves, and I remember I just added those. I don't know where they went actually, but just pretend they're there. But yeah, and then we have some other cards in here that do focus on the rear side, where they do that little bit of burn damage in order to make sure that we could get that additional draw power off his ability. But yeah, that's a general overview of the deck. Let's get into it card by card. So, like I said, it's going to cost 8 mana to transform him, plus the 5 mana that you already used in order to cast him the first time. So that's 13 mana total, so we're going to need plenty of mana. So we have cards like Arcane Signet, Chromatic Lantern, Felwar Stone, Midnight Clock. Mind Inventorants can get some treasure tokens when we discard cards, which we're going to get when he enters, when he attacks, allowing us to get 2 right away, allowing us to get, a couple more for his ability. And we can also have the Loss of Life or a draw card, depending on what we need at the time, too. Soul Ring, Talisman of Creativity, Talisman of Indulgence, and Dot Vessel. Like I said, just pretend Lightning Greaves and Swiftfoot Boots are there in order to make sure he can attack the first turn he comes down, because those are supposed to be there. Then, in terms of cards that we run for creatures, we have a Gate Instigator. We want spells that will deal damage during our turn, not necessarily during our opponent's turn. So we have cards that will deal damage when our creatures enter for a Gate Instigator, because we don't really care about, like I said, dealing them during our opponent's turn. So that's how it's different from the Valgavoth Precon, where that wants to deal damage during our opponent's turn. This is more similar to Gev Scaled Scourge in this sense. Braylon, Sky Shark Rider. Whenever you discard a card, you get a +1/+1 counter on him and deals 1 damage to each opponent. So, we discard the card when this creature attacks whenever he enters. So we get those 2 +1/+1 counters the first turn he comes down if we have the Swiftfoot Boots or the Lightning Greaves up, making this a 5/5. It doesn't have flying, actually, but could get trample. Caldera Paramore. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. This creature deals damage equal to power equal to target opponent. So, once again, get that draw power off of Kefka's second ability. Caldera Pyre, that's what I just said. Captain Howler, he benefits off discarding cards, so he's really good on there. Allows us to get that additional draw power off that, giving our creatures that +2/+0, making so that we can swing in with them. Only thing is, it's when Kefka attacks that we discard it, so that does help us out a little bit, but our opponent will tend to see it coming, and if we don't have the Lightning Greaves or Swiftfoot Boots out, we may just be a little bit of not able to do it like twice the turn he comes down. Coruscation Mage, once again, damage during our turn. Same with Creeping Bloodsucker. Electrostatic Field, same thing. Firebrand Archer, same thing. Gev Scaled Scourge, like I said, we based a lot of this deck off of this deck, but put a +1/+1 counter for each opponent who lost life this turn. So since we're going to be dealing plenty of damage to our opponent, we may as well have our creatures enter with those +1/+1 counters on them. Say you have Firebrand Archer on the field turn 2, turn 3, put down Dot Vessel, cast your second, second spell. I don't know if I can think of this word. Sorry, second land. Then you put that Swamp, you get Creeping Bloodsucker, cancers as a 4/5 rather than a 1/2. Ghostly Pilferer, get the additional discard in order to deal that damage. Especially really good with Captain Howler out on the board in order to deal a lot of damage there. Garrison, Storm Kellamorph. Since we're going to be dealing 1 damage with a whole bunch of things, we may as well, deal a bunch of damage with that. 2 extra, not really a whole bunch. Whenever you discard a card, Glinthorn Buccaneer deals 1 damage to each opponent. Once again, another way to deal 1 damage. We have a whole bunch of cards that do that discard, deal 1 damage as well. So that's why these Garrison does work in here as well. And you can also discard a card, draw a card, only when he's attacking now. Which will help us out with the Captain Howler ability with that as well, though. So it's always good to see. Goblin Electromancer for that cost reduction of our instant sorceries. Gutter Snipe, we're going to be casting plenty of sorceries, so plenty of ways to deal damage on our turn. And also we want to deal damage to each opponent, because you get to draw a card for each damage you dealt. So, we deal 1 damage to each opponent. We get to draw 3 cards, not just 1. Whenever you attack, you may discard a card. Once again, get that discard outlet. When you do, put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature, and also against trample. Once again, we like to discard cards. And whenever you discard 1 or more cards, exile a top card of your library. You may play that until the end of your next end step. Sorry, until your next end step. Yeah. So you get to cast it for the rest of the turn, essentially. Iridescent Vine Lasher, once again, another way to deal damage during our turn to get additional draw power. Like I said, this deck is a little bit of hodgepodge just because there are like 2 very different abilities for this deck. But I tried to make it work. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, deal 1 damage to each opponent. Once again, casting our enchantments, casting our sorceries, deal that damage, get that draw power. Laboratory Maniac, you know, if we get to a certain point where we keep discarding, keep drawing, keep discarding, keep drawing, draw, we could win. I didn't run a Daci's Oracle in here just because, I don't know. I didn't feel like running Game Changers this time around. Well, I did run a couple. Well, maybe just this one. But I feel like that one was necessary for this one deck. Magmaking Artillerist. Whenever you discard a card, deal damage. Once again, that little bit of burn damage when we discard cards, because we like discarding cards. Rolling Mako, once again, benefits off discarding cards, gives us +1/+1 counters onto himself. Murderous Sword Cap, whenever it comes into play, deal damage equal to its opponent to target creature or player. So even if our opponent, we just have like one opponent that we're dealing that 2 damage to. But if we have him and Gev on the board at the same time, that's potential infinite combo there. If we have a way to sacrifice it. Niv-Mizzet Perun, whenever you draw a card, deal damage to target opponent, go infinite with the backside of Kefka. Niv-Mizzet Firemind, whenever you draw a card, deal damage to any target, once again, go infinite with the backside of Kefka. Niv-Mizzet Visionary, since we're already running 2 other Niv-Mizzets, we may as well go infinite with another Niv-Mizzet, right? But also, this is basically just the backside of Kefka, but just, it costs 6 mana, not 8. I feel like 8 was a little high. Riel, the Everwise, +1/+0 for each instant and sorcery in your graveyard. So it'll get pretty high at a certain point. But second ability is what we care about more. Whenever you discard a card for the first time each turn, draw that many cards. If we had a wheel in here, that would be a lot better, but I don't think we would actually run like Windfall or anything like that in here. Scrounging Skyray, once again, get the +1/+1 counter onto it for every time we discard a card. Maybe discarding plenty of cards. Stormkiln Artist, +1/+0 for each artifact, but it's mostly to get those treasures. We're going to need plenty of ways to get mana. Stormfist Crusader, additional draw power, additional ways to burn our opponent, because they're going to draw during our upkeep, making them deal that 1 damage, getting us that 3 draw power off that. And then Surly Badgersaur, really good with discard decks. Discard a creature, +1/+1 counter, discard land, treasure tokens, discard non-creature, non-land, get to remove a target creature, depending on its power, of course, because it might be stronger. And then whenever this creature deals damage to an opponent, draw a card. So, I mean, I figure if we have Niv-Mizzet out, we may as well Niv-Mizzet with our Niv-Mizzet. Derma Alchemist, get that additional damage onto each of our opponents during our turns. So, then for our enchantments, we have City on Fire. Since we'll be dealing a lot of burn damage, we may as well deal triple that amount, right? I mean, we could run also damage doublers, damage triplers, all those, but I decided just to stick with one. Curiosity, enchanted creature deals damage to an opponent, draw a card. I figured equip it onto either one of our Niv-Mizzets or onto Kefka's backside, and keep on drawing cards. Fire Inscription, instant sorcery deals 2 damage to each opponent. Keep casting spells during our turn. Keep it on. Ill-Gotten Inheritance, 1 damage to each opponent during our turn. Get that 3 draw power. Basically start our turn with draw 4 instead of draw 1. Impact Tremors, once again, damage during our turn. Deal 1 damage to each opponent. Get an initial draw 3 whenever a creature enters. Necropotence, whenever you discard a card, exile that card from your graveyard. Pay 1 life, cast that card. Sorry, wait. Skip your draw step. Whenever you discard a card, exile that card from your graveyard. Pay 1 life, exile the top card of your library face down. Put that card into your hand at the beginning of your next end step. So additional sources to discard there. Enchanted creature deals damage to an opponent. You may draw a card. But yeah, Infinity and I, whenever enchanted creature deals damage to an opponent, you may draw a card. So once again, since we're going to be using all those creatures to deal 1 damage to our opponent each turn, may as well get that additional draw power, which would be a draw 6 rather than just a draw 3. If we have Kefka, draw 9 if we have the other Niv-Mizzet on board. Sanctum of Stonefangs, once again, let's start our turn with drawing 4 instead of just drawing 1. So we have more cards to discard, more cards to draw. Let's go on to the second half of the deck. There's the Lightning Grease and Swiftfoot Boots. Anyway, so once again, since we have to spend 8 mana to transform it, it's going to take some time to get up to 8 mana, so let's have a little bit of protection with an offer you can't refuse and counterspell to make sure they can't just board wipe us. Demand answers for a little bit of extra draw power, that little bit of discarded one as well. Frantic Search, another way to draw a discard. Lightning Bolt, some damage during our turn normally, but I mean, if we need a little bit of removal, we have a little bit of removal. Seething Song, a little bit of extra mana there. Never hurts. Like I said, we need 8 mana. We need every source of mana we can get. Draw a possibility, once again, discard card, draw 2. We want ways to discard cards, we want ways to draw cards. Let's do both. Blast and attack for a board wipe. Bolt Wave, 3 damage to each opponent during our turn. Draw 9. If we have a Backside Kafka on the board. Fatal Suiting, draw 2, discard 2. Once again, while you like to draw, we like to discard. Let's do both. Flame Rift, 4 damage to each opponent. Yeah, let's do 4 damage to each opponent. Let's draw 12. Imperial Seal, search your library for a card, then shuffle that card and put it on top. You lose 2 life. I mean, there's not really like any card that'll like win you the game in here. But like if you had to choose like one card to search, I'd say either Gearson or Gev or one of the Nif Mizzets. There's plenty of ways to go infinite with that. And Windfall, each player discards their hand, draw cards equal to the number discarded this way. Equal to the greatest number discarded this way. But yeah, that's the deck. Make sure you stay tuned to, make sure you like to comment and subscribe so you can stay tuned for future videos. I'd just like to say thanks so much for watching. Yeah, I'll make sure I keep on doing more of these so we could keep on doing more of these as well. Oh, sorry, and also almost forgot. OJR Axneal, Deepest Might. Whenever a source you control deals damage to the opponent, deal 4 instead. Or if we have Gev on the board and we dealt 1 damage to each opponent, that would put them at 7/7, dealing 7 damage to each opponent whenever we're meant to deal 1 damage. Really nice card. But yeah, thanks so much for watching. Have a great rest of the day. Welcome back to the channel. Today we're back with another Final Fantasy Commander deck profile. Today with Choco, Seeker of Paradise. He has the ability, whenever one or more birds you control attack, look at that many cards on the top of your deck and 1 into your hand, all the lands onto the battlefield. So this deck has a lot of landfall abilities in it, along with his own landfall ability of getting +1/+0 every time a land enters the battlefield. This ability does happen when they attack, so you do get those landfall abilities before damage gets through. He's also only 4 mana for a 3/5, which is a pretty good stat line. He's a bird, but he doesn't have flying because it's a Chocobo. Majority of our deck does have flying though, because we do have a lot of birds and bird synergies in here. And we have a lot of landfall abilities that'll benefit off of getting a whole bunch of lands all at once. We're also in blue and white, so we have plenty of removal in this deck, plenty of good birds in this deck just overall. But that's the general overview of the deck. Let's get into the cards that are in it. So sometimes we're not going to always have those lands in our hand, and sometimes we just sacrifice the lands from the battlefield. So cards like Conduit of the Worlds and Crucible of the Worlds in order to play those lands from our graveyard. Conduit of the Worlds could also in theory get us back another permanent from our graveyard. We tend to just use it for land drops. Herald Torn in order to cast our birds for cheaper. We do have a whole bunch of kindred synergies in this deck in order to get those benefits off as well. Lightning Greaves, we need to attack with birds, so we need to make sure they can attack the turn they come down. So we have Lightning Greaves and Swiftfoot Boots in here in order to make sure they can attack that turn they come out. Maskwood Nexus, you know, it may not be a bird right now, but it could be a bird at some point. Patrick Banner, make everything into birds, give them all +1/+1, making it a little bit easier to swing in for game, and also getting you that little bit of mana that you'll need. Soul Ring, because it's Soul Ring. Dawn Vessel, you do end up drawing a lot of cards in this deck because of all the cards that benefit off of, you know, having birds on the battlefield. You could draw a card for every bird you control. So yeah, let's get to no maximum hand size and a little bit of mana. Vanquisher's Banner, once again, a little bit of draw power, give your birds +1/+1, make it easier to swing in. Then for the birds in the deck, along with the non-bird creatures, we have Aerial Extortionist to remove one of our opponent's creatures for a little bit, along with giving us a little bit of draw power every time our opponent either casts their commander from the command zone, casts a card from exile, casts a card from the graveyard. This card's just a really good card in general. ISC Gaia Siren or the Gaia Strait, a little bit of draw power off of our landfall abilities. Just helps us out, gets us that extra land drop while we're at it. Ancient Green Warden, I mean, if we're going to get a landfall ability, we may as well get a second landfall ability, shouldn't we? And also get them back from the graveyard while we're at it. Aven Mind Sensor, you know, it's a really good bird. It stops our opponent from looking at the top cards of their deck. You probably won't be swinging in with this one much, but it does have flying and flash, so your opponent casts their Kodamas Reach. They can no longer look through their whole deck for those basic lands. They can only look at the top 4. Really good there. Venture Zendikar, like I said, you're going to be getting lots of lands here from Choco, Seeker of Paradise, so you may as well get plenty of tokens off those. And since his ability happens prior to damage being dealt, your creatures will get those +1/+1 counters before the damage gets through. Azusa, Lost But Seeking, giving you those 2 extra land drops every turn. Birds of Paradise, just a little bit of extra mana along with being a bird. We do have plenty of things that'll give it those extra stats so that it can make it so I could swing in. Also, I don't necessarily need to do damage for Choco's ability, so works out well there as well. Cartographer's Hawk, in order to get a little bit of extra landfall, landfall on top of our landfall, get a planeswalker on it. Maria Angel has the landfall ability of getting you extra birds, which, just helps us out a whole bunch with Choco. Gets us birds, gets us, oh, it's not bird. It's an angel, but, helps us out a whole bunch there. Empyrean Eagle, give our birds +1/+1. I mean, it does get to all creatures that have flying, but, that's our birds. Gwahir, the Windlord, give our birds vigilance. Jackdaw Savior, made so our birds can come back from the graveyard. Judge's Familiar, make our opponents have to think, do I need that 1 more mana to cast my Game Ender? Which they probably will, depending on if you know what you're doing, like, in terms of stopping them. Sometimes, you just don't realize and you weren't paying attention and they still get off anyway. Kanji Skywarden, give our birds a little bit of stat boost. Castro the Windcrested, my favorite bird commander personally, but maybe switching up the deck a little bit in order to make it into this one. Give you a draw power, give you a +1/+1 counters, give you your birds back from the graveyard. Ledger Shredder, bird with some draw power on it, and plus plenty of power at a certain point. Lowe's Cobra, get that good landfall ability, get an extra mana. Mockingbird, in order to copy one of our, creatures, maybe we have a copy of Lowe's Cobra and we start getting 2 mana every time. Then we have, where was it? No, Azusa. Ancient Green Warden, so now we're getting 4, and then we have, what was the Traveling Chocobo, so now we're getting 8 mana every time. Yeah, that's how math works. So just saying, it helps. Rampaging Bailots, getting those extra tokens, getting those extra birds, essentially. If we have Maskwood Nexus on board. Says this Catsroy, getting the bird we want out of our deck. Normally Castro for this deck, but depending if you need another bird. Some may also be the Traveling Chocobo for this deck. Says this Chocobo, landfall ability, getting those counters, giving you that power before it does the damage. Scoot Swarm, well, I mean, we're running a landfall deck. Could we really not? Tatiova, Bentic Druid, getting an extra draw power and an extra life, because we're going to be getting lots of lands. Talons, Toymaker, giving our birds, extra copies of birds, making it so we have more birds to swing in with, giving us plenty of cards to look at from the top of our deck to put them onto the battlefield. Tifa Lockhart, so I'm sure you saw the video where we did the whole deck profile on that. If you haven't, check it out down there in the playlist. Tireless Provisioner, get those extra treasure tokens. We're going to need plenty of mana to cast stuff, because stuff with this deck is pretty expensive. Traveling Chocobo, in order to get that additional land drop ability, along with getting the additional birds from the top of our deck. Here's everything we really want with this deck. It really works, has a really good synergy with the Choco. Warden of Evil Size, may as well make it cheaper to cast our birds. Same thing with Watcher the Spears. And then in terms of other cards that we run in here for our enchantments, we have Exploration to get an extra land drop. Get those lands out of our hand, we don't need them in there. Feldar Retreat, gives us those extra tokens, which could be birds if we have Maskwood Nexus. Actually, in theory, I could have run Leyline of the blue one, I forgot its name, but it would have helped us out a whole bunch, making everything into a bird. And also getting those +1/+1 counters, along with Vigilance, just nice to see. Murmuration, giving our birds vigilance, giving them +1/+1, giving us plenty of extra birds, giving us plenty of birds to swing in with. This way we could eventually get plenty of damage on board. Soul Crusher's Airy, birds put in our graveyard, put a feather counter, giving our birds that stat boost. Let's go ahead and slide on over to the second half of the deck. Oh, I guess I don't have any planeswalkers in here. For instance, we're in blue, so we may as well run a couple counter spells. An Offer You Can't Refuse, Crop Rotation, or to get, maybe a basic forest, turn it into a card that we really want, like a Tree Village. Actually, did I put that one in here? I think I put it in here. Actually, I may have not have. Huh. Oh no, there it is. Tree City. Dawn's Truce, give our creatures indestructible. We don't want them board wiping us. We need something to prevent it. Dazzling Denial. I mean, it's just flavorful to put Dazzling Denial into your bird deck. You could have, in theory, run Cyclonic Rift, and it would be a better card, but, you gotta have fun with certain cards. Flurry of Wings, put bird soldiers onto the battlefield, giving you plenty of birds to swing in with, or X's number of attacking creatures. That also makes it so that we could block a whole bunch of our opponent's stuff, depending on, like, especially if it was Soul Character's Airy, it would really catch them off guard. Growth Spiral, get the extra land drop. Heroic Intervention, once again, a little bit of protection. We want to make sure we have plenty of birds to swing in with. Path to Exile for that removal. Perch Protection, you miss those birds, giving it so that all permanents we control phase out. Basically, a little bit of a Teferi's protection along with getting us birds. Strict Serenade, counter target artifact, creature, or planeswalker spell. In theory, we could counter our own stuff, giving us a bird. But everyone should get a bird. Same thing with Swan Song. Just this one is, instead of creatures, artifacts, planeswalkers, this one is enchantments, instant sorceries. Source Pleasure, another source removal, and Wing Portent. Draw a card for each creature you control with flying, which could be a lot of creatures. Or even if you use the Cleave ability and you have all the Scoot Swarms on the board, you could deck yourself out. Be careful. And then for sorceries, we have Airborne Aid in order for the extra draw power for each bird. Alvarin's Epiphany, creating more birds to swing in with is always better. Same thing with Battle Screech. Distant Melody, choose bird, draw a card for each bird. It's basically Airborne Aid, just same mana cost, just you have to choose bird. In theory, if you wanted insect, you could do insect for this one now. Farseer for extra landfall. Migratory Route for extra birds. Nature's Lure for extra land drop. Same thing with Rampant Growth. And Winged Words, this will basically always cost 1 to draw 2 cards. But, yeah. And then for lands, I tend not to go Druidum, so like I always like to say, in theory you could just run basics, Evolving Wilds, and Terramorphic Expanses, and, it could still be a pretty good land base. But this is just the general overview of the deck. In theory, you could run more cards that'll give you more landfall abilities in this deck. But if you want more of a dedicated landfall deck, go check out the Tifa deck that we posted about a week ago now, I think. And yeah, like I said though, this one we more so wanted to have the bird synergies on top of having just landfall synergies. But thanks so much for watching the video. Hope you liked it. Hope you stayed like, comment, subscribe, stay tuned for the next one. I'll hope to see you there. Welcome back to the channel. Today we're back with another Final Fantasy Commander deck profile with Sephiroth Fallen Hero. For 5 mana, he has 7/5 creature that makes all your other modified creatures into 7/5s as well when he attacks. A modified creature is anything with a counter on it, so since he's attacking, he'll put a cell counter on something, making that creature into a 7/5 essentially. It also counts equipments on those creatures, so maybe we just start off with a little 0/0 on something like Flare Husk, but it turns into a 7/5. Really good value there. And then you can also sacrifice a modified creature in order to get that him back from the graveyard, in order to get around that commander tax. So the main focus of this deck is to have those artifacts and equipments that will create us those little tokens, to make those little tokens into big tokens with his ability. Because even if something starts off as a 1/1, with his ability, it's base power toughness 7/5, so we'll still get that +2/+2 on top of that 7/5. We'll also be going into some of the +1/+1 counter synergies with this deck, just because it does help them out a whole bunch. And we have a whole bunch of things that enable haste in order to make sure he can attack the turn he comes out, in order to get those cell counters onto something right away. We do also have a second Sephiroth Fallen Hero deck profile that will focus more on the +1/+1 counter side of things. We built that one for under 100, so that's more of one of our budget brews. Make sure you stay tuned to the channel to stay tuned for that one. But let's get into this one card by card. We have Arcane Signet because of course we need the mana. Batterbone, it has the Living Weapon ability, giving you that 0/0 token, which is essentially a 7/5 token. That gets +1/+1 Vigilance and Lifelink, giving you that free 8 life. Batterskull, Living Weapon, once again, starting with 0/0. The creature gets +4/+4, Vigilance and Lifelink, basically the same exact ability, just a little bit more stats on that one. Bitterhorn, in order to get you those lands out of your deck, along with having that Living Weapon ability. Having the Living Weapon is really useful in this deck because you don't need to pay the equip cost in order to get Sephiroth's ability to sacrifice it, and then you could always re-equip those equipments back onto Sephiroth or another creature that needs them. Bladehold Warwhip, it has the 4 Mirrodin ability, giving you a 2/2 Rebel creature token, and it also makes it so that your other stuff is cheaper to use the equip cost of for each equipment you control. And equipped creatures you control also have double strike, which is really useful, especially when you're swinging with big stats. And, Sephiroth swings in once, he has 7-5. Then if you get double strike on him next time, he has that 14. Bloodforged Battle Axe deals combat damage to a player. Create a token that's a copy of Bloodforged Battle Axe. This one doesn't create a token, but does give you pretty good stats. Gives you plenty of equipment to put in plenty of things at a certain point. Boots of Speed, giving that haste onto Sephiroth so he could attack the turn he comes down. Buster Sword, because, it's canon that Sephiroth has the Buster Sword right there. But what it really does is whenever a creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, then may cast a spell from your hand with mana value less than or equal to the damage without paying its mana cost. So we have a few things that'll give it flying, trample, double strike, just things that people tend not to want to block. But, it's something that's equipped with Buster Sword while Sephiroth's on the battlefield and it's attacking. That's a 10-10. That's 10 free mana off something. You cast something like Esper Sentinel. It's definitely less than 10 mana. Corey's Steel Cutter. This one will keep getting you those tokens, keep giving you something modified. Also, most of the things in this deck aren't that expensive to cast, but so you'll normally get more than one spell turn. But it definitely helps out getting that free modified creature, something free to get Sephiroth back. Dragonwing Glider, giving a creature flying haste. Also has the Formuridan ability, giving it a +2/+2, making, use 5 mana for a 9/7 with flying and haste. I think I'd take that deal. Dragon's Lance, equipped creature has +1/+0 and has a knight in addition towards other types. We mostly use it for a job select ability, giving us a 1/1 creature token. So, job select 1/1, Formuridan 2/2, living weapon 0/0. That's a main focus of this deck. And then during equipped creature has flying as well, making it easier to swing in, easier to deal that damage with that Buster Sword there. We just did that one. Felwar Stone for a little bit of mana there. Flare Husk giving it just a 1 mana little something to sacrifice with Sephiroth in order to get his ability early off, where we don't necessarily want to use something that costs 7 to get him back, because we may as well just pay the commander tax at that point. Glimmer Lens, Formuridan, giving you a 2/2 equipped creature and at least one other creature attack, so normally the equipped creature on Sephiroth. You get to draw a card. Drawing cards is always nice. Hex Gold Halberd for the Formuridan ability. Quick creature has first strike and trample, making you able to deal that damage, making you, get a little bit of commander damage, a little bit of first strike, making it hard to block, along with making sure that you get the damage on. Formuridan on Hex Gold Hover Wings in order to give it the +1/+0 as well, along with the flying, making it easy to swing in with the 8/5. Cauldra Complete, living weapon, indestructible, +5/+5, making something into a 12/10. Trample, indestructible, haste. Equipped creature deals damage to an opponent, exile that creature. So, it is like one of those things where you do potentially have to send Sephiroth to the command zone if you use this on him. But you do start off with a free 5/5, which turns into a 12/10, which could be a lot of damage. Kemba's Banner, giving you the Formuridan ability. Equipped creature has +1/+1 for each creature you control. We do run quite a few things that will enable us to have tokens in this deck. So we're going to be at a certain point where we're going to have a whole bunch of creatures, despite only running 13. Where were we? Past the... Yep, there we are. Lightning Greaves, once again, we want Sephiroth to attack the turn he comes down, so let's make sure he can do that. Machinist Armor, job select, giving you that 1/1. Creature gets +2/+2 for each artifact and artificer you control. So, we run... how many? 31 artifacts in this deck total, so you could potentially get 62, giving you a... 69, 67 with this deck. That'd be pretty nice. Mandibular Kite, giving you +1/+1 flying, giving you an 8/6 that will just be flying over your opponents for 1 mana, essentially. I take that deal. Mind Stone for that little bit of mana we'll just need. Most of our stuff does use a lot of colorless mana, so helps us out a whole bunch there. Analysis, +1/+1 for each artifact or enchantment you control. Like I said, we run 31 different artifacts in here, giving us potentially a +31/+31, making that creature that we're talking about with Machinist Arsenal into a 100/100 or 198. Paladin's Arms, giving us that job select ability, giving us that free token. +2/+1, Ward 1. Knight in addition to other types. Just a little bit of protection on this one, but mostly it's just something that's cheap to sacrifice. Samurai's Katana. Equip creatures +2/+2, trample and haste. Once again, we like enabling haste. We like trample in order to deal that damage, so we may as well do both. And this will essentially be a 9/7 for Drake. Soul Ring for that mana, and Swiftfoot Boots. Once again, we like haste in this deck. And then on to the creatures, we have cards like Akiri, Fearless Voyager. Equipped creature deals, whenever you attack a player with one or more equipped creatures, draw a card. So we just need a little bit of draw power, get those extra enchantments out of our deck and into our hand. We need to unattach an equipment from a creature you control. If you do, tap target creature against indestructible until end of turn. A little bit of protection, maybe you'll make something back into a 0/0, but protect Sephiroth in the process. Cloud, Midgard Mercenary, get that ability that you want out of your deck into your hand. Get that artifact out of your deck and into your hand. Not an ability. And he does also double the abilities of your what's called artifacts that are equipped to him. But you're not going to really have many in this deck. It's mostly just for that search power for him. I mean, he is also $25, so like I always like to say is like, if you don't want to run a $25 card, don't run a $25 card. Run a 35-cent card. Enduring Courage. Giving your creatures haste, we like to see it. Giving them +2/+0, making them instead of 7/5s, we are now 9/5s, which is an even better ability. Envoy of Ancestors, modified creatures control of lifelink. We're going to have modified creatures. We may as well have them have an extra ability in that lifelink there. Esper Sentinel, we have plenty of artifacts in this deck. He's an artifact creature, giving us that extra draw power when our opponents cast stuff, along with also making it so they may have to pay more than just the one if we get an equipment onto him. Furion, Wild Rose Warrior, equip creatures you control of haste. Love to see it, especially because that means that all those tokens we have that are entering are now entering with haste. Whenever non-token equipment you control enters, create a token that's a copy of it, except it has this equipment's equipability is 2 less to activate, which is, most of our things will just be free to equip at that point, especially if we have Blade Hold War Whip. Lightning Army of 1. We'll also be probably seeing the deck profile for this one tomorrow. Spoilers. First strike, trample lifelink, making so all of our creatures deal double damage. The thing that's nice about that first strike is that this creature will deal damage first, and then all your 7/5s will be swinging in after that, allowing you plenty of extra damage, giving you 14. Lion Sash, +1/+1, counter onto your creatures, just giving us extra modified creatures, along with this being equipment itself. Machias, the Lunarch, give us this little +1/+1 counter synergy, allowing us to move those around while we're at it. Pure Steel Paladin, making sure we could equip our stuff onto other stuff, because, once that token dies, the equipment stays around, but we need somewhere to put it. SRAM, Senior Edificer, a little bit of draw power there. And then Zac Fair enters a +1/+1 counter, making it easy to either sacrifice Zac Fair with Zac Fair's ability, or sacrifice Zac Fair with Sephiroth's ability. We're on Dean. Feldar Retreat, giving our creatures either those +1/+1 counters, giving them the modified ability at that point, or giving us extra tokens, or to have extra things to sacrifice. Rising Today, once again, we love haste in this deck. We want Sephiroth to be able to attack the turn it comes down. We want all of our 7/5s to be able to attack the turn they come out before we get board wiped. Cigar's Aid, we can flash in our equipment in order to make sure that we don't need to wait, make sure we have something to protect ourselves with. They don't stay 7/5s during our opponent's turn, so that's something to watch out for, and that is the only thing. And then you could also flash equip your stuff as well. But let's scroll on over to the second half of the deck. There we go. Yep, there we go. Alright, and we have our instance. We have Battlefield Inspiration, +2/+2 into end of turn, attach any number of equipments to it. Sometimes we just need that final thing that'll swing in and win us a game. Boros Charm, give our stuff indestructible. We want some of our stuff to stick around so we have it there to sacrifice. Call the Coppercoats, giving us this 1/1 creature tokens, giving us plenty of things to sacrifice. Chaos Warp, remove our opponent's stuff. We don't want it sticking around. Clever Concealment, once again, we want to protect our own stuff. Dawn's Truce, protect our own stuff. Duty Bound Death, protect our own stuff, along with giving us +1/+1 counters, making them into modified creatures. Path Exile for that removal. Protection Magic, giving them shield counters, which will protect them, along with making them modified creatures. Seize the Waste, plenty of creatures to put those equipments onto, which will then, they won't be 1/1s for long. Stroke of Midnight and Swords of Plowshare for a little bit of removal there. We always go into lands last, like I always like to say. You don't have to spend $100 on lands. You could run basics and Evolving Wilds if you want. Planeswalkers, we have Elspeth Stormslayer. Since we're making the tokens, we may as well make the tokens. We can make double the number of 0/0 tokens if we really want to. But yeah, we create 1/1 soldier tokens, put the +1/+1 counters, giving us those modified creatures with that. And then, at a certain point, we just destroy certain stuff our opponent controls. And then for sorcerers, we have Steel Shaper's Gift for that search power, Requisition Raid for those +1/+1 counters, and a little bit of removal there. Collective Effort for those +1/+1 counters, and a little bit of removal. Blasphemous Act for a board wipe, same thing as Austere Command. But that's the deck there. If you like to leave it down there in the comment section, your deck profile, I'd definitely be happy to check that out. But thanks so much for tuning into the channel. Hopefully you'll tune in tomorrow for another one. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to the channel. Today we're back with our Final Fantasy Commander deck profile. We have Lightning, Army of 1, which has First Strike, Trample, Lifelink, and makes it so that if Lightning, Army of 1 deals damage to our opponent, we get to deal double damage with everything else that deals damage for the rest of the turn. So, since it has First Strike, it'll always deal the damage first, making it so that anything else that's swinging in the same time it's swinging in, as long as they don't also have First Strike, the damage that they deal will be doubled. We have plenty of things in here that also give it double strike, so it can double its own damage. Plenty of things that'll give it extra combats in order to make sure we have extra turns to deal extra damage. Not extra turns, extra combats to deal extra damage. Things that'll give us haste so that it could swing in the turn it comes in. And then on top of all that, we have plenty of things that'll double damage, triple damage, because 2 times 2 is 4 instead of just times 2. So making us double our doubling, rather than, just adding 2 on top of it. Something else to keep in mind with that is that we do also have things that'll just deal half damage to our opponent, which will double that, giving it that plenty of damage to deal to them. We are also in Boros, so we are running plenty of things that'll make it so that our opponent can't play during our turn to stop us from getting countered, so that we can make sure that we can actually get our gameplay off on that. But that's the general overview of the deck. Let's get into the cards that are in here. As always, Arcane Signet's the starting card, because we like mana. Redhead Regalia, in order to make sure Lightning could deal that damage, because it does need to deal the damage to our opponent first, in order to have that ability happen. This makes it unblockable. Buster Sword, in order to make sure we could cheat a couple spells out of our hand, giving our creature +3/+2, along with anytime it deals damage, making sure we could get a spell out of our hand that cost less than the damage that was dealt. Or, we don't necessarily have to equip it onto Lightning. We could equip it onto something that doesn't have First Strike, as attacking after Lightning, making sure that we get that double the casting cost. Felwar Stone for that mana. Leyline X, giving our creatures that double strike and trample, along with a little bit of +1/+1. But like I said, double strike's really good in this deck because deals damage first, doubles the damage, and then that's essentially quadruple the damage, because there's nothing on here that says it only happens once, right? Yep, just double it. So that's always nice to see. Lightning Grease, because it needs to attack the first time it comes down, because otherwise it's going to get removed at some point. Mind Stone for that mana. Ruby Medallion, because we run plenty of Rend spells in here, so we may as well have a way to cast them for cheaper. Soul Ring, in order to get that extra mana. Swiftfoot Boots, in order to make sure you can attack the turn comes down. Like I said, plenty of haste enablers, even Rising of the Dead we run in this deck. Sword of the Animus, we're in Boros, we don't have many ways to ramp, so let's use Sword of the Animus in order to make sure we can do that, along with dealing a little bit of extra damage with that +1/+1, which, +1/+1, double strike, +2/+2, City on Fire, +6/+6, Fiery Emancipation, +18/+18. So we're at a good point at that point. It's almost full. Well, actually, no, with the 3 base power, that's commander damage there for you. Talisman of Conviction for that extra mana. Reaver Cleaver, since we're dealing double damage, we don't necessarily have to equip it onto Lightning, but we could equip it onto one of our other creatures, get plenty of treasure tokens. Dot Vessel for that no maximum hand size and just a free mana. And then Whisper Silk Cloak in order to make our creature unblockable so that we can get that ability off. Then for our creatures, we're on Anger for that haste enabler. Aurelia, Law Above, in order to make so that we could get a little bit of draw power along with burning our opponents. And so whenever a player attacks with 5 or more creatures, it deals that damage. So, we don't necessarily have to swing in with all our stuff our first combat, but if we do that the second combat, after lightning already had, what's it called, double strike on it, that's 12 damage right there for you, to each opponent. Aurelia the War Leader, for that extra combat, like I said, since we're attacking with lightning, we may as well get that extra combat in order to get that double damage, which will turn into quadruple damage. Bastion Protector, like I said, people are going to want to try to remove lightning, so we're going to have a couple ways to protect it. So we run Bastion Protector for that indestructible. Blade Historian, attacking creatures in control have double strike, so they'll deal the normal damage with lightning the first time around, but that second strike, they all get in for that double, including lightning. Combat Celebrant, in order to get that extra combat. Extra combats are really good in this deck. Fireman Commando, whenever you attack with 2 or more creatures, draw a card. We're going to normally have more than 2 creatures. We have 22 creatures in this deck total. And then whenever another player attacks 2 or more creatures, they draw a card. If none of those creatures attacked you, a little bit of helping each other out, right? If a source would deal damage, next is Gisela, Blade of the Gold Knight. If a source of control would deal damage to a permanent and opponent controls, source deals double that damage to that player or permanent instead. If we're quadrupling, we may as well make it 8 times as much, which will make it 24 times as much, which will make it 72 times as much. Quick math there for you. We just, no, wait, I missed one. Yeah, Giver of Runes. It's basically Mother of Runes, but, a little bit better, because it could also give protection from colorless. Grand Abolisher. We're going to make sure our opponent can't counter all our spells every time we try playing. This is also one of those ones where it does cost $16, so it is up in the air if you want to run that or not. Heartless Hitsugu. Deal half damage to each of our opponents, rounded down. If we double that, I'm just saying, that's full damage there on board, if they have an even number of life points. Erois, God of Victory. Prevent all damage will be dealt to attacking creatures you control. We want to be able to swing in. What's easier to swing in than without being able to be dealt damage to our own creatures? And then we have Karlach, Fury of Avernus. Like I said, we like extra combat spells, so we may as well run a creature that'll deal to keep on attacking in as well. Caddis Emberclaw Familiar. Since it is only double damage to the opponent that we're attacking, we may as well have it so that we can attack everyone, essentially. Knight of White Orchid. Like I said, we're in Boros. We need a little bit of ramp. Lizard Blades. We like Double Strike. Give something Double Strike. Lorna the Third Path for that little bit of removal. Mother of Runes to make sure that lightning could deal that damage to our opponent by being able to be unblocked by at least something that they control. Adric Luminarch Marshal. Give all our creatures first strike, which we don't always want necessarily, is the only thing on that. But giving them double strike, hexproof, haste, indestructible, lifelink, menace, reach, skulk, trample, and vigilance, that's always nice to see. Professional Facebreaker, give our creatures if we had that with Adric, it'll give our creatures menace, making it so we could swing in. We just like creating treasure tokens. Twin Flame Tyrant, like I said, double damage. We like to do it because we'll double strike with lightning, giving us that quadruple. Giving us Twin Flame Tyrant, giving us that 8 times. There's another one that doubled up here somewhere. I forgot what its name was. Where was it? No, that's double strike one. I thought there was another one up here. Anyway, then we get the extra combat. That goes us up to 4. We're at 8, so we're at 16. Then we'd be at 32. Then we triple that. That puts us at 96. We triple that again. We're at 288. And it can't be countered because we have Voice of Victory. I mean, they couldn't cast spells during our turn, right? Just, if we had a magical day. And that all played out the way we thought it would. Or Aggravated Assault, which will just give us those extra combat spell steps in order to, potentially even have more than one extra combat step. If we have 10 mana on board in Boros. City on Fire, let's triple the damage. Like I said, we've been referencing these cards all day. Duel's Heritage, whenever one or more creatures you control attack, you may have target attacking creature you control gain double strike until end turn. Normally it's going to be lightning. Flaming Fist, once again, give it that double strike. We have plenty of cards that'll do that. And then Rising of the Day for that haste. Let's go ahead and scroll on over to the second half of the deck. Yep, there we go. Alright, for our instance, we have a chrome as well. Giving our creatures flying, vigilance, double strike, indestructible, protection from all colors, making sure that they can swing in, deal double that damage, gain double the life with a lifelink ability that I forgot to mention when reading this off. And like I said, we just want ways to protect our commander, along with giving us plenty of ways to deal plenty of damage. Chaos Warp for that removal, Dawn's Truce for that protection, Flawless Maneuver for that protection, Generous Gift for the removal, Great Train Heist in order for that extra combat spell that we're going to want, Path to Exile for that removal, Psychotic Fury, give your creature double strike, I like to see it, and also a little bit of draw power while we're at it. Savage Beating for the extra combat phase, Sword Splash for the removal, and Two-Handed Axe for that double strike. I mean, it could also just double power of a equipped creature while we're at it, because it is an adventure. So, you know, what is our most powerful creature in this deck, actually? Let's take a look. We have, let's see, Anger has 2, 4, 3, 2, 4, 4, 5. 5 might be the most. 7. Yeah, I think 7 is the biggest one. So, you know, double 7 again with the lightning ability. That puts us at 28. Oh, almost scrolled too far. And, you know, all our triplers, all that type of stuff. 288 times 7. Let's bring up a calculator real quick. What's 288 times 7? That would be 2016 damage on board, which, you know, if someone's running life gain, you might need. And then for our sorcerers, the Blast Massacre for the board wipe, Disrupt Decorum. Yeah, our opponents might need to attack with their creatures if we're doing it already. So that we could swing in easier with our stuff. Farewell for that board wipe, Pull Rattle for 2 extra combat spells. So if we have double strike on lightning, that'll give us double, quadruple, 8 times, 16 times after the first combat. Then another combat, 32, 64 times. So, and then we have Relentless Assault for an extra combat phase, and Taunt from the Rampart in order to go to our opponent's creatures. And then, as always, I always like to say, if you don't want to spend $132 on lands, don't. You'd always spend them all on basics, using Evolving Wilds in order to get the ones that you want, or Terramorphic Expanse, just using, you know, a couple basic, like, Battlefield Forge in order to get the ones that you want. But this is just like the optimized version I'm showing, that's why I just scrolled through it. But thanks so much for tuning into the channel. Hopefully you'll like, comment, subscribe so you can stay tuned there for the next one. Yeah, thanks for watching. Hope to see you on the channel. Welcome back to the channel. Today we're back on our Final Fantasy Commander deck profile. Today with Zidane Tantalus Steve. Gain control of target creature your opponent controls when he enters. Only for a turn though, because you do have to give it back to your opponent, but in exchange you get a treasure token. That creature does also have haste and lifelink, so you gain life and your opponent loses life while you control it. But the general focus of the deck is to give stuff to our opponents, give us those treasure tokens, while benefit off of those treasure tokens, and then, you know, maybe we get something that our opponent really wants on their field, and we don't want it on their field, so we'll have things that'll sacrifice it in order to deal more damage to our opponent, in some way, shape, or form. But that's the general overview of the deck, not too complicated there, but let's get into the cards that are in here, card by card. As always, starting with Arcane Signet, giving us that little bit of mana. Like I said, sometimes we don't want our opponent's creatures sticking around, and 2 mana is better than 1. So let's sacrifice to get that 2 mana with Ashnod's Altar. Assault Suit, give control, basically pass around a creature for a little bit, giving you those treasure tokens for that time it's being passed around. Bucknard's Everfull Purse, roll D4, get those treasure tokens. Since like I said, we have plenty of things that'll benefit off those treasure tokens. So we'll have this that'll give us those extra treasure tokens, along with giving us the treasure tokens, since you're going to have to give control of this to someone else. Commander Sphere for that little bit of extra mana, since we can't always rely on having a treasure token, since those don't stick around. Coveted Jewel. I mean, I'm not super fond of this card because it gives your opponent's draw power and mana, but it gives us even more mana and it gives us that draw power, which sometimes might just be a little push that we need to win the game when we're at 6 mana. Hitley and Rope, I think that's pronounced, but it can't be sacrificed, so you basically help everyone get their land drops with this card, along with giving you the extra mana. You'll love to see it. Jinx Idol, at the beginning of upkeep, deal 2 damage to yourself. Oh no, we're not going to keep it onto our field. We're going to sacrifice the creature that we took control of from our opponent to give this control to that same opponent if they're winning enough. Jinx Ring, once again, same thing as Jinx Idol, just 1 life instead of 2. And whenever a card is put into your graveyard, not just every turn. Mind Stone for a little bit of extra mana. Scroll down. Ruby Medallion, make our things cost cheaper to cast. Slicer, Hired Muscle. You keep passing him around, keep getting those treasure tokens, making so he has to attack your opponents, not yourself though. Soul Ring, in order for that extra mana. Same thing, Talisman of Conviction. On to the creatures that we run in here. We have Academy Manufacturer. Like I said, we run plenty of things that'll give us treasure tokens, even Smothering Tide in this one. But we may as well get food and food and clues off that as well. Give us that little bit of draw power, because we're probably going to need it at a certain point. Crow and Horse, give control to our opponent, but he keeps giving us those little creatures that we'll need in order to protect ourselves, while giving us that treasure token a turn that we got rid of it. Alexios, Deimos of Cosmos, must attack each combat if able, can't attack yourself, but you get that treasure token by keep passing around and keeps having him deal more damage to each opponent. Eventually he'll be like an 8/8 with trample by the time he gets around the board just once. Bazaar Trader, target player gains control of target artifact, creature, or land you control. Nope. Sometimes we're tapped on land for mana, but we need an extra mana in order to do, I don't know, something. So we may as well just give it to our opponent for a little bit. Brian's Saildarm, sacrifice another creature, deals damage equal to creature's toughness to our opponents. Like I said, we don't always want our opponent's things that we take control of sticking around. Treasure token's not the only thing that we want. Captivating Crew, gain control of target opponent for a turn. Nice, not target opponent, target creature and opponent controls. So we may as well just have plenty of things that'll do that in here as well. This Flutus guy will do the same thing as well. Goblin Cadets blocks or becomes blocked, target opponent gains control of it before it doesn't get removed from combat. It doesn't deal any combat damage. So, it'll give us a treasure token now. It'll be good turn 1 play. Well, really turn 2 because you have to swing in with it. Goldspan Dragon, give us those treasure tokens, give us a little bit of treasure token synergy while we're at it. Humble Defector, draw 2 cards, target opponent gains control of this card. A little bit of draw power, a little bit of treasure tokens. All the stuff we like to see in this deck. Karn the Betrayer. Karn the Betrayer attacks or blocks each combat if able. If you lose control of Karn, draw 2 cards. We like losing control of Karn. We like drawing cards. If damage would be dealt to Karn the Betrayer, prevent that damage, and an opponent of your choice gains control of it. It only has 1 toughness, so that's going to be happening a lot. And at White Orchid, like I said, we're in Boros. We don't have many ways to get lands onto the battlefield, so it'll take what we can get. Magda the Horde Master, commit a crime, create a tap treasure token. This ability only happens once each turn. Gain control of target opponent or creature. Target creature or opponent controls. I keep doing that in reverse for some reason. Counts as that, so we'll get an extra treasure token, and we can sacrifice Druid in order to get a dragon with haste. Molten Primordial. When Molten Primordial enters the battlefield, each opponent gains control up to 1 target creature that player controls. Get them back. Get those treasure tokens, get those that damage in with our opponent's creatures. Rational Facebreaker, giving us that treasure token. Solemn Simulacrum, giving us that land. Steelskin, Moogle Merchant. Like I said, sometimes we just want our opponents to have some stuff, and we want to draw cards. Let's do it. Treasure Nabber, opponent taps an artifact for mana, gain control of that artifact until end of your next turn. So we have to give it back to our opponent. So they tap their Soul Ring, we get a Soul Ring and a treasure token after we're done with the Soul Ring. Zorn, if we're getting a treasure token, we may as well get another treasure tokens. Yes, man. Professional Securitron, target opponent gains control of this creature, put a quest counter on it, leaves the battlefield, get that many tokens onto your battlefield. It's really just the treasure tokens that we're looking for, isn't it? Yuffie, Materia Hunter. You gain control of your opponent's artifacts until Yuffie leaves the battlefield. So, gives us treasure tokens, gives us the Soul Ring for a little bit. Oh wait, actually, Yuffie gain control of target non-creature artifact as long as you control Yuffie. Yeah, no. Okay, this is just a secondary ability of attaching equipment. And then Zealous Conscripts, gain control, target opponent, your creature's control. Target creature, your opponent's control. I'm kind of curious how many times I'm going to mess that up the rest of this video now. We already did. Oh, yeah, no, that's the end of the deck anyway. Alright, on to the second half of the deck. We have Alchemist Talent. Let's double up on our what we could use our, what's it called for? Let's deal damage to our opponents so we actually have a way to win the game, not just relying on what our opponents have. And that's really about all the card does. Frenzied Fuge. Enters the battlefield, upkeep, gain control of enchanted permanent until end turn. Untap the permanent, gain saves, keeps giving it back to our opponent. So we keep getting those treasure tokens. Rain of Riches, when we use those treasure tokens, we get to cascade into something else. Smothering Tide. It's just in theory a good white card, but like I don't like running in every deck. And in theory, this is like the one I want to build in real life, so I probably wouldn't run Teferi's Protection or Smothering Tide, just because they are like over $40 each, and then moving the lands and putting something else there. Easily cut down on the cost of this deck. Active Aggression, gain control of target creature, cast Warp, move a creature, Dawn's Truce, protect your own creatures, Deflecting Palm. You know, maybe your opponent's mad that you just sacrificed their 2020, and now they want to swing on you with their 1818 because they're just playing a big creature deck. Prevent that damage and send it back to them. We don't want to play this game ourselves. We want to rely on what our opponent's doing. That's where this deck kind of fails. Is the only thing. Demand Answers, just a little bit of draw power. Fling, sacrifice our opponent's creatures that we gain control of, and send it back at them. Generous Gift, a little bit of removal. Grab the Reins, gain control. Pet Exile, removal. Source Splash, removal. Various Protection, well, it's in the name, it's protection. Act of Treason, gain control. Call for aid, gain control. Claim the Firstborns, gain control. Furnace Realm, gain control. Harmless Offering, your opponent gains control. This one also, I just have the Jeff the Shark art, and I wanted a place to put this card. Insurrection, untap all creatures and gain control of them. And there's a lot of things to swing on, which will also be a bunch of treasure tokens, which this is not like a game ender at a certain point. Or at least we'll remove one person from the game. Involuntary Employment, gain control. Jessica's Will. It's Jessica's Will. Once again, it'll probably be the card that I'd remove if I made this like into an actual deck. Karzev, gain control. Mass Mutiny, for each opponent, gain control. Ma Brule, gain control of all creatures. Price of Loyalty, gain control of target creature. Seize the Spotlight, gain control of each player who chose to not give you a treasure token. Trader's Greed, gain control of target creature. And then Vengeful Possession. I don't know if I've made it clear, but you're going to gain control of your opponent's stuff. But that's the deck there. This one, not too complicated. Make sure you leave how you'd like to run this deck down there in the comment section. And like, comment, subscribe so you can stay tuned for the next one. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to the channel. We're back with another Final Fantasy Commander deck profile. Today again with Sephiroth Fallen Hero. This one's more of a budget build of the deck. If you'd like the full power build, there is another video on the channel lower down in the playlist in terms of how truly powerful you can run them with artifacts as the equipment. But this one more focuses on the +1/+1 counter side of things and keeps the budget under $150 in order to, you know, like I said, have a little bit more of a budget build for people getting into the game a little bit more. Like I said, majority of the cards are putting +1/+1 counters onto the creatures in order to have them sacrificed in order to get Sephiroth back onto the battlefield, or have them become 7/5s with that extra power because of the +1/+1 counters. We have a lot of modular in here in order to get those artifact creatures with those +1/+1 counters. Additional things that will make the cell counter ability happen more than once. But that's a general overview of the deck. Let's get into it card by card. Start off as always, we have Arcane Signet for some mana. Bloodforged Battle Axe. We do have a couple of equipments in here. This one does become multiple equipments, giving it equipments to multiple creatures. This way we just have something to sacrifice there. Lava Spur Boots, we want Sephiroth to be able to attack the first turn he comes out. So we have Lava Spur Boots, we have Swiftfoot Boots, I'm pretty sure we have Lightning Greaves in here. I don't see it here, but sometimes it goes to a different part of the deck. Mind Stone for that little bit of extra mana. We are in Boros, he does cost 5, so it's always nice to have just a little bit more. Samurai's Katana gives your creature that equipment, gives something haste as well, and you know, sometimes just a trample's nice in order to get the damage in. But also gives you a job select token or it has something to sacrifice. We also have a whole bunch of things in here that'll create tokens in order to make sure we have plenty of things to sacrifice. Skinling has a living weapon ability, allowing us to have that same thing as Samurai's Katana, just a 0/0 starting off, something easy to sacrifice, and then make our creature into a 9/7 when it attacks in. Soul Ring for extra mana, Swiftfoot Boots, once again for that haste, Talisman Conviction for the mana, Dot Vessel for the mana, and Wayfarer's Bauble for that land. And for sorceries, we have Austere Command. We're going to tend to have 3 or less mana value creatures on the board. If you look here, most of these are 3 or lower, and also a lot of the ones we don't really care about them getting destroyed, or sometimes we even want them sacrificed. So this really helps us out a whole bunch there. Boss Solidarity, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control, making sure those modified creatures to sacrifice there with Sephiroth. Collective Effort for another removal piece, along with those additional +1/+1 counters. Gird for battle, put additional +1/+1 counters on creatures. Martial Coup, sometimes we need that board wipe, and we may as well get tokens while we're at it. It may wipe Sephiroth off the board, but normally we'll have Swiftfoot Boots, Lava Spur Boots, Lightning Greaves on him in order to make sure he can attack again, and then we'll have that token in order to sacrifice to get him onto the board. Our Requisition Raid, once again, something to put +1/+1 counters onto all our creatures in order to make sure we keep getting those creatures to sacrifice, along with removal when we need it. Smoke Spirit's Aid, for each of up to X target creatures, create a red aura, attach it to them, deal damage when they get destroyed along with creating treasure tokens. We like treasure tokens in this deck to get that extra mana. We don't really mind our creatures getting sacrificed, and having that aura on them makes them a modified creature, allowing us to get Sephiroth's ability off. The Crystals Chosen, create 4 tokens, put +1/+1 counters on all of them, allowing us to get Sephiroth onto the battlefield 4 times if he's sent to the graveyard 4 times somehow. Absent Falconer, since we're going to be putting +1/+1 counters on creatures, we may as well have them fly. Eric Gainsborough, it's just kind of flavorful to have Sephiroth sacrifice Eric in order to put her +1/+1 counters onto himself, or, well, I don't think it would work onto himself because of timing restrictions, but allow those +1/+1 counters to go somewhere else. We have Aki Battle Squad for that additional, combat, in order to make sure that, we're going to play modified creatures. We may as well spend additional mana on something big. Arcbound Javelier, remove X +1/+1 counters from this creature, deals X damage to target attacking or blocking creature. So a bit of removal, and once again, since that's modular, it can move those counters onto something else when it dies, if we get to that point. Arcbound Silt, whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, put a +1/+1 counter on it, giving it those +1/+1 counters, having the modular, allowing us to move those counters around. Arcbound Stinger, once again, modular, moving those counters around. Always. So the thing is with modular is that if we sacrifice this creature, we get to move its +1/+1 counters onto, say, something else that's an artifact creature, which just works out well with this deck. Oran, Venerated Guardian, whenever this creature attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on it. We like to see those +1/+1 counters, and then you have those creatures be removed until Oran leaves the battlefield. This also allows us great control over when those creatures are on the battlefield, depending on when we want to sacrifice Oran in order to get them back. It also really helps out this way in case we need a little bit of a favor from our opponent. We can say, like, oh, we'll sacrifice Oran, and you can get your creature back. And, they'll help us deal with something else. Dust Legion Duelist, whenever one or more creatures with +1/+1 counters deals damage, draw a card. We love to see it. Oh, sorry, that's when it's put onto a creature, not when they deal damage. Oh, no, when it's put onto him. Sorry about that. Edgar, Master Mechanist. Once during each of your turns, you may cast an artifact spell from your graveyard. If you cast a spell this way, that artifact enters tapped. So we'll put in our modular creatures in order to have them enter those +1/+1 counters in order to sacrifice them to get Sephiroth back often. Whenever Edgar attacks, he gets +X/+0, where X is the number greatest mana value on artifacts you control. So I think 4 is the highest on this. I think we have a 6 somewhere. Yep, there we go, 6 for this creature. But yeah, it really works out well, mostly for that first ability. Envoy the Ancestors, give our creatures lifelink when they're modified. We have plenty of modified creatures, so we may as well give them a lifelink while we're at it, along with helping us get Aerith's ability off to make her bigger. Let me scroll down. Grey Host Reinforcements, whenever this creature enters the battlefield, exile target player's graveyard. It helps us just get around graveyard decks a whole bunch. Put a number of +1/+1 counters on this creature equal to the number of creatures exiled this way. It could be a lot, it could be little, it could be nothing. But, at a certain point, like, you will be facing a graveyard deck, so this is a good counter to that a little bit. Hexavus gives their creatures flying, or gives them +1/+1 counters onto this creature, depending on where we want to put them. Lion Sash, good piece of removal, along with giving +1/+1 counters onto itself, allowing us to sacrifice it, or even attach it to something with a reconfigure ability, making something else to a modified creature. All depends on what we need in order to get Sephiroth back out, in order to cheat out that commander cost. Luminarch Aspirant, +1/+1 counters onto target creature you control, may as well. Mikaeus Lunarch, we get to control who we had those +1/+1 counters on, or to control what we sacrifice. So, maybe we just want those +1/+1 counters on a token rather than, our Hexavus. This way we can make sure we have something bigger to swing in with. Also, something that's cool about Hexavus is that if we get the cell counter onto him with Sephiroth's ability, that's a 13/11 with flying. Ornithopter Paradise, once again, it's a flying creature. We like to add a little bit of mana, but also we get a +1/+1 counter on it. That's an 8/6 with flying. You can swing in on your opponent every so often. Reluctant Role Model, beginning of your second main phase, this creature's tap, put a flying lifelink or +1/+1 counter on it, depending on how we need to modify it in order to get Sephiroth's ability off on it, or sacrifice it in order to use Sephiroth's ability, depending on what we need at the time. Selfless Squire, enters the battlefield, deal damage this turn, prevent that damage, put +1/+1 counters on him. Makes us prevent some damage, just prevents one attack, but, sometimes that's all you need to prevent. Skyboon Evangelist, enters the battlefield, supports six +1/+1 counters onto something. Not necessarily itself, but, say if we put those onto Hexavus, that's now a 19/17. And then its other ability is that whenever a creature you control with a counter on it, whenever a creature with a counter on it attacks, the one opponent's that creature gains flying, so we like to fly over our opponent's stuff so they can't deal with us as much. Some Simulacrum for that land, along with when we sacrifice it, we get to draw a card. It's a good little 50-cent card there. Silverblade Vindicator, as Trample, as Vigilance, as Double Strike. Once it becomes a 7/5, or really 8/6, because when we put a counter on it, it's just a few good abilities, and it's only 50 cents. And then Trusty Retriever, +1/+1 counter on this creature, sacrifice it, get Sephiroth back, or return target artifact or enchantment from your graveyard to your hand. Depends what we need at the time, as always. Scrolling over to the second half of the deck, we have Katara's Crusade. This is one where it does keep a lot of paying attention to in order to focus on how many +1/+1 counters are on your creatures, but that's what dice are for at the end of the day, right? But it also, makes it so all your creatures could be sacrificed for Sephiroth, but it also makes it so that those other creatures get to counter when Sephiroth comes back to the battlefield. Feldar Retreat, giving us some tokens to sacrifice, giving us some +1/+1 counters onto our creatures, depending on if we need modified creatures to sacrifice or if we need creatures to sacrifice. Soldier Military Program, get a soldier with a +1/+1 counter on it, giving us an 8/6 to swing in with Sephiroth as long as it's on the battlefield. Get it forever, enchantment enters support two +1/+1 counters on something, giving us something to sacrifice. Choose target creature with counter on it. When that creature dies this turn, return that card to its owner's hand. So say we have something that we plan to sacrifice with Sephiroth, we could just pay that one extra mana in order to get it back to our hand rather than having it sit in the graveyard, where with this deck we don't really have much to get it out of the graveyard with. Windcrag Siege, we tend to choose the Mardu side of this. If a creature attacking has a ability happening, we have it happen an additional time. So we get to have his cell counter go into two different creatures, giving us 2 7/5s rather than just one. Really helpful there. As always, we go through lands at the end. Almost forgot the instance. Chaos Warp for a little bit of removal, Disenchant for a little bit of removal, Duty Beyond Death. We're going to want to put +1/+1 counters on creatures, and we're not going to want those creatures to die on our opponent's terms. We're going to want them to get removed on our terms. So let's make sure they can. Generous Gift for that removal, Pet Exile for that removal, Protection Mage. Shield counters count as modifying a creature, and once again, we want to control when our stuff is getting removed, not necessarily when our opponent removes our stuff. Recruit the Worthy, create a token, put a counter on it, make so that we could get those modified creatures to sacrifice. Rootborn Defenses, protect our creatures, populate, get the additional token to put the +1/+1 counter on to sacrifice with Sephiroth. Secure the Waste, depends how many tokens we need, but it could be a lot. Could be a lot to sacrifice with Sephiroth, could be just one. Stroke of Midnight for that removal, Solar Supply Share for that removal, Team or Battle Rage, give a creature double strike, And this creature also gains trample until end of turn. If you control a creature of power 4 or greater, we're going to tend to have a creature of power 4 or greater. Actually, now that I think about it, Dragonhawk would be really good in this deck. I didn't put it in the other one even. But yeah, that could potentially make it so that we're winning with Sephiroth's commander damage if we need it at that point. Draw a possibility just for a little bit of draw power because we don't really have much in the stack. We probably should be running more. And Unbreakable Formation for those +1/+1 counters, and that Indestructible. It also gives them Vigilance because this way, since we're going to be swinging a whole bunch, we're going to want something to protect them a little bit more. Oh, there's Lightning Grease on the side of the deck. Elspeth Resplendent. Can't really read it, but I know it's +1/+1 counters or some other type of counter onto your creature, making it into a modified creature, so you don't have something to sacrifice. And Elspeth, Sun's Champion. Destroy creatures with power 4 or greater. Going to tend to be our creatures at that point, so that's why we're going to want to use the other two abilities, create the tokens in order to have something to sacrifice. As always, I always like to say, you could just run $14 worth of lands. You don't necessarily need to run $100-something worth of lands. This is just an example of what you could run, but that's the general overview of the deck. If you have your own deck profile, make sure you leave it down there in the comment section. I'd love to check it out. But yeah, thanks so much for coming to the channel. Hope you stay tuned for some future videos. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe. Have a good rest of the day. Welcome back to the channel. Today we're back with our Final Fantasy Commander deck profile with Sin, Spear's Punishment. For 7 mana, you get 7/7 with flying. Whenever it enters, you get it to exile permanent from your graveyard at random. Create a token copy of that. If it's a land, you get to do it again. So we're going to have plenty of ways to get lands into our graveyard, and plenty of ways to benefit off of having lands in our graveyard in order to get use out of that repeating a land drop ability, along with having some good creatures to revive off that as well. We do have plenty of ways to sacrifice lands, ways to mill ourselves, ways to benefit off those land drops as well, and also ways to just benefit off token doubling, since it creates a copy of that card. Sorry, it creates a token that's a copy of that card, not just copies that card. So it does work out pretty well with that. We have ways to populate in order to benefit off that as well. But that's the general overview of the deck. Let's get into it card by card. Let's start off, we have Conduit of Worlds. We could also play our lands from our graveyard. We don't necessarily need to wait until we have Sin to get them onto the battlefield. Also get some other permanents from our graveyard that ended up there that, we want out of the graveyard. This could also help us when there is a creature in our graveyard that we want out of our graveyard. It makes it so that the chance to get the creature is less random. Lightning Grease. It does happen when he attacks as well, so we want to make sure he attacks the turn he comes out. So let's give some Lightning Grease. And I think I forgot to put Swiftfoot Boots in here. Anyway, we have Mesmeric Orb in order to make sure that we keep milling ourselves in order to get plenty of cards into our graveyard. Mostly going to be lands, because we do have 38 lands in this deck in total. Soul Ring for some additional mana. We don't run any Signets in here just because we're going to have so many land drops in this deck that we tend not to need it. Zoran Orb. Since we want lands to enter the battlefield again and again, and sometimes we have too many lands, then we know what to do with. Let's use Zoran Orb to get that ability off. We have Adrix, new Twin Casters. If one or more tokens will be created under your control, twice that many are created instead. So, since we're going to be creating a token copy of, say, something like Ancient Green Warden or Traveling Chocobo, let's get 2 of those instead of just 1. AC, Tyrant of the Gaia Strait. The good landfall ability of allowing us to draw a card, along with getting that additional land drop every turn, really helps out with landfall decks. Especially since we're in Simic, we have a lot of the fun Simic cards to help with that. Also, this is what I like to call the max power version of this deck that I can make without too many game changers. I also made a budget version of this deck, which make sure you like, comment, subscribe so you can stay tuned to the channel for that. Aftermath Analyst, in order to mill our deck a little bit, along with returning all land cards from our graveyard to the battlefield. This way, at a certain point, when we want those creatures back from our graveyard, let's get rid of the lands in the graveyard so we get those creatures back. It may end up being Aftermath Analyst that we get back as well, in order to have us mill again and again. Ancient Green Warden. Sin grant plenty of landfall abilities. Let's make sure they happen twice. Let's make sure we can play our lands from our graveyard. This way we could reduce the chance of hitting lands off Sin when we want to hit a creature. Avengers Zendikar. Really good landfall ability, putting those +1/+1 counters onto your plants and creating plenty of plants based on how many lands we have. Potentially 39, depending on what point in the game we're at. Zeus of Lost But Seeking. We're going to this is also 7 mana, so we're going to want plenty of ways to get lands out of our hand and onto the battlefield, so we could then sacrifice them, or even lands out of our graveyard onto the battlefield. I just realized I also don't have, what's the, not Conduit of Worlds, the other one that lets us play lands more graveyard I don't have in here. Colossal Grave Reaver, whenever this creature enters or attacks, mill 3 cards. Just some good mill. We're going to want plenty of cards into our graveyard without having too many cards in our graveyard. Hedron Crab, mill ourselves with that landfall ability. At a certain point, it could get us all the cards into our graveyard. Hermit Druid, we run a total of, I think, only 3, nope, 1, 2, 3, 4, let's see, 5, 6 basic lands in this deck. So, it's very unlikely that we're going to hit a basic land, so let's mill out basically our whole deck. Because we're going to have plenty of ways to get it back, other than just, Sin. Where were we? Keishel Skimmer, a little bit of draw power when we remove cards from our graveyard. Sin's ability does it, plenty of other abilities do it. Lotus Cobra for additional mana when we have a land enter the battlefield. Lumra, Belle of the Woods, let's get all of our lands out of our graveyard so we can then cast Sin in order to make sure those creatures get back onto the battlefield. Marin, whenever another creature you control dies, you get an experience counter at the beginning of your end step. Choose target creature in your graveyard. If that card's mana value is less than or equal to the number of experience counters you have, return to the battlefield, otherwise put into your hand. Just some good recursion there. We're going to have plenty of experience counters because it's another creature you control, not a non-token creature, and there's plenty of ways to create tokens in this deck. Muldrota, get the lands out of our graveyard, get the creatures out of our graveyard, makes it so that if we had the mana to cast stuff, we could cast it. Nixilis, the Fallen, landfall ability to burn out our opponents. Rampaging Bailots gets us plenty of 4/4 tokens. We're going to have a lot of them. I may have wanted to run the card that gives all creatures haste in this deck, but I just don't have that in here, actually. Roll Elemental, land enters battlefield, gain control of creature your opponent controls for as long as you control this creature. It's not removal, but it's basically removal. Sacred Tribe Elder, get that additional land out of our deck. Scoot Swarm, I mean, we're playing Landfall, how could we not? I mean, you could easily cut it and just put another land in here, but that's up to you. Sidisi, Brood Tyrant, enters battlefield, Mildry. We love milling in this deck. We want cards in our graveyard. And whenever one or more creatures are put into your graveyard from your library, create a zombie token. We're going to be milling a lot. We're going to be creating plenty of zombies between the two. 6, let's get some lands into our graveyard. Let's get our creatures out of our graveyard. Things we want to see. Where were we? Skull Prophet, a little bit of a mana dork, but we tend to use it for the mill more than anything. Spring Bloom Druid, sacrifice the land, get 2 lands onto the battlefield. We want lands in the graveyard, we want lands on the battlefield. Let's do both. Stitcher Supplier, mill 3 cards when it enters. It's only 1 mana. You get the mill 3. We like milling. Let's do it. Tatiova has the landfall ability of gaining you life and drawing a card. We need draw power in this deck so that we're not just, hitting lands after lands. So let's benefit off those lands entering. Taval, sometimes we want to control what's in our graveyard, so let's use Taval to get those things out of our graveyard and into the banish zone in order to cast our stuff cheaper while we're at it. The other Taval, the Balanced Scale, whenever one or more creatures leave your graveyard, create 2/2 black zombie token. Since we're going to be delving, we're going to be milling in order to use Sin's ability. Let's benefit off that as much as possible. Hey, that's also mill himself. Get Drug Monster, player lands from our graveyard. Like I said, sometimes we want the creatures out of our graveyard, so let's do that rather than hitting a land every time. And then whenever one or more land cards are put into your graveyard, so you use your Exotic Orchard, Terramorphic Expand, something like that, you get to draw a card. Wise Mothman, I mean, since we're milling ourselves, we may as well mill our opponents while we're at it. Get a little bit of burn damage off while we're at it. Tireless Provisioner, treasure tokens off of land drops. Love to see it. But actually 4 if we have a Traveling Chocobo and... what is it? I always forget its name. It's up here. Nope. Ancient Green Warden. That's 4 treasure tokens off Tireless Provisioner because this doubles our landfall abilities essentially. Thank you to the person who pointed out in a previous comment on a video. Then on to our enchantments. We have Doubling Season to double our token since it's create a token, not copy a spell. Insidious Roots in order to create, do something with our tokens. Sometimes we're going to need a little bit of extra mana, so let's get that extra mana. It also gives us plant tokens, which, helps us with Adventurer's Zendikar a little bit. Paralyze, once again, double our tokens. Ripples of Undeath, get a creature out of our graveyard if we want to, but also the main ability is the extra mill. Splunking, we're going to be having plenty of ways that'll say, put land onto the battlefield tapped. So, we don't always want them onto the battlefield tapped, let's just get them onto the battlefield. And then Taval's Judgment, whenever one or more creatures leave your graveyard, which is going to be happening a lot, draw a card, create treasure, or create a zombie token. So, like I said, since we're going to be milling a lot, let's put that to our advantage. Let's scroll on over to the second deck while we're talking about things that we're going to do. As always, we'll go over lands last. Beast Within for that removal, counterspell for countering a spell, crop rotation, sacrifice land, get the land that we actually want out of our deck. Endless Restoration, sacrifice land, get more lands out of our deck. Frantic Search, there are certain cards that we don't necessarily need in our hand, so let's put them into a graveyard and get some cards that we do want. Grizzly Savage, mill, get some lands back into your hand. We love to see it. Growth Spiral, that little bit of draw power, but also additional land drop really helps out all these landfall abilities. Harrow, it's an instant speed, sacrifice land, get 2 lands. Sometimes it could really help out. I could have put the new Tifa card in here, but I just didn't put it in here for some reason, I'm realizing. Second Harvest, token, copy of all of our tokens. Token, more tokens, even more, we could have double our tokens with this, essentially. Then use Doubling Season to double it again, so that's 4 times. Then we have Parallel Lives, so we have 8 times as many. Then, if we have Ancient Green Warden and Traveling Chocobo on the field, that'll double our landfall ability. So say if we created 8 Green Wardens, that's 16 times that by 8 more for Traveling Chocobo. We have 64 times as many, no wait, that's not how it works, or it would be 2 to the 8. I don't know, leave it down there in the comment section, how you think it works. I don't feel like doing math right now. Run in 7, get our creatures into our graveyard, our lands into our hand, depending on what we need to get onto the battlefield with Sin at the point of the game. Cultivate for extra lands, Farseek for extra lands, Life from the Loam, get our lands out of the graveyard in order to be able to use them, in order to get our creatures out of the graveyard with Sin's ability. Nature Lore for lands. Reanimate, get the big creature that we want out of our graveyard onto the battlefield, normally Ancient Green Warden, depending on what our landfall abilities we already have. Dream Visits for extra lands. Toxic Deluge for that board wipe. Victimize, in order to get the creatures out of the graveyard. Maybe we'll hit lands with Sin at that point. Will of the Sultai, target player mills, or target player gets a +1/+1 for every land on the battlefield. And as always, I always like to say, you don't necessarily need to spend $400 on lands. You could spend $20 on lands and, have just as much fun. But I'm just going to scroll through them while I just like to say thank you so much for coming to the channel to watch the video. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe so you can stay tuned for the next one. We'll also be doing a budget version of this deck, as I said earlier in the video. So if you want to see a little bit more budget version of this, make sure you subscribe so you can stay tuned for that. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to the channel. We're back with another Final Fantasy Commander deck profile with Sin, Spear's Punishment. We did another deck profile of this commander on the channel. This one is a bit more budget-friendly version of the deck. We try to keep all budget decks under $150. Like I said, a bit more budget-friendly, still not the most budget-friendly, but there are cards in here that are like $5 or more that you can always remove, put some extra lands, put some extra removal, in order to run a deck on however you'd like to run a deck. But overall focus of this deck is in order to get lands into the graveyard, in order to get them out of the graveyard with Sin's ability, in order to then have all of our landfall abilities happen. We also have ways to get the lands out of the graveyard in order to make sure that when we want to revive a creature, we could revive a creature instead at random. But that's the general overview of the deck. Let's get into it card by card. We have Head Shredder. When you attack, mill 2. It is a vehicle, so you do have the crew ability. Whenever a land is put into your graveyard from the library, put it onto the battlefield tapped. Like I said, we have plenty of ways that we would like to have benefit off of lands entering the battlefield. So let's do it. Perpetual Timepiece, mill 2 cards. Let's mill, get those cards into the graveyard, so we have more things to revive and more options out of that. 1 second. Soul Ring for additional mana. We don't really run the signets in this deck just because we have so many landfall abilities in here that we tend not to need to. Is there an orb in order to get those lands into your graveyard? So we can use Sin's ability. Sometimes someone's running a Doughty Voidwalker, which will exile all of our creatures. So this way we'll have only lands in our graveyard. We can keep using Sin's ability, keep getting those abilities off. We tend to do creatures next, but let's do sorcerers next since we're over here already. Buried Alive, in order to get creatures into your graveyard, sometimes we want those creatures fast, so let's get them into the graveyard so we get them right away. Calling Ritual, bit of a board wipe for weaker creatures, along with giving you plenty of mana. Cultivate for those additional land drops, explore for that additional land out of your hand. Same thing with Farseek. Glimpse the Unthinkable. Target player puts the top 10 cards of his or her library into the graveyard. That's going to tend to be us. This is a cheaper version of Into the Multiverse you could run for this card as well. Not in terms of dollar amount, more so in terms of mana value. But Into the Multiverse is a good card for this one as well, to mill yourself 10 and get a creature out of everyone's graveyard. Kodamas Reach for additional land drop. Life from the Loam. Sometimes we're going to want to revive a creature, so let's get some lands out of our graveyard in order to make sure we get that creature instead of a land. And this way, if we do hit a land, we'll be more likely to hit a creature next time. Malevolent Rumble. Top four of your deck. One into your hand, rest into the graveyard. Get yourself a token. Oh, just some good mana ramp there. Rampant Growth. A little bit of land drop ability. Treasure Cruise. Once again, we're going to want to have a little bit of control over what's in our graveyard so we know what we're reviving. So Delve will help out with that a whole bunch, allowing us to banish the things we don't want in our graveyard for a little bit. Adrix and Nev, Twin Casters. We're going to be having tokens enter the battlefield. We're not copying spells, so this will allow us to create double those tokens. Avengers Zendikar. One of the best landfall abilities, giving us plenty of tokens, giving us plenty of +1/+1 counters onto those tokens. Really a big swing for the game at a certain point. Deranged Assistant, some good mill abilities, looking with a little bit of extra mana on top of that. Eternal Witness, sometimes we'll definitely want something out of our graveyard, so let's just choose what we're getting rather than having it be at random with Sin's ability. Floral Evoker, whenever land enters, get a +1/+1 counter, discard a creature card, return land from your graveyard to the battlefield. So let's get that creature that we want to revive for cheap out of our graveyard, along with getting a land drop, or landfall ability. Hedron Crab, let's mill ourselves in order to get some things into the graveyard to have revive with Sin. Lotus Cobra, for that additional mana. Lotus Light Dancers, put a whole bunch of creatures into our graveyard, this way we'll have plenty of things to revive with it. Milliken, just a little bit of mill. Where were we? Muldrota, we don't always have to do things at random. Sometimes we can control what we're casting from our graveyard, which honestly, this might be a better commander to put Sin in rather than put this into your Sin deck, but it's up to your choice. Nyx Weaver, a little bit of mill for yourself. Exile this creature. Return target card from your graveyard to your hand. We mill the thing we want. Let's get it back. Rampaging Bailout's really good landfall ability. He has plenty of tokens to swing on our opponent with next turn. Reclamation Sage, a little bit of removal there. Oh, mouse is acting weird. Ruin Crab, land enters battlefield under your control. Each opponent mills 3 cards. So it's not necessarily as good as Hedron Crab because Hedron Crab can mill ourselves. But Ruin Crab, if you're at a certain point where you'll have, something that'll put all your lands back onto the battlefield, or we have just lands in our graveyard, and we have like 20 lands in our graveyard, we could potentially mill our opponent for 60, because this will keep happening with Sin's ability. Sakura Tribe, it's never really going to happen, but it's a possibility. Sakura Tribe Elder, allow us to get that land of our deck. Scoot Swarm, you're running landfall, you may as well. So DC, Brood Tyrant, whenever he enters Mildry, we get cards into our graveyard. Whenever creatures put it into your graveyard from your library, get a zombie token. Mill, creatures to your graveyard, zombie token. All the things we want. Skull Prophet, that mill ability, that mana dork ability. Springbloom Druid, let's put a land into our graveyard so we'll have something to hit with Sin's ability. Let's figure out what commander we were doing. Sir Conrad the Grim, whenever creatures put into your graveyard, you deal damage to each of your opponents. You also get to mill yourself a little bit, both of which could be helpful depending on where you're at in the game. Data Farmer, put target land card in the graveyard, then that was milled this turn onto the battlefield under your control, giving us a little bit of landfall ability with that. Along with own landfall ability, whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, you may get 2 rad counters. Which rad counters will help us mill ourselves, but will also potentially deal enough damage to, have us lose, so be careful with that. Tatiova, Bentic Druid, good landfall ability, gain life, draw a card. We need plenty of draw power in this deck as well. Taval, the balance scale. The mill ability is really good. Creating zombies is really good. We're going to do a whole bunch of that. So I'd say that almost $10 is worth it for this card. Same with Get Drug Monster. We're going to want to get lands out of our graveyard. So let's have plenty of ways to do that, along with plenty of ways to draw cards. And then Tireless Provisioner. Get those treasure tokens while we're at it. As always, like I said, if you want the more powerful version of this, make sure you check out the more powerful version of this set, which will have cards like Ancient Green Warden or the other Tireless. This was Tireless Provisioner. I forgot what the other Tireless card is off the top of my head. But yeah, like I said, make sure you check out the other deck profile for that. Awaken the Honor Dread, a little bit of mill, a little bit of removal, and whenever you may discard a card when you do return target creature or land card from your graveyard to your hand. Get the things we want out of our graveyard back to our hand. Deadbridge Chant, mill ourselves for 10. Get those cards that we want out of our deck into the graveyard. And then another way to get random creatures back onto the battlefield. Retreat, landfall ability giving our creatures some bonus power, along with burning our opponents just a little bit. Spelunking, we have plenty of cards in here that'll say put target land onto the battlefield tapped, so let's have it so it doesn't enter tapped. Titan's Nest, at the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. You may put that card into your graveyard. Basically, surveil one. Exile a card from your graveyard, add some mana. Only cast spell with X in its mana cost, which we're not really going to do. It's mostly the surveil that we're using this card for. Let's scroll on over to the second half of the deck. There we go. I don't know why the Swiftfoot Boots and Lightning Greaves keep getting separated. Then for some removal, we have Beast Within, Counterspell to counterspell so that we can protect our own stuff. Enters Restoration, or you get those additional land drops. Factor Fiction, some cards into a graveyard, some cards into your hand. We need both of those things to happen. Frantic Search, sometimes they give us the cards we don't want in our hand, so let's draw some new ones and discard those ones. Grappled with the Past, Mildry, you may return a creature or land from your graveyard to your hand. We do that. We do like getting stuff out of our graveyard. Grizzly Savage, mill 5, get a card back into your hand from those. Growth Spiral, a little bit of draw power, a little bit of land drop ability. Harrow, get those extra landfalls. Negate for another counterspell to counterspell. Otherworldly Gaze, Surveil, allowing us to get some cards into your graveyard. Flashback to do it again. Putrefy, a little bit of removal with that. Rakasha's Bargain, choose what cards we want off the top of our deck in our hand, which ones we want in our graveyard. It's really nice to be able to choose. Rolling Regrowth for that additional land drop ability. Second Harvest, I feel like this is a must include in this deck in order to get those additional tokens of all the tokens you're going to be creating. And then Thirst for Discovery, draw 3, discard 2. Choose what cards we want in our graveyard. As always, we go over lands last. Renin 7, mill some cards, get your lands into your hand, your creatures into your graveyard, depending on what we want where. Lightning Greaves and Swiftfoot Boots, since Sin's ability happens when he attacks, we're going to want him to attack the turn he comes down, so we may as well run both of those to give him haste. But yeah, as always, just like to say thanks so much for coming to the channel, like, comment, and subscribe, so you can make sure you stay tuned for future videos, or check out our channel for some other deck profiles that we have from the Final Fantasy set. Thanks so much for watching, and I hope you have a good rest of the day. Welcome back to the channel. We're back with our Final Fantasy Commander deck profile. We're here with Ultima, Origin of Oblivion. Is flying. Whenever he attacks, put a blight counter on target land. For as long as that land has a blight counter on it, loses all other land types and abilities, and has just tap to add colorless. Whenever you tap a land for colorless, add an additional colorless mana to your mana pool as well. So there's a couple different ways you could run this deck. You could either tap all of your opponent's lands for colorless. This way they can't use them for their spells, essentially, unless they're running a colorless deck as well. Or you could run a whole bunch of Eldrazi in order to get in your opponent's way. You could also do both, which is what we tried to do here with this deck, because Eldrazi are fun, but we don't necessarily want to have an Annihilator. We want to, be even more annoying by having mostly stacks pieces in this deck. But yeah, we have a whole bunch of Eldrazi in the stack in order the ones that'll take control of our opponent's turns, ones that'll destroy our opponent's stuff. We have other colorless spells that'll help us do a whole bunch in that as well. But yeah, we try to keep it under 1,000 just because, it's still an Eldrazi deck, so it's going to be expensive. But we may do a budget version of this deck, can't guarantee it just because most of the spells in this deck are, expensive. But yeah, let's get into it card by card. We have the Chroma's Memorial. Creatures control have flying, first strike, vigilance, trample, haste, and protection. This way we can make sure we could swing in for that damage. It is 7 mana, but once you have a big enough creature, you could win the game with that. Basalt Monolith doesn't untap during your untap step, but you do get that 3 mana right off the bat, allowing you to turbo boost your game plan just a little bit. Commander's Plate, +3/+3 has protection from each other color that's not its other identity, and equipped 3, so, have this come out for 5, have this come out for 4, and we'll be able to, swing in with a little bit of 3 hits for commander damage with that, along with stopping our opponents from using their lands if we need to get to that point. Overflowing Chalice, tap for some mana. We're going to need some mana to get all of our, 12, 13, 8 cost mana spells, 9, 10, 10, all the fun stuff in this deck. But yeah, like I said, we're going to need plenty of mana, and this will allow us to tap our waste for additional colorless, so, we'll potentially start off with a lot of mana on this. Expedition Map, sacrifice it, get a land. We're going to need lands. Forsaken Monument, colors creatures control have +2/+2, making this into a 6/6. Commander's Plate makes it into a 9/9. And then whenever you tap a permanent for colors, you add an additional colorless. So we're at 3 colorless for all of our lands if we have ultimate and this on the board at the same time. And whenever you cast a colorless spell, you gain 2 life. A little bit of life gain is nice as well. Godpharaoh Statue, spells your opponent's cast cost 2 more to cast. At the beginning of your end step, each opponent loses a life. It's mostly the stacks piece that we're looking for on this. Let's be annoying if we're going to be annoying, right? Hedron Archive, a little bit of extra mana to cast our stuff. Lightning Grease, make sure Ultima can attack the turn it comes out. We don't necessarily want to wait to put those counters onto our stuff, so let's do it right away. Mana Vault, additional ways to get some additional mana. Mind Stone for additional mana as well. Mind's Eye, where were we? Whenever an opponent draws a card, you may pay 1 if you do draw a card as well. We need draw power to get stuff into our hand, because we can't just rely on having drawing a 9 mana spell every turn, right? Soul Ring, additional mana. Swiftfoot Boots, make sure we can attack the turn it comes out. Sword of Fortune Frontier, whenever a creature deals combat damage to a player, exile a top card of your library. You may play that card this turn, play an additional land this turn. We're going to need ways to get additional lands onto the battlefield, so we'll take what we can get. The One Ring, the additional draw power is nice, a little bit of protection for ourselves for a turn as well. Dot Vessel for that colorless mana, no hand size maximum either. So, like I said, we have expensive spells, so we're just going to need the mana for this Andran Dynamo as well. Unstable Obelisk also gets a sad colorless mana, and also you can sacrifice to destroy target permanent if you have 7 mana at a certain point. I mean, that's not going to happen much, but it could happen. Burnished Heart, get our waste out of our deck and onto the battlefield. Cityscape Leveler, whenever you cast a spell or whenever Cityscape Leveler attacks, destroy up to 1 target non-land permanent. Its controller creates a tapped Power Stone token. So that's just a really good way to get rid of our opponent's stuff. And sometimes they'll have a way to use Power Stone token. Emrakul, Promise End, 1 less for each card type among cards in our graveyard, so we'll have artifacts, enchantments, instants, lands, planeswalkers, sorcerers, all the above, making it a little bit cheaper to cast, but, we're probably not going to get to the point where we could actually cast it. But if we do, it is really fun to take control of target player's turn for just a little bit. Like I said, if we're already running an annoying commander, we may as well be annoying. Emrakul, World New, in control of all of our opponent's creatures while we're at it. We don't necessarily need to take just their turn. Glaring Fleshraker, we're going to need some ways to get additional mana. Whenever you cast a color spell, get that additional mana basically, and you get to burn our opponents just for a little bit. Kozilek, Great Distortion, discard a card with mana value X, counter target spell with mana value X. I mean, if our opponent has a 6 mana spell, and we have this in our hand, we're in a good position for that. Like I said, we're going to be annoying, be annoying. Oblivion Sower, When you cast a spell, target opponent exiles the top 4 cards of their library. Then you may play any number of land cards from among them onto the battlefield under your control. We'd use basically any type of mana for certain spells, so may as well take their lands. Palladium Mirror, get that colorless mana. Roaming Drone, you know, we don't necessarily need to wait until we have the lands that we want. We could have double lands and then double those lands with this as well. So we basically get those 2 attack abilities off in order to make sure we get that onto multiple lands. Scrawling Crawler, additional draw power is nice, along with making it so that we get in our opponent's way, making them not want to draw as much. Solemn Simulacrum, getting those additional lands is always helpful. A little bit of draw power never hurts as well. Let's scroll on down. Spawnbed Protector. At the beginning of your end step, return up to 1 target Eldrazi creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Create 2 tokens, they'll tap for the mana. So, make it so that your problems don't just go away once you're done with the problems. We're not running like some of the Eldrazi's in here just because I don't necessarily like Annihilator, just because I've lost to it too many times and I hate it at this point. I mean, that's the whole reason. Summon Bahamut. Destroy up to 1 target non-land permanent. Good removal. Draw 2 cards. We like removal. And then this creature deals damage equal to the total mana value of other permanents you control to each opponent. I'm just saying, if we have him as 9, this is 7, that's 16 damage to each opponent. I mean, by turn 9, that's a game ender. Well, I mean, this would be turn 13 at this point. Someone should be losing at that point. Whenever you cast a spell, exile 2 target permanents. Not necessarily. Exile 2 target permanents. It does have to happen, so it may have to be our stuff, unfortunately. Whenever you attack, defending player exiles the top 20 cards of their library. Well, while we're not necessarily running Annihilator, we are running some mill. Ulamog the Defiler. Cast a spell, target opponent exiles half their deck, rounded up. Like I said, we're not running Annihilator, we're running mill. People love mill, right? Enters the battlefield with a number of +1/+1 counters equal to the greatest mana value among cards in exile. Yeah, if our opponent's also running Eldrazi, this could be a 17/17. Annihilator X, where X is the number of +1/+1 counters on it, and Annihilator 10 while we're at it. People love it. Void Winnower. Opponent can cast spells with even CMCs, which can be a lot of cards, especially if they run a lot of 2 CMCs in their deck. Your opponent can't block with creatures with even CMC as well. Get in their way a whole bunch. That's really what the focus of that card is. And then Warden of Geometrics. It's really just that mana that we want off that card. Echoes of Eternity. If an ability of a color spell happens, it happens an additional time. So, have it quadruple, essentially. I don't know, was it quadruple? It happened an additional time. So yeah, no. We just have 3 times. It's not 4 times if we have both of those on the battlefield. Or would it? No, I don't think so. Maybe. I don't know. I had to look up how that works, actually. But either way, just getting that 3rd land with the additional mana on it is always helpful there. Drowsy Conscription. We're in a little bit of Annihilator. Not a lot, though. It's really just trample and making so we can swing in for commander damage for 2 hits instead of 3. Ugin's Mastery. Whenever you cast a colorless spell, manifest the top card of your library. Making so we have our secret Bahamut already on the battlefield. Whenever you attack creatures with total power 6 or greater, you may turn a face-down creature face up. That's going to be really helpful in a sec. Let's just say that much. Because, we basically get to cheat out of 10/10 by having just, Ultima and this on the battlefield. Well, Ultima and another creature, even Burnished Heart. Let's scroll on over to the second half of the deck, as always. Yep, that's the end of the deck. We have Desecrate Reality. For each opponent, exile 1 target permanent that player controls. Just some good removal. But it has to have even CMC, so we can't remove everything. If at least 3 colors mana was spent to cast this, which in the colorless deck it's going to be. Return a permanent with an odd CMC from your graveyard to the battlefield. Say if we we're at a certain point where we're not getting lands in our hand, we could discard Bahamut, get them back when we eventually have this on the battlefield. Eldritch Immunity. Target creature you control gains protection from each color until end of turn. Just a way to swing in a little bit easier. A little bit of protection as well, because, you know, target removal is a real thing. Goes Legs command, get some additional mana. Scry until we get to the point we get the card we want, or exile target creature with mana value extra less. Just some good removal there. Not of this world, counter target spell. And we're gonna have a CMC 7 or more spell in our hands at some point, so it's gonna be basically a free counter spell. Null, Elemental Blast, removal, or counter, depending on what we need at the time. Warping Whale, exile target creature with powers or toughness 1 or less. Not really gonna happen that much, but you can counter target sorcery spell, which will be more useful, or get that additional mana depending on what we need. As always, we go into lands last. We have 44 in this deck, just because I feel like with this deck you need a lot of lands just to get what you need onto the battlefield. 44 may be a bit much, but is it? Is it really? Also, you could just run some additional Eldrazi in here in order to take out some of the lands. And also, I want to try to keep the deck under $100, so this is the easiest way to do that. We have Karn, Living Legacy. Get that Power Stone token. Put additional mana onto the battlefield. And we have some Ugins in order to banish stuff. Get that additional mana while we're at it in order to cast stuff for cheaper. And then deals that damage while we're at it. All's Dust for a board wipe. Calamity of the Titans for the initial cost to cast a spell. Reveal colors creature spell from your hand. Exile each creature planeswalker with mana value less than the revealed card. So, control what we got on the board. Search your area for a basic land, reveal, put into your hand. We're going to need to get our ways onto the battlefield somehow. Selective Obliteration. Choose a color. Remove everything else. Wandering. Your opponents could also work together in order to make sure nothing's removed. But where's the fun in that? And then whenever an opponent casts an instant or sorcery spell, you may pay 2. If you do, copy that. Like I said, we want to get in their way just a little bit. But that's the deck there. As always, make sure you like, comment, subscribe your thoughts on the deck or how you'd run this deck here yourself. Like I said, it's not necessarily the most powerful one, but it is definitely still fun to run this one. But I hope you have a good rest of the day, and thanks for watching. Welcome back to the channel. We're back with our Final Fantasy Commander deck profile. Today with Noctis, Prince of Lucis. For 1 a white, a blue, and a black, we get a forgery creature with lifelink that allows us to cast artifact spells from our graveyard, but puts a finality counter on them so they get banished when they leave the battlefield again. But we have plenty of ways in this deck to remove those counters from it in order to make sure that we can keep casting those spells again and again. We have cards such as Lotus Petal that'll cost 0 to cast, but we do still lose that life, so we have a little bit of ways to gain life with that, and just some ways to hopefully win before we get to that point where we need to worry about that. But yeah, this commander is really good in CEDH from what I've seen of his deck profiles, but this one isn't so much CEDH level just because I don't necessarily play CEDH, so I don't want to necessarily give you guys tips on something that I don't know what I'm doing for. So this is just a fun way that you can build this deck, the most powerful version of what I know how to build, but I'll also be making a budget version of this deck, so make sure you like, comment, subscribe so you can stay tuned to the channel for that. But let's get into it card by card. We have Aetherflux Reservoir. This way, since we're going to keep casting our spells, we'll keep gaining that life. Eventually we pay that 50 life in order to eliminate at least one player. And also, since we're going to be losing the druid life every time we cast an artifact from the graveyard, let's make sure that we could die a little bit slower with that. Arcane Signet for the extra mana. Ballistic Citadel. Since we're going to be losing life, we may as well lose a lot of life. Actually, now that I think about it, this would actually be really good in the Yusholta precon. I didn't even put that card in here, but that would be really good in here. Allows us to keep casting stuff off the top of our deck, keep casting artifacts there, keep getting his ability to cast them back from the graveyard. We'll basically have a way to keep doing all the stuff we want to do. Cloud Key, choose artifact, makes so we cast it for cheaper. Commander Sphere, we could sacrifice to draw a card, pay 3 life in order to cast it again, at the additional mana while we're at it. Grinding Station, sacrifice an artifact, target player mills 3 cards. Could be us, could be one of our opponents, depending on what we have. If we have enough Lotus Petals, if we have Lotus Petal in the graveyard, we can pay 14 in order to mill our opponents for 42 life, depending on what we have. But we'd also be losing 42 life ourselves with that. And also help us get some artifacts into our graveyard in order to keep casting those again and again. We just did that one. Acre Wellspring enters the battlefield, put into graveyard, draw a card. We like to draw cards, so let's do that. Also, a good one to sacrifice with plenty of our other spells that we have in here that'll allow us to do the same. Sacrifice an artifact, add 2 mana. Most of our stuff is artifacts, so let's sacrifice it, get that additional mana. There, also, like I said, this is a pretty expensive build of the deck. We're going to be making a budget version of this deck as well. Lotus Petal, 0 mana, so we can keep casting it from our graveyard as long as we have a way to remove that finality counter from it in order to keep getting additional mana off of it. Mesmeric Orb, we may as well mill ourselves since we're going to be wanting to cast stuff from the graveyard. Mind Stone, draw a card, sacrifice it, get it back from the graveyard, cast it again, draw another card. We love to see it. Mishra's Bauble, 0 mana, get it back from the graveyard. Allows us to have something to keep on casting, similar to Lotus Petal. Mystic Forge, look at the top card of your deck at any time, cast artifacts from there. Same as Bowl Citadel, we can cast stuff from our deck, cast stuff from our graveyard, cast stuff from our hand. We want to cast stuff from everywhere. Power Conduit, remove a counter from a permanent you control, aka the finality counter off the stuff we control, and put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, or put a charge counter on something if we need a charge counter for some reason. But it's mostly just removing the counter that we really want to see on this one. Repurposing Bay, sacrifice, say, a Mesmeric Orb, get a Commander Sphere, sacrifice. There's some way to climb a ladder with this card, but it does tap and does cost 2 mana. But there's multiple ways in order to get surge power out of your deck with this one, which was really nice. Sculpting Steel, want to have only 1 copy of the artifact that you want, may as well have 2 Simulacrum Synthesizers. Sensei's Dividing Top, reorganize the top of your deck. This way, when you have Bowl Citadel out, we don't have to worry about hitting multiple lands off the top of our deck. Simulacrum Synthesizer, whenever another artifact with mana value 3 or greater enters the battlefield, create a 0/0 token. We don't really have that many 4 or greater artifacts. We have them more in the creature side of things, but it does help us out get that 1 super powerful creature. Give us the Scry 2 as well, which could be really helpful at a certain point. Soul Ring, Soul Ring, and also if you have the life and the way to remove the counter, it could be potentially infinite mana. Well, actually, how much? Yes, it requires a tap, so like most of them require a tap. So you're really only going to be do a couple times. Time Sieve, sacrifice 5 artifacts, take an extra turn after this one, play them back from your graveyard next turn once you have that mana again, sacrifice them again, take an extra turn, potentially infinite turns with this. Unwinding Clock, keep on tapping our stuff. This way we can keep removing the counters themselves, so we can keep sacrificing it in order to keep going with our combos. Vexing Bauble, whenever a player casts a spell, if no mana was spent to cast it, counter that spell. There's plenty of ways our opponents have to cast spells for free, so let's make it so that they can't. Welding Jar, regenerate target artifact. Sometimes we don't want them removing our Simulacrum Synthesizing or our Mystic Forge or Bowls of Citadel, so let's make it so that they can't. And then we could just get Welding Jar back next turn just for 3 life. No need to use mana on it. Wishclaw Talisman, it's an artifact, allows us to search our deck for whichever card we want. We do also have to let our opponent do the same, but maybe we could get to a certain point where we don't. Baleful Strix, when this creature enters draw a card, it's okay. It's a little bit of draw power. It's mostly there because it's an artifact and we can sacrifice and keep getting it back again and again. Cyberdrive Awakener, other artifact creatures have flying and are 4/4 power and toughness. So this is basically a way to swing in for game at a certain point. Displacer Kitten. We don't necessarily need to remove remove counters all times. So we may as well blink a artifact in order to bring it back, and it won't have the counter on it anymore. Thanks to Displacer Kitten. Emery, Lurker, Lock. If our opponent decides to remove Noctis, we want to have another way to get artifacts back from the graveyard. So let's use Emery for that. Esper Sentinel, artifact creature, 1 mana. Keep coming back with Noctis. Keep getting in the way of our opponent's stuff. Ask them if they want to pay to 1 without necessarily having to run Ristic Study. Ethereum Sculptor, pay 1 less for your artifacts. Same thing with Foundry Inspector. We want to just pay the 3 life sometimes. Be careful with, Vexing Bauble with that, though, because, if you're having this reduced by 2, you're not paying any mana for it anymore. So, you could counter your own stuff by accident. Grand Abolisher, stop our opponent from countering our stuff by having that there. Hex Parasite, remove up to X target counters. Remove all of our, what are they called? Finality counters from our stuff in order to make it more powerful to swing in for game at a certain point. Kappa Cannoneer, whenever another artifact enters battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Make it super strong, maybe so that we can keep on tapping our stuff as well in order to get him onto the battlefield. Because we do have some stuff where it's just like, do we care about Karak Ironworks being tapped? No. Urza's Battle Doctor, let's not wait until our turn to tap our stuff. Let's use this to get into our opponents. Loto, Corrupt Sheriff. Whenever a player casts a second spell each turn, which we're going to be casting more than one most turns, you lose a life and create a treasure token. Also, let's just get that extra artifact onto the battlefield. Mendicant Core Guardlight. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, create a copy of it once we're at max speed, which, getting to max speed isn't the easiest thing to do, but once we do get there, it is going to be fun. Awaka, Traveling Merchant, remove a counter. That's really all that we need to know about that. Oswald, what does this one do? Sacrifice an artifact, search your library for an artifact. Oh yeah, basically the same thing as repurposing Bay, just on a creature this time. And, we love to search our deck for cards. Padim, 4 mana for 1/4. Give our stuff hexproof. This way they can't target it. Remove our stuff all right away. Being your upkeep if you control artifact with the highest mana value, which, you might not, but you get to draw a card if you do. Phyrexian Metalmorph. Like I said, why run one copy of the card that we want? Let's run 2. Or 3 with the, what was it called? Sculpting Steel. Where were we? Yep. Sai Master Adopters. Yeah, let's get some tokens while we're at it. Get a little bit of draw power off that. Get our artifacts in the graveyard so we can keep casting them again. Shimmermere. Sitting as Urza's Battle Adopter. Makes so we have our flash. Sell him some Lacrum. We're okay with him getting to the graveyard because then we can cast him again. Get that draw power, get that additional land drop. We are in Dimir, so, we don't really have that many ways to get lands onto the battlefield. Soul Diviner, move a counter. Exactly what we want to see. And that little bit of draw power. Spell Sky, change target of a spell or ability to this card. Sometimes they want to remove Noctis, so instead, let's have them target this random 0/4 we have instead. Reality Chip, also we use Flash in at a certain point. Reality Chip, cast cards off the top of our deck, once again. Deck, graveyard, hand, we'll have to cast them all of them. Dot Miner, draw 2 cards. Vidalcan Archmage, draw a card. Draw power is needed in every deck. You can't not. Let's scroll on over to the second half of the deck. There we are. So for enchantments, we have Mechanized Production, which will enchant artifact you control at the beginning of your upkeep, create a token that's a copy. You have 8 or more, win the game. You could do treasure tokens. We could do Lotus Petal. I don't know. Solemnity, counters can't be put on artifacts, creatures, or enchantments, or lands. I feel like this is a must include in most of these decks. I don't know if I ran in the budget version of this deck just because it is almost $10. But yeah, in order to make sure you can keep casting Lotus Petal again and again just for 3 life, this is really helpful. It also prevents you from being poison counters to death. The Optic Spy Network, keep getting those tokens onto your battlefield. Whenever one or more artifact creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, draw a card. Keep getting that draw power. We love to see draw power. Offer you can't refuse to counter a spell. Get those treasure tokens while we're at it. We don't necessarily need to counter our opponent's stuff. We counter our own Lotus Petal with this, get the treasure tokens, and then win with Mechanized Production, potentially, if we have enough treasure tokens. Dark Ritual, that additional mana is always nice. Entomb, search the library for a card, put it into a graveyard. Why wait to get Lotus Petal into our hand? With all this draw power that we have, let's just put it right into the graveyard. Path to Exile, a little bit of removal, Swan Song, give them a bird rather than a spell that they want, and Source of Plowshares for that little bit of removal while we're at it. As always, we go through lands at the last, and as always, I always like to say you don't necessarily need to spend $400 on lands, you could spend $20 on lands and still have fun with the game. Ugin, Eye of Storm, cast a colorless spell, banish a creature your opponent controls. Just a really good source of removal. Buried Alive, search the library for up to 3 creature cards, put them into your graveyard, then shuffle. So, we have our Cyber Drive Awakener, our Foundry Inspector, and Psy Master Doctorist, I don't know. And we put them into the graveyard. We can then revive them with Noctis if we have enough mana for that. Fabricate, get the artifact we want out of our deck into our hand. Why wait? Organic Extinction, Improvise, destroy all non-artifact creatures. All of ours are artifacts, so we don't need to worry about that, but our opponents do. Dogcast for additional draw power. Voyage Home, we're going to tend to have 5 artifacts, so just draw Drury, gain Drury Life for 2 mana. And Windfall. Sometimes we have the artifacts we want in our graveyard in our hand, so let's put them into the graveyard. But as always, like I said, we're going to be making a budget version of this deck as well. But make sure you like, comment, subscribe so you can stay tuned for the next one. Thanks so much for watching. Welcome back to the channel. We're back with our Final Fantasy Commander deck profile. We're back again with Noctis, Prince of Lucis. Last time we did the full power version of this deck, not CDH level, but just, something that would still be fun to play with friends. But we did build a bit more of a budget friendly version of this deck. Still does have some $10 cards in here, but as always, you could always remove those cards in order to thin out the budget a little bit. But as always, we like to keep the budget under $150. Main purpose of this deck is in order to play artifacts from our graveyard, in order to keep casting those artifacts, and play them from the top of our deck while we're at it, in order to make sure we keep having things to do in order to win the game with those artifacts. We have plenty of ways to remove the counters from our artifacts in order to make sure that they don't have to have the downside of that finality counter when they come back. But yeah, like I said, that's the general overview of the deck. Let's get into it card by card. We're going to start off with Aether Spellbound. Turn target creature to its owner's hand by sacrificing it. You can keep doing that as long as we keep having a way to remove the finality counter from it. But it's always nice to just have a source of removal that doesn't actually remove things. Oh, and one thing I do have to say about this deck is that we don't have Lotus Petal in here just because it is a $30 card. But if you do have a Lotus Petal, definitely a auto included in this deck. Arcane Signet for extra mana. Bolus of Citadel. We're going to be paying life in order to cast our own stuff. So let's pay some extra life in order to do that again. And play them from the top of the deck while we're at it. Chromatic Star, a little bit of draw power, a little bit of mana fixing while we're at it. Mostly for that draw power, because even if it does end up in the graveyard, we really don't care, because we'll just get it back with Noctis' ability. Commander Sphere, a little bit of mana, along with a little bit of draw power. Have it go to the graveyard. Once again, we don't necessarily care that much with this one. Felwar Stone, a little bit of extra mana. Mind Stone, sacrifice it, draw the card, get it back with Noctis' ability, play it again, draw a card. Let's see it. Mishra's Bauble. Sacrifices it for its ability to draw that card, then get it back with Noctis' ability during your turn. Yeah, really helpful there. Mystic Forge. Once again, we don't necessarily just need to play stuff from our hand or from our graveyard. Let's play from the top of our deck while we're at it. Power Conduit, in order to remove those counters from our spells, in order to make sure that we don't have to have the downside of that finality counter where our stuff will get removed. Repurposing Bay, sacrifice our stuff in order to get new stuff. Use our 0 to get to a 1, to get to a 2, to get to a 3, to get to a 4, to get to a... Do we have a 5 mana artifact? Probably somewhere. Anyway, Soul Ring for additional mana, Adopter Foundry. Sacrifice another non-token artifact. Once again, we don't really care if it ends up in our graveyard, but we could get it back in order to... get it back with Noctis' ability. Vexing Bauble. Stop our opponent from playing stuff for free. You're not going to really see that too much during a, casual commander game, but the times that you do, it really does help out a whole bunch. And you can also sacrifice it to draw a card when you don't need to be countering stuff. And, once again, we don't care about stuff getting sacrificed with this one, artifact-wise. Wayfarer's Bauble for additional land and sacrifice it, and keep getting it back. Baleful Strix for a little bit of draw power, and also it's just a really good blocker in this deck, so it does have that flying as a death touch, and also we keep getting it back with Noctis' ability so that we don't have to worry about whatever swings in on us, we'll just block it with Baleful Strix. Unless of course they have a Trample, First Strike, all that type of stuff, they'll still get around it. Well, Trample doesn't get around it, but it still does plenty of damage to our face. Emery, Lurker to lock. We can't rely solely on Noctis to get our stuff back from the graveyard, let's run Emery to get that back as well. Tyrium Sculptor, let's make it so it's cheaper to cast our own stuff so that we keep on casting more and more stuff. Same thing with Foundry Inspector. Goldmere. I mean, we're going to need additional ways to get mana, and also it's an artifact creature, so we could also cast it from the graveyard still. Hex Parasite. Let's remove those the finality counters from our things in order to give them +1/+0. Potentially a game ender at a certain point. Also like just a really good game extender with that finality counter removal. Jorah's Familiar. Makes it so we cast our artifacts for cheaper. Kappa Cannoneer. Potentially a game ending creature in order to swing in our opponents with. It gets enough +1/+1 counters since we're going to keep casting those from our graveyard. Legendmere, same thing as Coldmere, just different mana. Medican Core, it's going to be hard to get to that max speed, but when we do, it's really nice to be able to cast second copies of all our stuff, especially because we'll cast they don't enter with the finality counters their copy of it. Milligan, just a little bit of mill, just an artifact, but just a way to get artifacts into our graveyard. Mirror Retriever, we can't, like I said, we can't rely solely on Noctis to get our stuff back from our graveyard. Let's get them back with this as well. Let's scroll on down while we're at it. Owaka, Traveling Merchant. We're going to need ways to remove those counters, so let's have plenty of ways to do it. Oswald, in order to sacrifice our artifacts, in order to get bigger artifacts onto the board, same thing as repurposing bay essentially, just on a creature this time. Padim, give our artifacts that hexproof, and also make sure we get a little bit of draw power on that. Riddlesmith, whenever you cast an artifact spell, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. So draw a card that you want, discard the artifact that you're okay with casting from your graveyard. Sign Master Adopterus. We're going to be casting plenty of artifact spells, so let's get plenty of artifacts onto the board with that. Shimmer Mirror. Why wait until our turn to cast it while we're at it? Solemn Simulacrum. If it dies, draw a card and get that additional mana drop. But, once again, cast it from our graveyard. We get 2 additional land drops off that. Real helpful. Soul Diviner. Move a counter. Draw a card. Both things that we want to do a lot within this deck. Squall, Seed Mercenary. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains double strike until end of turn, which we're not really going to use that one much. But whenever he deals combat damage to a player, return target permanent with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, which, maybe a few of our artifacts. Really, almost all of our artifacts, except for Mystic Fortune, Bolsa Citadel. Well, unless you count, like, creatures. Thought Miner, a little bit of draw power there. Urza, Artificer, affinity for artifact creatures, so, essentially it's just 3 mana to cast it. For 4/5, artifact creatures control of menace, allowing us to swing in with them a little bit easier, along with giving us those constructs that are more powerful for every artifact that we control. So, may as well have a way to win the game. Voyager, Quick Welder, once again, same as Jorah's Familiar, making it so it's cheaper to cast our stuff. Let's scroll on over to the second half of the deck. Whoop, there we go. We have Artificer's Intuition. Discard an artifact card from your hand. Search the library for an artifact card with CMC 1 or less. Reveal a card and put it into your hand. So, we could discard our Arcane Signet, get a Soul Ring from our deck, use Noctis' ability in order to cast the Arcane Signet using the mana from the Soul Ring. Who needs Soul Ring Arcane Signet turn 1 when you could do it like turn 20? Alright, we're going to get to turn 20. Secrets of the Dead. Whenever you cast a spell from your graveyard, draw a card. Noctis' ability allows us to do that a lot, so let's do it a lot. Solemnity. It's another $10 card. So like I always like to say, is like if you don't have the budget to run $10 cards, you don't necessarily need to, but this one is an almost must include. Counters can't be put on artifacts, creatures, enchantments, or lands, so allowing us to not get those finality counters on things, allowing us to potentially get infinite Mishra's Baubles as long as we have the life to do it with. The Outer Spy Network, giving us plenty of artifacts, giving us plenty of draw power. We love to see it. Deadly Dispute, sacrifice an artifact, draw a card. Like I said, we don't really care about our stuff going to a graveyard, especially if it's Lemony on the battlefield. Dispatch, exile target creature, because we're going to have those 3, what are they called? Yeah, 3 artifacts on the board. It's right there on the card. Frantic Search, get the artifacts out of our hand into the graveyard so we keep on casting them. Negate to counter a spell. Path to Exile, in order to a little bit of removal there. Reality Heist. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each artifact you control, which will normally be at least 5, right? Let's have 7 cards in your deck, put 2 artifacts from them into your hand, put the rest on the bottom. Get the artifacts we want into our hand, this way we could then sacrifice them or do more stuff with. Stoic Rebuttal. We're going to tend to have 3 or more artifacts, so it's basically just a counterspell. Swords Plowshare for that removal. Thirst for Knowledge, draw 3 cards, discard 2 cards unless you discard an artifact. So we're going to discard an artifact. Honestly, I could feel like you may want to run a few more artifacts than I have in here, but it's a good starting spot. Void Rend for that removal. As always, we just scroll through the lands at the end. Austere Command for that board wipe, Buried Alive, in order to get the artifact creatures from our deck into the graveyard so we can then just cast them from the graveyard. Dread Return, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, which, like I just said, why wait for Noctis when we can just do it with other cards? Feed Swarm for a little bit of removal. Lively Dirge, search the library for a card, put it into the graveyard. We'd love to see artifacts in our graveyard, so let's have ways to put them in there. Reverse Engineer, draw 3 cards. Dodge Cast, draw 2 cards. Unmarked Grade, draw 1. Nope, send search the library for a non-legendary card, put it into your graveyard shuffle. And Void Home for a draw 3, gain 3. But that's the deck there. Like I always like to say, if you have your own deck profile, make sure you leave it down there in the comment section. But thanks so much for watching. I hope you have a good rest of the day, and hopefully you'll like, comment, subscribe, stay tuned for the next one. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to the channel. We're back today with another Final Fantasy Commander deck profile. Today with Kuja, Genome Sorcerer. At the beginning of your end step, create a wizard token. That's a 0/1. That'll deal damage to your opponent anytime you cast a non-creature spell. And then once you control 4 wizards, which not necessarily the wizard token, but any wizard at all, you can transform him so that when a wizard you control deals damage to a permanent or player, double that damage instead. So we have plenty of ways to cast instant and sorceries, a lot during the same turn. Plenty of wizards that'll deal that damage or bring wizards back from the graveyard in order to make sure we can do that transformation right away. Other ways to double that damage as well while we're at it, or ways to cast cards from the graveyard so that we can make sure we keep on casting to finish off our opponent as quickly as possible. But that's the general overview of the deck. Let's get into it card by card. As always, we start with Arcane Signet for that mana. Especially with red and black, we want to make sure we have plenty of mana. Rigiri, God of Storytelling. Whenever you cast a spell, add red mana. We like having mana. We're going to need plenty of mana to keep on going in order to keep on casting more and more spells so that we can keep on doing more and more damage with our wizards. Black Mage's Rod, job select, create a 1/1 token. A creature has the same ability as the wizard token that he creates. So we have something that'll keep on doing that damage, and also the token becomes a wizard. So it'll help us get that transformation even sooner. Balls of Citadel. We're at a certain point in the game where life is just a resource, so we'll, instead of waiting around to wait until we draw our cards, let's cast them off from the top of our deck, so we can keep on going and keep on dealing the damage to our opponent until, we hit 2 lands in a row. Felwar Stone for additional mana, Patrick mana, we're going to be running plenty of wizards in this deck, so we may as well give them a little bit of a stat boost, along with getting additional mana. Ruby Medallion, majority of spells in this deck are red, so let's cast them for just a little bit cheaper. Soul Ring for additional mana, Talisman Indulgence for additional mana, Dog Vessel. We have quite a few cards in here that'll draw us cards, so no maximum hand size is nice, along with additional mana. And Whip of Erebos pairs really well with Bowls of Citadel, because at a certain point, if we cast a instant or sorcery for 2, we lose 2 life, but we have 2 of the wizard tokens on the battlefield. We'll just gain that 2 life right back, allowing us to basically be casting stuff for free. But on to the creatures. We have Anatomancer. Comes into play, deals damage to target player equal to the number of non-basic lands that player controls. A lot of people like to run a lot of non-basic lands, so that'll be plenty of damage onto them. And then if we double that, triple that, it could turn into a lot of damage, and also to the wizard in order to get the transformation sooner. Basalt Ravager, once again, wizards get that ability sooner. Enters the battlefield, deals X damage to any target, where X is the greatest number of creatures you control that have creature type in common, aka wizards. We're going to keep creating our wizards with his first ability in order to make sure we keep getting that second ability. Bloodline Necromancer, get our wizard back from the graveyard. It's just nice to have our wizards in order to have that recursion there for this little bit of wizard kindred in this deck. Coruscation Mage, mostly for that damage we want this creature on the battlefield, but it's also nice to have the wizard ability on him as well. Also with the Offspring, it'll get the second wizard onto the battlefield really quickly, and then we'll basically have 3 wizards right before the end step. Dark Confidant. At the beginning of your upkeep, reveal the top card of your library, put that card into your hand, use life equal to its mana. It's a little bit of extra draw power just. We do lose a little bit of life, but hopefully we'll be winning quick enough where we don't need to worry about that. Electric Static Field for additional 1 damage every time we cast the instant or sorcery. Um, Electric Static Infantry. You cast an instant or sorcery, put a +1/+1 counter on him. He has Trample, so that'll be plenty of damage at a certain point, but also a wizard while we're at it. Firebrand Archer. Whenever we cast a non-creature spell, deal 1 damage to each opponent. We have plenty of cards in here that'll do that. Like I said, we have ways to double it, triple it, do a lot of damage to our opponent just by casting an instant or sorcery. Of course, assuming they don't board wipe. Gleeful Arsonist, whenever an opponent casts a non-creature spell, deals damage equal to its power to that player. So it's a wizard, which is main purpose, but if they cast 4 CMC, we have a damage tripler. They get the creature, but they have to take 12 life for it. Gutter Snipe, it's a shaman, not a wizard, but it deals 2 damage to each opponent every time you cast an instant or sorcery, which is really helpful. Hermione Prodigy, if an ability of a shaman or wizard happens, it happens in an additional time. We love to see it, especially because we have shamans, we have wizards, mostly wizards in this deck. So it'll deal 2 damage instead of 1 every time we cast an instant or sorcery. Kefka, Dancing Man, he's another wizard. Whenever it's your turn, he has indestructible. Beginning of your end step, exile a card from each opponent's graveyard. You may cast any number of them, exile this way without paying their mana cost. Then each player who owns the spell this way loses life equal to its mana value. Especially for doubling, tripling that damage, that'd be a lot of damage to them, along with giving us a free spell. Which, if it's an instant or sorcery, let's just deal that extra damage to them while we're at it. An additional 1 damage dealer with Castic Flame Breeder. Queen Brun gives us that 0/1 wizard token, or to deal the additional damage to each opponent. We like plenty of these cards that will give us that token in order to make sure we keep on dealing that damage to them. Renoya, Fire Dancer. Beginning of combat on your turn, create X tokens that are copies of another target creature you control, where X is 1 plus the number of instant or sorceries you cast this turn. They gain haste, exile them at the beginning of the next end step. But if we cast like 3 instants or sorceries, and then we get 4 more of our wizard tokens, we could have 4 damage dealt to each opponent. Then we triple that with what was it called? I can't think of the name of the card. Oh yeah, City on Fire. It'll allow us to deal plenty of damage. Roaming Drone, in order to double that damage once again. Same thing as what was it? Harmonic Prodigy. Rockslide Sorcerer, it's a wizard. It deals 1 damage to each opponent every time you cast an instant or sorcery. We love to see it. Soulfin, Mayhem Dominus, if you control, would deal non-common damage to an opponent or permanent the player controls, deals double that damage. Double damage, 2 damage each time. 2 is more than 1. It'll win us the game faster. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, create a treasure token with Stormkiln Artist. This way we keep having the mana to cast our stuff. And then Storm Splitter. It's a creature with haste that keeps on doubling itself. It's not as good as Scoot Swarm, but you get a certain amount of them on the board, your opponent can't really do much about it. RS Talent, discard card, draw card, but mostly for the cost reduction. And if a source you control will deal non-common damage to an opponent, it deals 2 more instead. So all of our creatures are dealing 3 damage instead. If we have Soulfim on the battlefield, it's dealing 6 instead. It's really good to see. City on Fire will triple that damage as well. So we go from the 6 damage up to 18 damage. Fire Emancipation will deal triple that damage as well. So we're up to 54 damage. We're already at game. We've already won. What more do you need to do? Only use 6 plus 8. So 14 plus, how much was Dominus? It's 18. Plus him for the original token. So that's 22 mana. That's all that you need. And then plus what you need for the actual instant or sorcery. Oh, sorry. And then you also need 24, 26, 29, 33 mana. I mean, don't you just have 33 mana every turn? Fire Inscription. Enters battlefield, the ring tempts you. That doesn't really matter. But whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, it deals 2 damage to each opponent. If we're going to be dealing the damage anyway, let's keep on dealing more damage. Underworld Breach, to make sure we keep having those instant or sorceries from our graveyard to keep on casting. Herbrest, to make sure we keep on having that mana to keep on casting stuff. He also has his flip side. When you transform him, 3 damage to target creature, create 3 treasure tokens, or until end of turn you may cast instant or sorcery spells from any graveyard. If a spell cast this way would be put into a graveyard, exiled instead. So helps us get rid of our opponent's stuff, along with giving us an additional bonus for our stuff. Let's get on to the second half of the deck. Then on to what we actually have for instants and sorceries. As always, I'll just scroll through the lands at the end, because I was about to say, you don't necessarily have to spend $155 on lands. You could just spend $20 if you really want to. Arcade, 3 damage to target creature, a little bit of removal, or it could remove an artifact, but it's a quick instant sorcery to deal that big damage to our opponent. Big score, a little bit of draw power, instant sorcery though, that'll deal that damage to our opponent, giving us the treasure tokens to make sure we can keep on comboing off as well. Chaos Warp for that removal, Dark Ritual for that mana, Deadly Dispute, draw power, treasure tokens, keep on going. Demand answers, draw power. This way we keep on getting, using these spells to keep on dealing the damage, to keep on getting cards into our hand, so we can eventually win a game like that. Lightning Bolt, 3 damage to our opponent. Sometimes you just need that final push. Lindblom, Industrial Regency. It's one of those creature tokens that you want that'll keep on dealing the damage to your opponent. We love to see it. And then you also get to use it as land when you need to. Rakdos Charm, 1 damage to each opponent for each creature they control. Yeah, it really helps out, giving us that final push. Or you can use it for a little bit of removal. Or, stopping someone from going into their graveyard a whole bunch. Seething Song, it'll give us that free instant sorcery along with 2 additional mana on top of how much it costs to cast it initially. Terminate for a little bit of removal. Drill Possibility for that draw power. Transpose, giving us another wizard token, allowing us to transform Kuja a little bit faster. Untimely Malfunction for that removal, and Virtue of Courage. Deals 2 damage to any target, which will normally be our opponent, in order to make sure that we give that little bit of final push, in order to make sure we have plenty of damage to deal to them. Blasphemous Act for a board wipe, Bolt Wave, 3 damage to each opponent. Yeah, that's never going to be just 3 damage, because we're going to have at least 1 wizard on the battlefield by the time we cast that. I mean, there's only 1 mana, so in theory we could just do it as our first turn, but we're going to not really do that too much. Circle of Power, draw power, give us one of those wizards that we want. Faithful Soothing, draw 2, discard 2. It's, in theory, it's draw power, but it's really just a 1 mana spell that'll allow us to cast it again for 3 mana. Grape Shot, since we're going to be casting so many spells, we may as well deal that additional damage to our opponent. And then whenever you cast a spell, copy it for each spell you cast before. Like I said, that final push. Just as well gives us that additional mana that we need in order to cast additional spells, along with giving us additional spells off the top of our deck. Live to stage, exile the top 2 cards of your library until end of your next turn. You may play those 2 cards. Same is just as well, giving us those additional cards that we can play. Mana Geyser, add red mana for every top land your opponents control. Sometimes you just need that additional mana for that final push. And also, deal damage just by casting it when you have the wizards on the battlefield. Mystic's Mastery, may as well cast all of our stuff from our graveyard again. Like, where's the harm in that? Night's Whisper for that draw power, Read the Bones for some draw power, same with Time Blood, and Vandal Blast for some removal. But that's the deck there. As always, I'd say if you have your own deck profile, make sure to leave it down there in the comment section. We'll be making sure we build a budget version of this deck as well, because this one is one where it could be quite budget friendly. But yeah, thanks so much. So make sure you like, comment, subscribe so you can stay tuned for that. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to the channel. We're back with our Final Fantasy Commander deck profile. Today with Sephiroth Plantaire. For 6 mana, you get a 4/4 with Vigilance, and whenever he enters the battlefield, give all your opponent's creatures -2/-2. And this way, when those creatures get removed, you get the +1/+1 counters onto him, so he won't stay the 4/4 for long. So we have plenty of ways to make sure that we can blink him or create extra copies of him, so that we could keep on giving a -2/-2 to our opponent's creatures, so that we can keep on buffing him up. Along with plenty of things that'll benefit off of when our opponent's creatures are removed from the battlefield. And also just cards that'll give our opponents like some weak creatures so that we could benefit off of that as well. But that's the general overview of the deck. This one is a budget deck profile. We'll also be making a bit more higher power version of this deck as well in the near future. So make sure you like, comment, subscribe, stay tuned for that. But let's get into it card by card. As always, we start off with Arcane Signet for some mana there. Player Cells will give a Myriad. The copies of him will get removed instantly, but that's not really what we care about. It's the -2/-2 that when he enters, it only happens to our opponent's creatures, which is nice, so that we can make sure that we get rid of those right away. Commander Sphere, for that additional mana that we're going to need since he is 6 mana to cast. Conjurer's Closet, may as well blink him at the end of every turn in order to keep giving our opponent's creatures -2/-2, in order to make them -4/-4. Not too many things that'll get over that in most game groups. The Mirror Signet for additional mana, same with Felwar Stone. Helmet of Host, make a copy of it. Isn't going to be legendary, so we get to keep both around for a little bit, and also attack with both of them, since they'll both have those +1/+1 counters on them, based on the amount of opponent's creatures that were removed. Mind Stone for that additional mana. Panharmonicon, since we're going to be doing double damage, since we're going to be getting the -2/2, we may as well double that, giving them -4/-4. Blink it again, giving everything -8/-8. That's a lot of minus. Sapphire Medallion, stuff for cheaper. Soul Ring for that mana. Swiftfoot Boots to make sure we can attack the turn we come in. And also for that protection is the main reason that we have this now. So, people are going to want to try to remove him. So, we're not going to want to use 8 mana to cast something. So let's have this on the battlefield ready to go by the time it comes out. Talisman of Dominance in order to have that mana. Same for Wayfarer's Bauble. Then for creatures, we have a Curse Marauder. Enters the battlefield, each player sacrifices a non-token creature. Normally it's going to be our Curse Marauder, but it's a way to get over those creatures that our opponent has that are hexproof, indestructible, and 10/10, since we're not going to really have ways to deal with those otherwise. Archfiend of Sorrows enters the battlefield. Creature your opponent controls get -2/-2 to end the turn. So that gives us same ability Sephiroth. If we have Panharmonicon and this on the battlefield, we'll be giving -8 to everything. Really nice to see. Baleful Strix, when this creature enters, draw a card. Since we're going to be having plenty of things that'll blink things on the battlefield, we may as well run Baleful Strix in order to keep getting that draw power. Blood Artist, we're going to be removing plenty of our opponent's creatures, so let's have this in order to benefit off that, so we can gain life, they can lose life. This Troll will give our opponents the 0/1 White Goat creature tokens, along with being Trample Haste, 5 mana, 8/8. This will really help us out by giving us stuff to remove off our opponent's board to benefit with Blood Artist. But also sometimes they'll just need to sacrifice those in order to give us a life and let us draw the card. Deadeye Navigator, a Soulbound, allowing us to blink one of our creatures for 2 mana, and then when it comes back in, those creatures could be soulbound with him again, so they keep getting that ability. Fleshbag Marauder will be the same thing as a Curse Marauder, just 1 more mana in order to cast it. Harvester of Souls, whenever another non-token creature dies, you may draw a card. This doesn't happen only once each turn, so if we keep removing our opponent's stuff from the battlefield, we keep on drawing those cards. Haunted Phantasm, it'll make it so that we can give our opponents those creatures, then we get Sephiroth onto the battlefield, removing those creatures from them, getting a little bit of burn damage off with Blood Artist. A lot of this deck is a lot of stuff that you're running in a Toxrill deck. So if you have a Toxrill deck, you may just want to put Sephiroth Planetary in there. And we do run the Toxrill in a more upgraded version of this deck as well. Massacre Girl for a little bit of a board wipe there. Massacre Girl, Known Killer. Since we're going to be giving our opponent's creatures -2/-2, they'll die with less toughness than 1. So that allows us to draw cards off each of them. Massacre Worm, allowing us to give additional -2/-2, a little bit of burn damage from our opponents. So if we have Panharmonicon, we have Sephiroth enter, we have, Massacre Worm enter, and we have Archfiend of Sorrows enter. May as well give everything -12/-12. I don't know when you're going to have 6, 12, 19 mana, but, it is a possibility. We do like to see it. Morbid Opportunist, whenever one or more other creatures die, draw a card. Only happens once each turn, but it's during everyone's turn, so we have ways to blink Sephiroth during our opponent's turn when they just got a whole bunch of tokens onto the battlefield. Let's draw a card off that. Muldrifter, like I said, since we have plenty of things to help blink creatures, we may as well have this in here so we keep on drawing cards off that. Plaguecrafter, having everyone sacrifice a creature is always nice for that source of removal. Ravenous Chupacabra, 4 mana for a 2/2, but it gets to destroy target creature an opponent controls. And like I said, since we have the blink in this deck, we may as well have some things that'll benefit off that blink as well. Slaughter Specialist, give our opponent some creatures, but this way when they do get removed, we get +1/+1 counters onto this creature. And also, Blood Artists will greatly appreciate giving our opponents creatures that'll easily be removed with Sephiroth. Solemn Simulacrum for that mana. Sir Conrad, same thing as Blood Artists, where we like to have our opponent's creatures removed, so let's deal some damage off that. Yaheni Undying Partisan, this haste whenever an opponent's creatures die, put a +1/+1 counter on his creature, so same thing as Slaughter Specialist. Sacrifice another creature against indestructible to end the turn. So, sometimes we have the creature that we don't necessarily want anymore, so let's benefit off that. Black market, since we're going to be removing plenty of creatures, we're going to be getting plenty of counters onto this. So let's get the mana off that while we're at it. Eternal Thirst, we're going to need some way to protect Sephiroth, especially since we don't want to pay 8 mana to cast it. And this way, when he gets removed, he gets back onto the battlefield. Next Orbital Tide, whenever you cast a spell, proliferate. Actually, why is that in here? Huh. Oh, I guess we could proliferate Sephiroth, but I think I may put this in here on accident. Kai's Ghost Form for that protection for Sephiroth, Phyrexian Altar for that additional draw power. Probably remove an extra time, just put an additional land in here or something. And then let's move on over to the second half of the deck. There we go. An offer you can't refuse allows counter spell. Same thing, Arcane Denial. Blur will allow us to blink Sephiroth. Counter spell allows counter spell. Dark Ritual for some additional mana. Displace for that blink. Essence Flux for that blink. Flatline for making our opponent's creatures weaker. This way, they'll actually basically get removed, essentially, when we get Sephiroth onto the battlefield. Ghostly Flicker for that blink. Also allows us to exile 2 target artifacts or creatures. So this way we get the benefit off of doing 2 creatures like Massacre Worm and Sephiroth at the same time. Infernal Grasp. Lose 2 life, but you get to destroy a target creature. We'd love to see it. Negate for that counter. Planar Incision. Exile target artifact. Sorry, artifact or creature. And basically blink Sephiroth. Shoulder's Edict. In order to have each opponent sacrifice a creature. Siren's Ruse. Blink a creature. Once again, love to see it. And then Tragic Slip for that, -1/-1 on the creature that didn't quite get removed right away. Or, -13/-13 if we already removed something. Black Sun Zenith, in order for that additional -1/-1. Dread Return. Some of our stuff is going to be getting removed, so let's have a way to get it back. Feed the Swarm. Destroy for that removal. Mass Diminish. Same thing as Flatline, but we're going to make our opponent's stuff weaker in order to make it easier to remove. Massacre. It's going to be very rare where you don't have an opponent that doesn't have planes in play. So let's have a way to benefit off of a free spell that of our opponent's creatures, -2/-2. It does also give it to our creatures, so be careful with that. This is, I believe, the only one that doesn't do just our opponent's creatures, so like I said, be careful. Night's Whisper for that draw power, Realm Sketching. Create a token that's a copy of target artifact, creature, or land, so we get a second Sephiroth. We will have to sacrifice, but you already get the -2/-2 and already get those counters onto our Sephiroth. Return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. Like I said, some of our stuff will be getting removed, so let's have a way to get it back. Rise of the Dark Realms. Well, since we're going to be removing so much of our opponent's stuff, let's have something that we can do with it and have it all come back to the battlefield attacking them. Starting Blood for that draw power, Splash Power for that blink, and Victimize. Like I said, having some of our creatures get removed isn't most beneficial to us. Let's have a way to get them back. And as always, I'll just scroll through the lands, but just like to say thanks so much for coming to the channel to watch the video. As always, I'll make sure that I post a video of the more powerful version of this deck, and make sure you like, comment, subscribe, and stay tuned for that. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to the channel. We're back with our Final Fantasy Commander deck profile. Today we're covering Choco, Seeker of Paradise. I believe we've already posted the full power version of this deck, but this one's a bit more budget-friendly version of this deck, coming in at just under $150. Like I said, not the most budget-friendly, but something that you can always remove like some $7 or $8 cards from this deck in order to fit your budget however you like. You can always just run more lands, more removal, however you like to run it. But main focus of this deck is having plenty of birds to swing in on our opponents in order to make sure that we have those birds in order to get the lands that we want out of our deck. And then we have landfall abilities that will benefit off of all those lands coming onto the battlefield. But that's the general overview of the deck. Let's get into it card by card. Since these cards are oddly separated, I'm going to do them first. Door of Destiny is, like I said, we're going to be running plenty of birds in this deck. So we're going to have some way to win this game at a certain point. So let's put those additional power onto those creatures. Darksteel Mutation, our stuff flies. This token doesn't fly, so it'll still allow us to swing over our opponent without worrying about them blocking with the 0/1 token of, probably their commander. Lightning Greaves, in order to make sure our stuff could swing in the turn it comes in. This way we don't have to wait and, wait until we get them on the battlefield for at least a turn in order to get Choco's ability off of them. Arcane Signet for that mana, Binding Adassa for the draw power. Herald's Horn will allow us to cast our birds for a little bit cheaper, and at the beginning of your upkeep, you can look at the top card of your deck. If it's a bird, put it into your hand. Always like to see that. Soul Ring for the mana, and then Swiftfoot Boots for the Satan's Lightning Goose, essentially. On to sorceries. We have Airborne Aid for some draw power based on the amount of birds we have. Alrund's Epiphany, create 2 1/1 birds. Like I said, we want plenty of birds to be attacking our opponent. You also get an extra turn with the spell. It's 7 mana, so, be careful, like, thinking that you just get the 2 birds, and that's not all it does, but you get the extra turn. No one really likes seeing it, so it'll probably get countered, so make sure you have something to protect it in your hand, which you are in blue, so you do have quite a few counter spells in here. Battle Screech, get some more birds, you tap another bird, or, something else you have in order to create more birds. Cultivate for some more land drops. Distant Memory. Choose a creature type, draw a card for each permanent you control of that type. aka choose bird, draw bird. Or Kodamas Reach for some additional land drops. Migratory Route for some additional birds. Nature's Lore for some additional lands. Rampant Growth for some additional lands. Raven Form for some additional birds. You could also exile a target artifact or creature you control, in theory, but you're going to tend to give this to your opponent. Winged Words, draw cards for you're normally going to cast this for just the for the 1 mana, because you're going to have at least 2 birds on the battlefield with how many birds you have in this deck. Then on to the creatures. Well, actually, let's scroll on over just so we can make sure we have the other half of the deck already on here. Hey, look how nicely that fits. We have Aerial Extortionist in order to banish our opponent's creature. This way we can make sure that they have to pay for that creature again. It's only temporary removal, but it's always nice to see. And then anytime our opponent casts either their commander or a card from exile or from their graveyard, we get to draw a card off that. Even Interrupter enters the battlefield. It becomes plotted. Spells your opponent's control. Spells your opponent's cast from the graveyards from exile cost 2 more to cast, so making sure we get in our opponent's way. It doesn't really combo well with Aven Extortionist, so they may not like being on a battlefield at the same time. Aven Mind Sensor. Since we're already playing some stacks, we may as well play more stacks with our birds. Birds do like getting in people's way, so search their library. They only search the top 4. Cartographer's Hawk, allowing us to get an additional land onto the battlefield, allowing us to have, a bird to swing in with. Amira Angel, it's an angel, but it gives us birds, giving us something more to swing in with. Empyrean Eagle, giving our birds an additional +1/+1. Really gives us all flyers, but our birds is what we're here for. As your Ward-Wing Familiar, as flying spells your opponent casts that target 1 or more commanders you control, cost 3 more to cast. It's getting our opponent's way, making so that our commander basically has ward, making it harder to remove, and we want to make sure we keep our commander around. Falcospara Padweaver, flying, trample, enters the battlefield, shield counter on it, making it harder to remove. And look at the top card of your deck at any time. You may cast spells from the top of your deck by removing counter from a creature you control in addition to paying their cost. So there are some other ways that we have to get some +1/+1 counters on things. So that does help us out there as well. Gilded Goose, you're going to get a food token. It's really just a green bird that was 50 cents that worked well in the stack. Go here to Windlord. Since we're going to be wanting to swing in with our birds, we're going to want to give them vigilance. This way we sell something to protect ourselves with. Jackdaw Savior, in order to make sure we keep getting our birds back, so that, like I said, we don't have to worry about swinging in with them if we're just going to get them back anyway. Jubilant Skybonder, spells your opponent casts a targeted creature, costs 2 more to cast, give all of our creatures ward 2 essentially. But the thing that benefits off that, but it's better than ward 2, is that ward specifically counters the spell. These just make it harder to cast. So you don't have to worry about cards to say like, oh, can't be countered. Speaking of countering, we have Judge's Familiar to counter our opponent's stuff. Kanji Skywarden, or give our birds that stat boost. He's going to want to swing in anyway. Castrol Windcrested, since our birds swing in, hopefully we're going to do some damage with them so that we can make sure that we get us +1/+1 counters, get more birds onto the battlefield, and draw more cards. Mockingbird, our bird's going to become another bird. Maybe it'll become a Judge's Familiar, or really get in our opponent's way. Probably won't be that one, probably a different one. But, it's a possibility. Nimble Obstructionist, Fly. Whenever you cycle this card, counter target activated ability that you don't control, so it's a good counter. Your opponent really tends not to expect us countering activated abilities, so that helps us up a whole bunch there. Owlbear Cub loves attacking our opponents, so since we're going to be attacking with plenty of birds, let's put them in there. Plume Creed Escort, in order to give our stuff hexproof, we love to see it. Radgast, Wizard of the Wilds, Ward 1. Speaking of protection for birds, we give them Ward 1 as well, and we keep on getting more birds. And, yeah, mana value 5 or greater. We're not going to really have too many of those, but there'll be a certain point where, like, you got a couple and it'll be nice to see. And also, it's only 50 cents, so it helps with the budget a little bit better, too. Sausage Chocobo, whenever land enters, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. So, there you go. Put a +1/+1 counter on Sausage Chocobo. Helps us out a whole bunch there. Soul Catcher. Whenever a creature with flying gets removed, put a +1/+1 counter onto this creature. Helps us out with, what was this name? Falco, Spar, Pact Weaver, in order to make sure we can keep on casting stuff from the top of our deck as well. Taunos, Toymaker, copy our birds. May as well. Tashar, Ancestors Apostle, cast a historic spell, return target creature and opponent. Target creature with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. We have quite a few of those, especially something like Judge's Familiar. Really helps out a whole bunch with that. Where were we? Goose Mother, it could just be a really powerful bird at a certain point. Warden and the Evil Siles makes it so it's cheaper to cast birds. Same thing with Watcher of the Spears. Then we have some draw power with Kindred Discovery, allowing us to draw a card for each bird that we have on the battlefield. I don't know why it keeps separating cards. That's really weird. Maybe because I added it later. Battle Passage, creatures with flying can't block creatures you control. So, since all of our stuff basically is flying, makes it so we are much harder to block there. Dubscape gives us plenty of extra birds. While also making so that our opponents can't really play the game other than just bird. Favorable winds, creatures that you control with flying at +1/+1 makes our birds that we got from Dubscape are stronger than other people's birds. Murmuration, giving us additional birds, giving us our birds the vigilance, so it's less scary to swing in with. Reconnaissance mission, whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you may draw a card. We love drawing cards in this deck. Soul Catcher's Area, whenever a bird is put into your graveyard from play, put a feather counter on this card, giving our birds that additional power as well. Beast Within for some removal, Dazzling Denial for a counterspell, Flurry of Wings for some really good protection there, Generous Skill for some removal, Lofty Denial for some countering, Path to Exile for some removal, Perch Protection for some protection, Rally of Wings for that additional boost to our bird's power so we can swing in without the worry, Swords to Plowshares for that removal, and Wing Portent for some draw power. But that's the deck. Thanks so much for tuning into the channel. I'd like to thank you so much for coming to the channel watch this video. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe so you can stay tuned for the next one. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to the channel. We're back today with another Final Fantasy Commander deck profile. Today with Clive, Ifrit's Dominant. When Clive enters, you may discard your hand and draw cards equal to your devotion to red. So it'll be at least 2. Normally it'll be more, depending on how many creatures you have on the battlefield. You can pay 6 and tap him in order to transform him into Ifrit, Warden of Inferno. When Ifrit fights up to 1 target creature your opponent controls, basically a quick source of removal, and then you can add 4 red mana if Ifrit has 3 or more lore counters on it, exiled, and return to the battlefield. So, one thing about that is that with his ability, it does exile him and bring him back in order to transform him, rather than just transforming him, meaning that you'll need haste in order to swing in with Ifrit the turn he comes in, along with being able to use his tap ability if you do have 12 mana the turn you have Clive come out. But that's why we have plenty of things that'll give him haste, plenty of things that'll make it so that we could do extra damage to our opponent with that fight ability, plenty of ways to use that red mana in order to beat up our opponent, and ways that'll benefit off of discarding cards. But that's the general overview of the deck. Let's get into card by card. As always, we start with Arcane Signet for just a little bit of mana. Bag of Holding allows us that when we discard a card, we could exile it, and then eventually use that card again at a certain point. Begiri Gar's Storytelling allows us to get some additional red mana anytime we cast a spell, allowing us to cast some additional spells and get that extra devotion to red. Creatures control boast twice during each of your turns as well, rather than once. And then her secondary ability, you're not going to really use that much, but if you do want to, you could in this deck, because it does benefit off of discarding a card. You get to discard a card, exile the top 2 cards of your library, you may play those cards this turn. So, if you do have something that does benefit off discarding, like I said, you could use that and it'll help you out a bunch. Cursed Mirror is an artifact that'll tap for red. It could enter as a copy of something else with haste. But, sometimes you just want that additional mana, especially with how high some of the mana costs are in this deck. Fire Diamond, for some additional mana. Like I said, we could try to get to 12 mana for Clive's ability. Hazard's Monument, red spells cost 1 less. Whenever you cast a creature spell, you get to discard a card and draw a card, allowing us to benefit off of those discard abilities once again. Lightning Grease in order to make sure we get the haste onto Clive, so he could use his ability the turn he comes down potentially, or Ifrit could use could attack the turn he comes in as well. Monument of Endurance to benefit off those discards. In order to draw a card, create treasure tokens. Each opponent loses a little bit of life. And this is also based upon the amount of cards that we discard. So if Clive discards a 5-card hand, we could use all 3 of these abilities. Well, really, if he just discards a 3-card hand, we can't use each ability more than once. Slotus allows us to choose a color, add an amount of mana equal to your devotion to that color. So that'll allow us to benefit off of how much our devotion to red is. Not only drew Clive's discard ability, but also drew this card. It does enter tap, it's the only downside is 4 mana, so just be careful about when you cast it. Ruby Medallion, in order to make sure our red spells are cheaper to cast. Soul Ring for some additional mana. Swiftfoot Boots, same thing as Lightning Grease. Fire Crystal, red spells cost 1 less to cast, but it also gives us that haste, which we really like to see. Wayfarer's Bauble, or to get a mountain out of our deck. And for creatures, we have Anger. Like I said, we like to see haste. We wanted to make sure Ifrit could attack the turn he comes down, so let's make sure he can do it. Oh, I just realized he doesn't have flying. For some reason I thought he did. Archetype of Aggression. Creatures you control have trample. Since he's a 9/9, we don't just want them blocking with a 1/1, so let's give it trample in order to make sure we can deal that damage. Also, prevent our opponents from having trample so we can block them with our 1/1s. I don't really think we have many in here, but, there might be a couple. Brilliant, Sky Shark Rider, whenever you discard a card, put a +1/+1 counter onto her, and it deals 1 damage to each opponent. Gives us that big bonus off of all the discarding that we're going to be doing with this deck. Contaminant Construct, you may play cards that you discard this turn. This way it's basically like you never discard them in the first place. As additional cost to cast Defiler of Instinct. Additional cost to cast red permanent spells, you may pay 2 life, rather than 1 of the red mana. And then whenever you do, deal 1 damage to any target. We could potentially remove a whole bunch of tokens that are getting in the Ifrit's way if we don't have a way to trample over with it. Or, sometimes just 1 damage to our opponent. Detective's Phoenix. Flying, haste, +2/+2, flying and haste onto Ifrit, making it to a level 11, making so we could swing in for game at a certain point. Enduring Courage, once again, making so we could only takes 2 hits to swing in rather than 3, because 9 is a bit of a weird number with that. But we have a couple ways to make sure we get additional power onto that, along with giving it the haste so it can swing the turn it comes in. Fanatic Amogus enters the battlefield, deals damage to each opponent equal to devotion to red. So, like I said, we want plenty of devotion to red, so this will help us out a whole bunch with that. Let's scroll on down. Fear of missing out, discard a card, draw a card. Like I said, we like discarding, so let's have another way to do that. And whenever he attacks, for the first time each turn, if there are 4 more card types among cards in your graveyard, untap target creature. After his phase, there's an additional combat phase. It'll only allow 1 creature to attack again, but sometimes we just want Ifrit to attack again, which is the main one we got there. Feldon of the 3rd Path, create a token that's a copy of target creature in your graveyard. Certain things have additional, abilities that are just better than others, so let's get them back from the graveyard. Glinthorn Buccaneer, discard a card, deal damage to each opponent. We're not going to win much through combat damage with this deck always, so let's have other ways that will benefit off of that, so that we could, not we're going to win much off commander damage. We're going to often win off combat damage once Ifrit swings in for the final hit on an opponent. Sense Skull of the Sun? I don't know how to pronounce that. Whenever you attack, you may discard a card. If you do, put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature. It gains trample to end the turn. We like to see Ifrit gain that trample, so we can actually deal damage to our opponent. It'll be 10 power, so Like I said, we want ways to make sure we can deal combat damage with this creature. And whenever you discard one or more cards, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. It doesn't say cast this turn, so you could use lands off the top of your library as well. Iron Mirror, we want ways to get that additional mana. Evora, get those +1/+1 counters onto it for every time you discard a card. Once you get the blood token, allowing you to discard and draw. Has a little bit of trample. It's not really a big creature to start off with, but at a certain point it'll get there for you. Magmakin Artillerist. Deal 1 damage to each opponent every time you. Whenever you discard one or more cards, this creature deals that much damage to each opponent. So yeah, discard our hand, deal 7 damage to our opponent up potentially if we're up to that point. Marauding Mako, giving it plenty of power, potentially giving it haste, potentially giving it trample with some of the other cards in here. Would really benefit off of discarding those cards. Nahab, Dreadhorde Champion. There's 2 Devotion to red on this one as well. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player or Planeswalker, it also has trample, so it'll be pretty easy to do that as a 5/4. You may discard any number of cards. Once again, benefit off that discard. If you do draw that many cards and put that much red mana until end of turn, you don't lose mana as steps end. So, giving us plenty of mana, potentially, if we buff it up enough with our +2/+0 things, we could get up to 9 mana, which will give us enough mana to get Ifrit on the board. We don't need 9 mana specifically, just, a number. Nahab, the Eternal. Afflictory, beginning of your post-combat main phase, get some additional red mana for each 1 life your opponent lost this turn. So, even if this dealt 6 damage, and then this has the additional 6 red mana off that, we could get this really out the turn it comes out, especially if we have a way to give it haste. Yeah, so basically if we have, Enduring Courage? Yeah, Enduring Courage. Plus this, our opponent doesn't have anything to block. With both these creatures on board, we get, if we get out the turn it comes out, yeah. If that could happen at some point. Party Thrasher, in order to get additional draw power, essentially, by playing cards from Banish Zone. Perforos, in order to give our creatures that haste. You may put a red creature you can basically sneak attack a creature onto the board. Runaway Steamkin, or give us some additional red mana once we get enough counters onto it. Sophim, Mayhem Dominus, in order to deal double damage. We don't have a lot of double damage doublers in the stack, but the ones we do have do help us out just a little bit. Sunset Strike Master, like I said, we need a lot of mana in the stack, so we may as well have plenty of ways to get it. Surly Badgersaur, in order to have a whole bunch of benefits off of discarding cards. And Torbrand, deal 2 extra damage instead of just dealing no damage. Where were we? Let's scroll on over to the second half of the deck. Almost scroll too far. We have Rising of the Day, in order to give our creatures haste, along with that +1/+0, making so that it won't be strong enough to swing in right away. Sorry, swing in for 2 hits, but, it'll be at 10. So if we have another way, just give it like +1/+1, we'll be at a good position to get that commander damage off. Underworld Breach, in order to make sure we cast our instants and sorceries again and again. This way we have something to do with all that mana that we've been collecting at a certain point, if we don't have anything else to do with it. Big Score, get some treasure tokens, get some draw power. Bolt Bend, change the target. We could do, Deflecting Swat in here instead. But our commander is 6 mana. So it might be a certain point where this may just be more useful. Chaos Warp Removal, Decaying Time Loop, discard your card, draw that many cards. With all these cards that we would benefit off discarding, really helps us out a whole bunch there. Demand Answers, discard card, draw a card. Poetic Ritual, basically it's just an additional red mana, helping us out, getting that additional CMC there. Pyroblast, counter target spell. If it's blue, destroy target blue spell. Sometimes it's just nice getting our opponent's way just a little bit. Have the blue player get a taste of their own medicine. Seething Song for additional mana. Draw a possibility for the discard benefits that we have in our deck. Unexpected Windfall. Same thing, just a couple more mana and get some treasure tokens off it. And Untimely Malfunction for some removal there. As always, we have a whole bunch of mountains in the stack. We have Montealty, draw a card, discard a card, get all his discard benefits. Brass Tunnel Grinder. Anytime you discard a card, which we're going to be doing a whole bunch in this deck, we're going to get to benefit off that, and then eventually turn this into a land. And then Pinnacle Monk enters the battlefield, return target instant or sorcery from your graveyard to your hand. maybe we'll get another Pyroblast out of our graveyard. Or something that we discarded that we want back. Or just, one of our discard abilities. Blast Mustache for a Born Wipe, Chandra's Ignition. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to each other creature and each opponent. So, if we're already making Ifrit into a 9/9, we may as well have it do a whole bunch of damage to our opponent. Fatal Suiting, draw a card, discard card. We already know how we benefit off that. Mana Geyser for plenty of mana. Mystic's Mastery, or to cast all of our stuff back from our graveyard. Nibelheim of Flame. Choose target creature you control. It deals damage equal to its power to each other creature. Basically a board wipe once we have the 9 damage on board. And then if spells cast from your graveyard, you discard your hand and draw 4 cards. Once again, benefit off of all those discard abilities we have in this deck. And Vandal Blast for getting rid of those pesky artifacts. And Will of Jeskai. Once again, discard cards, draw cards. But that's the deck there. I'd like to thank you so much for tuning into the channel and watching the video. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe so you can stay tuned for future ones. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to the channel. Today we're back with our Final Fantasy Commander deck profile. Today with Zidane, Tantalus Thief. We posted the more powerful version this morning. This one's a bit more of a budget-friendly version, coming in at just under $150. Zidane likes to get control of your opponent's creatures and give them back to create treasure tokens for yourself. But you don't just have to give them back their own stuff, you give them control of other things you control, along with, using their things in order to do other things with them, such as giving them Myriad. This way, if it is a legendary creature, you get to keep the tokens until the end of the turn, but you get to remove their creature by a way other than removal. You can sacrifice them with cards like Fling, and then we just have other ways that we could use the treasure tokens with that, and ways that'll benefit off of that Enter the Battlefield ability, which I didn't do much of in the more powerful version, but I almost like this one better with the budget version. But that's the general overview of the deck. Let's get into it card by card. Start off, we have Arcane Signet for mana. Assault Suit will allow us to pass around the creature, giving us those treasure tokens when someone else gets control of a creature that we controlled. Avarice Totem, exchange control of this and a target non-land permanent opponent controls. This way, like I said, we like to gain control of our opponent's stuff. Let's use some mana to do that, since we're going to be having all those treasure tokens at a certain point. Everfold Purse will allow us to roll a d4, get some treasure tokens, and then pass it around, giving us an extra treasure token for that. Only thing is, you got to be careful. Some people may be better with dice than you are, so be careful that, you don't give it to the person who's ahead in turns. Well, you do have to give it to the person to your right, but like I said, make sure that you're just careful about when you give it to them so you don't upset the rest of the table. Commander Sphere for some mana. Conjurer's Closet. Since his ability does happen when he enters the battlefield, we have plenty of ways to blink him so that we can make sure we keep getting those abilities. And as always, I do like to say with the budget builds, we do still have some $5, $10 cards in here in order to make it a little bit easier, so you know which cards to remove if you're looking to decrease the budget. Coveted Jewel, coming in at 50 cents, enters draw 3 cards. We'll have to draw cards and get 3 mana of any color. Then we get to pass this round in order to give our opponents a little bit of mana there as well. But we get the treasure tokens when they do. Felwar Stone, get that mana. This rope will allow us to get some lands, get some draw power, all things we want to see, along with giving it to our opponents. You don't have to use some mana to use the ability, so this one you don't have to worry about as much as this one. But still, it does give people lands, helps out the whole table. This is kind of a group hug deck if you think about it. Mind Stone for that mana, Panharmonicon. If we're getting control of one thing, why not get control of 2 things? Slicer, Hard Muscle. Like I said, we made it quite easy to know what cards to remove in here. Because just removing this card will put you down $38, putting you at almost just over 100 with this deck. But this card is really useful in this deck. Double Strike, Haste, every game with each opponent's upkeep. You may have that player gain control of this creature. So you keep passing around, keep getting those treasure tokens, have a go-to creature. This way, your opponents could fight amongst themselves and they're not attacking you for gaining control of all their stuff and removing their stuff, which everyone loves it when you do. Soul Ring for some mana, Talisman Conviction for some mana, and Wayfarer's Bauble for some mana. On to the creatures, we have a Crow and Horse. We give control of this to our opponent, giving us that treasure token, and then every upkeep we get some soldier tokens while we're at it. Yeah, love to see it. Helps out the whole table, except for that one person. Alexios Deimos of Cosmos, give control of this to another player, get those treasure tokens, Have a goaded creature, help your opponents get rid of each other rather than yourself. Brian's Stat Arm, sacrifice another creature, aka our opponent's creature that we gain control of, in order to deal damage equal to that sacrifice creature's power to target player. Yeah, we need some way to win the game, and some way to remove our opponent's stuff. Captivating Crew, gain control of target creature and opponent controls. Like I said, we like to gain control of our opponent's stuff, so there's going to be plenty of things in the stack that do that. This one you do have to pay mana for, and most of them are enter the battlefield abilities. Charming Prince, exile another target creature, probably Zidane, in order to get their enter the battlefield abilities again. Yeah, I did Captivating Crew. Discerning Financier, get some treasure tokens, get some, choose another player, that player gains control of target treasure you control, you draw a card, so, get treasures, get to draw power, get everything you need. Duke Holder of Raven Guard. Like I said, we like a little bit of Myriad in this deck, because say if our opponent's running Zidane, we could make 2 more copies of their Zidane. It'd make a sacrifice at the end of combat, but we get to enter the battlefield abilities again, along with getting to remove the main copy of the creature, which is nice, because of Legend rule on that. Filborg Flutist, getting control of a target creature, gains haste, gains Myriad, get rid of the main copy, and then I believe it's also Goat something. Nope, thinking of something else. Flicker Wisp, like I said, we want plenty of ways to blink Zidane to keep getting control of other things. Goblin Cadets, pass it around the table anytime it blocks or attacks. So, yeah, it just prevents a little bit of damage. Humble Defector, draw 2 cards, pass it around, a little bit of Group Hug. Iron Will Forger, there's that Myriad again, like I explained with Duke Holder. That's why we want to get that Myriad in this deck. Knight of White Orchid, we are in Boros, so we're going to need some ways to get some mana onto the battlefield. Solemn Simulacrum, since we do have some Myriad, since we have plenty of blinking in this deck, this is also a really good source of mana in this deck. Same thing with Knight of the White Orchid. Steelskin Moogle Merchant, this is a $10 card right now. This is one I expect to go down. So this will definitely decrease the budget a bit. So, like, if you just remove this and Slicer, you're at under $100. But you get to give your opponent control of something in your deck, and you get to draw a card. We get that treasure token off that, allowing us to cast whatever we copied. Jolly Balloon Man, create a token copy of your opponent's legendary creature, get rid of that legendary creature, same reason we run the Myriad in this deck. Treasure Nabber, whenever opponent taps an artifact for mana, gain control of that artifact until end of your next turn. We'll have to pass it back, but when we pass it back, we get that treasure token, but we get control of a Soul Ring for a turn, which is always nice. Yesman, personal secure charm. Keep passing it around, keep getting those soldier tokens? Yeah, soldier tokens. Really nice to see. Like I said, just for the treasure tokens mostly. Zealous Conscripts. Whenever this creature enters, aka another creature that we want to blink a whole bunch, untap target permanent, gains haste until end of turn, once you gain control of it. Then let me scroll on over to the second half of the deck. Oh, almost scrolled too far. So we have Custody Battle. Enchanted creature has at the beginning of upkeep, target opponent gains control of this creature unless you sacrifice a land. So we have control of something we don't really necessarily care about having on our battlefield to our opponent. And then make them make the choice of giving it back or sacrificing a land. But we get the treasure token in the meantime. Frenzied Fuge enters the battlefield at the beginning of your upkeep, gain control of enchanted permanent, untap that permanent, gains haste. You only get control of it until end of turn, so you're going to get that treasure token by giving it back. Legion Loyalty, once again, we love the Myriad. We love getting rid of our opponent's stuff through sources other than removal, so we get rid of those indestructible. We don't really have many ways to gain control of hexproof creatures, just because most things in this deck target. There are a few that do say like all creatures your opponents control, so it gets around the hexproof indestructible ones, but this one at least gets around the indestructibleness. Reign of Riches, we're going to be having plenty of treasure tokens, so let's benefit off those a little bit by getting some Cascade out of there. The more powerful version of this deck does make more use of the treasure tokens than it does the blink, so that is the main focus of that one, versus this one being most of the blink than it is the treasure tokens. On to the instance, we have Acrobatic Maneuver, blink a creature, draw a card. Active Aggression, gain control of target creature and opponent controls until end of turn. It's only 3 mana because we could pay 4 life normally. Untap that creature, gains haste. Chaos Warp, removal, Cloud Shift for a blink, Ephemerate for that blink, Flicker for that blink, Fling. Same thing with Brian Standarm. We're going to need some way to win the game, some way to remove our opponent's stuff. So let's sacrifice their creature now that we had control of it in order to draw it right at their face. Generous gift for that removal. Getaway Glamour. It's a blink spell, but it could also be a little bit of a removal spell there. Jessica's Portal. Exile target creature you controlled and return against another blink. It also gains first strike though. Standing with Parting Guest. It gets +1/+1 counters. Path to Exile. Removal. Scroll Shift. Exile up to one target artifact and bring it back, aka blink and draw a card. Slip on the Ring. Blink creature. Ring Tempsia. I don't even remember the abilities of the ring. Swords to Plowshare for that removal. As always, we go Drew lands last. Active Treason. Gain control of target creature opponent controls. Yeah, we may as well. Right? We like doing it. Call for Aid. Gain control of all creatures target opponent controls. There we go. Getting around the hexproof. Getting around that ward. Claim the Firstborn. Gain control of target creature with CMC 3 or less until end of turn. It's only one mana, but it'll get us that treasure token, so it's basically a free spell. And, maybe we'll get rid of their Esper Sentinel, maybe? I don't know. Disrupt Decorum. Go to all creatures you don't control. Normally when you gain control of your opponent's stuff and are removing a whole bunch of their stuff, people tend not to be too happy. So let's goad their stuff so that we could, have them focus on something else. Furnace Realm. Gain control of target creature. Love to see it. Oh, and you also get some treasure tokens off that. Harmless Offering. Target opponent gains control. Target permanent you control. I mean, we may as well hand something that we don't want, like something that we just gain control of, over to someone else. Insurrection. Untap all creatures. Gain control of them, making our opponents all unblockable. Normally this will be a game ender there. So while it is $10, I would say this is like must include. Involuntary Employment for that gaining control. Mass Mutiny for each opponent gaining control up to one target creature, so that's many creatures that we're gaining control of. Mob Rule. Gain control of all creatures with power 3 or less or 4 or greater, depending on what we need at the time. Normally it's going to be the 4 or greater. Price of Loyalty. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature, gets +2/+0. And if mana was from a treasure token, which we're going to be having plenty of treasure tokens in this deck with how many cards we're passing around. And then Seize Spotlight, you're either getting draw power and treasure tokens, or you're gaining control of creatures, both of which we love to see in this deck. But that's the deck. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe so you can stay tuned for future videos. As always, I just scroll through the lands here at the end. But thanks so much for watching. Hope you stay tuned for the next one. Welcome back to the channel. Today we're back with our Final Fantasy Commander deck profile. With Hope Esteem, we have a 2/2 for 2 mana with Lifelink, where at the beginning of your end step, each opponent mills X cards, where X is the amount of life you gain this turn. So we're going to mill big chunks of our opponent's deck by gaining big chunks of life at a time. We do still have a few things that'll gain 1 life here or there, but we have a lot of when you gain life, you gain double that amount of life instead. A lot of things where it says gain X life, where X is going to be a big chunk, and then plenty of other things that'll mill out our opponents a little bit quicker. And even some things that'll mill them out a lot quicker, like Brewvac or Water Crystal, but we'll go into that card by card. That's the general overview. Let's get into it. Start off, we have Aetherflux Reservoir. Whenever you cast a spell, gain 1 life for each spell you've cast this turn. Pay 50 life. Aetherflux Reservoir deals 50 damage to target creature or player. So since we're going to be getting those big chunks of life, a lot of this deck is eliminate one person at a time, so may as well have something that does that in here as well with that life. We have Alhamara's Archive, a legendary artifact. If you gain life, gain that twice that much life instead. We love to see it. If you would draw a card, except the first one you draw each draw step, draw 2 cards instead. We're going to need a little bit of draw power, this way we get more spells to cast for Aetherflux Reservoir, more spells to gain life off of. Arcane Signet for some mana. Elixir, this artifact enters tapped, so you can't use it the turn it comes out, but the very next turn, you pay 5 mana, exile this artifact, shuffle all non-land cards from your graveyard into your library so that you're not milling yourself out, and then you gain life equal to the number of cards shuffled into your library this way. So say if you had, 15 cards in your graveyard, you get to mill each opponent for 15. Or wait, does that say each opponent? Each opponent. And then we have Felwar Stone for some mana, Mesmeric Orb. Whenever an opponent's controls becomes untapped, that permanent's controller mills a card. So each turn there's gonna mill a few. Sometimes we'll double out with cards like Bruvak. So wait, no, Bruvak doesn't. Yeah, no, he does. Yeah, I was thinking he was someone else for a second. But yeah, that'll allow us to mill out our opponents just a little bit quicker there. Mind Stone for some mana, Pristine Talisman for some mana, but also a little bit of life gain off of that. This way we could get that little bit of life gain to get the mill to start a little bit earlier. Riverturn Monument, a new card from Drift, I believe. One mana in blue. You can pay 1 mana at any number of target players. Each mill 2 cards. So, like I said, a little bit of mill. But the main ability you want is the Exhaust ability. Yep, that's definitely from Drift then. For 4 mana, tap any number of target players, each mill cards equal to the number of cards in their graveyard. So say if we did something that like milled them for 15 earlier, like Elixir, we get to mill them for another 15. Or more, depending on where we are in the game. Or say if we were, milled half their deck already, we get to mill the second half of their deck. Soul Ring for some mana, Stranic Resonator, copy target ability you control. You may choose new targets for those copies. So since Hope Esteem's ability says at the beginning of your end step, say if you gain that 15 life, you get to mill 15 more off of using his ability again. Talisman of Progress for some mana. The Water Crystal, a new one out of Final Fantasy. Blue spells cost 1 less to cast. If an opponent would mill 1 or more cards, they mill that many cards plus 4 instead. So we got them to mill 1 with Mesmeric Orb. Now they're milling 5. But the main ability you want is at 6 mana. Each opponent mills cards equal to the number of cards in your hand. So you get big payoffs if we got to draw plenty of cards with Alhamari's Archive. Wind Crystal, 4 mana. All crystals are 4 mana, just different types of mana that you need for them. White spells cost 1 less to cast. If you gain life, gain twice that much life instead. We don't want to wait around and just gain 1 life at a time. If we're going to gain 1 life, we want to gain 2. Creatures you control gain flying and lifelink until end of turn. Sometimes we still have to protect ourselves, so let's gain that little bit of life, or or fly in if we need a flying protector. Venser's Journal. You have no maximum hand size for 5 mana, and at the beginning of your upkeep, you gain 1 life for each card in your hand. So, one thing to remember what that is untap upkeep draw. You don't get to draw before you get to gain that life. So, there's still quite a bit of quite a bit of mill that you're going to be, life you're going to be gaining, which is going to result in quite a bit of mill that you're going to be doing to your opponent. Bruvak, for 2 mana and a blue, you get a 1/4. If an opponent would mill 1 or more cards, mill twice that many cards instead. So, say if we milled them for 4 with Water Crystal, we're milling them for 8 now. Or if we milled half their deck, we mill for their full deck. Or say if we did that 15, we're at 30, and then Riverturn Monument, that's already 60 cards in the graveyard. Crested Sunmare, other horses you control have Indestructible. At the beginning of each end step, if you gain life this turn, create a 5/5 white horse creature token. Just a good token creator for life gain decks. It is a replaceable card, I'd definitely say. In the stack, you might want to have something that gains you more life, or get that mill a little bit faster, but I just like this card in here. Works out well. Daxos of Melodus. Daxos of Melodus can't be blocked by creatures with power 3 or greater, so it's going to make it pretty hard to destroy him. When Daxos deals combat damage to a player, exile top card of that player's library. You gain life equal to that card's mana value, so hopefully if you're having a green opponent at the table, you get to mill, their Colossal Dreadmaw. You gain that 6 life, you mill them for 6 later on. You're getting some cards out of their deck, you're getting some free spells, and you're getting that life off that. Daxos, Blessed by Sun. We do have a few creatures with his ability. He's 2 mana for 2 in a star. His main ability is whenever a creature you control enters the battlefield or dies, you gain their life. So, we're going to be gaining just that little bit of life in order to get that little bit of mill to start off the game. Yep, that's where I was at. Dragskull Reaver for 7 mana, flying, double strike, lifelink. So that's 6 life you're going to be gaining anytime he attacks. Whenever you gain life, draw a card. So, with those little bit of life gains, we're going to need a little bit of draw power off that, but it could also lead to big payoffs in terms of how many cards we can mill our opponents for with that double strike life link on it. Exemplar of Light. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Whenever one or more +1/+1 counters are put on this creature, draw a card. You only get to do it once each turn. One thing to note is that it's during each opponent's turn, whereas Hope Esteem is only during your turn. So a little bit of draw power off that gets you a strong flying creature while you're at it. Guide of Souls. Whenever another creature enters, gain a life. Get an energy counter for as much as that's worth. Whenever you attack, you may pay 3 energy. When you do, put 2 +1/+1 counters and a flying counter on target attacking creature. It becomes an angel in addition to its other types. Yeah, maybe you just need that little bit of damage to swing it on your opponent, but damage isn't the main way we're winning, but that little bit of life gain we have at the start there is really what we want. Hedron Crab. Whenever a land you control enters, target player mills 3 cards. This is normally really good because it'll also allow us to mill, but this one we're mostly focused on milling our opponents. Hinterland Sanctifier. 1 mana, gain a life anytime a creature enters. Same thing as Guide of Souls and Daxos. Queen. We have tap. Each player draws a card. Sorry, each player may draw a card, and each player who drew a card this way, each player may draw a card. Then each player who drew a card this way gains 1 life. So you're gonna gain that life. You're gonna get to draw cards. Your opponent thought they could get away from you by drawing a card, but that's just 1 less card in their deck for you to mill them out a little bit easier. Martyr of Sands. Reveal X white cards from your hand. Sacrifice this creature. You gain 3 times X life. So, even if you just have like 3 cards, that's still just a 2 mana, gain 9 life. And that's mill 9 from your opponent. Rock's the Faith Mender. We can make that 9 life into 18 life because Rock's Faith Mender has the ability where if you gain life, gain twice that much life instead. So if we have that, Rock's Faith Mender and the Wind Crystal, that'll allow us to gain 36 life as early as turn. Yeah, I guess it's really we could do it like earlier, but like if we're just going like normal mana curve, turn 5 we could do that. And what's it called? Mill out our opponent for 38 cards on turn 5. Love to see it. Ruin Crab. Whenever land enters the battlefield under your control, each opponent mills 3 cards. So the same thing we want to have Hedron Crab for that milling our opponents. Just, each opponent instead of just 1. Sarah Ascendant. Like I said, we want to gain big chunks of life mostly. So this has lifelink for +5/+5 for 1. Sorry, lifelink 1/1, but it could get +5/+5 if you had 30 more life, allowing you to gain 6 life, allowing you to gain, that double that. That's 12, 24 that we could be milling our opponents for. So that's another 62 cards we could mill our opponents for on turn 5. I mean, if they have a draw power deck, it's really good. Or, just any deck, because it's 2 darts of their deck in the graveyard, or in their hand at that point. Soul Warden. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield, gain 1 life. It's really just we care about our creatures entering in that little bit of life gain, but it's mostly we want to gain life on our turn because Hope's ability only works during our turn. Soul's Attendant, same thing, basically the same exact card. Sphinx of Revelation, flying lifelink. Whenever you gain life, you get that many energy counters. Pay 3 mana, pay X energy counters, draw X cards, a little bit of draw power off this card, and benefits off of our life gain. Suture Priest, gaining life when creatures enter, main ability we care about. Mind Scanner, like I said earlier, we don't really care about our creatures dealing damage to our opponents. Let's turn that into mill. Probably one of the best mill cards in the game right now, Mind Scanner. Will, Sign of Peace, Vigilance, spells you cast this turn that are white or blue, cost X less to cast, where X is the amount of life you gain this turn. So, now our Rock's Faith Mender is only 1 mana to cast if we've gained 3 life this turn. And then, activate only as a sorcery, of course, and he doesn't have to be tapped, so you can't attack with him this turn. But it doesn't really matter, because, actually, no, he's Vigilance, my apologies. And then you Shelter Rule at the beginning of your end step, exile target creature, blink a creature essentially, and then get an additional end step. So that allows us to use Hope Esteem's ability again. So say if we did mill our opponent for that, what were we at? 62. That's the other 62 that we get right there off your Shelter. If we wait till turn 6 to do that play, or we had that little bit of extra mana. On to the second half of the deck, we have enchantments with Boon Reflection. Gain double the amount of life that we're going to gain. This way we could gain more life to mill more cards. Player class, if you would gain life, you gain that much life plus 1 instead. Like to see it, we like to gain more life. It's basically doubling all of our enter the battlefield to gain a life abilities. And then you can also get some +1/+1 counters or gain a card back from your graveyard. Those are some abilities that could be helpful, but I tend not to use them when I play life gain decks. Well, sorry, the second one I tend to use. The third one I don't think I've ever used in a life gain deck. Game hasn't gotten that far. Illusions of Grandeur, Cumulative Upkeep 2. When it comes into play, gain 20 life. So if we have Hope of Steam on the board, that's 20 cards that we're going to be milling our opponents for, so we don't really care about the cumulative upkeep ability on this. Say if we had Wind Crystal, that's 40 life that we're going to be gaining, and Rock's Faithmender, that's 80 life that we're going to be gaining. So, that's 80 cards that we're milling our opponents for. I mean, depending on when we get this out, that could be game. Then we have our instance with Absorb, Counterspell, gain 3 life, mill 3 cards to your opponent, essentially. It is a little bit more costly than a normal Counterspell, but that life gain is helpful in this deck. Beacon of Immortality, double target player's life total. I mean, like I said, if we're gaining 80 life and we double our life total, let's get up to that 240 life rather than just being 120. And then, get destroyed by commander damage if they removed Hope before the beginning of the end step. Congregate, target player gains 2 life for each creature on the battlefield. That's going to be us. Say if our opponent's playing tokens, really helpful. Say if our opponent just has, 3 creatures on the board. 6 life is still helpful. Counterspell, it's counterspell. It counterspells. Dovin's Veto, this spell can't be countered, but you can counter target non-creature spell. Helps us get away from some of the removal. This way, when our opponents see that we have Hope on the battlefield prior to being milled for 80 cards, they could try to remove him, but let's get rid of as many possible opportunities for him to do as possible. Fate Bending, gain 2 life, draw 2 cards, discard 2 cards. I don't really care about the discarding, but the draw 2, gain 2 life is really what we care about on that one. Heliod's Intervention, target player gains twice X life. If we're gaining, pay like 6 mana into that, that's 12 life. 24, 48 if we have Rock's Faithmender and Wind Crystal, White Crystal, whatever it's called. Pet Exile for some removal ourselves. Revitalize, gain 3 life, draw a card. A little bit extra mill, a little bit extra life gain. Like I said, we want to gain life in big chunks. This way when we double it, and it'll allow us to mill even more cards. Riot Control, gain 1 life for each creature your opponent controls. Prevent all damage that would be dealt this turn. Does only combat damage for some reason. But no, this also gets us around their Niv Mizzet decks. Also, like I said, for each creature your opponent controls, gain that life. This way you could gain that life in big chunks. Sanguine Sacrament, you gain twice X life. Once again, same exact thing as Heliod's Intervention. Sphinx's Revelation, gain X life, draw X cards. We like to gain life in big chunks. Swords of Plowshares, you could even Swords of Plowshare your own creature. I mean, you don't really have that many strong creatures in here, so it's not really worth it, but if you do it to your Mind Skinner, that's 10 life you're going to be gaining, which is going to be 10 cards you're milling from your opponent, depending on if you have doublers or more doublers on your battlefield. Union of the Third Path, draw a card, gain life equal to the number of cards in your hand. We have quite a few draw spells, so we're probably going to have at least, 5 cards in our hand at most points of the game. So this will allow us to gain that 6 life, allowing us to mill our opponents for 6. Visions of Beyond, draw a card. If your graveyard has 20 more cards in it, with this deck, we're probably going to have that for your opponent. Draw a card. Draw 3 instead. Drawing 3 cards is always helpful. War Report, unless you only have like a card left in your deck. War Report, gain life equal to the number of creatures on the battlefield, plus the number of artifacts. Even if our opponent's not playing creature decks and we don't gain it off of, Riot Control, we still gain it off of War Report with that. So we get those artifacts. Someone's going to have a Soul Ring, someone's going to have a creature. It's always going to happen. Jace the Perfected Mind, really the last ability we care about, minus X. Target opponent mills 3 times X cards, where even if he enters the battlefield with the 5, or 4 if you played the Phyrexian, that's still 12 cards at minimum you're milling your opponent for, which is a big chunk of their deck. That's, at least a 10. Chaplain's Blessing, gain 5 life. Like I said, like to gain life in big chunks. Let's do it that way so that we can mill our opponents more. Fractured Sanity, each opponent mills 14 cards. When you cycle this card, each opponent mills 4 cards instead. Like I said, big chunks of their deck. We want to get rid of them right away. This way, they don't get to play those cards, but be careful about graveyard decks. There are some cards that'll banish your opponent's cards rather than having them enter the graveyard when they're milled from the deck. We don't run any of those in here, but those are the cards you could run instead of, some other cards that you don't necessarily care for on this day. Aristocratic Capital, target opponent mills half their library. If we're milling double our opponent, or if we milled them for plenty of cards already, this is essentially game on one opponent. Maddening Cacophony, each opponent mills 8 cards if the spell was kicked. Instead, each opponent mills half their library rounded up. Once again, same thing. Or if we have Brewvac on the battlefield, that's their full deck rather than only half their deck. Each opponent exiles cards from the top of their library until a player has exiled cards with total mana value 20 or more. This one does exile. Like I said, we brought up how we don't have a couple in here, but like I said, there's some that do it whenever they mill a card, not just like for 20 mana's worth. And that could get rid of, our opponent who needed lands. We just used this to really annoy them when they hit all their lands. Sanctify, destroy targeted artifact or enchantment, gain 3 life. A little bit of removal, and a big chunk of life gain there. 3 is kind of a big chunk, but not really. Traumatize, target player puts half their library rounded down into his or her graveyard. Same thing as Maddening Cacophony, Eudor. We want to double that with Brewvac so that, they have like maybe a turn left. And then they can see what they can do from there, but probably not much. And as always, I'd just like to say thanks so much for coming to the channel to check out the video. I'm just going to, actually my mouse is acting up, so I'm just going to kind of scroll through the lands here. But yeah, like I said, thanks so much for tuning into the channel. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe so you can stay tuned for more fun Commander deck profiles with the Final Fantasy set. And then, Edge of Eternities will be the next set coming out, which we're hoping to do some videos on that. And, hopefully some gameplay coming to the channel soon. Thanks so much for watching. Hope you have a good rest of the day. Welcome back to the channel. We're back with our Final Fantasy Commander deck profile. Today again with Sephiroth Planetaire. We posted the budget version of this deck earlier today. This one's a little bit less budget friendly, but definitely super powerful for this one. The other one is definitely powerful as well, but this one, I'd say it's just definitely the most full power version of this deck that you can get. It's very similar to a Toxrill deck in this fashion, just not as much using poison counters as I like to do in my Toxrill deck, but it does go in a lot of the same fashion of giving the minus X to your opponent's soul creatures in order to make sure that we could remove them without using, while getting around the indestructible ability. But that's the general overview of the deck. Let's get into it card by card. As always, we start with Arcane Signet. Always a good source of mana. Blade of Cells will help us give Sephiroth Myriad in order to make sure we have extra copies of him. The extra copies won't stick around, but they will give our opponent stuff the extra -2/-2, helping us get around those bigger creatures while we're at it. Conjurer's Closet. Once again, we could blink Sephiroth. It'll get rid of his +1/+1 counters is the only thing that I have to worry about on that. But it'll help us remove more of our opponent's stuff. But it'll help us get more of the abilities off of cards like Blood Artist or like Toxrill. Cards that will really benefit off that in that fashion. Felwar Stone, help us with a little bit of mana. Helmet of Host. Once again, we like multiple copies of Sephiroth on the battlefield, so may as well get those. This one won't be legendary, so we will get to keep the second copy, and we'll get that haste, potentially allowing us to swing in for that commander damage. Jet Medallion, for a little bit of cost reduction. Lightning Grease, we want to swing on him the turn he comes down. It doesn't really matter in terms of the his ability, but just in terms of being able to have a little bit of protection, having him being able to swing in for a whole bunch of damage and to remove all of our opponent's tokens is just super helpful having that. Mind Stone for that mana. Panharmonicon, well, if we're going to be giving things -2/-2, might as well get the -4/-4. Get Helmet of Host and Conjurer's Closet, -8/8, -16/16, Well, no, actually, double again. So, minus 32, minus 64 at that point. Not really many things will survive that. Sapphire Medallion, a little bit of cost reduction, same as Jet Medallion. Soul Ring for that extra mana. Swiftfoot Boots, same as Lightning Greaves, that little bit of haste, but a little bit of protection while we're at it as well. Because once we have all those +1/+1 counters on our creature, a lot of people are going to want to remove it. Talisman of Dominance for that extra mana. Darkness Crystal, a little bit of the cost reduction, and also helps us get around some graveyard strategies that may want their stuff in the graveyard to begin with by helping us exile that stuff. And Dot Vessel for that mana. Then for other cards we have in here, we have Blood Artist. Since we're destroying a whole bunch of our opponent's creatures, we may as well have some damage off that. Clackerbird's Troll, give our opponent some goats. Use the -2/2 to get rid of those goats. But also and while we just still keep around at 8/8 with Trample and Haste, they could also sacrifice a goat in order to tap Clackerbird's Troll in order to give us a little bit of life, a little bit of draw power. So that does help us out a little bit there as well, depending on where we're at in the game. Cryptghast, for a little bit of extra mana by tapping our swamps. Displacer Kitten, we like to blink Sephiroth, so let's use this to blink him. If we have other things that we want to blink, maybe we don't want, what are they called? Slime counters? Yeah, slime counters from Toxrill. We could blink those as well. Dronid, Carnage, Dominus. This will help us so that we get multiple abilities off of our Blood Artist, our Meathook Massacre, I believe there are some other cards in here. Black Market. Yeah, and it just really helps out there a whole bunch, getting us that extra mana, and also just a little bit of protection for himself by exiling creatures from our graveyard. Gyarados Snail, once again, this is, Toxrill, helping give extra --/ to our opponent's creatures while giving us slugs. This will also benefit off that Drifnod, Carnage Dominus in that way that, when their creatures die, we get an additional slug. Haunted Phantasm, give our opponent some creatures, remove those creatures. We keep a 4/6 for jury. They got nothing out of the deal. Meanwhile, we got all Blood Artist abilities off those. Mahide's Feathers Knight. So we're giving our opponents -2/2. Most things don't survive once they have 0 toughness. I don't really think there's anything that'll survive unless it's Regenerate or something along those lines. Massacre Girl, essentially a board wipe. Massacre Girl, known killer. If we're going to be destroying our opponent's creatures, we may as well get a little bit of draw power off it. Since they'll have the -2/2, they will have less than 1 toughness, giving us that draw power. Massacre Worm, same thing as Sephiroth's ability where it gets the -2/2, but also helps us deal a little bit of damage there. And also, if we have this and Sephiroth on the battlefield, it helps get that -4/4 if we have 12 mana available at a certain point of the game. But really, it's mostly the burn damage on this one. More opportunities for that draw power. Oh, and also Massacre Worm, we could also blink it with Conjurer's Closet, get the additional with Panharmonicon, all that type of stuff. Oh, do we not put Panharmonicon in here? I know, I just read Panharmonicon for some reason. Yep, there it is. I just not use that art. Let's scroll on down a little bit. Where were we? More opportunities for that little bit of draw power. Roaming Drone. I mean, Sephiroth's ability happens when he enters the battlefield. So we choose Soldier. I mean, it may just be him, but depending on what we need at the time, having something happen more than once is going to be super helpful for us. Which is Roaming Drone. This is another Soldier. Whenever Sephiroth enters their attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do draw a card, helps us get rid of our little slug tokens that we get with Toxrill in order to get a little bit of draw power, along with burning out our opponent with the same ability as Blood Artist. And then if this happens a 4th time, we get an emblem that does the same thing. For more details on this card, definitely check out that deck profile that we have down there in the playlist for the full deck profile on Sephiroth, Fable Soldier. Slaughter Specialist, give our opponents those creatures and get +1/+1 counters when they get removed. We get all the benefits, they don't. Sir Conrad, Solemn Simulacrum, since we're blinking creatures, benefit off of entering the battlefield abilities, helps us get all the additional mana that we're going to need. Sir Conrad, same as Massacre Worm or Blood Artist, helps us get additional burn damage onto our opponent. Dasa, Deep Dwelling, helps us to blink our Sephiroth, helps us get, just that extra -2/2 before the damage gets removed during the cleanup step. Vein Ripper for a little bit of extra damage onto one opponent. This way we can remove the person that we don't want in the game while not damaging the person that we want to stay around and help us. Vincent Valentine, whenever a creature an opponent controls gets removed, put a number of +1/+1 counters on them equal to that creature's power. which could be quite big, but only thing with that is that since Sephiroth gives a -2/-2, there are quite times when that creature has no power. So careful with that in terms of like how you use it. Might want to use another sorcerer removal to get his benefit. Also has Trample Lifelink when he transforms. You show a rule. Demeaning your end step, blink a creature, and there's an additional end step, so we have to do that twice, giving our opponent's creatures that -6/-6 essentially by doing it twice with Sephiroth. And if we have, what's it called? Why am I blinking on the name? Panharmonicon. That'll be -12/-12 instead. Xenos, Galvus, give all of our opponent's creatures -2/-2. Potentially a win con on the other side of the card. For more details on that card, once again, another video solely on that commander down there in the playlist. Let's scroll on over to the second half of the deck. Oh, that wasn't that far over. We have Black Market. Since we're going to be destroying plenty of our opponent's creatures, we may as well get some mana off it. We're going to need plenty of mana, because Sephiroth will be getting removed plenty of times likely. Kaya's Ghost Form helps us to protect our Sephiroth, making so that he doesn't get removed, but also like some of our other creatures we just want to keep around for quite a bit of time. Phyrexian Arena for a little bit of draw power. Massacre, same ability as Blood Artist, where we like to have a way to actually win the game. For instance, we have quite a few counterspells with Offer You Can't Refuse, Arcane Denial Counterspell. Blur would help us blink our Sephiroth in order to make sure that we get that ability off again and again. Dark Ritual for some additional mana. Displace for that a little bit of blink. Same thing with Essence Plunks. Flatline's a really good card in this deck because it gets all of our opponent's creatures into 0/1s, making so that when you give them the -2/-2, it doesn't matter if it was a 6/6 with Trample. It's now a 0/1 with nothing. That's a 0/0. Sorry, a -2/-1 with nothing, but that doesn't actually how that works. Planar Incision. Blink our creature, put +1/+1 counter on it, Polymorph's Jest. Same thing as Flatline. It'll allow us to make the creatures weak enough where they'll be 1/1s in order to get removed with the -2/-2. Rapid Hybridization. Sometimes we can't always rely on Sephiroth coming out. Sometimes we need something a little bit earlier in the game than 6 mana, so let's use Rapid Hybridization to get that removal. Same thing with Shield's Edict, helping us do a little bit of a board wipe, but just one creature for each opponent that they get to choose. Sudden Spoiling. Same as Polymorph's Jest, make all our opponent's creatures 0/2s, making it so that we give them -2/-2, they'll all get removed. Swan Song, I mean, it was a cool enchantment you tried casting. Sorry, your Omniscience is now 2/2 bird, which is going to turn into a 0/2 bird once I put in my Sephiroth. That's just how Sephiroth works, I'm pretty sure. That's the plot of the game. Diabolic Tutor for a little bit of search power. Where were we? Mass Diminish. Same thing as Sudden Spoiling, Polymorph's Jest, Flatline. Make all of our opponent's creatures 1/1s instead of 0/1s. Sorry, instead of whatever they were, making so that we could get them removed. Massacre, initial -2/-2 onto all creatures. Sometimes it may get rid of all of our stuff, like our Blood Artist, but, you know, play carefully. Night's Whisper, draw 2. That's a little bit of draw power in the stack, which actually, in hindsight, I should put more draw power in the stack. I don't have that much. Reanimate. We're going to eventually, Polymorph's Jest, our opponent's really big creature. So why let them keep it? Let's get it for ourselves. Or, if we were moving all their creatures, let's get them all onto our battlefield at Rise of the Dark Realms. Silent Blood for a little bit of draw power, Splash Power for a blink, and Toxic Deluge to give -X/-X for the final big push that we're going to need. But that's the deck there. Make sure you leave your comments down there in the comment section of how you like the deck, or what you do to improve or change up the deck for how you'd like to run it. We also posted a budget version of this deck. Make sure you check out the playlist for that. But in the meantime, thanks so much for watching. Hope you have a good rest of the day. Welcome back to the channel. Today we're back with our Final Fantasy Commander deck profile with Squall, Seed Mercenary. For 2, a white and a black, you get 3/4, where whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains double strike until end of turn. And whenever Squall deals combat damage to a player, return target permanent with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. So, in this deck we run plenty of cards that will make it so that Squall could deal that combat damage to our opponent by making him unblockable or giving him trample, something along those lines. And making it so that we can get Exalted. This way we focus on him attacking alone. This way when he deals that double strike damage to our opponent, it counts as 2 different instances of dealing that damage. So we can bring 2 things back from the graveyard. And then on top of that, we have plenty of things that will sacrifice themselves to get good effects in our graveyard for 3 mana or less. But that's the general overview of the deck. Let's get into it card by card. So to start off, as always, we have Arcane Signet for that mana, Basilisk Collar for 1 mana, 2 to equip. We have equipped creature has Death Touch and Lifelink. It's always good to have Death Touch and Double Strike because that makes the creature incredibly difficult to block, making so people tend not to block it, and you can make sure you get in with that damage with Squall. Also, these are mostly, well, actually no, they're all under 3 mana, so you can bring them all back with Squall in case someone uses a Vandal Blast or some other type of artifact removal. Birdhood Regalia, equipped creature has Ward 2, making it harder to target Squall, making it so you could have a little bit of protection on him, and then it only costs 1 to equip and making him unblockable. This way, once again, we get the double strike in on our opponent, bring 2 things back from our graveyard. Commander Sphere, normally we tend not to run too many Dree artifact mana spells. I do like them personally, but I know they're not the most popular. But this one's really good in here because you could sacrifice this artifact to draw a card, bring it back with Squall's ability, and then, once again, tap it for mana again while you're at it. Lightning Greaves, we want that protection on Squall because he is an easy target for removal, and we want him to be able to attack the turn he comes down to revive something, because almost everything in this deck is 3 mana or less. I think this is like one of the only ones that's not. This way we can make sure that we bring back the stuff that we already sent to the graveyard the turn he comes down. Mask of Memory, whenever a equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, once again, something that we're looking to do with Squall a whole bunch, you may draw 2 cards. If you do, discard a card. So send that card to the graveyard that we want to revive with Squall, while keeping the lands that we needed to draw from our deck in our hand. And if we, with a double strike, we get to do that twice, because it counts as 2 separate instances of dealing that damage to our opponent. Shadow Spear, there we go. Equipped creature gets +1/+1, trample and lifelink. That trample damage will allow us to deal a little bit of extra damage to our opponent. Sometimes you just need the 1 to get through. Permanency your opponent's control lose hexproof and indestructible to end the turn. This way, even if they have a indestructible blocker, which could easily block the double strike without worrying about the first strike ability of the double strike, you make sure you get around that a little bit there as well. But it's mostly the trample, so we can make sure we deal out damage to our opponent. Soul Ring for some mana. Swiftfoot Boots, same thing as Lightning Greaves, where we want our creature to attack the turn comes down, we need that little bit of protection. Sword of the Animus, whenever a equipped creature attacks, you may search your library for a basic land card. We're not exactly we're in Orzhov, so we don't necessarily have the most mana fixing. We do have a little bit, so we take what we get, and it's only 2 mana, so we could always bring it back with Squall if it ever gets destroyed. Talisman Hierarchy, a little bit of mana off that. And Trailblazer Boots, equipped creature has non-basic land walk. I mean, if you're playing a commander game, at least one person should have non-basic lands. This way you'll be able to deal that damage to that person and get those 2 things back from your graveyard with that double strike. Accursed Marauder, whenever Accursed Marauder enters the battlefield, each player sacrifices a non-token creature, so you bring him back with Squall, he sacrifices himself, each opponent has to sacrifice something that they need, you deal another damage with Squall with that double strike ability, you sacrifice them again, make everyone sacrifice 2 things. A Crazed Squire, Exalted. Whenever a creature attacks alone, that creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn. That does stack on top of each other based upon the way that Exalted is worded. So say if you have him with Exalted and say somehow you got Exalted on a Cursed Marauder, he'd be +2/+2. This way we actually have a way to win the game as well, and we could, potentially win with that commander damage, especially with the double strike, allowing us to get there a little bit quicker. Aven Squire, once again, Exalted, flying. Mainly the Exalted that we're looking for on there, though. Bastion Protector, commander creatures control, a +2/+2 and indestructible. I take whatever protection we can get for Squall on this deck. This way we can make sure that, he doesn't get destroyed and we can make sure we deal damage. Also, once again, only 3 mana off of that. Battlegross Angel, flying, Exalted. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains lifelink till end of turn. So, Squall's a 4 or 5 at that point when it's attacking alone. If it only has this 1 Exalted, of course. Once again, we can always make it even bigger with Aven Squire and the other ones. But yeah, that's 4 damage, double strike, lifelink. But mostly the Exalted ability we're looking for in there. But 8 life is still helpful in most cases. Promir, Warden in a Tower. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, if no mana was spent to cast it, counter that spell. Good way to get around our opponent's stuff. 3 mana to keep bringing it back. The second ability allows us to scan to graveyard easily with Sacrifice Bromir. Creatures you control gain indestructible to end the turn. How did I not put Selfless Savior in this deck, actually thinking about it now? Oh no. Oh, there he is. Yep. But yeah, like I said, really wanted that protection there for Squall, and even if we do sacrifice him, we just get him right back when, we attack with Squall. Well, when we deal damage with Squall, we still have to make sure he's unguarded. Braids Arisen Nightmare. At the beginning of your end step, you may sacrifice artifact, creature, enchantment, land, or planeswalker. Each opponent has to do that. If they don't, you gain 2 life, draw a card. So, you can just sacrifice Braids. This way, you just bring Braids back during your next turn and sacrifice at the beginning of that end step. As long as you keep Squall around. Brina, the Demagogue. Whenever a player attacks, one or more of your opponents, aka if we're attacking our opponent, if that opponent has more life than another one of your opponents, that attacking player draws a card and get 2+1/+1 counters on a creature you control. So, no matter what, we're getting the counters on our creature. If we attack our opponent, we're going to get a little bit of draw power off that as well. It's just a good card in the set in terms of, making so people don't attack us. While we're, sacrificing all their stuff with Curse Marauder. Or Braids. Everyone, no one will want to attack you, right? Kadar Commando. Sacrifice this creature, destroy target artifact or enchantment, only 2 mana. Easy to bring back with Squall. This way you can keep destroying more artifacts and enchantments, making so no one has a Soul Ring. Demon's Disciple. Whenever Demon's Disciple enters the battlefield, each player sacrifices a creature or planeswalker. Same thing as Curse Marauder, just 1 more mana to get him out. But once again, since it's only mana value 3 or less with Squall's ability, we do still get it back. Esper Sentinel, whenever an opponent casts their first non-creature spell each turn, draw a card. We're going to get a little bit of draw power off this. It's only 1 mana, so it's easy to bring it back with Squall. It's the main reason we run it in here now. Fang Fearless. Whenever 1 or more cards leaves your graveyard, you draw a card, you lose a life. Only happens once each turn. So, if we deal damage with Squall, we get Esper Sentinel back, we get to draw a card, then we get to draw a card if our opponent tries to remove something like a Path to Exile. Flashback Marauder, once again, another Curse Marauder ability, just 3 mana this time around, same as Demon's Disciple. This way you can, keep sacrificing our opponent's stuff while we keep getting our stuff back from the graveyard. Giver of Runes, another target creature you control, gains protection from colors until end of turn, or from color of your choice until end of turn. So, we give Squall protection from whatever we need protection from in order to make sure it keeps attacking in on our opponent. This way it could deal out damage and get, Giver of Runes potentially back from the graveyard even. Jarina, Dauntless General. When Jarina, Dauntless General enters the battlefield, exile target player's graveyard. That's nice to do that a whole bunch, just in case our opponent's running a graveyard deck. We just, now they're not. Sacrifice Jarina, humans you control gain hexproof and indestructible to end the turn. Squall is a human, so, hexproof's another form of protection we got there, and we keep sacrificing it, we keep bringing it back. Knight of the White Orchid, 2 mana, good enter battlefield ability, getting you planes out of your deck onto the battlefield. Keep having this coming back, keep getting those lands, as long as someone has more lands than you. Lore into the Third Path, when it enters, destroy a target artifact or enchantment, tap it, you and target opponent draw a card, a little bit of group hug. Maybe someone needs a card and they agree not to attack you. Or, you just let this block something, it gets destroyed, and then you just bring it back to destroy another target artifact or enchantment. Laris the Dream then, you could technically do this as a companion because you just need to eliminate a few cards in here. But during each of your turns, you may cast 1 permanent with CMC 2 or less from your graveyard. Most of our deck is either 3, 2, or 1. So, this allows us to cast most of our deck. Let's do it. Mother of Runes, same thing as Giver of Runes, gives us protection, makes it so he's protected, or makes it so he can swing in, depending on if we want to use that aggressively or defensively. Plaguecrafter, another Curse Marauder ability, enters, each player sacrifices a creature. If they can't, they discard a card. Selfless Savior, another form of protection for Squall. Sacrifice it, Squall's indestructible, and then, bring it back from your graveyard once Squall deals that damage. Same thing with Selfless Spirit, basically the same exact card, just 1 mana more. Sigil Paladin, first strike, Exalted. we like the Exalted ability on here. This way we could keep on pumping up Squall. Or, Squall doesn't necessarily need to be the one to attack. We could attack with something else. We tend not to, but we could. Silent Arbiter, no more than one creature can attack each combat. No more than one creature can block each combat. So, if we just have Squall out and we give him Double Strike and he's the only one we really care about attacking. This is one of our only 3 CMC or higher ones, 4 CMC or higher ones in here. Set your supplier whenever this creature enters or dies, mill 3 cards. It's a good defender because we keep getting it back with Squall, keep milling those cards, keep getting more of the gas that we need out of our deck into our graveyard. This way we keep bringing it back there with Squall. Sublime Archangel, Exalted, other creatures you control have Exalted. This does explain where it stacks. 3 creatures, Exalted. He's now a 6/7, allowing you to, double strike that. That's 12 damage. That's 2 hits on our opponent for commander damage. Sun Titan, bring back a 3 CMC or lower card from our graveyard, aka most of our deck. Why not? Voice of Victory, makes it so our opponent can't counter our stuff, can't get in our way. And, we get some tokens, and it's only 2 mana, so we can keep bringing it back if our opponent does manage to remove it during their turn. And then Warren Soul Trader, pay 1 life, sacrifice another creature, you create a treasure token. For some reason I thought it dealt damage for a second. But yeah, all these stuff that we have on our battlefield that we could get back, so if we don't have anything to target on our graveyard, now we do. Okay, let's scroll on over to the second half of the deck. There we go. Oh yeah, no, for some reason I thought I didn't have any enchantments, but I realized those are next, and I thought it was instant enchantment sorceries. Angelic Benediction, Exalted. We can even have Exalted on a non-creature spell. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, you may tap target creature. So say if we have this, and, your opponent has 1 creature, we make sure that we could get in that damage with Squall. It's going to tend not to happen too often, but it's nice when it does. Darksteel Mutation. Get rid of one of our opponent's creatures without actually getting rid of it. Helps us get rid of the commander for quite some time because it's indestructible, 0/1, loses all abilities unless they have a way to sacrifice it, or, a way to get rid of Darksteel Mutation. This card's going to stick around for a while. Kai's Ghost Form. This way, even if Squall does end up getting removed somehow, we still have a way to get it back onto the battlefield. Phyrexian Arena for a little bit of extra draw power there. Ripples of Undeath. Mill 3 cards. Choose one of them that you want to put back into your hand. And, may as well keep the ones that we want to revive with Squall in the graveyard, while getting the ones that we don't back to our hand. Seal Cleansing. Sacrifice Seal Cleansing to destroy target artifact or enchantment. So Squall's ability does say permanent, so even if we just sacrifice this, we still bring it back with Squall's ability, allowing us to keep on destroying those target artifacts or enchantments our opponent controls. Anguish Unmaking for a little bit of removal. Dark Ritual allows us to get a little bit of mana. Dawn's Truce. Ooh, why is my mouse acting weird? Gives all of our things hexproof and indestructible, giving that a little bit of extra protection there for Squall. Deadly Dispute. Sacrifice a creature, draw 2 cards, create a treasure. Sacrifice a creature we want in our graveyard. This way we have something to revive there with Squall. Entomb. Why sacrifice it when you can just put it directly into the graveyard? Put it from your graveyard into the battlefield, into the graveyard. Basically puts it onto the battlefield once you get Squall to attack in. Generous Gift for some removal. Path to Exile and Source of Plowshares for removal. Same with Mortify. Ink Shield allows us a little bit of protection. Like I said, our opponent's going to be trying to deal plenty of damage to us. Let's prevent as much as we can. And sorceries, Board Wipe, an Austere Command, Buried Alive, search library for up to 3 creature cards, aka same as Entomb, where we're just going to get what we want from our deck into our graveyard. This way we keep on reviving it. Damn, destroy target creature. Creature destroyed this way can't be regenerated for as much as that's worth, or overload it for a board wipe there. Farewell for another board wipe. Exile all artifacts, enchantments, creatures, and graveyards. We really want to say, let's live another turn. You could even exile our own graveyard. Night's Whisper, draw a little bit of draw power on that. Safine's Reclamation. Like I said, everything in our deck's basically 3 mana or less, so let's just get it back from our graveyard. And Unmarked Grave, search your library for a non-legendary card, put that card into a graveyard and shuffle. This doesn't necessarily have to be a creature. We could get Kaya's Ghost Form into our graveyard, or Darksteel Mutation. That's the other thing. Even if someone does remove Darksteel Mutation, we could just bring it back. But yeah, that's the deck there. Thanks so much for tuning into the channel. As always, I'm just going to scroll through the lands here. But make sure you like, comment, and subscribe so you can stay tuned for future Commander deck profiles. We're hoping to have some gameplay come to the channel soon again. But hope you liked the video and have a great day. Welcome back to the channel. We're back with our Final Fantasy Commander deck profile. Lightning Army of One. We already did the main version of this deck. You could check out that video down there in the playlist. But this one's a bit more of a budget-friendly version of the deck. It is a $30 commander currently, but we expect those prices to fall as the set comes out, as we are just currently in pre-release season. But the overall deck comes in at just under $150. Main focus of the deck is having Lightning Army of One deal damage to our opponent. This way you could then go to our opponent's creatures because its damage is doubled to that player until our next turn. So it's not just our creatures that are doubling our damage, which the main version of this deck was doubling, tripling, all that with all of our creatures. But those cards are expensive. So instead we have cards that will give us double strike, cards that will go to our opponent's stuff so that they could start dealing that damage to each other. That will be doubled. And, you know, just things that'll encourage our opponents to start dealing that damage to each other. But that's the general overview of the deck. Let's get into the cards that are in here. For mana, we have Arcane Signet, Felwar Stone, Mind Stone, Soul Ring, Talisman Conviction, and Thought Vessel. We really like it when Lightning could attack the turn it comes out, so we do run Swiftfoot Boots. Lightning Greaves is up to $8, and we just didn't have room for it in this deck, but if you do have Lightning Greaves sitting around, I would definitely suggest putting those there in the deck. Agitator Ant. At the beginning of your end step, each player may put up to 2 +1/+1 counters on creatures they control. Go to each creature that has counters on it this way. We may as well go to their stuff. This way they could deal that damage to each other, making it more powerful so that they could keep on doing that as well. Alexios, Deimos, and Cosmos. It's a go-to creature that will keep attacking our opponents for double that damage. Aurelia, the War Leader. Attacks for the first time each turn, untap all creatures you control. After this phase, there's an additional combat phase. So, Lightning Army of One, when it deals damage the first time, it'll double the damage until the end of next turn. But if we get an extra combat, and we get it to attack again, she gets to deal quadruple damage rather than just the double, because it doubles the double. So, when something's attacking our opponent goaded, say if it is like a 4/4, they're dealing 16 damage to each other, and that's just helping us out a whole bunch. Balefire Liege. Other red creatures get +1/+1, other white creatures get +1/+1. Whenever you cast a red spell, deal 3 damage to target player or planeswalker. So, we don't just double combat damage with this deck, we're going to be doubling some non-combat damage with this deck as well. Whenever you cast a white spell, you gain 3 life. We don't really care about that part. It's more so the dealing the damage to our opponents that we're going to really care about with this one. Bastion Protector. Commander creatures you control are +2/+2 and indestructible. We are 3/2 for 3, so we don't really care that much about being indestructible, because we could always cast it again. But it's always nice not to have to cast this again, especially because we like to attack a whole bunch with this creature, and we don't have that many haste enablers. We do have them in the more powerful version of the deck, so if you want some recommendations on that, make sure you check out the other video. Bayako Siwa, as long as you can... Sorry. As long as your turn, other historic creatures you control have double strike. It's really just Lightning that we want to give double strike to. This way, when it does the double strike, it'll give the quadruple damage if it could attack on both hits. And then, yeah, if we get it with Aurelia on the battlefield, that's 16 times as much damage. Sending Blade of Historian, giving us that double strike again. Brash Taunter, once again, we don't care about just dealing combat damage to our opponent, so they attack into us with one of their creatures that isn't goaded for once. We could Brash Taunter, redirect that damage to one of our opponents that we're quadrupling the damage on. Combat Celebrant, get that extra combat as well with this card. It does exert it, so you can only do it once every other turn. But, you know, if we're going up to 16 times as much with the double strike and Aurelia War Leader, this will give us the extra double strike, so that'll give us 32, 64 times as much damage. We just deal 1 damage at that point, and we win the game. Fiendish Duo has first strike. Source you control will deal damage to an opponent. Deals double damage instead. So up to 128 times as much damage. We love to see it. Geode Rager helps us to go to all of our opponent's stuff. This way they can start swinging on each other for 128 times as much damage. And, you know, we didn't do it. They attacked each other. But Really about this is the other thing that's good with goading is that then our opponent doesn't have the creature to block with if they swung in with it. So we love to see it. Gisela, Blade of Gold Knight, sorcery control, deal damage to an opponent, permanent. It deals double that damage instead, so up to 256 times as much damage. And if sorcery control would deal damage to you, it deals half that. So it encourages our opponents to attack each other instead of us. Genzo, Havoc, Razor, go target creature another player controls. That's really the ability that we care about on this one. And exile a top card of the player's library, may cast that card. Spend mana if it's mana of any type, but we don't really care about that. We want to deal the damage to our opponents. Sorry, we want our opponents to deal damage to each other. Heartless Hetsugu deals damage equal to half of that player's life total rounded down. I mean, it's rounded down, but if they have an even number and we double it, that's really enough to deal enough damage to them to win the game. Well, or at least eliminate one person. But, we deal 256 times half their life rounded down. Catacomber Claw Familiar. This one is a $5 card, so if you want to decrease the budget, you can always remove cards like these. But I do really like this one in here just because it'll deal damage to all of our opponents. This way it could be dealing double damage to everyone. Don't have to worry about it just being one person. And the goading really helps out a whole bunch there. Keeper Decor, at the beginning of each opponent's end step, the player controls more creatures, get a 1/1 token. If that player has more lands, get a plains. Yeah, we're going to need some mana. We're in Boros. Our creatures with first strike get double strike with Quente, Prince of Femaref. Yeah, like I said, we like to give Lightning that double strike in order to make sure that we keep on dealing that extra damage. Lure into the third path, a little bit of removal, a little bit of draw power. Helps, if we're having to team up with one person that we keep on goading so that they can deal that double damage to someone, let's give them a little bit of draw power while we're at it. Naheb the Eternal. At the beginning of each post-combat main phase, add red mana for each life an opponent lost this turn, which could be a lot at a certain point, especially since we're doubling and quadrupling. But also with that is we'll get that plenty of mana in order to cast plenty of our stuff, and we could potentially use it for non-combat spells that we could use to win the game at that post-combat, since we now have double damage for everything. Nelly, Borka, Impulsive Accuser. Goad all suspected creatures. Also gets our creatures menace in case we need it to get through, if that's something that we like on that, for that suspected creature. It doesn't necessarily have to be our opponent's creature. Whenever one or more creatures an opponent controls deal combat damage to one or more of your opponents, you and the controller of that creature draw a card. Like I said, let's help out our opponents a little bit, make it so they don't want to deal all the damage to us. Give all of our creatures all the keywords based on the keywords that other creatures have. It's normally going to be double strike. That's the main one that we're focusing on here. But also gives our other stuff first strike, so that's the thing, is that you don't want that on the battlefield just when you have Lightning Army of 1 with the first strike. I mean, it does get a tramp on lifelink as well, but you want it more so when you have the double strike and everything. This way you could deal double damage with that second strike since the first strike hits first. Port Razor for additional combat phase. So we're up to 256. This puts us at 512, and then double strike puts us up to 1,024 times as much damage. We're just dealing so much damage at this point. Life gain has nothing on us. Solemn Simulacrum, getting that land out of our deck. We're in Boros. We need some way to do it. Santra in general. At least 2 other creatures attack. Go up to 1 target creature player controls. That creature can't block this turn, allowing us to, get in that damage with lightning. And then Vengeful Ancestor. Whenever this creature attacks, go to creature's attacks. It deals 1 damage to its controller. So we could be dealing that double damage to our opponent that we go to the creature stuff while we're at it. And where were we? We're up to Battle Mastery. Give lightning double strike. That's the main focus of that card. Let's scroll on over to the second half of the deck, since we're going to be... Yep, there we go. Curse of Opulence. Enchanted give someone basically treasure tokens, gold tokens, the same thing, just doesn't have to be tapped. Makes it so our opponents are encouraged to attack each other, even if their stuff isn't goaded. Duelist Heritage. Give a lightning double strike. Flaming Fist. Give lightning double strike, making so that we can deal that 4 times as much damage and 1,024 damage at a certain point if we get all of our extra combat spells, all our damage doublers on the battlefield, all at the same time. Grim Reaper's Spirit. Drew less if a creature died this turn. Enters the battlefield, untap each creature you control. There's an additional combat phase after this one, so we're up to 1024. This puts us up to 2048, which will put us up to 4096 times as much damage. Just saying, we have a lot of damage to be dealing to our opponent. If a creature attacking will cause an ability to happen, it happens an additional time. We have some abilities that'll happen like that. Not really that many in this deck, just because those cards are a bit more expensive. But the cards that we do have, that really helps the benefit. I mean, like I said, it's one I might remove actually, for some additional draw power actually, because that is something that this deck is missing. But this is kind of one of those decks where it's just like win early or don't win at all. Big score, give us some treasure tokens, give us some draw power. Boros Charm, we're going to need some way to protect lightning. Let's use this, or give a double strike, depending on what we need at the time. Cast Warp for that extra damage. Generous Gift, sorry, not extra damage, extra removal. Generous Gift for that removal. Great Train Heist gives us that additional combat phase that we're going to want. Also gives the creature first strike if we need that at a certain point. But yeah, puts us from 4096, which will put us up to 8182. Alright, we're just going to say 8200. That'll just be an easier number. 8200, which puts us up to 16,400. Lightning Strike, deal 3 damage. We're doing 16,400 times as much damage. That's 49,200. Path to Exile for some removal. Psychotic Fury, giving Lightning that double strike to do that quadruple damage. Shock. Like I said, sometimes we just need a little bit of damage to finish off our opponent. So let's run a little bit there. Actually, do I not have Lightning Bolt in here? Huh, that's weird. I should put that in here. Stroke of Midnight for that removal. Sword Splash for removal. Draw a possibility for a little bit of draw power. Unexpected Windfall for that little bit of draw power along with some treasure tokens. And then, Wear Tear in order for some removal. As always, we go Druid Lands last. Blasphemous Act here for a board wipe. Bolt Wave for that little bit of extra push of damage that we're going to need. You know, even if we're just dealing to 4 times as much damage with Lightning's double strike, that's still 12 damage to each opponent, which is normally enough to finish off at least one person. Disruptive Decorum to go to all of our opponent's creatures. Huh, I just realized I put this in 2 separate decks now. Check out the playlist to see if you could notice which other deck this was in. Full Throttle for 2 additional combat phases, so we're up to 16,400. I believe I lost count. So this puts us up to 32,800, which will put us up to 65,600, which will put us up to 131,200, which will put us up to 262,200. Yeah, 262,200. And then an additional combat phase after that one, 262.2 times it by 2 gives us up to 524.4, gives us up to 1 million something. Over 1 million damage just by dealing 1 damage. Promise of Loyalty makes it so our opponent's stuff will attack each other and not us. You know, we don't want to be attacked. Double Strike on target creature you control. Could be Double Strike on all creatures you control, but also could go to all those creatures that our opponents control with Double Strike, making so that they're dealing millions of damage to each other. Oop, don't know what happened there. And then final card is just goads all creatures our opponents control with Taunt of the Rampart. But that's the deck there. Make sure you leave your full count of how you'd like to run this deck, or if you did the full calculations along with the video of how you'd like to deal millions of damage to your opponent, leave it down there in the comment section. Thanks so much for watching. Hope you stay tuned for the next one. Yeah, have a good day. Welcome back to the channel. We're back with our Final Fantasy Commander deck profile with Titus Blitzballstar, or if you want, you can pronounce it Titus. Whenever an artifact you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter onto Titus. Whenever Titus attacks, tap target creature an opponent controls. So we want plenty of ways to get plenty of artifacts onto the battlefield in order to power up Titus quite a bit. So we have plenty of cards that will create Doppler tokens, ones that will decrease the cost of artifacts entering the battlefield, and just some ones that are just cheap to cast on their own. But that's the general overview of the deck. We'll get into it card by card, but first I'd just like to ask that you like, comment, subscribe, so you can stay tuned for future videos. Let's get into it. We're going to start with Animation Module. Whenever one or more +1/+1 counters are placed on target permanent you control, you may pay 1 mana. If you do, create a 1/1 colorless servo artifact creature token. This one does synergize really well with Titus there. This way you create that 1/1, put that +1/+1 counter onto Titus when this enters the battlefield. Then you could pay to 1 mana, create a servo, pay 1 more, you get the 1 more counter onto Titus, pay 1 more mana, get 1 more servo, and then, use up all your mana until you have as many servos as you want and Titus as strong as you want. Or you can pay 3 mana and then choose a counter on target permanent or player, give that permanent or player another counter of that kind. And we want just an additional +1/+1 counter onto Titus if we really don't have anything else to do with our mana. Arcane Signet for some additional mana there. Buster Sword. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to a player, Titus will be able to deal quite a bit of combat damage to our opponent by making himself unblockable when we tap our opponent's creature, because things can block when they're tapped. You get to draw a card and may cast a spell from your hand with mana value less than or equal to damage without paying its mana cost. So let's get some free artifacts onto the battlefield. Next we have Crystal Skull, Isu Spyglass. Look at the top card of your library. You may play historic lands and cast historic spells from the top of your library, aka our artifacts, making it even easier to get our artifacts onto the battlefield. And, we can also tap it for a little bit of mana while we're at it. Valwar Stone, its only purpose is to tap for mana there. Gold Vein Pick, quick creatures +1/+1. If it deals combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. Even just creating tokens that are artifacts, do you get those additional +1/+1 counters there onto Titus there, making him even stronger. It does happen after he deals the damage, so he won't get that for that combat damage, but he'll have that +1/+1 if we have another turn with him on the battlefield. And then we want plenty of ways to protect him so we can last for the next turn. Quick creature has +1/+0, haste, ward 1. Meaning that ward 1, making sure he has a little bit of protection there. Haste to make sure you attack the turn he comes down, so you tap target creature and opponent controls. Lightning Grease, once again, attack the turn he comes down, and a little bit of protection there with the Shroud. Lotus Petal, sacrifices and add 1 mana of any color. It's a free +1/+1 counter onto our creature, along with a mana on top of that. So, say if we have this, then we sacrifice it for Animation Module. It works a little bit of conjunction there. Machinist Arsenal, job select, create a 1/1 token, attach this to it. The creature gets +2/+2 for each artifact you control, and it's an artifact in addition to its other types, so Titus is an artifact, and make him even stronger, make him able to swing in for that combat damage when he taps your opponent's creature that was able to block him to begin with. Mind Stone for some additional mana. Mystic Forge, so we can play our artifacts off the top of our deck, so we can make sure that we keep on casting spells, keep on getting artifacts, keep on getting Titus even stronger and stronger. Soul Ring for the mana. Swiftfoot Boots, same cards, Lightning Grease and Lava Spur Boots. Talisman of Progress for the mana, and Wayfarer's Bauble for a land, because we're in Azorius, so we'll take whatever method we can get some additional lands onto the battlefield since we don't have any green. Emery, Lurker the Lock. The spell costs 1 less to cast for each artifact you control, so normally it'll just cost 1 to cast. Whenever she enters the battlefield, mill 4, and then you can tap in order to choose target artifact in your graveyard, may cast that card this turn. If we have Swiftfoot Boots, that really helps out because it'll be able to cast a spell the turn it comes down, as a tap due to it being a tap ability. As for Sentinel, it's an artifact creature. Normally I don't run this in too many decks, but having it enter will get us a little bit of draw power, getting us a little bit of +1/+1 counters. Gets us everything we want in this deck, basically. Ethereum Sculptor, why spend all that mana that we should to cast our spells? Let's spend 1 less. Forensic Gadgeteer, whenever you cast an artifact spell, investigate, getting a clue token. So when we cast an artifact spell, that artifact spell enters, we get a +1/+1 counter on Titus, we then investigate, getting us a clue token, which is an artifact as well, getting us an additional +1/+1 counter onto Titus as well. And activate abilities of artifacts you control cost 1 less to activate, meaning it only costs 1 to sacrifice a clue to draw a card instead of the 2 it normally does. Foundry Inspector, a little bit cost reduction there as well. Gold Mirror for some additional mana. And once again, another artifact. We do have plenty of artifacts in the creature category as well. Not sure of all of them. Almost all of them. Gold Forge Dopterics, flying, lifelink, artifact creature. Each legendary and permanent you control has Ward 2. Once again, with Titus getting big and strong, we want to make sure that we can protect them. Lustrous Wanderglyph, Ascend, getting our City's Blessing if we have 10 or more permanents, which we're going to have at a certain point. Artifact creatures you control get +2/+2 as long as you have the City's Blessing, which, like I said, we're going to get there pretty quickly. And at the beginning of each upkeep, create a 1/1 colorless gnome artifact token, meaning not just during our upkeep, but during our opponent's upkeeps as well. Meaning that by the time we get around the table back to our turn, we'll have had this enter while Titus is on the battlefield. There'll have been 1 there, plus the additional 4, meaning that he'll already be a 7/6 if we didn't have anything else enter. Kappa Cannoneer, improvise, ward 4. Whenever another artifact enters the battlefield, he has a +1/+1 counter as well. He can't be blocked, so a little bit better than what Titus can do. But a lot of damage we get on board there. Oh, that's the one I just read. Master of Iderium. Oh, sorry. Power and toughness are equal to the number of artifacts you control. Other artifact creatures you control get +1/+1. Once again, we're going to be wanting as many artifacts on the battlefield as possible. This way we keep on powering up Titus. So let's have those also benefit our other cards, like Master of Iderium. Mendicant Core Guidelight. Power is equal to the number of artifacts you control. Once again, having our other artifacts power up other creatures. Big focus of this deck. Start your engines when he enters. Meaning we want to deal damage pretty quickly to our opponents the next 3 turns. And then whenever you cast an artifact, you may pay 1, copy it, allowing us another artifact to enter the battlefield to get that additional +1/+1 counter there on Titus. And, just some, good artifacts that could really benefit off of having 2. Like, who wouldn't pay 2 mana for 2 Soul Rings? Mirror Battlesphere, 7 mana. Create 4 1/1 Mirror Artifact creature tokens. So this already gets you that 5 counters onto Titus again. And whenever a creature attacks, you may tap X untap mirror creatures you control. This creature gets +X/+0 until end of turn, and deals X damage to the player or planeswalker it's attacking. Once again, a little bit of damage there, something that we could actually use to win the game. Mirror Retriever. Whenever this creature dies, return another target artifact from your graveyard to your hand, allowing us to have more stuff to cast, allowing us to get those more counters there onto Titus again. Ornithopter Paradise, flying, add 1 mana of any color. Once again, we're in Azorius, we'll take whatever mana we can get. Scrolling down here, we're on to Padim. Artifacts you control have hexproof. At the beginning of upkeep, if you control an artifact with the highest mana value or tied for the highest mana value, draw a card. We might not always, but sometimes we will. But it's mostly the hexproof that we care about, so we can keep our artifacts around to benefit our cards like Mendicant Core and the other ones. Riku, Resourceful Guardian. Whenever you put 1 or more counters on a creature until end of turn, that creature can't be blocked, allowing us to swing in with Titus even easier. And you move a counter from target creature you control onto target creature you control, only as a sorcery, but, let's move our counters around. Titus doesn't need all of them always. Sign Master Doctors. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, create a 1/1 Doctor creature token. This way, when we play an artifact, we get another artifact, and those 2 counters onto Titus there. Sharding Sphinx. Flying. Whenever an artifact creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you may create a 1/1 blue Doppler artifact token with flying. I mean, it always is based upon how many flyers our opponent has. If we deal more and more damage with our Dopters, in order to get those additional Dopters, in order to keep on powering up Titus there. Silver Mirror for some more mana. Solemn Simulacrum for some more lands. Stride Hanger Automaton. Dopters you control get +1/+1. We have plenty of cards in here to create Dopters, so we may as well benefit them as well. And if 1 or more artifact tokens you control will be created under your control, those tokens plus an additional 1. So if we get a Dopter, get an additional Dopter. Or if we create like a clue or food, we get an additional Dopter as well. Dot Monitor, once again, we are going to be having plenty of artifacts on the battlefield at a certain point. So for 1 mana, I'll take a 2/2 that draws me 2 cards with flying. It helps out a whole bunch. Urza, Prince of Krung. Artifact creatures you control get +2/+2. Once again, a lot of artifacts that are a lot of creatures that are artifacts, allowing us to get that benefit off there. You can create a token that's a copy of target artifact you control, except it's a 1/1 soldier in addition to its other types. 6 mana for, I don't know, maybe a Soul Ring. Whatever you need at the time, really. That one's very situational. It's really the first ability you're going to use more. Vidalcan Archmage, whenever you cast an artifact spell, draw a card. Some additional draw power there helps out a whole bunch. Voyager Quick Welder, a little bit of cost reduction there on our artifact spells. Whirler Rogue for some additional adopter tokens. This way we get that additional power there onto Titus. Let's scroll on over to the second half of the deck. Oh, yep, it all fits. Yep, very fit. Okay, all that glitters. Enchanted creatures +1/+1 for each artifact you control. You don't really have that many enchantments, 8, but if we keep creating adopters, we keep on getting things stronger. Titus is eventually able to swing in if we have him and Riku on the battlefield at the same time. Good little combo there. Efficient construction, whenever you cast an artifact spell, get another adopter. Why, once again, why wait until we have to cast 2 artifacts to get 2 +1/+1 counters on Titus? Let's get some synergies in here. Mirrored and Blessed, whenever you cast an artifact spell, create a 1/1 colorless mirror. Same thing as Efficient Construction. But we also have the second ability, right at the beginning of your end step, draw a card and then discard a card. Then if there are 15 or more cards in your graveyard, target opponent loses the game. I mean, not really going to use that one too often in this deck. There's other decks that could work really well in though. Monologue tax, whenever an opponent casts their second spell, create a treasure token. Let's make it so that, if they want to deal damage to us, they're going to have to get through Titus's strong power there. Because when that treasure token enters, we get the +1/+1 counter on him. Scrub's Hive, put a +1/+1 counter on Titus at the start of every turn by creating a 1/1 colorless Phyrexian Mite. Also, it's toxic if we have some way to make 10 of them or something. Smothering Tide, get those treasure tokens anytime our opponent draws, getting us those 3 +1/+1 counters onto our opponent, to Titus as we get around the table. If we had that and Illustrious Wanderglyph on the battlefield at the same time, there you go, that's already 10 power onto Titus. Adopter Spy Network, at the beginning of upkeep, if you control an artifact, create a 1/1 Adopter, which will also get that +1/+1 counter onto Titus. Whenever one or more artifact creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, draw a card. We like drawing cards. We need to draw cards in order to keep progressing our game state. And then we have Verity Circle. Whenever a creature you control becomes tapped, whenever a creature an opponent controls becomes tapped, if it isn't being declared as an attacker, you may draw a card. Okay, with Titus' ability, we tap their stuff, and we get to swing in. Or we can pay 5 mana to tap their stuff, draw a card, and then swing in with Titus even easier. For our instance, our first counter spell we have is Access Denied. It is really high cost, but counter target spell, create X 1/1 Adopters. It is really useful in this deck, though, I do have to say. An offer you can't refuse. Counter target non-creature spell, its controller creates 2 treasure tokens. In theory, we could do that to ourselves in order to give ourselves those treasure tokens in order to keep getting, the additional power there onto Titus. Arcane Denial, counter target spell, its controller draws 2 cards, you draw a card during your next upkeep. Basically replaces itself, it's a good counter spell there, as is counter spell. Dispatch is a good removal, especially because we're going to be having 3 or more artifacts allowing us to exile a creature at any point. If not, allows us to tap a creature in order to keep swinging in with Titus. Dovin's Veto, can't be countered, but you get to counter one of your opponent's things, allowing you to be a bit of a menace with that, and Negate, which is another counter spell. We were in a lot of counter spells in this one, actually. Pet Exile and Source Plowshare for removal. I don't run Generous Gifts in this one, I just realized. Word of Invention. Why wait around until we get the artifact that we want? Let's get it right away. Oh, I just realized I don't have Simulacrum Synthesizer would be a really good card in this deck. As always, we'll do lands last. Karn Living Legacy. Create a tap power stone token. That's an artifact. So we're going to get that additional +1/+1 counter down to Titus. And then you pay any mana, look at that many cards from the top of your library, then put one of those cards into your hand and the rest on the bottom. Or -7. You get an emblem with tap and untapped artifact you control. This emblem deals 1 damage to any target. Okay, we get plenty of Adopters. We get that emblem. We get payoff. Austere Command for board wipe there. Fabricate to, once again, why wait around for the one that we want? Let's just put it right into our hand. Ishgard of Holy Sea. I didn't get, I'm missing some lands in here. I only have 31. But let's get the artifact that we want that was put into our graveyard back into our hand. realm sketching. Let's create a copy of an artifact that we have. May as well. It also benefits off Titus' ability. And if we have something that we really want, let's double up on that. Supreme Verdict, destroy all creatures. Just a good board wipe there. Dodcast, draw 2 cards. Affinity for artifacts, so you're normally just paying the 1 mana for this one there. And this one you're normally only paying 2 mana for to draw 3 cards and gain 3 life. But as always, I'll scroll through the lands here. But thanks so much for watching. As always, if you have questions about the deck, make sure you leave it down there in the comment section. If you enjoyed watching, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe so you can stay tuned for future videos. I hope you have a good rest of the day. Welcome back to the video. We're back with our Final Fantasy Commander deck profile. Today with Ashe, Princess of Dalmasca. This one we're doing a bit more of a budget-friendly version of the deck, coming in at just under $150. Once again, those are still pre-release prices. But yeah, I figure since it's only $1 Commander, we may as well do a pretty cheap build of this one, especially since like normally artifact decks could be quite expensive because a lot of the really good artifacts are quite expensive. So I figure we'll show off a little bit of a way we can run an equipment deck without breaking the bank. But yeah, like I said, this is overall mostly an equipment deck. We, since her ability is to look at the top 5 cards of your deck when she attacks, in order to add one of those to your hand as long as it's an artifact. So we have plenty of ways to make sure she can attack the turn she comes down, ways that she can attack so that she won't be destroyed as well, and just some good artifact synergies while we're at it. But that's the general overview of the deck. Let's get into it card by card. We have Arcane Signet. We're in mono white. We need some ways to get mana. So we run this in here. Basilisk Collar. Most people don't want to block a Death Toucher, so let's give her Death Touch so that she can swing in with a little bit of a heft to it. And also, once again, like I said, we run plenty of equipment in this deck, so since you could add those to your hand pretty freely. Black Blade Reforged. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each land you control. Equipped to a legendary creature for Dree. This will be pretty nice to have. We have 39 lands in the deck total, so it can be quite strong. We can have a 42-45. Blitzball, add 1 mana of any color once again. Since we're going to be swinging her so much, we'll probably have dealt damage at a certain point. We'd sacrifice this in order to draw 2 cards. Cloud Key, make it so that our artifact spells cost 1 less to cast by choosing artifact on this. In theory, we could choose creature or something else, but with 31 artifacts and 16 creatures, I think we're going to choose artifact on it. Dancer's Chakrams, it has Job Slash, so you get another 1/1 creature on the board as well. Creature gets +2/+2 and has lifelink. Other commanders you control get +2/+2 and have lifelink as well. And are performers in addition to other types. So that already makes Ashe into a 5/4, allowing you a little bit more heft to that swing. Genji Glove, quick creature has double strike, allowing us that first strike, which most people don't like to block. Quick creature attack, if it's the first battle phase this turn, you get an additional battle phase with just this creature untapping. So that allows us an additional time where we could swing in, allowing us that additional search while we're at it. Instant Ramen, just a good artifact that we could search out of our deck, but allowing us a little bit of draw power, a little bit of life gain. Leyline Axe. This card's in your opening hand, put it onto the battlefield. Creatures +1/+1, double strike, and trample. Allowing us a way to also deal some damage with Ashe while we're at it. But, just the double strike, a little bit of first strike helps us add a whole bunch in terms of being protected. Lightning Grease, we want to make sure we can attack the turn we come down in order to make sure we get that ability the turn she comes down, along with a little bit of protection while we're at it. So we'll put Lightning Grease in here. Lunatic Pandora, Surveil 1, or you pay 6, destroy target non-land permanent. I mean, they're okay. It's just a way to reduce cost of this deck a little bit by having a cheap one in here. Machinus Arsenal. This one's really good in this deck. Crypt creature has +2/+2 for each artifact you control, and it's an artifact in addition to its other types. So if we put this onto Ashe with our 31 artifacts on the board, that's 63, putting her at 66, 65. Match Tech Scythe. When this equipment enters, you may attach it to a target creature, aka likely Ashe. If you do, that creature gains first strike until end of turn, and must be blocked this turn if able. I mean, we don't tend to want her blocked, but if we need a little bit of removal, we can remove something with that first strike that we didn't want on the board. Marble Diamond, a little bit of mana. Mindstone for a little bit of mana. Mystic Forge, look at the top card of your library at any time. You can play that card this turn if you pay 1 life. Sorry, you can exile this card this turn. Yeah. Or you play any artifact or colorless spell. Just helps out a little bit with that. Um, yeah, and also looking at the top card of our deck before we look at the top five, helps us out in terms of like, do we want to attack? Is it worth it? Yes, it is, because there's the exact card that we need to win. Nettlecyst, living weapon and creatures +1/+1 for each artifact or enchantment you control. So, I mean, we already had her up to 65, 64, whatever this one gave it. Yeah, 65, 64, plus Nettlecyst, putting her at 97 Pearl Medallion for a little bit of cost reduction. Perilous Snare. Start your engines, which we don't really care about. This artifact enters, exile tap target permanent and opponent controls until this artifact leaves the battlefield. And in theory, if you reach max speed, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature or vehicle. Yeah, don't really care about that part. Phoenix Down, pay 2 mana, exile this artifact, choose 1, return target creature card with mana value 4 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, or exile Skeleton, Spirit, or Zombie. Good for zombie against zombie tribal. Sculpting Steel. If we have an artifact that we really like, let's get a second copy of it. Soul Ring for some additional mana. Swiftfoot Boots. Once again, let's make sure we get attack the turn we come down. Sworded. Sworded the Animist. $14. So if you want to make some budget cuts, you cut this card, but this is really helpful in terms of getting some additional lands since we're going to be attacking with our commander anyway. Sword of Vengeance, +2/+0, first strike, vigilance, trample, and haste. Once again, we want to make sure we attack the turn we come down, so let's give it haste, and also first strike to make it a little bit harder to block. The Regalia, vehicle with haste. Whenever the Regalia attacks, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a land card. Put that card onto the battlefield tapped, and the rest onto the bottom of your library in a random order. A little bit of a ramp there. Dod Vessel for a little bit of mana. Wayfarer's Bauble for an additional land. Whisper Silk Cloak. Shroud isn't the best because it does prevent you from equipping your own stuff, but not being able to be blocked is really helpful with this deck, especially since we need to swing in to get our ability off. White Orsite for a little bit of removal for a certain amount of time, but also some additional mana. And the World Map for getting those planes out of our deck and into our hand. We only have 16 creatures in this deck, but we have Adelbert Steiner, Lifelink, +1/+1 for each equipment you control, which could be quite a bit. And also Lifelink helps out a little bit, if we need that additional life. Beatrix, the Loyal General, at the beginning of combat on your turn, may attach any number of equipment you control to target creature you control, aka put them all onto Ash, not worrying about your equip cost. Sorry about that. So she can swing in basically for free. Brass Squire, once again, let's not care about those equip costs and get those spells on there for free. Well, I don't think we actually have that many like high equip costs, but like say if we want to equip Blackblade Reforged to someone, I don't know, we do it. Crystal Fragments, another equipment. Creatures +1/+1. Exiles equipment and transform it. It transforms into Summon Alexander. Prevent all damage will be dealt to creatures you control this turn, aka we could swing in without worrying about our creature getting destroyed. And tap all creatures your opponent controls for joy. And it's also a forgery flyer itself, which is pretty nice. Dante, Compilation Paragon, makes it so it costs 1 less to cast our equipment. We like to see it. Foundry Inspector, once again, 1 less to cost our enchantment, or not our enchantments, our artifacts. Sorry, that was equipment. I think I said enchantments. Gold Mirror for some additional mana. Joyous Familiar, cost reduction once again. Lion Sash, a pretty good, not enchantment, artifact equipment. We can keep doing +1/+1 counters onto it in order to reconfigure it, in order to really power up Ash so that you can swing in for some big damage. Mirror Retriever, whenever this creature dies, return whichever of your cards got destroyed that you didn't want to get destroyed back to your hand. Pure Steel Paladin, equipment you control, have equip 0, as long as you control 3 or more artifacts, which we normally will, and a little bit of draw power while we're at it. Scrap Trawler, whenever Scrap Trawler or another artifact you control is put into the graveyard, return to your hand target artifact in your graveyard with lesser mana value. I mean, we're going to be getting what we want out of our graveyard into our hand. Scram Senior Adversary, a little bit of draw power anytime we cast one of our equipments. Voyager Quick Welder, once again, reduce that equipment cost. Not the equip cost, but the cost of the equipment is what I mean. Weapons Vendor, when this creature enters, draw a card, a little bit of draw power there. After beginning of combat on your turn, if you control an equipment, you may pay 1. When you do, attach target equipment you control to target creature you control. Let's get our equipment on something for equip 1 rather than equip, what is our most expensive? 3 for that. Where is our... Oh, what's Living Weapon have? Living Weapon is equipped to... What's Magic Deck side? Equipped 2. Huh. This is equipped 4. That one would be helpful. Leyline Axe is equipped 3. Genji Glove is equipped 3. Dancer's Shotgun's equipped 3. Yeah, so overall, I'd say it's pretty worth it to run it. All these cost reducers. And Aowen, Lady of Rohan, at the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gains First Strike or Vigilance, and if it has an equipment on it, it gets both instead. Equip abilities you activate cost 1 less to activate. Since most of them are like just 2 or 1, let's get that basically for free. For Janu, and it says a copy of equipment we control, depending on which one we need. Maybe we get a Genji Glove or get some more additional combats while we're at it. As long as it's your turn, you may activate equip abilities anytime you cast an instant, which is really nice to do as well. Reconnaissance, remove target creature control from battle. She just has to attack. She doesn't have to deal the damage. So you just have her do the attack, use Reconnaissance, and, get the draw power to one off of it. Then for instance, we have Dispatch for removal, Generous Gift for removal, Path to Exile for removal, Source of Plowshares for removal, Short to Midnight for removal, Slash of Light for removal, and Restoration Magic for some restoration. Now it just gets indestructible so that we can swing in without worrying about our creature getting destroyed. For lands, we have Ancient Den for an artifact land, a little bit of artifact synergy. Same thing with Darksteel Citadel. Mirror Landscape gets 2 lands off of 1 land. And then Reliquary Tower, Plains, and... why did... I know it has 2 separate planes. Austere Command for a little bit of a board wipe. Ishgard, Holy Sea, in order to get some artifacts back from our graveyard to our hand. Open the Armory and Steel Shaper's Gift both do the same thing, where they let us search out our equipment. But that's the deck there. Overall, not the most strong, but like I said, this one was built more as a budget, friendly one, coming in just under $150. And even if you want to cut some $5 cards, you can probably get it down to under 100, I'd say. But that's the deck profile there. If you like it, make sure you like the video and comment, subscribe about the same. And I hope you stay tuned for the next one. Have a great rest of the day. Welcome back to the channel. We're back with our Final Fantasy Commander deck profile. Today with the Wandering Minstrel. For 2 mana, you get a 1/3 that has lands you control enter untapped. And at the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control 5 or more towns, create a 2/2 elemental creature token that's all colors. And you can also pay 8 mana, 3 in 1 of each color. Other creatures you control get +X/+X, where X is the number of towns you control. So we're running a whole bunch of towns in this deck in order to make sure we get plenty of those tokens onto the board, in order to make sure we get them plenty strong. On top of that, we're running ways to make sure we could play additional lands every turn, in order to make sure that we don't have to wait till turn 5 to get 5 lands on the battlefield. And since we're running so many ways to get extra lands, we may as well run some things that will benefit off of those land drops. But that's the general overview of the deck. Let's get into it card by card. We're starting with Arcane Signet. Don't necessarily need it in this deck because you have so many ways to get lands, but it's always nice to see it. You never hate to see an Arcane Signet. Balam, Garden Seed Academy. Tap it. It's a town, so you can tap it for blue or green. And you can also transform this land for 1 less for each other town you control, which will be quite a bit. Which will give you a flying vehicle, which has whenever its creature attacks, draw a card. And we don't have much flying in this deck, so it could help us out quite a bit. Conduit of the Worlds. You may play lands from your graveyard. Since we have so many ways to sacrifice lands in order to get more lands, we may as well play those lands back again, especially since they don't enter tapped. And you can choose target non-land permanent you control just target permanent in your graveyard. If you haven't cast a spell this turn, you may cast that card, and if you do, you can cast additional spells this turn. And it only is a sorcery. It's normally just the first ability we care about with this deck. Crucible of Worlds. Once again, another way to get lands out of our graveyard. You can play lands out of your graveyard with this card. Expedition Map. 1 mana, pay 2 to sacrifice it. Sacrifice Expedition Map, search your library for a land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Doesn't care about what type of land. It could be any of our towns, depending on what type of mana we need at the time. Horn Agreed, whenever a player plays a land, that player draws a card. It'll help our opponent draw a little bit of cards as well, but with how many ways we have to get lands onto the battlefield, we need as much landfall. We need as much draw power we get off that landfall as possible. Soul Ring for a little bit of mana there. World Map, pay 3, sacrifice it, get any town out of your deck and put it into your hand. Once again, we just want as many ways to get our towns out of our deck into our hand as possible, so let's use that. In Zoran Orb, sacrifice a land, gain 2 life. Since we have so many ways to play extra lands from the graveyard and ways to play extra lands every turn, let's sacrifice them, get that little bit of life, and benefit off it while we're at it. Yeah, see the Geistry Tyrant. Play additional land on each of your turns. Whenever a land you control enters, you may draw a card. We like to draw cards off of our landfalls, and we like to play the additional lands. It's everything we want to see. Ancient Green Warden. Play lands from our graveyard. If a land would cause an ability to happen, it happens at additional time. So we get that extra draw power off of AC and all of our other creatures that do that as well. And just some other really good landfall abilities we have in this deck. Avengers Zendikar. When this creature enters, create a 0/1 plant creature token for each land you control. Whenever a land you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter for each plant on each plant you control. So if we have 7 mana, we cast this. Next turn, we use the 8 mana to activate this ability off that extra land we got. So we have 1/2 tokens that are coming at someone as now 9/10 tokens. Hopefully, they don't have enough to block it. Azusa, Lost but Seeking. Play 2 additional lands each turn. Once again, we'd like as many ways as possible to play additional lands so that we don't have to wait till turn 8 to get that extra ability. Dryad Elysian Grove, play additional land each turn. Once again, love to see it. Lands you control are each basic land type in addition to their other types. So, since we do need the 5 different colors, we'll take what we get for that. Gladiolus Amicia enters the. You may search your library for a land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle, but it doesn't enter tap due to a Wandering Minstrel, and we just get one of our land. Of course, we're going to get land. We'll get one of our towns out of the deck and put it onto the battlefield, so we get those 2/2 elementals faster. Ignis, he also has another ability. Whenever land you control enters, target creature you control gets +2/+2 and gains trample. So, if we use his ability also on top of the Avengers Zendikar thing, those will now be 10/9. Nope. Yeah, 9/10s. Ignis Scientesia. Look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may put a land card from among them onto the battlefield tab. Put the rest onto the bottom of the library in a random order. Once again, another way to get some towns out of your deck and onto the battlefield. I guess there's 1 and Simic for tap 'em. Exile target card from your graveyard. If a creature was exiled this way, create a food token. I mean, we don't really use that one too much, but it's nice to have the option. Loot, Exuberant Explorer. Once again, another way to play an additional land every turn, but we also have the extra ability. Look at the top 6 cards of your deck. You may reveal a creature card with mana value less than or equal to the number of lands we control, which we don't really worry about that, and put it onto the battlefield. So basically get whatever we want out of the top 6 cards of our deck. Lotus Cobra, some additional mana there anytime a land enters so that we could, get our things to allow us to cast the additional lands earlier or do whatever we want earlier. Lumra, Belle of the Woods, since we have some ways to sacrifice the lands, especially with how well this pairs with Zoran Orb, that'll help us get some landfall abilities, get our towns back from the graveyard, if our opponent is playing land destruction as well. Mina Den, Wildborn. You play additional lands on each of your turns. Once again, additional way to play land. Return a land you control to its owner's hand. Target creature gains trample to end a turn. That'll give us a way to give our creatures, even though they get the +X/+X, give them a way to trample over our opponent, so we can actually deal some damage there. And we can just play that additional land, because, we have so many different ways to play additional land every turn. And won't enter tap, so we can even return a tapped land. Morag, Yavakun. Creatures you control get +1/+0 each time each creature you control gets +1/+0 for each time it has attacked this turn. And whenever a land you control enters, get an additional combat phase, untapping all your creatures. So we'll go in for a big swing this turn 6. Well, not really turn 6. Whatever turn we're able to get 6 mana. Then next time we'll get Avengers Zendikar. Then we'll get the Wandering Minstrel's ability to go off with that 8 mana, allowing us to swing in for some huge damage there with those extra combat phases. That's probably game at that at a certain point. 9 Fingers Keen, Ward, pay 9 life. Whenever 9 Fingers Keen deals combat damage to a player, look at the top 9 cards of your library, put a gate card from among. I actually took out all the gate cards and I forgot to take out this card. Okay, so you can replace this with, initial land. Then if you control 9 or more gates, put the rest into your hand, otherwise put the rest in the bottom of your library. But I took out all the gates, so that's actually no longer useful. because I need to make room in the deck. Omnath, Locus of Creation. Omnath, Locus of Creation enters the battlefield, draw a card, a little bit of draw power there. And Landfall, whenever land you control enters the battlefield under your control, gain 4 life. If this first time this ability is resolved this turn, if it's the second time, you get 4 mana, everything but black. If this is the third time, Omnath deals 4 damage to each opponent and each planeswalker you don't control. Yeah, play, like, I don't know, one of our lands, I'll sacrifice against another land. Or we get those 2 landfall abilities, getting us that additional mana. So basically have 5 mana right off the bat with that. Omnath, Locus of Rage, landfall, whenever land enters the battlefield. Create a 5/5 red and green elemental creature token. Whenever he or another elemental you control dies, deal 3 damage to any target. A little bit of ways just to deal a bit of damage and get some other creatures onto the battlefield. Also, Wandering Minstrel creates elemental tokens, so there's a little bit of elemental synergy with the commander. Omnath, Locus of the Royal. Omnath, Locus of the Royal enters the battlefield. Damage equal to the number of elementals you control. So if we had those 5 towns already, and we keep getting those elementals, we keep getting quite a bit of damage onto our opponent. Whenever land enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on target elemental. Potentially, our, what's it called? Our 2/2 elemental we created with Wandering Minstrel. And you also put, if you control 8 or more lands, draw a card. We're going to control 8 or more lands at a certain point. Omo, Queen of Vesuva, enters the battlefield or attacks. Put an everything counter on each of up to 1 target land and up to 1 target creature you control. Each land you control an everything counter on is every land type. Each non-land creature you control an everything counter on is every creature type. So basically, if something changeling. Oh yeah, actually wait, sorry. One thing I forgot to mention about Nine Fingers Keen is we forgot to put, I forgot what the name of the card is, but that card that was recently unbanned that has like the win if you have a land of every color and, you know, what's it called? A creature of every color. That could help you out there, getting you that ability, especially with Omo, Queen of Vesuva. So I'd say replace Nine Fingers Keen with that, is what I'm trying to say. Where were we? Oracle of Moldiah. Play additional land each turn. We're back onto that. Play with the top card of your library revealed. You may play lands from the top of your library. So as long as we keep finding towns on the top or other lands, keep on playing them. If we keep having more and more additional land drops. Pew Pew UFO. Flying land from your hand onto the battlefield. We like to see it. Until end of turn, creature's powers equals the number of towns you control. It'd be quite a bit, especially if we give it the +X, where X is the number of towns we control. So if we have 5 towns, so it's a 5/4, make it into a 10/9 with what's it called? Wandering Minstrel. Ramen Upper Excavator. Another way to play the lands out of our graveyard. Oh, where were we? Yep. Tatiova. Oh no, I forgot a few cards. Radia, Summoner of the Mist. Whenever land you control enters, discard a card. If you do, draw a card. We don't really care about discarding our lands since we'll have so many ways to play them from the graveyard. So discard a land, get something else you want. Return target saga. We don't really care about that second ability because we don't have sagas. That's right. Scoot Swarm. We're in landfall. How could you not? Tatiova, Bentic Druid. Whenever land you control enters, gain a life, draw a card. Get that additional land drop off of the extra card that we draw while we're at it. Dahlia and the Gitrog Monster, playing additional land each of your turns. I mean, we're going to be playing all the lands every turn. Creatures and non-basic lands your opponents control enter the battlefield tapped. Doesn't matter what they want to do. Dahlia and the Gitrog Monster attacks, sacrifice a creature or land, then draw a card. So sacrifice a land, play the additional land, get that additional land drop. Gitrog Monster. At the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice the Gitrog Monster unless you sacrifice land. We'll sacrifice the land, so we can just play it out of the graveyard. You need to play additional land on each of your turns, and whenever 1 or more lands put into the graveyard, aka that one we just sacrificed, we draw a card. Then Necrobloom. Whenever land enters the battlefield under your control, create a 0/1 green plant, which will, just synergizes as well with Avengers and the car. If you control 7 or more lands, different names, create 2/2 black zombie creature token instead. Lands you control have Dredge 2. You may return a land from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped if you mill 2 cards. So maybe we'll mill the land while we're at it. Tireless Provisioner. When a land enters, get a food or a treasure. It's just nice to see the additional mana there, or sometimes we just need life at a certain point. Traveling Chocobo. Our landfall abilities happen twice, and we can play the top card of our library anytime as long as it's a bird or a forest. Not forest, no. Land. I don't know why I keep saying forest. I'm so used to just mono green landfall. Um, but yeah, get 2 treasure tokens, get 2 of the 5/5 green elementals, but really just a additional way to play the additional lands off the top of our deck we like to see. Wayward Sawtooth, another way to play some additional lands. And Zeldinged, and once again, play additional land each turn. +1/+0 for each land you control, and being ends up return land to the from the battlefield to your hand, allowing you some additional landfalls for future turns while we're at it. Let's scroll on over to the second half of the deck, or almost the second half of the deck. We have Burgeoning. Sorry. Whenever an opponent plays a land, you may choose a land card from your hand, put it onto the battlefield. Get that draw power, get us to draw an additional land, get us those additional landfalls. Exploration, some additional landfalls once again. Okay, now we can scroll over to the final half of the deck, final part of the deck. Whoops, sorry about that. An offer you can't refuse. We're in blue, may as well run a couple counter spells. Same thing with counterspell. Crop rotation, sacrifice any of our lands to get another town out of our deck and onto the battlefield. Growth Spile, draw a card, put a land from your hand onto the battlefield. A little bit of draw power, a little bit of extra landfall. Lindblom, Industrial Regency. You can create the 0/1 wizard in order to deal a little bit of burn damage to our opponent, but I mean, it's really the town that we want out of this. Path to Exile for a little bit of removal. Precious Wanderings. Search your library for a basic land card or town card. We're going to be searching for a town card. Put it on the battlefield tapped and shuffle, except it won't be entering tap due to Wandering Minstrel. And whenever you search your library this way, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. We'll go through lands last. Lord Windgrace, discard a card, draw a card. If a land card was discarded this way, draw an additional card. Once again, we don't care about discarding lands because we'll just have ways to play them out of the graveyard. Return up to 2 target land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. Even this returns them from the graveyard. And we're basically never getting up to that 11, but destroy up to 6 target non-land permanents. And create a 2/2 Cat Warrior creature token with Forest Walk. So yeah, we're not getting up there. Demonic Tutor. This is a way to search out some of our win cons. May as well have a way to do it. Farseek, search for one of our named lands other than a forest and put it onto the battlefield. Isgard Holy See, return up to 1 target artifact or enchantment from our graveyard. We'll get Zernor back, we'll get Conduit of Worlds back. Crucible of Worlds are the 3 main ones that we'll be looking for back. Or, World Map and Expedition Map do sacrifice themselves, so those are ones that we could get back there as well. But once again, it's another town to get us an additional town on the battlefield. Jador, Aristocratic Capital. We can mill half our opponent's deck, but it's really just a town that we're looking for in this one. Midgar, City of Mako. Sacrifice an artifact creature. If you do, draw 2 cards. A little bit of draw power helps out a whole bunch. But it's also a town that we're looking for out of that. Nature's Lore, to get another forest out onto the battlefield. Reach the Horizon, search your library for up to 2 towns. We don't really care about the basic lands because we don't run basic lands in this deck. Put them onto the battlefield, tapped and shuffle. Reshape the Earth, search the library for up to 10 cards, 10 land cards. Put them onto the battlefield, tapped, and shuffle your library. Get all 10 towns that we'll want. And with us having 10 different ways to put additional lands onto the battlefield, probably, we could put them all onto the battlefield. We could put Running 7 in here rather than 9 Fingers Keen in order to get all those onto the battlefield. That'd be really funny. Scape Shift, search your library for any number of lands. Sacrifice any number of lands, search your library for that many lands, put them onto the battlefield tapped. So we can sacrifice all of our lands, play this, then we can play Lumra, since we'll probably have enough mana to do it. Get plenty of lands on our battlefield that way. Sylvan Scrying, search your library for a land card, reveal, put into your hand, get whatever town we want out of our deck onto our hand. Tempt with Discovery, where was it? Tempting Offer, search your library for a land card, aka town card, put it onto the battlefield. Each opponent may search their library for the same. For each opponent who does, we get an additional land. And it's not just their basic lands they could search for. They could search for their, what is it called? Rogue's Passage I used once in a Voltron deck that someone let me search for with this. Travel, then you search for your, what's it called? The one that taps them. Maze of Ith. Maze's End was what made me remember that. Travel the Overworld. Affinity for towns. I mean, we couldn't not. draw 4 cards, and only 2 mana essentially with this deck. And then Xanarkand Ancient Metropolis, create a 1/1 colorless hero token, put +1/+1 counter on it for each land you control, which could be quite a bit because we have 37. We have like 42 lands here total, I'm pretty sure, because it doesn't count the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Yeah, so we have 42 lands in the stack total. And for lands, we run Adventures In for a town, Azorius Chancery. Once again, these don't enter tapped, and we have additional ways to play the lands out of our hand. So we get the Dream Mana essentially off of playing this one. Azorius Guildgate. Oh, we do have 1 gate here still. It's the only one though. It doesn't enter tap, so it's basically a dual land. Town. Sorry, my mouse is acting weird. Capital City. Add 1 mana of any color. It's a town. Clive's Hideaway. It's another town with Hideaway 4. And you may play the exiled card that you hid away off the top 4 cards of your deck without paying its mana cost if you control 4 or more legendary creatures, which we have quite a few in this deck. Command Tower for 1 mana of any color because we are in Wooburg after all. Dimir Aqueduct, same as the Azorius Chancery. Bounce a land, play initial land, essentially a 3 mana available because it comes in entered untapped. Eden Seed of Sanctum, another town there. Mill 2 cards, then you may sacrifice this land. If you do, return another target permanent from your graveyard to your hand. Get our permanents back, and then just be able to play this anyway, because we have probably an additional way to play either a land at a graveyard or, something like that. Exotic Orchard, 1 mana of any color essentially, because we're in a 4-player format. Field of the Dead, enters battlefield tapped, except it doesn't. You pay 1, and it creates a mana of any color. Well, no, sorry. My apologies. It does not do that. Creates 1 mana of no colors. Another land enters battlefield under your control. Control 7 more lands, which we probably will at a certain point. Create 2/2 black zombie. Initial way to create some benefits off that landfall while we're at it. Gone, Town of Ruin for an additional town. Golgari Rod Farm, same as the Dimir Aqueduct. Another town. Oh, sorry, I just said that. Another town. Another Dimir Aqueduct type effect. Another town. Another town. Another Dimir Aqueduct effect. Oh, we do have a second gate. There we go. Another, one of our triumphs. This way we actually have 4 to search out of our decks, and then we can't just have all towns. And it doesn't enter tapped. Maze's End. 1 mana of no colors. Dream Mana to return this card to its owner's hand. Search your library for a gate card. One of those 2 gates that we have in our deck. If we don't have them on the battlefield already. If you have 10 or more gates with different names, you win the game. I mean, in theory, this deck does work well with that deck. So, like, if you want to replace, like, some of these cards, like, you can just put 9 Fingers Keen in here. It could work out pretty well. Misty Rainforest. Search our library for one of our triumphs. Another town. Seagate. Another gate. And we get 1 mana of any color, essentially. Another bounce land. Another town. Another bounce land. 1 mana of any color if we pay a life. Gold Saucer, another town. Oh, Starting Town's also a town. Trimo Dark City for another town. Another town. Another search land to get those triumphs out of our deck. Vesuva enters as any land that we want to be. If our opponent has towns, it could also be a town. Windswept Heath, once again, another way to search out a triumph. Windrust, another town. Wood Foothills for another way to search out a triumph. And Zagot Triumph for that triumph. But that's the deck there. If you like the deck, make sure you leave that down there in the comment section. And if you have your own deck profile, maybe leave that in the comment section as well so we can check that out. Thanks so much for watching. Hope you have a good rest of the day. Welcome back to the channel. We're back with our Final Fantasy Commander deck profile. Today with the Emperor Palamisia. We tap it to add 1 red or 1 blue. Spend this mana to only cast non-creature spells. And whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, put a +1/+1 counter on the Emperor of Palamisia. Then, if it has 3 or more +1/+1 counters, transform it. Its transformed ability is whenever the Lord Master of Hell attacks, it deals X damage to each opponent, where X is the number of non-creature, non-land cards in your graveyard. So, we have plenty of non-creature spells to cast with this deck in order to make sure that we have plenty of non-creature spells in the graveyard. Some ways to discard a card, draw some cards in order to get that off. This deck, my initial idea with the deck was to try to build a red-blue commander from the Final Fantasy set that's pretty similar to VV in terms of the tap add mana ability and get some +1/+1 counters. But not nearly as strong. But also like just show that we could potentially build it like a little bit cheaper than VV as a card on its own. So some cards are did add up a little bit more than I thought they would. But overall, a really good deck on here. Let's get into card by card. Arcane Signet, we're in red and blue. We don't have that many ways to get mana, so let's use Arcane Signet for it. San Diego Commander Sphere, and also at a certain point we could sacrifice this artifact to draw a card, which will also be another non-land card in our graveyard for the Lord Master of Hell, so when we get that transform side. Hedron Archive, it's a 4 mana spell, which will get us that +1/+1 counter onto our creature, and it can tap to add 2 colorless mana. Izzet Signet, once again, we'll take what we can get in terms of mana for this deck. Lightning Grease, since it does tap to add its mana, unlike VV, who you have to, just spend 0 mana and get that mana anyway. You want to be able to make sure to do it the turn it comes down. Mindstone, 1 colorless mana, but once again, we can sacrifice it to get an additional non-creature card in our graveyard. Soul Ring, because it's Soul Ring. Stone Speaker Crystal, another 4 mana non-creature spell. That eventually we could sacrifice to have another non-creature card in our graveyard. Exile and you can also exile any number of target players' graveyards, allowing us that additional graveyard tape while we're at it. Swiftfoot Boots, once again, another way to make sure we can tab our commander turn he comes out. Talisman Creativity for some additional mana, and Wayfarer's Bauble gets us that land out of our deck, and also gets us that additional non-creature card in our graveyard. Speaking of our creatures, we only have 12 in this deck because we don't want that many creatures. Archmage Eternatus, whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, draw a card. A little bit of draw power there off of all the cards that will be cast another non-creature spell. Archmage Runes, instant or sorcery spells you cast 1 less cast. You tend not to want too many of these on the battlefield at the same time because you have to spend the 4 mana to cast it. It can't just be a 4 mana or higher spell. And whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, draw a card. That part we like to see. Goblin Electromancer, instant or sorcery spells cost 1 less to cast, but it does definitely help us out with our 5 mana spells a whole bunch. Gutter Snipe, whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, deal 2 damage to each opponent. We need some way to deal damage other than just waiting until it says the counters on it, when it'll eventually get destroyed after that. Ovika, Flying, Ward, Page Read Life. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create an X/1/1 red Phyrexian Goblin creature token, where X is the mana spent to cast it. They gain haste until end of turn. So, since we're going to be having some expensive spells, we could get a lot of goblins onto the battlefield. Pronto Argentum, a new Final Fantasy card, Haste. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana cast to spend it, create a treasure token. We're going to be having plenty of those, so let's do it. Whenever you cast a Shantoto, Tactician Magician. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Shantoto gets +X/+0 until end of turn, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast it, which that could be quite a bit with this deck, especially with our X spells. And if X is 4 or more, draw a card. Little draw power helps out a whole bunch there. Stormkiln Ars, +1/+0 for each artifact you control. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, create a treasure token. That's how it gets its additional power, and it's the additional mana that we like to see. Talaran Sky Summoner, whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, create a 2/2 blue Drake with flying. A little bit of protection there, especially from flying, from bird decks while we're at it. Dirtpad Ironclad, another way to create some tokens, each time 1/1 soldiers when we cast a non-creature spell. Ultros Obnoxious Octopus, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it, allowing us to, if we need to swing in, we could at a certain point. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 8 was spent to cast it, put 8 +1/+1 counters on them. So you pay a 10/9 for only 2 mana. Well, really 10 mana because, we had to use the 8 additional mana for that other spell. Varen, Boys the Duality. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, put a +1/+1 counter onto this. This card gets +1/+1 on turn, so it's basically prowess. If you casting or copying instant or sorcery spell causes an ability to happen, it happens an additional time, getting those additional +1/+1 counters onto Emperor Palmesia while we're at it, helping us out a whole bunch there. Onto our enchantments, we have Absolute Desire. Enchanted creature has flying. Enchanted creature can't be targeted with spells or abilities. It's a little bit of a way to swing in with the Emperor Palmecia, also giving it a little bit of protection while we're at it, because we don't want it to be blocked. Because, sorry, it's really one of the lesser annoying hells that we want to do to Master Hell that we want to do it to. This way it could, not get destroyed and could swing in freely. Curiosity. Enchanted creature deals damage to an opponent. You may draw a card. It doesn't necessarily have to deal combat damage. Lord Master Hells will be dealing damage to our opponent, giving us a little bit of draw power while we're at it. Double Vision. Whenever you cast your first instant or source spell each turn, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for a copy. Yeah. We'll be casting plenty of instant sources that we'd like to see again and again, so let's do it. Fire Emancipation. If a source will deal damage to a permanent or a player, deals triple that amount of damage instead. I mean, if we have the 5 instant sorcery spells in our graveyard, and we want to, deal 12. Oops, sorry about that. 12 damage to each of our opponents. Let's do it. Shark Typhoon. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you create an XX blue shark creature token where X is the spell's mana value. Once again, we're going to be spending plenty of mana in order to do plenty of things with this deck. So let's create some big sharks while we're at it. And the Roller Crusher's Ride. The source you control will deal non-combat damage to a player, aka not in the Master of Hells. While there are 4 or more card types among cards in your graveyard, we'll have an artifact, we'll probably have a creature, and we'll definitely have an instant or sorcery in there at a certain point. It deals double damage instead. When this card enters, it deals X damage to each of up to X target creatures. That was basically a little bit of a board wipe there while we're at it. Normally, since it's an X spell, we could use whatever mana we want to cast it. Sorry, we're scrolling over the second half of the deck. There we go. And now on to the meat of the deck. Authorize 4 mana spell. That's a non-creature spell, which will also help us board wipe one of our opponents at least for them attacking us with those creatures. Offer You Can't Refuse. A little bit of a counter spell. Doesn't hurt. Gives us additional treasure tokens for the additional mana. Big Score. 4 mana to cast it. Getting us those 2 treasure tokens. Have some additional mana to cast some additional big spells later on. And a little bit of draw power. Again, also some additional non-creature spells into our graveyard. Channeled Force. As an initial cast a spell, discard X cards, aka as many instant sources that we want in the graveyard as possible. Deals X damage up to 1 target creature or planeswalker. Cast Warp for a little bit of removal. Consider Surveil 1, some additional instant sorceries into our graveyard. A little bit of draw power while we're at it. Counter spell, because, a little bit of protection while we're at it. Decaying Time Loop, 4 mana. Discard all cards in your hand, draw that many cards, aka we keep on discarding all of our instants or sorceries, keep on powering up Lord Master Hells. And we can also retrace this. You could cast a card from your graveyard by discarding a land card and additional paying its mana cost. So it's always nice to have that 4 mana spell in order to get that ability off for Emperor Palmecia. Factor Fiction, another 4 mana spell here. Reveal the top 5 cards of your deck. An opponent separates them into 2 piles. You add one to your hand, the other into the graveyard. Right? Yep. So that allows us some instant sorceries into our graveyard. Also allows us some little bit of draw power. And if we're teaming up with someone, maybe to help us out a little bit, giving us the cards we want. Also, once again, 4 mana. Flames of Anor. Choose one. If you control a wizard as you cast a spell, choose 2 instead. 5 damage to target creature, destroy target artifact, or target player draws 2 cards. We'll like a little bit of draw power while we're at it. Frantic Surge, draw 2 cards, discard up to 2 cards, untap up to 3 lands. A little bit of draw power there, and also another way to get some more instant sources into our graveyard. Pongify, 1 mana, destroy target creature, a little bit of removal, we like to see it. Rewind, counter target spell, untap up to 4 lands. I mean, we're spending 4 mana for it. We like to see it. Spell Swindle, counter target spell, create X treasure tokens, where X is that spell's mana value. Basically a mana drain, just $2 rather than $30, and a lot more expensive to cast. Steam Augury. Reveal the top 5 cards of your library, separate them into 2 piles. Opponent choose one to hand, 1 pile into the hand, other into the graveyard. Basically, same exact thing as Factor Fiction, just red mana instead of 1 of the blue mana. And once again, these last 3 have all been over 4 mana or more, so all stuff we want to see. Unexpected Windfall, another way to discard a card, draw 2, getting us those additional cards into our graveyard, along with the additional treasure tokens and the 4 mana spell. As always, we'll do lands last. Ral, Crackling Wood. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a loyalty counter onto Ral. Create a 1/1 blue and red otter creature token with prowess. Benefit off of all those instant sorceries we'll be casting. Draw 3 cards, discard 2. Allowing us those additional instant sorceries into our graveyard. And -10, draw 3 cards. Again, Emblem Wood. Instant sorceries have Storm, which could be really helpful in terms of getting those 4-mana spells. And then for our sorcerers, we have Blasphemous Act. Deal 13 damage to each creature. I mean, normally that will destroy our commander as well. But, I mean, if we spend more than 4 mana to cast it, it could potentially get that +1/+1 counter onto him to make sure that we don't lose our commander. But it's just a good board wipe otherwise. Consuming Tide. Each player chooses a non-land permanent they control. AK will be choosing our commander. Since we're spending 4 mana to cast it, let's put a +1/+1 counter onto it. Return all non-land permanents chosen this... return all non-land permanents not chosen this way to our owner's hand. Then you draw a card for each opponent who has more cards in their hand than you. AK, at least probably 3 draw power at a certain point because we don't have that much draw power in here, right? Curse of the Swine, probably pay X equals 2 at a minimum. Exile 2 target creatures. For each creature exiled this way, create a 2/2 green boar. Yeah, another 4-mana spell. X is really helpful in this deck in terms of getting some additional spells. Deep Analysis, target player draws 2 cards. That'll be us. We'll be drawing 2 cards. And then you pay 3 life and 2 mana to cast it again if we need it. But it's really just, it's a 4-mana draw spell we like to see. Disrupt Decorum, goad all creatures you don't control. I always like to say goading all creatures is essentially a board wipe. It's really not, but like, in theory it kind of is. Epic Experiment, exile the top X cards of your library. You may cast an instant or sorcery spells with mana value X or less from among them without paying their mana cost. Put all cards exiled this way. Sorry, wait, what was I saying? Then put all cards exiled this way that weren't cast into your graveyard. Okay, hopefully we'll have enough mana to cast some additional stuff, but if not, we can at least cast something that costs 4 or more to cast. Faithless Looting, draw 2, discard 2. Another way to get some additional, what I call instant sorceries into our graveyard for Lord Master Health. Fiery Confluence, you may choose the same mode more than once, but you choose 3. 2 damage to each opponent, 2 damage to each opponent, 1 damage to each creature, or destroy target artifact. Depends what we need. But once again, 4 mana. Hate the Motherlode, a 7-mana spell, discover 10. If you discovered mana's cost was less than 10, create a number of tapped creature treasure tokens equal to the difference. To discover 10, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card with mana value 10 or less. Cast it and put it into cast it or put it into your hand depending what you want. But if it's 4 or more, you do get to cast it, and yeah, that would help us out get those additional +1/+1 counters. That's 2 counters just off that card if we hit a 4-mana or more spell. Erenciu's Vile Duplication, create a tokenless copy of target creature control, except it has flying and isn't legendary, aka Lord Master House, dealing double that damage, especially if we have that card that dealt triple damage or double damage. That's enough damage probably to end the game at a certain point. Lauren's Revealed, draw 3 cards for 5 mana. Once again, 5 mana matters for this deck, so we like to see it. Mana Geyser, pay 5 mana to get some additional mana. So, 5 mana, get a counter, get what we want to see. Memories Returning, reveal top 5 cards of your library. You put 1 to your hand, your opponent puts 1 to the bottom, and you repeat that until you run out of cards. Where you basically get 3 cards into your hand off that, and it's 4 mana. I mean, you couldn't not. Mystic's Mastery, exile Overload. You're going to pay the Overload cost. It's only 8 mana. For each card exiled this way, copy it, and you may cast a copy without paying its mana value. You get to do 1 for 4, or you get to do all of them for 8. I mean, only thing with this is you do exile them, so it does like counteract the Lord Master Hell's ability. But I mean, at a certain point, you gotta do it. Nibelheim of Flame. Choose target creature you control. It deals damage equal to its power to each other creature. Spells cast from the graveyard. Discard your hand. Draw 4 cards. Discard 0. Draw 4. It's only 4 mana. Pirate's Pillage as additional cost. Discard 1. Draw 2. Create 2 treasures. Once again, 4 mana. Draw 2. Get some additional, what are they called? Insert sorceries into our graveyard. Sorcerer's Scheme. Return target instant sorcery from your graveyard or exile a card with flashback you own to your hand. And get some red mana while you're at it. It's 4 mana. I like to see it. Treasure Cruise, it's in theory 8 mana, and you can also delve. Which I mean, if we're at a certain point, we may just need to draw power more than we need the cards in our graveyard. Vandal Blast, destroy all artifacts for that 5 mana. Wave Goodbye, return each creature without a +1/+1 counter onto its owner's hand, aka everything but our commander. Windfall, discard all of our instants or sorceries and draw cards equal to our opponent who had 7 cards in their hand, allowing us to start off our abilities again. This is only 3 mana though, so maybe you find something better. But no, it's just nice having those instant sorceries in the graveyard. But as always, I just like to say thanks so much for watching. I'm just going to scroll through the lands because it's just your basic land package. But yeah, hope you liked the video, and I hope to see you in the next one. But have a great rest of the day. Welcome back to the channel. We're back with our Final Fantasy Commander deck profile. Today with Queen of Q Gourmet. It's a 3 mana, 2/3 creature where if 1 or more tokens would be created under your control, those tokens plus a 1/1 green frog creature are created instead. Then you can also sacrifice a frog in order to put a +1/+1 counter onto him. So we have plenty of things that'll benefit off of having those tokens, along with things that'll help us make more tokens, things that'll make tokens, all the stuff that we like to see in there, in order to make sure we get plenty of frogs to have a basically create a behemoth win at a certain point of the game. But that's the general overview of the deck. Let's get into it card by card. So to start off, we have Ashnod's Altar. We can sacrifice a creature, add 2 colorless mana, allow us to sack the frog, sack our other tokens, get plenty more mana, do plenty other big things in the deck. We'd like to see that. No Arcane Signet in this one because we have plenty of green ramp in the deck instead. Bootlegger Stash. Lands you control have tapped, create a treasure token. You can tap, create a treasure token, which also creates a frog, which will also, you'll be able to do it with all your lands, giving you all the same mana that you would have had anyway. Just this time, you also get the frog skill with them. Eldrazi Monument. Creatures you control get +1/+1, have flying and indestructible. At the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice a creature. If you can't sacrifice Eldrazi Monument, we don't really care about sacrificing a creature because we have plenty of creatures that we'll be able to sacrifice. And this is just a way to make sure that we could actually swing in and do something with our tokens. Idol of Oblivion. 2 mana, draw a card, activate only if you create a token this turn by tapping it. Pretty good ability there. A little bit of draw power that we'll need. And 8 mana, you sacrifice to create a 10/10 colorless Eldrazi creature token, which will also create you a frog. The frog's what you care about there. But no, that one, we tend to just use the first ability. Nuka-Cola Vending Machine. For 1 mana, you can tap it to create a food token, which will create that food and the treasure token as well. And whenever you sacrifice the food, create a tap treasure token. So, pay 1, create food, end frog, sack it, create a frog and a treasure. Skull Clamp. A little bit of draw power off of sacrificing our frogs by equipped creature gets +1/-1. Whenever equipped creature dies, draw 2 cards. Soul Ring. I mean, it's Soul Ring. You gotta add that 2 colorless mana for free. Witch's Oven. Tap it, sacrifice a creature, aka a frog, create a food token, which will also create that frog. So, sacrifice frog, get frog and food. You know, net positive there. And if a sacrifice creature is toughness 4 or greater, you create 2 foods instead. We don't really care about that part though. I mean, in theory, we could do it if we sacrifice the frog first with our commander. But yeah, we just want more frogs on the battlefield. Academy Manufacturer, we have quite a few ways to create foods or treasures. So I figure we put Academy Manufacturer in there to get those plus the frogs. Arasta, Endless Web. Reach, whenever an opponent casts an instant sorcery spell, create a 1/2 green spider creature token with Reach, giving us a way to block some flyers, also giving us a way to create a little bit more frogs anytime our opponent wants to play the game. Venture Zendikar, this has to create a bunch of plant tokens equal to the amount of lands that you have, so you get that many plant tokens plus a frog. I mean, it's just a really good token generator. You can also make those tokens stronger by putting the +1/+1 counters on them by playing more lands, but, you know, tokens are more so what we care about in this one. Champion Lambhold, our big game ender for this deck. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, create a +1/+1 counter onto Champion Lambhold, and she can't be blocked with creatures with power less than her power. So, at a certain point, if we're creating, I don't know, 7 tokens plus Kina's thing, that's a 9/9 that we're swinging in with without fear of it getting blocked. Circle of Dream Druids, tapped, add green mana for each creature you control, which would how many tokens we're going to be creating. It's been quite a bit. Clifftop Lookout, when he enters, reveal top cards of your deck until you get a land. So, free way to get a little land onto the battlefield. No having a frog if we want to sacrifice it here for Kina. Creative Behemoth. When this creature enters, creatures you control get +X and trample, where X is the number of creatures you control. Once again, we're going to be having plenty of creatures, so this is going to be our big game ender at the end of the game. Elder Garget. Whenever this creature attacks or blocks, it gets a 3/3 beast. That's the one we care about. I mean, in theory, we could draw cards or gain a little bit of life if we need to at a certain point, but it's a 3/3 green beast that's going to get us a frog. Where are we? Enduring Vitality. Creatures you control have tapped to add 1 mana of any color. This is just a little something else to do with the frogs while we got them. Almost scrolled past a couple cards. Gallic Greeters. Sorry, not high enough. When he enters, you get to choose one. Put a +1/+1 counter on Gallic. Sorry, whenever another creature you control enters, choose one. So when he enters, when your first creature enters, you get to create a tap treasure token, which also get you a frog, which will also get you a second ability of him, which could be putting a +1/+1 counter onto him, or getting that 2 life. Gilded Goose will enter, creating you a food token, which will create you that food and a treasure. And you can keep creating food tokens in order to keep creating frog tokens, and sacrificing that food in order to get a little bit of mana if we need it. Jaheira, Friend of the Forest. Tokens you control have tapped to add green mana. Once again, those frogs will start ramping us up a little bit more, along with our foods, our treasures, all stuff that we won't need to sacrifice anymore. Michaelot, Devour 2, which means that as this enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice any number of creatures. This creature enters the battlefield with twice that many +1/+1 counters onto it, which could be quite a lot depending on the amount of frogs that we have. But also he doesn't have trample, so not worry about getting him too strong. But his other abilities at the beginning of your upkeep, create a 1/1 green sapling token for each +1/+1 counter on Michaelot, giving you plenty of tokens where even if you just had the 1 +1/+1 counter, well, you need at least 2 from his ability. If you even have just 2, you'll get the 2 saplings and that frog. Peregrine Tuck. If one or more tokens will be created under your control, create that many plus a food token instead. So we're creating that many tokens plus a food plus a frog. All the stuff we like to see. Poison Dart Frog. I mean, he is not necessarily the best card to run in this deck, but look at that smile. Reach, add 1 mana of any color, or you pay 2 to give him Death Touch. Prosperous Innkeeper. Enters the battlefield, create a treasure token, aka create a treasure, create a food. Whenever another creature you control enters, you gain 1 life. So as soon as he enters, you get that life, you get that treasure from the frog entering. Rampaging Balots. Whenever a land you control enters, you may create a 4/4 green beast creature token, giving you plenty of beasts, giving you plenty of frogs, giving you plenty of things to sacrifice, play around with a little bit more. Scoot Swarm. Whenever a land you control enters, get a 1/1 green insect. Or if you have 6 or more lands, double the amount of Scoot Swarms you have, giving you plenty of Scoot Swarms at a certain amount, or, just giving you those green insects and the frogs. Spore Mound. Whenever a land you control enters, get a 1/1 green sapling. Once again, another way that we're going to be getting more frogs by creating those treasures. Tender Shoe Dryad. At the beginning of each upkeep, create a 1/1 green sapling creature token and a 1/1 frog. And saplings you control get +2/+2 as long as you can have the City's Blessing, which that'll just take like 1 time around the table essentially, because we'll have to have the land, which will put him at 6, and then 1 time around the table is 9 normally, but with the frogs there, we get the City's Blessing right away. Tireless Provisioner. Whenever a land you control enters, create a food or a treasure token, or create a food and a frog, or a treasure and a frog, giving us those extra tokens. Tireless Tracker. Whenever a land you control enters, investigate, get that clue token and the frog token anytime a land enters. Verdant Forest. At the beginning of your upkeep, each upkeep, create a 1/1 green sapling creature token. Same as Tender Shoe Dryad, except without the stat boost and a little bit more mana to cast it. But once again, create a frog, create a sapling every turn, not just yours. Warden and Growth. At the beginning of each jump step, put a +1/+1 counter onto this creature. Whenever another non-token creature you control enters, it endures X, where X is the number of counters on this creature, aka we'll create that 1/1 token depending on how many counters on this, creating the frog as well. Wolverine Rider, same as Tendency Dryad, except with elves this time around. At the beginning of each upkeep, create a 1/1 green elf warrior creature token. Whenever another elf enters the battlefield under your control, you gain life equal to its toughness, but we'll be aiming that elf and a frog. Oh, let's see, are we able to scroll over to the entire second half of the deck? Nope, not yet, but we could scroll over to part of it. Awakening Zone. At the beginning of each upkeep, your upkeep, create a 0/1 colorless Eldrazi spawn and a frog while we're at it. Get a little bit of extra mana, get a little bit of extra frogs. Beastmaster Ascension. Whenever a creature you control attacks, put a quest counter on Beastmaster Ascension. That's based upon the amount of creatures that we're swinging in with. So if we swing in with 5 frogs, for example, oh no, actually we need 7. So if we swing in with 7 frogs, all our creatures start to get +5/+5 with those quest counters. Cryptolit Ray, creatures you control, tap, add 1 mana of any color. Once again, we're going to be needing something to do with our frogs. Doubling Season. Why have 1 frog when you can double the amount of frogs? And in fact, we create 1 or more tokens you control. It creates twice that many as well. And same with +1/+1 counters. We really want to, at a certain point, maybe we get commander damage with Queen. Guardian Project. Whenever another non-token creature you control enters the battlefield under your control, if you don't have a creature of the same name, another creature, you basically draw a card every time you cast a creature because it's commander, and you won't have creatures with the same names. You do have to have it be a non-token creature, but we do have 25 in the deck, so it's worth it to run, because a lot of our things that create tokens are creatures. March of the Wild Ooze. Creatures you control have base power and toughness 6/6, and are oozes in addition to their other types. So we have frog oozes every time we create a token that are 6/6s. And whenever an opponent casts a spell, if it's not their turn, create a 3/3 green elephant creature token, which will be a 6/6 ooze elephant token, which will also give us a 6/6 frog ooze. Really good card in this deck. Parallel Lies, once again, same as Doubling Season, giving us double the amount of tokens for the purposes of this deck. I guess no +1/+1 counter doubling. I don't think we really care about that. Wild Growth, Enchanted Land, can tap for some additional mana. Nice to see that. Now we can scroll over to the second half of the deck. There we go. Arachnogenesis, create X 1/2 spider creature tokens, and where X is the number of creatures attacking you, prevent all combat damage that will be dealt this turn by non-spider creatures. Unless you're playing against some spider tribal, this is going to be a fog, allowing you to survive another turn with some extra frogs while you're at it. Beast Within, destroy target permanent. Its control gets a 3/3 green beast creature token. In theory, we could destroy our own stuff, getting that 3/3 green beast and the frog. But in theory, we're going to remove our opponent's stuff. Broadcat Badger, create 2 1/1 green sapling creature tokens. Nice to see it. We want to get those saplings and the... Why am I blanking on what it is? And the frog. Each fungus and sapling you have has tap for added green mana. At the beginning of your end step, create a 1/1 green sapling creature token, giving us that 1/1 green sapling and the frog. Plenty of ways to create tokens. Galadirm Ambush. Create X 1/1 green elf warrior creature tokens, where X is the number of attacking creatures. Same as Arachnogenesis, just with elves this time. Heroic Intervention. Prevent all our creatures from being destroyed and give them hexproof as well while we're at it. Or to make sure that we could not get board wiped and they get rid of all of our frogs. Crows and Crypt, destroy target artifact or enchantment, can't be countered, do a split second. Nice, a little form of removal there. Nature's Claim, destroy target artifact or enchantment, its controller gains 4 life. Once again, a little bit of removal there. Peerless Recycling, if we had something we did get destroyed, let's get it back from our graveyard. Polywallop. I just love the name of this card, especially in a frog deck. Target creature control deals damage equal to twice its power to target creature you don't control. It could potentially just be 1 if we only have tokens, but in theory that could be, whatever Kina Q's power is. Where are we? Return to Nature for another little bit of removal. Second Harvest, double the amount of tokens that we already control, but that's basically what it says on the text as well. Sprout Swarm. Put a 1/1 green sapling creature token into play, and you buy back and Sprout Swarm it, or Convoke it. Buyback means that you may pay an additional 3 as you play a spell, and if you do, put this card into your hand as it resolves, And you could also use it to convoke, tapping our creatures for that mana instead of paying actual mana, which will give us that 1/1 green sapling and a frog. Stew of Conies. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power. Target creature you don't control. Once you get a little bit of removal there. But that food token also gets that frog. Thing we love to see. As always, we do lands last. For Elise, create a 1/1 green elf creature token. Get that elf, get that frog. Draw a card for each creature you control, which could be quite a bit at a certain point. We only need to do the +2 twice. So, yeah, if they let us live that long, we get a lot of card draw. We could potentially deck ourselves out. I love finding ways to do it. Awaken the Woods, create X 1/1 Forest Dryad land creature tokens. X is whatever amount of mana you want to pay, which will also get us the Forest Dryads and an extra frog on top of those. Kodama's Reach for a little bit of ramp, search the library for 2 basic lands, 1 to battlefield, 1 to your hand. Many pairings, search the library for a forest, basic land, sorry, and create a food, create that frog, all stuff we like to see. Nature's Lore, search your library for a forest, put it onto the battlefield. Hey look, we got forest because we're in mono green. Rampant Growth, once again, basic land, onto the battlefield. Revive the Shire, put target permanent card from your graveyard into your hand, get whatever we want back from our graveyard after it got destroyed, and create a food token, which also gets that frog. Shamanic Revelation, draw a card for each creature we control, which could be quite a bit. And gain 4 life for each creature you control with power 4 or greater. I mean, maybe. Well, I don't think many, but some. To revisit, search the library for a forest card, put it onto battlefield and shuffle. And Xanakar and Ancient Metropolis. Create a 1/1 hero creature token that's +1/+1 for each land you control. Should be quite a bit, but I mean, it's 6 mana, so normally you're just going to use those land. But sometimes you get that hero token, you get that frog. All stuff we like to see. Broker's Hideout, get a forest out of your deck. Evolving Wilds, get that forest out of your deck. Fabled Passage, just that forest out of your deck. Forests are our forests. Fountain Port could allow us to create a 1/1 blue fish creature token or sacrifice a token to draw a card, or create a treasure token. It could get us a fish and a frog, get us a treasure and a frog, or sacrifice one of our frogs to get a little bit of draw power. Mirrored Landscapes, get 2 additional lands on the battlefield by sacrificing it for 2 mana. Oak Hollow Village, put a +1/+1 counter on each frog you control to enter the battlefield this turn, which could be quite a bit of frogs. Terramorphic Expanse, sacrifice it to go get a forest, and the Shire, 2 mana, tap an untapped creature you control, create a food token, tap a frog, get a food and a frog that's no longer tapped. And the Tree City, probably one of the most fun cards in this deck, because you get to choose a color, add an amount of mana of that color equal to the number of creatures you control of the chosen type. Well, I'm just saying, with all these frogs we're creating, we may as well. But that's the deck there. If you have your own deck profile, make sure you leave it down there in the comment section. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe so you can stay tuned for future videos. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to the channel. We're back with our Final Fantasy Commander deck profile with Kuja, Genome Sorcerer. For 2, a black and a red, you get a legendary creature, human mutant wizard, with, at the beginning of your end step, create a tapped 0/1 black wizard token with whenever you cast a non-creature spell, deal 1 damage to each opponent, then if you control 4 or more wizards, transform them. And when he's transformed, any wizards you control deal double damage to the permanents and players. So we run a whole bunch of wizards in this deck to do a whole bunch of damage to all of our opponents, a whole bunch of non-creature spells in order to keep piling on that non-combat damage that we're going to be dealing to them. And, some life gain in there so that we could benefit off of that. And just some damage doublers, triplers on that as well. We did do a bit more powerful version of this deck. If you want to check out the full version, it's down there in the playlist. This one is more of a budget-friendly version, coming in at just under $150. I figure how many people are getting into the game. It's always good to have a good place for them to start. But if you like the video, make sure you like, comment, subscribe, and let's get into it card by card. So to start off, we have Arcane Signet. Tap it for mana of black or red. We're going to need it, especially in black and red, because we need mana. Black Mage's Rod. Gets you your first wizard. Equipped creature has +1/+0, and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent, also a wizard. And you get a 1/1 token that it automatically equips to, so you don't have to worry about having a creature to put this on. Since I'm pretty sure majority of our creatures are wizards anyway. Commander Sphere, a little bit more mana there as well. and also gives you another non-creature spell to cast. Felwar Stone, tap it to add a little bit more mana as well. Red Mage's Rapier. This one, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. So just a fun way to keep getting more and more stats, so you have a way to do something other than non-combat damage to your opponent by potentially having just a creature that they weren't expecting to swing in, like that 0/1 wizard that you create with Kuja. All of a sudden, it dealt 5 damage, and also it's a 10/1. They'll never see it coming. Skull Clamp. Equip creatures +1/+1/-1 whenever equipped creature dies. Draw 2 cards. Let's sacrifice our wizards when we have enough, and we've already transformed Kuja in order to get that little bit of draw power off of it, because we're going to need places to go, spells to cast. Soul Ring for a little bit of additional mana there. Sorcerer's Wand. Equip creature as tap. This creature deals 1 damage to the target player or planeswalker. This creature is a wizard. It deals 2 damage to that player. Sorry, if this creature is a wizard, which it probably will be, given most of the creatures in our deck are wizards, it deals 2 damage to that player or planeswalker instead. Just a little bit of ways to benefit off of our wizards. It's a cheap little 35-cent spell, so it helps us reduce the cost of the deck as well, and just fits the theme that we're going for. Swiftfoot Boots. Equip creatures hexproof and haste. Your opponent's probably going to want to try to remove Kuja before he get to transform. So let's give him that little bit of protection and give our other guys a little bit of that as well, or a way to swing in if we have something like Electrostatic Infantry in the field. Wayfarer's Bauble. Another way to get a little bit of ramp. 1 mana cast it, 2 mana sacrifice to get a land onto the battlefield. Then Whip of Erebos. Creatures in control of lifelink, so that means that any of the 0/1 wizards you have that are dealing 1 damage, anytime you cast a non-creature spell, you get that life back as well. And also 1 damage to each opponent, so you gain that 3 life. That's a big positive there, just by casting a Wayfarer's Bauble. 1 mana, gain 3 life, get a land. I'd say it's worth it. On to the creature, we have Anathomancer. For 3 mana, you get 2/2. When an Anathomancer comes into play, it deals damage to target player equal to the number of non-basic lands that player controls. A lot of people are going to have a lot of non-basic lands. He also has Unearthed for 7, giving him another way to come back onto the battlefield. And also we could double that damage if Kuja is already transformed by then. Basalt Ravager. 4 mana for a 4/2. Whenever Basalt Ravager, enters the battlefield, deals X damage to any target, where X is the greatest number of creatures you control that have a type in common. I don't know about you, but I think we're going to have quite a few wizards. So we could deal double that damage thanks to Kuja's ability. And say if we just have the 4 wizards that we have off his ability, that's already 8 damage there. Black Waltz number 3. It's a wizard. New from the set as well. Flying, that touch, 2/2 for 4. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, deal 2 damage to each opponent. So, once again, another way to stack up the damage, double it with Kuja, 4 damage to each opponent, where only needs to cast 10 non-creature spells at that point. Bloodline Necromancer, lifelink, it's also a wizard. 3/2 for 5 mana. When this creature enters the battlefield, you may return a vampire, you don't really have many of those, or a wizard creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. So, say we already used our Basalt Ravager's effect. Let's go ahead and get it back. Or let's get an Antimancer back. Or, anything else that we may need later down in the deck. Coruscation Mage, it's another wizard with Offspring, which will give you a second wizard when it's cast, because you may pay an additional 2 mana when you cast a spell. If you do, when this creature enters, create a 1/1 token copy of it. And then whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. But since you have 2 of them, that's 2 damage to each opponent if you pay the Offspring cost. And then with Kuja on the battlefield, that helps you get the extra wizard faster and helps you double that damage faster. Electrostatic Infantry, Trample for 2 mana 1/2. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, 1 damage. Put a +1/+1 counter on him. I'm so used to every other wizard doing just a 1 damage, but him, a little bit more there with that trample. And also, Kuja, double that damage as well, even if his combat damage doesn't need to be the wizard effect, which is really nice here with this deck. Following that up, we have Fanarial Telefori Askian. I'm probably butchering that pronunciation, But whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, Surveil 1. It helps get some instant sorceries or lands that we don't need into our graveyards. And at the beginning of your end step, each opponent may sacrifice a non-token creature of their choice. And if they don't, they lose 2 life for each instant sorcery in their graveyard. Like I said, we're going to be casting plenty of instant sorceries. That means plenty of instant sorceries in our graveyard, meaning plenty of damage if they don't have a creature to sacrifice. And double that as well, so it's 4 damage for each non-creature spell in their graveyard. Sorry, each instant sorcery specifically. Can't be artifacts. Next up, we have Gleeful Arsonist, another wizard. Whenever an opponent casts a non-creature spell, Gleeful Arsonist deals damage equal to its power to that player. Normally, it'll just end up being 1. Sometimes it's 2 if you got the Undying ability, getting it back from the graveyard by giving it the +1/+1. But still, that could be 2 or that could be 4, depending on what you need. That'll make your opponent definitely think twice about casting a spell. Next up, we have Gutter Snipe, our first non-wizard actually, but whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, deal 2 damage to each opponent. I mean, with the Transform assigned to Kuja, we are basically doing that with all of our wizards. Well, all our wizard tokens at least. But still, I'd still say worth running. It is Gutter Snipe, it deals a lot of damage, you're going to be casting a lot of instant sorceries. It's only 3 mana for a 2/2 that does all that damage. I'd say it's worth it. Harmonic Prodigy, Prowess. If an ability of a shaman or a wizard happens, it happens an additional time. 2 mana for a 1/3. So we deal 2 damage with our wizard tokens. Now we're dealing that 4 damage because we got it to happen again. Really nice there. Or, Gutter Snipe's also a shaman. Basically everything in our deck is a wizard though. So, 2 +1/+1 counters. 4 damage off of each of these. 8 damage just by casting non-creature spell if you have these 2 on the board. Really nice synergy there. Incrag Pyromancer, another wizard. Whenever you draw draw your second card each turn, deals 3 damage to any target. Could be your opponent, could be their creature you want to remove, but that could be 6 damage if you got to draw a second card. And that's during each turn, not just during your turn. So if you have a way to draw 2 cards during your opponent's turn, which I'm pretty sure we run a few in here, which you'll see in a little bit, that'll deal a lot of damage to your opponent. Next we have Kefka Dancing Man. During your turn, he is indestructible, 7 mana for a 6/6, and at the beginning of your end step, exile a random card from each opponent's graveyard, and cast that random, essentially, and basically you can cast it without paying its mana cost. And then you could also have that opponent lose life equals to its mana value. That doesn't count as dealing damage, that just counts as them losing life, so that damage isn't doubled. But getting the free spells, having that ability happen twice with Harmonic Prodigy as well, really nice ability there. And it's not a wizard on the board that's indestructible, helping you get it till the end phase. Mycelian Elder. Whenever this creature enters, create a 0/1 black wizard creature token with whenever you cast a non-creature spell. Deal 1 damage to each opponent. 2 wizards on the board right there. 1 more with Kuja. And we just need... Actually, it's Kuja... Let me just double check what his ability says. Beginning of your end step, create a 0/1. Yeah. Then, if you have 4 more wizards. Yeah, so if you have just this... Cast this, and you control Kuja already, that's already your 4 wizards. You're already doubling the damage with that. That's only turn 4, potentially. Well, even sooner, depending on if you hit like a Soul Ring, Arcane Signet, Felwar Stone, all that. But yeah, just in terms of like normal mana curve. That's at least as soon as turn 4 you get that. Next up though, we have Queen Brane, Human Noble. Whenever she attacks, create a 0/1 wizard token. Whenever this creature... It's the same wizard token. Deals damage anytime cast non-creature spell. But also with that as well is nice to have a little bit of prowess, powering her up, making it less scary to swing in with a 2/1, knowing that your creature will likely die. And also what's nice about that is that you could also just keep getting more and more. You could swing in with the Swiftfoot booster turn come down, getting more and more there, getting more and more damage with the Kuja sides. Next we have Rockslide Sorcerer. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery spell, deal 1 damage to any target. Oh, it's only any target. It's not multiple targets this time. Changes it around on you. Storm, and also it's a wizard, dealing double that damage. Stormkiln Artist, +1/+0 for each artifact you control. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery spell, create a treasure token. It's standard for like a Rakdos commander to have this, like for a Spellslinger commander in general, just to have this card in there. Just because it's nice to keep getting the treasures, to keep having stuff to cast your stuff. You could double it up with Harmonic Prodigy there as well. Just an overall good ability. And then the final one we have is Summon Esper Ramu. This creature deals damage equal to the number of non-creature, non-land cards in your graveyard to target creature and opponent controls. Double that up with Kuja's ability, dealing, say you have 3 in your grave 4. Yeah, 3 in your graveyard because you're on turn 4. That's pretty good amount of damage. And then wizards you control get +1/+0 to end turn. You're not necessarily swinging with your wizards too much, but it's always nice to have the ability, right? Then for our enchantments, we have Artist Talent, 2 mana, help us discard a card, draw a card when we cast a non-creature spell. Allow us to get lands out of our hand that we don't need anymore, and more, spells that we need to cast. Then it makes non-creature spells cost 1 less to cast, and then if a source you control would deal damage to an opponent, or a permanent that player controls, deal that much +2 instead. That could be quite a bit of damage. Especially if you're, well, that doesn't double. Well, if a source you control would deal non-combat damage to an opponent or player, it deals that much damage +2. So that source is dealing that much damage +2, so that is still doubling there. Next up, though, we have City on Fire. It helps us triple damage. Fire Emancipation also triples damage. Yep, so both of those are damage triplers on that, which is really nice because if we're already doubling, if we triple it, that's 6 times. We triple again, that's 8 times. Sorry, no, that's not how math works. That's 18 times. So just by and then say if we had Harmonic Prodigy, that's 2 more times. So that's 2 to 6 to 18. Okay, and we double it again with where is she? Harmonic Prodigy. So that's 36 damage just off of casting a non-creature spell if you control the 0/1 wizard. I mean, I know we're being too hopeful there, but this does have Convoke. All we have to do is tap those wizard tokens. Great, ask this, right? But next up, we have Fiery Inscription. Enters the Ring Tempts you. That's not going to be really too important, but I mean, you could swing in eventually if you had the Ring Tempt you enough times with your stuff. I think it's like something along the lines of your creatures can't be blocked by creatures with greater power, and also make some creatures legendary. Not that important for that part. Whenever we cast an instant or sorcery spell, deal 2 damage to each opponent. Really nice ability there. And then we double that, triple that, all that type of stuff. And then, well, we can't double it with Kuja, but just need a little bit of extra push there. Sometimes all we need. And then Gratuitous Violence, if a creature you control will deal damage to a permanent or player, deals double that damage instead. So that does still count off the effect of the wizards. So that 18 damage we're doing, that's now 36 damage. Double it once again with Harmonic Prodigy. That puts us up to 72 damage just by casting a non-creature spell. If we got all 4 of our enchantments, really nice ability there. But that's the first half of the deck. Let's get into the meat and potatoes of it. Our instants and sorceries, of course. First off, we have Abrade. Deal 3 damage to target creature, destroy target artifact. Just a good source of removal there. Gets you one of those non-creature spells, just a little 2 mana there. Bedevil, destroy target artifact, creature, or planeswalker. Once again, cheap little removal spell that you could have as your, what's it called? I may have blanking on, as your non-creature spell that you're casting for your wizards. Cast Warp, once again, same thing, another source of removal. Instead, kind of, because your opponent has to shuffle their deck and get probably their strongest creature off the top, because that's what happens every time. Dark Ritual, 1 mana, get 3 mana, and then you have that mana to cast additional non-creature spells, but it casts a non-creature spell itself already. Deadly Dispute, as initial cost to cast a spell, sacrifice an artifact or creature, draw 2 cards, create a treasure, sacrifice one of your wizards, draw 2 cards, create a treasure, deal the damage because you were casting it already. Well, no, I think I'd have to look up how the timing works on that. Because, yeah, it's a cost, because you have to pay the cost, and then you cast it. So it doesn't deal the additional damage if you sacrifice a wizard. It's the only thing to be aware of there. Demand answers. I said we have ways to draw 2 cards on our opponent's turn, and I meant it. We have plenty of ways to have the discard 1, draw 2 ability. Deadly Dispute also draws us 2 during our opponent's turn, potentially, because it's an instant. Infernal Grasp, another cheap removal spell. That'll tally up our non-creature spell count. Kolaghan's Command, choose 2. Return target creature from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. Target player discards a card. Okay. Destroy a target artifact, or deal 2 damage to any target. Removal, discard, Recursion. All stuff that you want on spells. Laughing Man, another way to discard a card, draw 2 cards, is 3 mana, so it's a little bit overcosted compared to like some of the other like one drill possibility. What's the other one? Demand answers type spells. But like I'd say it's still worth running because it does have that flashback as well. Always making sure you have something way to draw cards. Oh, Lemon Bloom, Industrial Regency. Create one of those wizard tokens that we were talking about earlier, and then eventually you could just have it be a land because it's nice to have lands. Seeding Song, it's nice to have ways to create more and more mana, so let's do that with Seeding Song, casting it as one of our non-creature spells while we're at it. Shock, deal 2 damage to any target, which could be doubled, it could be tripled, depending on what we need at the time. Well, actually, we don't have really a way to double it. We only have ways to triple it in this deck, because everything else is creatures dealing damage that doubles. But yeah, that little bit of extra push to our opponent definitely helps out a little bit there, along with them taking that 2 damage, plus the damage for every wizard token we control. Terminate, another cheap removal spell. Drill a possibility, discard 1, draw 2. We've seen the effect before, we know it's good. Drama Vestige, same as Shock, except it's 1 more damage. 3 damage from 1 mana, plus the damage that we're dealing with our wizard tokens. Transpose, another way to get 1 more wizard token onto board. Draw a card and discard a card, lose a life, and get that wizard token. Also rebound it, getting it again, getting that second wizard already. Especially if you, play this turn 3, Kuja during turn 4. That's already your 4 wizards there if you got to rebound this. You may cast a spell from exile without paying mana cost. Just want to double check. Unexpected Windfall, another way to discard 1, draw 2, but this time you get to do treasure tokens, so you could use those to cast your other spells later in the game. And, just nice to have that mana. Wizard's Lightning, 3 mana. We're going to control a wizard spell at a certain point. It's basically another lightning bolt at that point. 1 damage, deal 3 damage to any opponent. As always, we go through lands last. Well, I don't think I've been doing that so much recently, but we tend to. Blasphemous Act for a little bit of a board wipe there. Bolt Wave, a 1 mana, 3 damage to each opponent, plus another damage for every wizard we control. That's big damage on the board there. Circle of Power, draw 2 cards, lose 2 life, create a wizard. And also wizards can control get +1/+0 on lifelink until end turn. That lifelink is helpful, especially if we're going to be casting more and more non-creature spells. Draw power is nice as well. Cornered by Black Mages, target opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice, a little bit of removal there, and then you create a token. Next up we have Feed the Swarm, another cheap removal spell. You do lose a little bit of life off of this one, but still, we got another non-creature spell to cast. Grab the prize, discard 1, draw 2. We've seen the effect before. Grape Shot, we're going to be casting creature spell, non-creature spell after non-creature spell after non-creature spell. So we're going to be having plenty of ways to have this on board in order to, deal plenty of damage to our opponent. Mana Geyser, add red mana for each tap land your opponent controls. Unless you're playing against a blue player, you're going to have a lot of mana there, giving you a lot of spells to cast, giving you a lot off your Grape Shot. Mystic's Mastery, exile target card, except you're probably going to pay the 8 to overload it. For each card exiled this way, aka all your instant sorceries in your graveyard, you may cast it without paying its mana cost. Basically, let's just get everything. Move all their stuff, get all of our mana, draw all the cards. Only thing is, like with cards that say discard, it just says you don't have to pay the mana cost, so you do still have to pay the cost of discarding a card. Nibelheim Aflame. Choose target creature you control. It deals damage equal to its power to each other creature. We could double that damage because the creature itself is the one dealing that damage. In theory, we could put what's that card? Warstorm Surge in here because that would also double the damage to our opponents when those creatures enter. But we just don't have enough creature spells, and our wizard tokens are 0/1, so they're not really doing much there. Night's Whisper, draw 2 cards, lose 2 life, a little bit more draw power. Sign in Blood, it's literally the same exact effect. Strike it Rich, create a treasure token, it's only 1 mana. You got a treasure token, you basically went neutral, but you cast another spell in order to deal some additional damage there. And Vandalblast, destroy all artifacts. You're going to pay the overload cost. If something has the overload cost, there's never a time you don't want to pay the overload cost. That's not true. There's always times you don't want to pay the overload cost. But as always, I'm just going to scroll here through the lands. I always just like to say, you don't necessarily have to spend $100 on lands. don't have to spend $500 on lands, which some people tend to do. You could just run all basics if you really wanted to. I mean, it's not going to go as far, and like you definitely have an Evolving Wilds or Terramorphic Expanse if you've bought packs at some point. But yeah, thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I hope you'll stay tuned for the next one. Thanks so much for watching. Welcome back to the channel. We're back on our Final Fantasy Commander deck profile with Kefka, Dancing Man. For 7 mana, you get a 6/6 that's indestructible during your turn. And during each of your end steps, you get to exile a card at random from each player's graveyard to cast it without paying its mana cost. And if you don't end up casting a spell, those opponents lose life equal to the mana values. So, we have plenty of ways to make sure that we can load up our opponent's graveyards with all the cards that they want in the graveyard. Other ways to make sure that we're getting this ability off more than once, so that we could, we don't necessarily have to just cast one thing from their graveyard. We can make sure that we're doing the randomness multiple times to get that card out of the graveyard that we actually want, rather than, their Dark Ritual that we can't really do much at the end phase at that point. But yeah, that's the general overview of the deck. We have ways to mill our opponent, make them discard stuff, make them draw more cards so they'll have to discard at their end phase potentially. But yeah, like I said, let's get into it card by card. We're starting off with an Arcane Signet. Tap for 1 mana that you need essentially for this deck because you're in Commander. Blitzball. Add 1 mana of any color, sacrifice it. This artifact deals 2 damage. Sorry, you draw 2 cards. Activate only if an opponent was dealt combat damage by a legendary creature you control this turn. We're not really going to deal too much combat damage with Kefka. We do have some other legendary creatures that could deal some combat damage. We could also steal our opponent's legendary creatures if they let them get put into the graveyard. So just that little bit of draw power is nice. Ghost Vacuum. Exile a target card from a graveyard. If there's a card in our opponent's graveyard we definitely don't want to cast, or we don't want them to cast, we could just exile from the graveyard right away. And then eventually we can pay 6 mana into it. Sacrifice Ghost Vacuum. Put each creature card exiled with Ghost Vacuum onto the battlefield under your control with a flying counter on it. Each item is a 1/1 spirit in addition to its other types, so you don't get the stats, but if they do have an enter the battlefield ability deck, you got a lot of abilities yourself now. Mesmeric Orb. Whenever a permanent becomes untapped, that permanent's controller mills a card. So, during each of your opponent's upkeep, they're going to have to mill for all the lands they tapped, all the mana dorks they tapped, all the creatures they swung in with, making it so that they'll have plenty of cards that you want to cast out of the graveyard, because everyone always mills the cards that they want. Mind Stone. Just tap for a little bit of mana, sacrifice eventually to draw a card if you need to. Mind Crank. Whenever an opponent loses life, because once again, Kefka doesn't deal damage, he just makes your opponents lose life. So those are 2 distinct things in terms of the game. Whenever an opponent loses life, that player mills that many cards. So say if we don't cast their spell and they had a 6 mana thing, they're milling 6 so that they have something that we actually want next time. And 5 other things that we probably don't want. But that's the downside you get of random. I do like the aspect of this deck. I just don't tend to like random in this deck. Magic. Strionic Resonator, 2 mana. 2 mana to tap it as well. Kefka's ability during each of your end phases, you're going to get 2 cards out of each of our opponent's graveyard instead of just the 1. Talisman of Indulgence, a little bit of extra mana, because we're going to need it. Kefka costs 7 to cast. Unlicensed Hearse, exile up to 2 cards from a single graveyard. So, we can just exile 1 because it's up to 2. But still, let's get the stuff that we don't want out of the graveyard. Let's get rid of their lands that they put in the graveyard. We don't want an Evolving Wilds. We don't need it. And then Wondrous Crucible. Oh, sorry, and also second ability. I forgot that's the thing. Power and toughness are equal to the number of cards exiled with it. Cool, so you at least have a 2/2 with Crew 2. Wondrous Crucible, 7 mana. Permanents you control have War 2, making it hard to destroy Kefka during our opponent's turns. And at the beginning of your end step, mill 2 cards, then exile a non-land card at random from your graveyard. Copy it. You may cast a copy without paying its mana cost. We're going to also be putting plenty of cards into our graveyard. So let's get that ability off so we get our spells for free as well. We don't just need our opponent's stuff. Yep. For some reason I want to redraw Kefka's ability again in my head, but I realized I was doing it in my head. It does say each opponent, doesn't say each player. Next up, we have Brain Stealer Dragon for 7 mana. You get 6/6 flying. At the beginning of end step, exile the top card of each opponent's library. You may play those cards as long as they remain exiled. If you cast a spell this way, you may spend mana as those mana any color. And whenever a non-land permanent an opponent owns enters the battlefield under your control, they lose life equal to its mana value. So it no longer matters if we're casting in or not with Kefka's ability. They're losing the mana anyway. Plus the life that they're losing from the ones that we do pay mana for. We do have other ways to steal our opponent's stuff as well, and just get other stuff that we want out of the graveyard. We'll get into those a little bit later. Etali Primal Storm. Exile the top card of each player's library. Then you may cast any number of spells from among them without paying their mana cost. Once again, another way to get our opponent's stuff for free. Another way to get our stuff for free while we're at it. Go-Go, Mysterious Mine. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you have Go-Go become a copy of another target creature you control, except it's just Go-Go, and gains haste until end of turn. And wait. End of turn and attack this turn if able. Okay, so must attack. But yeah, still, becoming our opponent's most powerful thing, becoming an Etali, becoming a Kefka, really useful there. Ganti, Night Minister. Whenever your player casts a spell they don't own, aka all the spells that are being casted from our opponent's graveyard, that player creates a treasure token. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to one or more of your opponents, its controller looks at the top card of that opponent's library and exiles it face down. They may play that card for as long as it remains exiled, mana of any type, to cast that spell as well. Okay, another way to play the deft aspect of this deck. Harmonic Prodigy makes it so our wizard and shaman abilities happen more than once. So far that's just Kefka, but the fact that you're getting the 2 spells for free, I think is worth just a little bit 2 mana in here. Lock, Treasure Hunter, Human Rogue. Lock can't be blocked by creatures with greater power. He's a 2/3. When Lock attacks, each player mills a card. If a land card is milled, so get a treasure token. So in turn, you may cast a spell from among those cards. So another way to steal our opponent's stuff. Another way to get some more mana on the battlefield. Magus of the Wheel, 3 mana for a 3/3. But you can pay 2 mana to tap and sacrifice it. Each player discards their hand and draws 7. You basically a Wheel of Fortune without paying the $500, but it is on a creature and it costs 5 mana, is the only nickname. But sometimes our opponent has the stuff that they want in their hand. Let's get it out of their hand. But we're being the nice guy. We're letting them draw 7 while we're at it. And then we're punishing them for it. Razorkin Needlehead has first strike during your turn. Whenever an opponent draws a card, deals 1 damage to them. So those 7 cards they just drew, we're dealing 7 damage to them for it. That's the only thing with this deck is, like, I feel like I kind of went in just a couple directions all at once with this deck, but I do think it still works overall. Roaming Drone, choose a creature type. Its abilities happen twice, aka make sure Kefka can happen twice. Harmonic Prodigy will also make it happen twice, so is it double? Yep, happens an additional time. So yeah, we're having it happen 3 times total, in 3 cards out of each opponent's graveyard, which, I mean, that's 9 cards on the battlefield. Or, 3 cards worth of damage to each player, depending on what we exile. Scrawling Crawler, at the beginning of your upkeep, each player draws a card. We're helping them out, we're letting them draw cards again, so they'll eventually have to discard them. And then whenever an opponent draws a card, deal 1 damage to that player. Same as Razorkin Needlehead, we have quite a few wheels in this deck, so we're going to make sure our opponents keep discarding their hands so that they keep drawing cards. Sepulchral Primordial. Intimidate. Whenever Primordial enters the battlefield for each opponent, you may put up to 1 target creature from that player's graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. Once again, another way to get stuff out of the graveyard, this time less random, which is really nice there. Shoulder of the Apocalypse. Once again, like I said, we have plenty of wheels, so we have plenty of ways to punish our opponents for drawing cards. I mean, sure, we made them do it, but they have to. Yes, they did. Solemn Simulacrum. When it comes into the battlefield, get a land. We need some mana fixing in this deck, just. And when this creature gets removed, draw a card. It's just a little bit of mana fixing and a little bit of draw power. Psychorax Commander. First strike, haste. Whenever Psychorax enters the battlefield, each opponent faces a villainous choice. The opponent discards all cards in their hand and draws that many cards, -1, or deals damage to a player equal to the number of cards in their hand. Are they going to take the 3 damage, or are they going to take the 6 damage from Children? It's their choice. It'd be 3 damage or 4 damage, because draw that many -1. Thieving Amalgam. At the beginning of each upkeep, you manifest the top card of that player's library, you know, making so they can't get their land drops, because you're always going to make sure you hit their lands off the top. And whenever a creature you control but don't own dies, its controller loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Really helpful there, because we're going to be casting all of our opponent's stuff, and that's how that benefits. Animate Dead, enchant creature in the graveyard, basically you revive it. And I think that's, and it gets -1, -0. But still, we get the most powerful thing out of our opponent's deck with an enter battlefield ability, with a 1-hit attacks ability. It's super helpful for us there. Liliana's Crest, whenever an opponent discards a card, that player loses 2 life. Once again, we're making our opponent discard their whole hand. If this was like turn 3 and all they're getting is land drops, sorry, it's turn 4, and all they're getting is land drops, we just dealt 14 damage to them, turn 3. And then they'll be spiteful towards us, and that's why we cast Spiteful Visions, where at the beginning of each player's draw step, that player draws an additional card. Whenever a player draws a card, deal 1 damage to that player. So, with that 7 cards they're drawing, they're discard 7, deal 14, draw 7 more. That's 21 damage already. Nice little combo there. Waste not. Whenever an opponent discards a creature card, create a 2/2 zombie. Whenever an opponent discards a land card, add 2 black mana. Whenever an opponent discards a non-creature spell, draw a card. A little bit of benefit off of us making them wheel out a little bit there. Well, may as well call them Joey, with how many random effects and discarding. No, not discarding. I forgot what it was. Oh, random effects. Yeah. AS Warp. Sorry, and wheels we have. Sorry, I blanked there for a second. Chaos Warp. Our opponent has to shuffle their best card back into their deck and get the even better card out of their deck. So we could, feel like we did something. Calling a Dust. Exile a card from a graveyard, aka get the one that we don't want out of here. If it's a creature card, you gain 3 life. Otherwise, you draw a card. And you can exile 5 other cards from your graveyard to have this cast this again. Once again, we just like to remove our opponent's stuff in the graveyard so we have less randomness involved. Dark Ritual. 3 mana. We're in black. We may as well. Espers of Magicite. Exile each opponent's graveyard. When you do, choose up to 1 target creature card exiled this way. Create a token that's a copy of that card, except it's an artifact, and loses all other types. Same as Kefka's ability, except it's not random. We just get whichever card we want out of the graveyard for each opponent. And does it count as cast? No, create a token copy, so it's not counting as like cast abilities there. Laughing Mad, it has Kefka in the art. How can we not? Additional cost to cast a spell, discard a card, and draw 2 cards. It's 3 mana. I mean, there's plenty of cards that do this for 2 mana, but they don't have Kefka on the art. And this also has Flashback, so that when we eventually mill this, we still cast it. Singing Study, draw X cards and lose X life, where X is the mana value of a commander you own on the battlefield, or its commander in its command zone. So you basically draw 7, lose 7 life, but it's worth it for 5 mana. Times with Mayhem, choose target instant sorcery. Choose target instant sorcery spell. Each opponent may copy that spell, and you may choose new targets for the copy they control. You copy the spell once plus an additional time for each opponent who copied the spell. This way, you may choose new targets for the copies you control. So, basically what this says is that, say if you cast Laughing Mad, or let's say you cast Chaos Warp, your opponents get to choose, do I want to copy that? If, let's say if 2 people say yes, they get to cast it, and you basically get to shuffle 2 more things into someone's deck, and then you get to do it 2 more times because you get to copy it as well. So you basically got 5 Chaos Warps off of 1 Chaos Warp with this. Untimely Malfunction. Destroy target artifact, or you get to destroy 5 artifacts. Choose target spell or ability with single target. Change target spell or ability with single target. 1 or 2 creatures can't block this turn. Just a little bit of source removal. It's going to be the first ability. I tend to forget it has the other abilities, but they are nice too. Withering Torment. Destroy target creature or enchantment. Lose 2 life. A little bit of removal there. It's always nice. And then our sorceries. We have Awaken the Erstwhile. Each player discards all cards in their hand, and then create that many 2/2 black zombie creature tokens. We have so many ways to benefit off of having cards in our opponent's graveyard. Let's get the ones they want in their hand out of their hand. And, also benefit off that discard. Blasphemous Act is a nice little board wipe, dealing 13 damage to each creature. Except your Kefka gets to survive because he is indestructible during your turn. Breach the Multiverse. Each player mills 10. Then you get a creature card from each player's graveyard onto the battlefield. Once again, we like putting stuff into our opponent's graveyard, so mill is nice. We like getting stuff out of our opponent's graveyard, so that getting that creature spell is nice as well. Burning Inquiry, 1 mana. Each player draws 3 cards, then discards 3 cards at random. Once again, everyone tends to discard their best cards. So, let's get those out of their graveyard. And let's benefit out that discard while we're at it. Dark Deal. Each player discards all cards in their hand, then draws that many cards -1. Like I said, same as the wheel effects that we were talking about earlier. All the benefits we have off of them discarding, all the benefits we have off of them drawing cards, dealing the damage there. Really nice. Dread Summon. Each player mills X cards. For each creature card put into a graveyard this way, create a 2/2 zombie token. Once again, we want more stuff in our opponent's graveyard, so we have more stuff to get out of there with Kefka. So let's get zombies off of them by, let's pay 5. Because we already have Kefka on the battlefield, for example. That's 5 zombies per person. Feed a Swarm, a little removal spell for 2 mana there. Imposing Grandeur. Each player may discard their hand and draw cards equal to the greatest mana value of a commander they own on the battlefield or in the command zone. So if they're also playing, say you're having Kefka versus Kefka versus Kefka versus Kefka versus Gishath, those are all 7 mana commanders. So everyone could decide, do I want to discard one, draw 7? Do you have 2 things on your battlefield that deal a damage every time I draw a card? I probably don't want to now. Just as well, add red mana for each card in the opponent's hand. We just let them draw 7 cards. That's 7 mana we got off that. Wow. And you also get to exile top 2 of your deck and cast them with that red mana. Kovard's Fury. Each player chooses friend or foe. Each friend discards all cards in their hand and draws that many cards +1. It's not -1 this time around. And then each foe, deals damage to each foe equal to the number of cards in their hand. So, depends what they want to do. Do they want to take the damage and less benefit off of them discarding cards, or do they just want to take the damage? Last one standing, choose a creature at random, then destroy the rest. I mean, that could just be fun. I don't like random typically, but we're in a Kefka deck. We may as well just keep doing random shit. Midgar, City of Miko. You may sacrifice an artifact or creature, draw 2. It's also a land, so nice little ability there. Get our creature that we could reanimate into our graveyard, for example. Nibelheim of Flame. Choose target creature you control. It deals damage equal to its power to each other creature. Its spell is cast in a graveyard. Discard your hand, draw 4 cards. Discard 1, draw 4. Nice. Deal 6 damage to each opponent with Kefka on the board. Super nice. Reanimate, put our creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. Make our opponent's best creature be ours now. Once again, except we get to choose this time around. Reforge the Soul, 5 mana. Each player discards their hand, then draw 7. Another wheel effect. A little bit overcasted, but it does have the miracle cost, so that we can cast it for 2. If this is the first spell we drew each turn. Rejoin the fight, mill 3 cards. Then starting with the next opponent, in turn order, each opponent chooses a creature card in your graveyard that has been chosen. Return each card chosen this way to the battlefield under your control. So, we only leave the best stuff in our graveyard to be reanimated, because otherwise they'll just choose, what's our worst creature card? Solemn Simulacrum for every one of them. I mean, that's still a lot of mana, so it'll be kind of nice. Well, and then you have to choose a different one. But yeah, still, like I said, we want to be in control of what we're getting. So let's use some of our ways that banish cards out of our graveyard to choose that. One of our big game enders, basically 9 mana, says win the game. Put all creature cards from all graveyards onto the battlefield under your control, and then wait until next turn when your opponent board wipes you. But yeah, unfortunately, that tends to be what happens. But yeah, basically reanimate all of your stuff, along all of your opponent's stuff, all the stuff that you were milling, all the stuff that you're having them discard. It's all under your control now. Snort. Each player may discard their hand and draw 5 cards. Deals 5 damage to each opponent who discarded their hand this way. You know, they're probably not going to want to discard their hand. It is a May ability, but if they're low on hand, it could be worth it. And it also depends what else we have. Toxic Deluge, basically a board wipe, depending on how much life we pay. Virtue of Persistence, 3 mana. Nope, that's 7 mana. At the beginning of your upkeep, put a target creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. Once again, let's get the best stuff out of our opponent's graveyards. And target creature gets -3/-3 until end turn. You gain 2 life. Nice little life gain there while we're at it, along with a little removal. Visions of Dread. 3 mana, target opponent puts a creature card of their choice from their graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. They do get to choose, so maybe you'll just get a Birds of Paradise, but maybe you'll get their Gishath, for example. You don't tend not to want Gishath in this deck. The spell costs X less to cast, where X is the greatest mana value of commanders you own or in the command zone, aka 7. So you can cast this for 4 mana for its flashback cost. Wheel of Fate. Suspend for 4, so you have to wait 4 turns before you get it. But each player discards their hand and draws 7 eventually. So that's still a nice little ability there, giving us a little bit of time to get our other stuff onto the battlefield, and hopefully we don't, draw what we wanted in the meantime. And Wheel of Misfortune. Each player secretly chooses the number 0 or greater. Then all players reveal those numbers simultaneously and determine the highest and lowest number revealed. This way, when Wheel of Misfortune deals damage equal to the highest number to each player who chose that number, aka just the person who chose the number, each player who didn't choose the lowest number discards their hand, then draws 7 cards. So if you like your hand, just keep it. If you don't, choose 0. You're not going to lose with 0. You're going to at least tie. And then we have Alcatraz, who benefits off of our opponent's discarding cards. Fail to Profane, which is a removal spell, and I think that's it. But thanks so much for tuning into the video. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you'll like, comment, subscribe so you can stay tuned for future videos. And I hope you have a great rest of the day. Thanks so much for watching. Welcome back to the channel. Today, we're doing a bit of a 4-in-1 deck profile video. We're going to be doing some gameplay footage on the channel soon, likely tomorrow if I have it edited in time. So I figure I'll do a video overviewing the 4 decks that are going to be in that video. This way you have an idea of what's going to be in them going into watching the video tomorrow. Or if you don't watch it and you just want 4 deck profiles in one video, you can still like the video and give your thoughts down below. But let's get into it. Starting off, we have our first deck here with Hope Esteem. General overview of this deck is we want to gain lots of life in order to make our opponents mill lots of cards. Also, things with these decks is that we built them all in real life. That's how we're doing the gameplay footage as well. So they may have a little bit of downgrades. It's not as pricey as some of the other decks you may see on the channel. If you want the full power version of these decks, it's definitely down there in the playlist as well. But yeah, like I said, that's the general overview of the deck. He's a 2/2 for 2 with lifelink. Mills your opponent anytime you gain life at the end of your turn. So you specifically want to gain life during your turn, not during your opponent's turn, because he'll only mill them during your turn. But let's go into it card by card. Starting off, we have Elixir. Enters tap for 1 mana, but for 5 mana, you can sacrifice it, exile it later, shuffle all non-land cards from your graveyard into your library, and you gain life equal to the number of cards shuffled into your library this way. This is a very good late game card, gaining you a whole bunch of life, and then milling out your opponents for potentially the last cards they have in their library, depending on how many cards you milled out. Water Crystal. Blue spells cost 1 less to cast. It is 4 mana for this, so that ability is not the most important one. We really care more about the other ones. We have, if an opponent would mill 1 or more cards, they mill that many cards plus 4 instead. So if we're only milling them for 1 with Hope, we mill them for 4 instead. And its 6 cost abilities. Each opponent mills cards equal to the number of cards in your hand. So normally 5, 4, 7 sometimes, but that could still be a lot. And that's normally goes from 5 to 9 if you have the 5 cards in your hand. Wind Crystal, once again 4 mana, reduce white spells by 1. Whenever you gain life, you gain twice that much life instead. So whatever amount of life we gain double that, and then we mill our opponents for that double amount as well. It also has 6 mana creatures you control, gain flying and lifelink until end of turn. Helps us gain a little bit of life, helps us deal a little bit of damage if we need to. We're going to tend not to win with damage with this deck. It's going to be one of those come out of nowhere, mill out your opponent's entire deck. We have Nykthos Paragon for 6 mana. It's a 4/6, and whenever you gain life, put that many +1/+1 counters on each creature you control. Like I said, we'll be gaining big chunks of life, so this will put plenty of +1/+1 counters onto those creatures a lot at a time. For example, if we have something that gains us 5 life, which there's a card in the stack that literally just says gain 5 life, you double that into 10. Maybe if one of your other doublers double it to 20, but say just the 10, that's already a 12/12 onto Hope. Then you attack with Hope, gain that 12 off the lifelink, double that with Wind Crystal again, that's 24. That's 34 life you gain this turn. That's 34 cards you're milling out your opponent, or 38 if you have the Wind Crystal. For other creatures, we're gonna have other creatures, but you know, this is just what separated things into. With Arid, lifelink, whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter onto Arid. Like I said, we're gonna be gaining life plenty of times. Use plenty of +1/+1 counters. And when Arid dies, put X +1/+1 counters on each legendary creature you control, where X is the number of +1/+1 counters on Arid. So this way we get a little bit more power and Hope. Pairs well with Nykthos here as well. And just an overall good ability and good way to gain a big chunk of life when she could swing in with those +1/+1 counters on her eventually. Delivery Moogle. This is kind of just a space filler, and I wanted a few more Final Fantasy cards since it's a Final Fantasy gameplay video. But it's 4 mana for a 3/2 flying. Once a creature enters, search your library or graveyard for an artifact with mana value 2 or less. Reveal it, put it into your hand. We get Elixir of Immortality. We can get normal elixir. We could get our soul ring. We could get our mind stone. I don't think we have mind stone here actually. Yep, no, we do have mind stone here. But yeah, there's just a whole bunch of 1 or 2 mana artifacts that are helpful to us in the deck, so it does help. But like I said, it's also just like a little bit of a filler card. Go Master Mimicry, one of the super strong cards in the deck. XX copy activated ability X times. You may choose new targets. So Hope has the ability to mill your opponents out. We're going to have that happen again and again, depending on how much mana we have at the end of the turn. So hopefully you're going to have plenty of mana, because you're going to need a lot to do that and gain a life all in the same turn. For some more mill options, we have Jace, the Perfected Mind. You make him live a little bit longer by giving them +1, give a creature -3, -0. Or target player mills 3 cards, then if a graveyard has 20 or more cards in it, draw 3 cards, otherwise you draw a card. Still, not a bad draw power ability. Or target player can mill 3 times X cards, where X is whatever you want to pay, where normally you have him come in for the 3 mana cost and pay the 1 for Xen, so he only enters as a 4. So that's still 12 that you're milling for, but you could also just use the 2 depending on like where you're at in the game. We have Riverturn Monument. 2 mana. For 1, you could mill any number of players for 2 cards, or you pay 4, have any number of players mill cards equal to the number of cards in their graveyard. So say if we had a card that, for example, mills our opponent for half their deck, that there goes the other half of their deck. And it's just a fun card as well, that little bit of mill power to start us off. And just having a little bit of a dread on the board, like, you're not going to be taken out yet. It's only target player. Who knows who I'll target? Following that up, we have Ruin Crypt. Whenever a land enters battlefield under your control, each opponent mills 3 cards. 1 mana, mill 3 cards. It's a good starting game. Good way to start the mill. Good way to get cards into the graveyard for Riverturn Monument and other cards that'll care about that mill. Mind Skinner, probably one of the best legendary creatures for mill before Hope came out. I personally like Hope better, but I could see the argument for either. It can't be blocked. If a source you control would deal damage to an opponent, prevent that damage, mill that many cards instead. So since this can't be blocked, swinging with this, deal the 10 damage to your opponent, except you don't. You mill them for the 10 instead. That's a pretty good chunk of mill, especially if you're in doubling, say, like Hope's power, or some of your other things are getting this +1/+1 counters. That could be a lot of damage. Traumatize. Target player mills half their library rounded down. I mean, that plus Riverturn Monument, that's 1 opponent's deck. I mean, it's only target player, so it is what it is. But still, that is kind of just fun to see them lose half their deck. With Crumb and Get It, I think I actually took this one out, but it does give a little bit of protection there to Hope. giving the +2/+2, giving you that little bit of extra life link, which will give you that little bit of extra life gain as well. Variety Control, gain 1 life for each creature opponent controls, prevent all damage will be dealt to you this turn. This one is a bit of a weird one because it does give you protection from your opponent, but you're going to tend to more use it on your turn, just based upon like the amount of creatures that your opponents have. Following that up, we have Arcane Signet. Add 1 red, add 1 white or 1 blue. Same thing with Zori Signet. Commander Sphere, Mind Stone, Pristine Talisman, Soul Ring. All those are just mana sources, and then we need to explain that. Night of White Orchid searches out land. Always like to see it. Pristine Talisman. It's a mana ability that also gains you a little bit of life. Really helpful there. And then one that's really fun in this is Will Cyan Appease. Sapphire Medallion reduces cost of blue spells, which we have quite a bit of. But yeah, his ability is for 3 mana to use a 2/4, but you can also tap him. Spells you cast this turn that are white or blue cost X less cast, where X is the amount of life you gain this turn. So say once again we cast that spell that gains us 5 life. This is now 1 mana. This is 2 mana. These ones are these crystals are now only 2 mana. That's a lot of cost reduction we're having this deck. So for example, gaining 5 life off of Elixir of Immortality. Just pay 2 mana, shuffle it into your shuffle your graveyard into your library, and gain that 2 life. 5 life. I don't know why I said 2. But let's scroll on over to the second half of the deck. Hey, it all fits on the screen. There we go. We have Aether Siphon. We have quite a bit of draw power with 15 different draw powers abilities in the deck. We have Aether Siphon, start your engines. Not going to be dealing too much damage in the deck, so you're not going to tend to get the max speed. But if you do, it is kind of helpful. But whenever you draw a card, each opponent mills 2 cards. A little bit of mill power is just nice, and it's a little bit of draw power just for 2 mana. There. Alhammarat Archive, 5 mana. If you gain life, gain twice that much life. Instead, if you draw a card, except the first one you draw each turn, draw 2 cards instead. So, like I said, we want to gain lots of life, so let's double it, and let's double it again with that Wind Crystal that we had earlier. Circuit Mender, just gain a little bit of 2 life. It's just helpful, gaining that little bit of life, having a creature on the board, something to protect us. Cloud Blazer, gain 2 life, draw 2 cards, flying creature, good blocker, good draw power, good life gain ability. Dictated Crewfix, at the beginning of each player's draw phase, that player draws an additional card. You know, we can't just mill out our opponents. We can make them deck themselves out as well. Dragon Skull Reaver, flying, double strike, lifelink. You gain life, draw a card. We're going to be gaining life plenty of times, so we're going to be drawing plenty of cards off that. Also with the double strike, that counts as 2 separate instances of life gain with his lifelink. So that's super helpful there. Fascination, X and a blue. Choose one. Each player draws X cards, or each player puts the top X cards of his or her library into the graveyard. You're either helping them out by making them draw plenty of cards, or you're milling them out. One of the two helps you with your game plan, one of which could help you make some allies. Marina Vandroll's Grimoire. This one's just really fun, because enters, you draw. When you cast it, draw 5 cards, no maximum hand size, you don't lose the game for having 0 or less life. Whenever you gain life, you draw that many cards. So, say if you have something that just says, like, I don't know, gain 3 life, draw a card, you're just drawing 4 cards now. Or if you double that with, or quadruple it with Alhammarat Archive and White Crystal, right? No, Wind Crystal. That's already, wait, I said gain 3 life, draw a card? That would be 6, 12. And that's a lot. And it's just really one that you mill yourself out with. Okay, Aether Siphon I did actually end up taking out. I got the new Final Fantasy, what's it called? Secret Lair. I replaced this with the Cyclonic Rift that was in that set. Anyway, replace something. Season Weaving, a little bit of draw power. Potentially Cyclonic Rift for non-token creatures. Really helpful there. You can also choose an artifact or creature you control, create a token that's a copy of it, helping get your River Turn Monument ability again. Yeah. Maybe you didn't just do it to one person. Maybe now you have one to do it to everyone after you mill half of everyone's deck. Sphinx's Revelation. Gain X life, draw X cards. 3 additional mana on top of that, but it is still gaining you a bunch of life, drawing you a lot of cards, helping you out, progress your game plan a whole bunch further. Survival Cache. Gain 2 life, draw a card. Rebound if you have the most life. You do it again. It's really helpful there. Just a little bit of life gain, a little bit of draw power. The Gaffer. At the beginning of each end step, if You gain 3 or more life this turn, draw a card. We're going to gain 3 or more life. And, I mean, we need to in order to mill out our opponents. So let's draw a card so we can get some more stuff to do. Speaking of ways to gain more life, we have Union of the Third Path. Draw a card. If you gain life, then you gain life equals the number of cards in your hand. If we got this like turn 3, we'll probably still have all 7 cards in our hand. So we normally cast our commander turn 2. This will help us get 7 life, 7 cards milled out of our opponents. Well, of Lost Dreams, if you gain life, you may pay X, where X is less than or equal to the amount of life you gained. Draw X cards, aka gain that 7 life off of Union Third Path, pay 6 more mana, have those 13 cards in your hand now. Windfall, each player discards their hand and draws cards equal to the greatest number of cards a player discarded this way. I mean, for example, if we had Marina Ventrell's Grimoire, we could then windfall into however many cards we had, and then that could potentially deck our opponents out. And then it's whenever you lose life, you discard that many cards. Then, if you have no cards in hand, you lose the game. I think you still have to take the damage in order for that to have you lose the game, if I'm not mistaken. Absorb, counter target spell, gain 3 life. Super helpful little counter spell, low life gain. 2 things that you're going to want in this deck. Counter spell, Indolent's Veto, other forms of counter spells, both of which we have the Final Fantasy art for. Fumigate, destroy all creatures, gain 1 life for each creature destroyed this way. Hope doesn't need to be on the battlefield when you gain a life, he just needs to be on the battlefield by the end phase, so cast this, recast Hope, you'll probably have enough mana at a certain point. Generous Grip for some more removal, Grasp of Fate, enters the battlefield for each opponent, exile to 1 target non-land permanent that player controls until Grasp of Fate leaves the battlefield. A little bit of removal, at least temporarily, for each opponent. He adds Intervention, destroy X target artifacts or enchantments. That one we're not going to attempt to use. We're going to use target player gains twice X life. Because then we're going to gain, say we paid 3 into this. That's 6 life we're gaining. Double that with Alhammar's Archive, that's 12. Double that again with the Wind Crystal, that's 24 cards we're milling our opponents for at the end phase. Lucky Offering, destroy target artifact with mana value 3 or less, gain 3 life, a little bit of life gain, a little bit of removal. Path to Exile, exile target creature, they get to search for a land, super helpful there. Refute, a little bit of draw power, a little bit of counterspell. Sanctify, a little bit of removal, a little bit of life gain. Stroke of Midnight, and a little bit of removal once again, basically the same thing as Generous Gift, except you can't target lands, which I tend not to like to target lands anyway. And Swords to Plowshares. Exile target creatures. Controller gains life equals to its power. So, I mean, maybe we'll have, what's his name? The Mind Scanner on the board. That's 10 life we're gaining. Double that and double it. That's 40 life. Restoration Magic, a little bit of a protection spell here. Angelic Accord. If you gain 4 more life at the end phase, create a 4/4 Angel. Benevolent Offering. Choose an opponent. You and that player each create 3/1/1 spirit tokens. Choose an opponent. You gain 2 life for each creature you control, and that player gains 2 life for each creature they control. I mean, say if we just had 2 creatures on the board, we cast this. Say we just had Hope and another creature, for example. Cast this. We have 5 creatures. We gain 10 life. That's a lot of life. Griffinary, at the beginning of your end step, if you gain 3 more life this turn, create 2/2 white Griffin with flying. Basically the same as Angelic Accord. We're going to be wanting to gain plenty of life every turn. So, let's keep on doing it. And let's get some bonuses off of it. Judora, Aristocratic Capital. I don't have the lands in this one just because I got lazy making these deck profiles. So, I figured, let's just put the important parts in there. This way you know what the deck does. You don't necessarily need to know what the lands are. It doesn't make a difference. Interflux Reservoir, whenever you cast a spell, gain 1. In Judora, Aristocratic Capitals, target opponent mills half their library rounded down. I mean, that plus a bunch of the other ways that we had to mill our opponents, plus River Churn Monument. That's their library, all gone. Interflux Reservoir, whenever you cast a spell, gain 1 life for each spell you cast this turn. So gain 1 off the first one, 2 off the second one, and eventually you pay 50 life and deal 50 damage to target creature or player. It's not just at sorcery speed, so someone has to watch out if we have a lot of life, if they think about attacking us. I mean, they're probably going to want to attack us anyway, but it is what it is. Angel Vitality, if you gain life, gain that much life +1. Also, it's +2/+2 if you have 25 or more life, which we're in Commander, so it's going to tend to. So it's a pretty strong flyer there. Beacon of Immortality, 6 mana, double target player's life total, shuffle this into its owner's library. One thing that's fun about this is that does still count as gaining life. So say if you had this early enough where no one attacked you and you sell 40 life, you double that 40 to 80. You have Alhamrat's Archive. You go from 80 to 120. And then we double that again to, so you gain 40, you gain to 80. You're gaining 160, going up to 200 life, potentially. Chaplain's Blessing. Once again, there's a card, I referenced it earlier. We have a card that just gained 5 life because we like gaining life. Cleric class, gain additional life anytime you gain a life, or you can put some counters onto things when you gain life. Or you could a little bit of recursion if we need it. We're gonna just tend to use the first ability, or the second one. Tend not to get to the last one, unless like we have the mana and we haven't been drawing enough. Congregate. Target player gains 2 life for each creature on the battlefield. That's not just our creatures, but our opponents as well. So say if we had, what was that card's name? Where was it? Benevolent Offering? Yep, Benevolent Offering. Plus that could be 20 life right there. No, wait, no. Yeah, 10 off this, 10 off that. Yep. Felidar Sovereign, Vigilance, Lifelink at the beginning of your upkeep. If you have 40 more life, you win the game. And say if we didn't even have Hope on the battlefield for Beacon of Immortality's effect, we are at 200 life, and they have to try to get us down from 200 to under 40. That's going to take more than a round. Leyline of Hope, you gain life, gain that much life plus 1 instead. If you have 7 or more life over your starting life total, creatures you control get +2/+2. A little bit of stat boost, a little bit of extra life gain. Rock's Faithmender, a third way to double our life gain. And finally, Vesner's Journal. At the beginning of your upkeep, gain 1 life for each card in your hand. No maximum hand size. The maximum hand size we don't tend to care about. But that 7 life that we're going to gain each turn is super helpful there. But yeah, like I said, there may have been a couple cards that just got like the late kick out of stack. But we're going to be posting the video tomorrow, so stay tuned if you could spot the differences. But yeah, let's get into the second deck now. And we're back with the second deck here with Absolute Virtue as the second deck. For 8 mana, again, 8/8 that can't be countered and has flying and protection from each of your opponents. And you have protection from each of your opponents. Remember, I always read that as this creature has protection, but it's just you. You can't be targeted by spells or abilities or anything controlled by your opponent. That is super helpful there. Way I saw this one working is that since the other deck is a life gain deck, this is super helpful in terms of making sure you deal enough damage with that commander damage by pumping it up with plenty of auras and other ways to like just benefit off of those auras in order to deal plenty of damage to that player. It should be able to deal enough commander damage so that life gain won't even matter. But that's the general overview of the deck. Let's get into it card by card. Starting off with Mirror Maid. Enter as a copy of an artifact or enchantment on the battlefield, and Undo Spirit Dancer. Whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield, you may create a token as a copy of it. We do have the Undo Spirit Dancer infinite combo in this deck as well, so that could be potentially fun as well. We don't need to deal enough commander damage if we just have infinite creatures enough to KO the opponent. But these ones are ones that just create copies of your stuff in order to make sure you have more stuff to benefit off that. And why not have 2 of your best things on the board? Burgone Soldier Melodus. Whenever you cast a spell that targets Burgone Soldier Melodus, aka an aura, you put a +1/+1 counter onto her. She's Vigilance, and you can tap her to remove a counter, draw a card. She's only 2 mana for a 2/2. That really helps out having another creature before we get to the 8 mana for Absolute Virtue to have something to put the enchantments onto. Or the auras, I should say. Entity Tracker. Whenever an enchantment you control enters, draw a card. We're not going to really care about the room ability because I think there's only like maybe 1 or 2 in here, but it could matter. Feather of Flight, 2 mana, enters, draw a card. Enchant creatures +1/+0 on flying. That puts Absolute Virtue at 9. That still doesn't put him enough for a 2-shot, but we'll get to more stuff that will. Mesa Enchantress, draw a card anytime you cast an enchantment spell. It's specifically cast, so it doesn't work with Undo Spirit Dancer, where you're just going to keep drawing cards off of getting those copies. Pearl Earl, Imperial Advisor, Lifelink, enchantment spells you enchantment spells you cast have affinity for auras. aka for each aura we have on the battlefield, our enchantments cost 1 less to cast. So say if we had just 1 on the battlefield that we copied with Undo Spirit Dancer, our Mantle of the Ancients now only cast 3 to cast rather than 5. And the secondary ability is whenever you cast an aura spell that targets a modified permanent you control, aka put an aura on a creature that already has an aura on it, you draw a card. Super helpful there. SRAM, Senior Edificer. Whenever you cast an aura, or equipment, I guess, you draw a card. Maybe a vehicle. We're not going to really have vehicles in this deck. United Battlefront, look at the top 7 of your library. Put 2 non-creature, non-land permanents. Mana value 3 or less from among them onto the battlefield. The rest onto the bottom of your library in random order. I mean, we're going to have plenty of cheap, auras in this deck in order to make sure that we have plenty of ways to put plenty of things here onto Absolute Virtue. So let's get 2 of them off of the top 7 of our deck. So we're going to have it. I guarantee it. I don't guarantee it. It's probably not going to happen. Probably always going to get this one onto Spirit Dancer. All our creatures probably. Angelic Destiny. Enchanted creatures +4/+4 and flying. First strike is also an angel. Enchanted creature dies. Return Angelic Destiny to its owner's hand, making Absolute Virtue into a 12/12, making that enough for a 2-shot there. Or a 1-shot if you have another way to give a double strike. Maybe we'll see something a little bit. Grispoon, enchanted creature has +1/+0 and flying. It already has flying, but the +1/+0 is nice. And also this one, you can return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield attached to target creature, just for 4 mana. It's just super helpful to have the little bit of recursion there on that one. And Wingspan Strife, +1/+1 flying. Once again, it already has flying, so the ability doesn't matter. But you can return this aura to its owner's hand after you already had it on, like, say, your Burgone or your Pearl Ear, in order to make sure that you, could put it back onto Absolute Virtue if you need that little bit of extra push for that +1 damage to get that 2-shot in. Auramancer, when this creature enters, return target enchantment from your graveyard to your hand. All the auras that we want that were destroyed once they destroyed Absolute Virtue the first time. Let's get them back. Mantle of the Ancients. Enchant creature you control. Mantle of the Ancient enters. Return all auras from your graveyard to the battlefield attached to target creature. Enchant creatures +1/+1 per each aura and equipment attached to it. You can also bring back your boots and all your other things. I don't know if I ran boots in this one, actually. Let's see. Sorry, I'm scrolling through the other side of the deck. You guys aren't at that part yet, but we'll get to it. Redress Fate, once again, another way to return all artifacts and enchantments from our graveyard to the battlefield. We love to see it. Retether, all auras from your graveyard to the battlefield attached to target permanent, aka, we had them all in Burgone earlier. They removed Burgone. Now we have Absolute Virtue on the battlefield. Let's bring them all back, just now attached to Absolute Virtue. Sentinel's Eyes, +1/+1 Vigilance. That's the problem with this card, is that you tend not to have that many creatures on the board, but you want to make sure that this thing can still block, so your opponent won't be swinging with their big creatures. So let's make sure. Actually, you can't be dealt damage, so you don't really care about being attacked by them. But still, you want to remove their stuff if it's going to be a problem for you. Cancel, counter target spell, Chains of Custody. It's an aura that you put onto one of your creatures, give it Ward 2, and also remove one of your opponent's things temporarily. Cleansing Nova for a board wipe there. Generous Gift for another source of removal. Negate, another counter spell. Path to Exile for another source of removal. Refute for another counter spell. I had to turn my head sideways. Restricted Office and Lecture Hall. Whenever you unlock this door, destroy all creatures with power 3 or greater. Another board wipe, but the ability we care about is a 7. Is other permanents you control have hexproof. This way they're not removing all of our auras and not removing Absolute Virtue. Sheltered by Ghosts. Enters. Once again, another temporary piece of removal that gives your creature Ward 2, but also gives them a little bit of stat boost and lifelink. Stasis Field. It basically is a source of removal. This, Witness Protection and Unable to Scream all make our opponents from what they were into abilityless creatures. Yeah, that's the word. That basically is an aura on them that counts towards your enchantments, that count towards what you're casting. Swords of Plowshares, another source of removal there. Could be a potential life gain if your opponent's going to remove your thing, you may as well just gain whatever Absolute Virtue's power was. And Winds of Wrath, destroy all creatures that aren't enchanted. aka everything but your creatures, probably. Lunar's Mantle, enchanted creatures +2/+2, and has sacrifices, creature gains flying to uncertain. We don't care about the second ability, but given the +2/+2 puts Absolute Virtue at a 10/10. which with all the ones that we had that just give +1/+1, that helps us get to the 11, which is enough for that 2-shot there. Archon and Sun's Grace and Sigil of the Empty Drone both help us create enchantments. Sorry, both helps create tokens anytime an enchantment enters the battlefield. So, super helpful abilities off of those two. Let's scroll on over to the second half of the deck. Once again, I didn't include lands in these builds just because I don't think it's really that important to include those in like just these deck profiles, because you'll see it's just more so like what you'll know what's there for the gameplay. Authority Consoles, it's another enchantment that you're going to be putting on the battlefield that'll make your opponent's stuff enter tapped, and you'll do a little bit of life gain. Life gain isn't really that important to you, but just, having your opponent's stuff enter tapped, this way they don't have something to block with. Form your Absolute Virtue, super helpful there. Heliod's Pilgrim, search your library for an aura, put it into your hand. Moonblessed Cleric also helps you search for an enchantment and put it on top of your library. Invasion of Theros also helps you search out an aura, so that's really the side that we care about. It also has the flip side, but it's not flipping over for me. Oh, there we go. Aspara's Shattering has lifelink indestructible as long as you control at least 3 other enchantments, which we're probably going to. Whenever another enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, draw a card. So a little bit of draw power, a little bit of a strong creature as well. And Light Pause. Whenever an aura enters the battlefield under your control, you may cast it. Sorry, if you cast it, you may search your library for an aura card with mana value less than or equal to that aura, with a different name than the aura, and put it onto the battlefield attached to Light Pause. So unfortunately, we can't like double up on things on Absolute Virtue, but still, say if we put what was it called? Angelic Destiny onto it, we could then get something like Twin Blade Blessing, Ethereal Armor, all that glitters, all that helpful stuff that we have in our deck. Come and get it, another source of removal. Sorry, not removal, protection there for Absolute Virtue, because we want to make sure he sticks around. Hyena Umbra, another way to make him indestructible so he can't be destroyed. Sphere of Safety makes it so we can't be attacked, because we have to wait till quite some time until we can get Absolute Virtue on the battlefield. So let's make sure that we can do what we can to, not die before then. Swiftfoot Boots to make sure that Absolute Virtue can attack the turn he comes out. Timely Ward, another way to give Absolute Virtue indestructible. And Unquestioned Authority has protection from creatures. Draw a card this way, even if they do have a flyer, they can't block you. Super helpful. Following that up, we have All That Glitters. All That Glitters and Ethereal Armor, and do we have the other one in here? Yeah, All That Glitters and Ethereal Armor both have basically the same ability that give your creatures all that. Wait a second. There's a card that I'm missing in here. Huh. Oh wait, Sage's Reverie. I scrolled over. That also gives your creatures +1/+1 for each enchantment or you control. But that one also lets you draw cards. But these ones help you get super powerful there onto Absolute Virtue. And then we have Flaming Fist to give Absolute Virtue that double strike. Only gives Absolute Virtue double strike, so it doesn't really give anything else it, but still is super helpful there. Michiko's Reign of Truth. Target creature is +1/+1 for each artifact or enchantment you control, so same thing as these. It's only till end of turn, but still, that's maybe all that you need to take out one person. Secret Arcade and Dusty Parlor, one of our infinite combos, which pairs well with Ondu Spirit Dancer and Archon of the Sun's Grace, where anytime an enchantment enters, you double it. So we have, non-land permanents you control become enchantments. So if you have the part that makes them into enchantments and you cast Ondu Spirit Dancer sees itself enter. So you create a copy of it, then you create another copy of it because you keep seeing other copies. It's specifically this card's ability that's once returned. And Archon of Sun's Grace, it makes it's whenever an enchantment you control enters. So any of those horse tokens that you're making, when those enter, you get another horse, and you get another horse, and you get another horse. Where's the Pegasus? It might be Pegasus. Let's see. 2/2 white Pegasus creature token with flying. So it's a hard one to block. And then Twin Blade Blessing, another way to give Absolute Virtue that double strike there. And then we have a lot of ramp in this one. We don't have, what's it called? What's the card I'm thinking of? Smothering Tide in here just because it's an expensive card and we don't have the money for it. But I figured, let's put as much ramp as we can in here with Arcane Signet, Chromatic Lantern, Commander Sphere, Felwar Stone, Gilded Lotus. Inquisitive Glimmer is a cost reducer on this one, but still, Serves a purpose. Loyal Warhound for some lands, Marble Diamond, Mindstone, Petrius Seal, Solemn Simulacrum, Duran Dynamo. Starfield Mystic's a cost reducer, and Mountain Log Tax is our budget version there of, what's it called? What's it called? Why am I blanking on its name? Smothering Tide. Sorry about that. But that's the second deck in the deck, so let's get into the third one. Following that up, we have a Squall Seed Mercenary deck. Once again, I figured we'd do like a bit of a rock, paper, scissors, fourth option in terms of these decks. So what Squall does is he has 4 mana for a 3/4, gives himself double strike when he attacks land or another creature, but it's going to be him. When he deals combat damage to a player, return target permanent mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Once again, I did make these decks in real life, so they are a little bit cheaper compared to what we would build on the channel normally. I'm going to switch this art so that I actually know the name. Where's the... Huh. That's weird. Oh. Wow. Huh, that's odd. There we go. Cool. But yeah, like I said, we made this a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors type thing. We figured this one, it works really well against Hope, because Hope will be milling this deck out. But this deck helps you get stuff back from the graveyard so often that you don't really care what's in your graveyard, and also works well against, what's it called? Absolute Virtue, because there's a few things in here like a Curse Marauder that'll make so that we can remove the Absolute Virtue without having to target our opponent. Or, you know, have to worry about the indestructibleness of it. But the only thing is the way this does suffer is it can't really deal enough damage to beat up on the Hope Steam deck enough. But that's why it could pair up well as that rock, paper, scissors thing there, because it does get that benefit off the removal. But like I said, if you get enough damage off of Squall, that's enough for the commander damage there. But let's get into it card by card. Starting off, we have Charming Prince. As battlefield, scry 2, gain 3 life, blink a creature. Gain 3 life's nice, scrying 2's nice. Also, kind of just nice abilities where we have other things that we want to blink, so let's use the blink ability as well. Feast of the Victorious Dead. At the beginning of your end step, if one or more creatures die this turn, you gain that much life and distribute that many +1/+1 counters among creatures you control. We're going to be having things sacrificed, dying, all over the place. So let's get some benefit off that by giving our creatures some additional power and gaining some life ourselves. Albed Salvagers. Whenever this creature or another creature or artifact you control dies, target opponent loses a life and you gain a life. Once again, like I said, we're going to be having plenty of things that'll be having our things get removed. So let's get some benefit off that. A little bit life gain, a little bit damage. Shinra Reinforcements. When this creature enters Mildry, gain 3 life. It's a 3 mana, so you're going to be able to get back with Squall, having that ability happen again and again. Undercity Dire Rat. When this creature dies, create a treasure token. Another way where we could have the benefit off of a creature dying, and, you know, just a creature that we could keep bringing back again and again in order to get that ability off. For some ramp, we have Arcane Signet, Burnished Heart, which once we sacrifice it, we could just bring it back to keep getting more and more mana off that. Commander Sphere, which once we sack that for a little bit of draw power, we could bring it back, and it comes back untapped. Dire Fleet Horde, when this creature dies, create a treasure token. Once again, same as the rat, just bring it back, get another treasure token. Gold Vein Pick, cook creature +1/+1. When it deals combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. With that double strike that we'll be getting off of Squall, it helps us get 2 treasure tokens off of that. Life Insurance, extort. Whenever a non-token creature dies, you lose life and create a treasure token. We're going to be getting plenty of mana off of that, helping us, lose all of our life. Mindstone for some more mana. Pitiless Plunderer. Whenever another creature you control dies, create a treasure token. Once again, treasure tokens are a bit of the way we want to go in terms of mana in this deck, especially with the way that Albed Salvagers works is that when you sacrifice a treasure token, now you get to deal damage because it counts as an artifact dying. Soul Ring, tap for 2 mana. Helping Hand, return target creature with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Tap this time around, and it's only creatures, so it's a little bit worse than Squall's normal ability, but it does help you out getting some of your potential stacks pieces back. Sabine's Reclamation, return target permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Then if a spell is cast from the graveyard, you may copy the spell and choose a new target. So, we're getting all of our things back depending on what we need at the time. We're getting into what will be recurring in a little bit. Spirit Sister's Call, being your end step, choose target permanent card in your graveyard. You may sacrifice a permanent that shares a card type with it and bring the thing back. But if it would die again, you'd exile it. So you have to be careful about what you bring back. Because like you could sacrifice your Undercity Rat to bring back like your Albed Salvagers, for example. But then be careful because you can't bring them back again because they'll be exiled. Sun Titan Vigilance whenever this creature enters or attacks, may return target permanent card with mana value 3 or less from the graveyard to the battlefield. So it helps us out with Squall if we don't have Squall on the battlefield. We get this as well. A Cursed Marauder. Whenever Cursed Marauder enters the battlefield, each player sacrifices a non-token creature. aka we sacrifice this, they sacrifice something else. We recur this with Squall's ability. First strike, we sacrifice this. It sacrifices itself again before the second attack from the double strike happens. We get to bring it back again, making our opponents all sacrifice 2 creatures each. Vanishing Light. When this enters, exile target permanent and opponent controls until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. So even if they do remove it, we could just get it right back with Squall to remove that thing again and again. Kadar Commando, 2 mana, sacrifice this creature, destroy target artifact or enchantment, get rid of those auras from the last deck, or the artifacts from the the Hope deck, and you just keep bringing it back again and again once again. Enlightened Aesthetic, basically the same exact card, except you don't have to sacrifice it. It's just whenever he enters, and so he'll serve as a blocker there as well. Expel the Interlopers. Choose any number between 0 and 10. Destroy all creatures with power greater than or equal to that chosen number. For us, it's going to probably be 4. This way we don't lose Squall. And our opponents are probably going to have more powerful stuff than we have. Godsend. Equip creatures +3/+3. A little bit of a stat boost there onto Squall. This way it makes him a little bit more hefty in order to deal commander damage for the win. Whenever a creature blocks or becomes blocked by 1 or more creatures, you may exile 1 of those creatures. AK makes them even harder to block, other than just having first strike off that double strike. And then your opponents can cast spells, the same name as card exile with Godsend. So if we're playing against the Tempest Hawk deck, we're in good shape. Grasp of Fate enters the battlefield, exile permanent until its card leaves the battlefield. Same thing as, where is that? I expelled the Interlopers. Where was it? Vanishing Light. It's just never remember scroll part enough. Lord of the Third Path. When it enters, destroy target artifact or enchantment. Tap it to draw a card. Keep bringing it back again and again. Have it be as a blocker because it only has 1 toughness, so it's gonna probably die in a single battle. Ossification. Same thing as Grasp of Faith essentially, except it's attached to a land, so it's gonna be a little bit harder to remove. Path to Exile for a little bit of removal there as well. Just not repeatable, unlike Ossification, Grasp of Fate. Planar Cleansing, destroy all non-land permanents. Another board wipe there. Power Stone Fracture. Additional cost to cast a spell, sacrifice an artifact or creature. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. We're going to sacrifice our stuff because we don't care about it getting sacrificed because we'll just be bringing it back. We get to remove our opponent's stuff, which they probably can't bring back. Unless it's their commander, then of course they can bring it back. Seasonal Loss, choose up to 5 paw prints. For 1 paw print, you can do this 5 times. Each player sacrifices a creature. 2 paw prints, draw a card for each creature you controlled that died this turn. It could be quite a bit depending on if we had the Cursed Marauder, which I wish I just didn't have a Fleshbag Marauder available for this thing, or the other like ones that just sacrifice them when they come onto the battlefield. Oh, I'm sorry, each opponent loses X life or X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard, which that could be a lot, especially if we're playing against the Hope deck. Swords Plowshares, exile target creature, its controller gains life equals to its power. Every deck I have, I think, has some white in it for this video. And Touch the Moonglove. Target creature control gets +1/+0 and gains Death Touch till end turn. Whenever a creature dealt damage by its creature dies this turn, its controller loses 2 life. I mean, that's just super helpful because first strike plus Death Touch means that we're basically just dealing that 1 damage to each of them. And then Westfold Rider. Sacrifice Westfold Rider, destroy target artifact or enchantment. Basically another Kadar Commando ability. Except this one you don't have to pay an additional mana for. But it doesn't have flash. So that's the one thing that's helpful about Kadar Commando over these ones. And then for our stacks pieces, we have a Clarion Conqueror and a Kinjali Sunwing. They're both repeatable because they're both 3 mana or less. So, I mean, it's just a way to get in our opponent's way. This way, if they thought they were going to be pulling off their ability to get rid of Squall, now they're not. Scrolling over here to the second half of the deck. Okay, for some reason I thought it didn't. Let me just put this over here. This way it's less. Oh, cool. That actually helped out a whole bunch because I didn't realize we had a last stack there. A bit of revelation. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. Put 2 of them into your hand. Rest into your graveyard. aka the stuff that we want to get out of our graveyard with a bit of revelation. Let's put it into the graveyard. Oh, and sorry, I missed a card here, it looks like. I missed Voice of Victory, but that just makes it so your opponent can't cast stuff during your turn. Another piece of stacks. I'm surprised it wasn't in a stacks pile. Following it up, though, we have Candy Trail. Whenever this card enters, scry 2, knowing what we're going to get off the top. And we pay 2 to sacrifice a gain 3 life, draw a card. It's another thing that we could easily recur here with Squall for a little bit of draw power. Collector's Vault, draw a card, then discard a card, and create a treasure token while we're at it. So, a little bit of ramp there, along with making so that we can put the stuff that we just want to recur out of our graveyard into our graveyard and not have to worry about casting it. I mean, they're going to tend to be 3 mana, so it's probably going to be like the same value as that too, but, you know, depends what we need at the time. Deadly Dispute, sacrifice a creature, draw 2 cards, create a treasure token, more ways to create treasure tokens, more of that ramp, more ways to get more of our stuff into the graveyard, get that extra treasure token off of Undercity Rat, for example. Dire Sight, Surveil 2, aka we can put those into the graveyard if we want to just record them out of our graveyard. Then draw 2 cards and lose 2 life. A little bit of draw power. Dockside Chef, sacrifice an artifact or creature to draw a card. A little bit more draw power, a little bit more sacrifice outlet. Helpful Hunter and Spirited Companion, we have both of those in this deck. A little bit of draw power off of those, super helpful. Especially since we could just keep recurring them and they'll just serve as blockers after that. Because he is being helpful. Look at him with that feather in his mouth. Inspiring Overseer enters, gain a life, draw a card, so it's the same thing, just gain a life as well. Merciless Resolve, sacrifice a creature, draw 2 cards. You don't get a treasure token, but it is, oh no, wait, this one's 1 less mana. Huh, interesting. Morbid Opportunist, whenever 1 or more creatures dies, draw a card, aka 1 we block, 1 we sacrifice, 1 we just play the game, we're going to be drawing a whole bunch of cards. Scion of Halaster, 2 mana. Commanders you control have the first time you draw a card each turn, aka during your draw step. Instead, look at the top 2, 1 into graveyard and 1 into your hand. Put the stuff we want in our graveyard We already did. Oh wait, yep, I did those. Tabarak's Hope's Demise, another 3 mana card with flying this time. When he has lifelink, and as long as you have 5 more +1/+1 counters on it, whenever another non-token creature you control dies, put a +1/+1 counter onto him, and if that creature was a cleric, you may draw a card and lose a life. We don't have many clerics in here. We do, I think. Huh. Oh yeah, there he is. Selfless Spirit. You got 1. Cool. But it's mostly just the getting a big creature with flying eventually. Since we're going to be sacrificing so many things to draw so many cards and, just other abilities. Vampiric Rites, sacrifice a creature, gain a life, draw a card. And we have Cynical Loner. Can't be blocked by Glimmers, so if our opponent's running a Changeling deck, we're in a good position. At the beginning of your second main phase, she's tapped. You may search the library, put a card into your graveyard. It's going to tend to be a Cursed Marauder, but if you really want Aven Squire, you can get Aven Squire into the graveyard for that Exalted ability. Alicia's Legacy. Target creature gains Death Touch and Indestructible. We're going to want to keep Squall around, so we're going to want ways to protect him. Bastion Protector, let's give him Indestructible, let's give him a little bit of a stat boost as well. I feel like this just belongs here. Aven Squire, Exalted, whenever a creature you control attacks alone, that creature gets +1/+1, aka Squall becomes a 4/5 with Double Strike when he attacks alone, making him into 4/5 and 6/7 if we have Bastion Protector as well. Fake Your Own Death, until end of turn, target creature gets +2/+0, and whenever this creature dies, return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control, and you can create a treasure token. More ways to get those treasure tokens, and more ways to recruit Squall, or other stuff that we just want out of our graveyard. Fleet Feather Sandals, a creature you control has flying. Why is Sun Titan in here twice? Oh, wait, just moved that pile over. Okay. Gives your creature haste. This way we can make sure we attack with Squall the turn he comes out. So that's going to be super helpful for us. Because I know this card's not one you tend to run, but the flying is helpful there. Also in terms of helping protect against Absolute Virtue in this pod that we're doing. Signaling with Fleeting Flight, flying to unturn, prevent all combat damage to be dealt to it this turn. Lightning Greaves and Swiftfoot Boots, another way to give Squall that haste. Necrogen Communion, enchant creature is toxic too. Since we're giving it a double strike, let's give a way to win the game other than that combat damage or the commander damage. Let's make it so that we could take out the other life gain decks in here without, getting in the way too much. Selfless Savior and Selfless Spirit, both of them sacrifice themselves in order to give your creatures indestructible. More ways to protect Squall. And also, another creature get into a graveyard so you can recur it. And Scroll Defector Might, choose a color, another target creature you control gains Toxic 1, hexproof from that color until end of turn, and it can't be blocked by creatures of that color. AKA, most decks in this pod have blue in them, so it makes Squall can't be blocked by any of those. Or, just whatever player you want to swing it on to make sure you deal that damage and get that recursion. We just have this as a Plankton in the deck. Arcane Signet for some additional mana. Burst Heart we already did. We already did all these. But yeah, that's the third deck there. Let's get into number 4. And then finishing up with the 4th deck in the video. Let's see if we get this one just under an hour. We have Arid to gain power because we already did this deck, but we made just like 1 or 2 changes. Lifelink, whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter onto Arid. Whenever Arid dies, put his +1/+1 counters onto all the other legendary creatures you control. But this one, we want to gain life one at a time, one after another, in order to make sure we have enough life in order to survive the onslaught that is our opponents, while having strong enough creatures to swing in on them to deal enough damage to eventually win the game. But that's the general overview of the deck. Let's get into it card by card. This one we did do as the Arid budget video, so if you do just want this deck, you can just go down in the playlist for like more details on certain things. Angel's Feather, whenever you cast a white spell, gain a life. Like I said, we want to gain 1 life at a turn time, so this helps us out there. Arcane Signet for a little bit of mana. Cosmos Elixir, at the beginning of your end step, draw a card. Your life totals over 40. Otherwise, gain 2 life. A little bit of life gain is nice, but a little bit of draw power is nice as well. Fountain of Renewal, at the beginning of your upkeep, gain a life. That's super helpful there. And you pay 3 mana to sacrifice it to draw a card. There's never a point you don't want to be gaining life, so unless you really need that draw power, you're going to tend to just let it stay. Marble Diamond for a little bit of extra ramp, same as Mind Stone. Catcher's Monument makes our white spells cost 1 less to cast, or just the creatures at least. And you get a token when you cast them. Paradise does also help out a lot with since we have so many creatures that just say when a creature enters, gain a life. That helps to get 2 abilities off of just casting 1 white creature spell. Paradise Plume, when this enters, choose white. Whenever you cast a white spell, gain a life. Add a white mana as well. So it's basically a Marble Diamond plus a Angel's Feather. Super helpful there for us. Pearl Medallion, cost reduction. Super nice. Prism Ring, choose color, aka white. Whenever you cast a spell, gain a life. Pristine Talisman, gain a life and get a little bit of mana. Soul Ring for that little bit of mana. Wind Crystal. We don't necessarily need Wind Crystal in here, but if we're going to gain a life, we may as well gain 2 life. And then creatures you control gain flying and lifelink on a turn. That is really our game ender there in terms of, having a giant Mikaeus now flying at our opponent. Wayfarer's Bow for some additional mana. And then Well of Lost Dream. Anytime we gain life, we could pay some mana in order to draw again. Since we're going to be gaining 1 life after 1 life, we don't necessarily have to worry about sinking all of our mana into it at once. We just do it 1 at a time. Why not? Johnny's Primate, whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter onto him. Daxus, Blessed by Sun. Sorry, this is just like pairs well with Arid, just because they both do the same thing. But this one, where's I forgot what there's another one in here that does something similar that's even better. Daxus, Blessed by Sun, get +1, gain a life every time a creature enters the battlefield or dies. Dazzling Angel, same thing, except just when a creature enters. Distinguished Conjurer, whenever a creature enters, gain a life. Essence Channeler, same as the Giant's Primate, get that +1/+1 counter. Exemplar of Light, get the +1/+1 counter, but also get to draw a card. Oh, and also Essence Channeler, when he dies, you get to move his counters onto target creature, so you put them onto Arid, for example. Guide by Souls, another way to get that additional life anytime a creature enters. And a little bit of extra +1/+1 counters since we're getting those energy counters off that as well. Go here, Grace to the Eagles, flying. When he attacks, target attacking creature you control gains flying to end turn, aka a way to swing in with Eret for that commander damage, a way to take out the Hope deck, and potentially a way to get over the Absolute Virtue deck as well. Hinterland Sanctifier, whenever a creature enters, gain a life. Impassioned Order, same thing. Keld, Sunmane's Familiar, whenever commander you control attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Another way to get some additional +1/+1 counters onto Eret so that we can make sure we deal even more damage with her or get those onto another creature. Lae'zel, if you put a +1/+1 counter on a creature, get an additional +1/+1 counter on it is effectively what this means for our deck. So Keld now puts 2 onto it, and Eret gains 2 life anytime a creature enters. Life Creed Duo, same as all the other ones that gain a life anytime a creature enters. Linden, Steadfast Queen, whenever a white creature you control attacks, gain a life. So, it's when they declare the attack, it's not necessarily when the attack connects. So, Eret will get that additional power when she attacks. Lauren to the Third Path. A little bit of removal and just a nice legendary creature there that'll help us draw cards and help us create alliances with our opponents for a little bit. Mangar the Diplomat, whenever an opponent attacks you with 2 or more creatures, you get to draw a card. Super helpful there. And it also has lifelink and it'll become a big creature with that legendary creature status plus Eret's ability. Oh, and whenever an opponent casts a second spell you also get to draw a card. Mikaeus the Lunarch enters with X +1/+1 counters on it, another legendary creature. You tap him to remove a +1/+1 counter and put it onto another creature you control. Each other creature you control. So you get to remove one of the counters that Eret put onto him to put a counter onto Eret, for example. Koala, Johnny's Primate. This is the one I was talking about. Attacks each other attacking creature you control is +X/+0 until end of turn, where X is the number of counters on Kala. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on her, and you pay 4 mana to gain a life. AKA, have her gain like 4 +1/+1 counters just by her entering the battlefield, then gain all those additional +1/+1 counters when Eret dies. I mean, that's going to be a big swing in at a certain point, especially if you find a way to give it flying. Rosa, Resolute White Mage, being a combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It also gains lifelink till end of turn, so, one of those legendary creatures that doesn't have lifelink that has all those stats. Let's, gain a little bit of life off of this while we're at it. Sinu, Keen-Eyed Protector. Exile it, gain 2 life, scry 2. This way, if we need a land, we have a way to get a land. And whenever a legendary creature control attacks, if it isn't blocked and Sinu's exiled, put it onto the battlefield, attacking. So, another way to just get it back, another way to get a big creature with flying and vigilance on the battlefield. So, Warden and Soulless Lieutenant, another way to gain life anytime a creature enters. The Gaffer, a little bit of draw power from that life gain. Voice of the Blessed, whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature as long as this creature has 4 or more, has vigilance and flying. As long as the creature has 10 or more, it's also indestructible. So another way to benefit those +1/+1 counters, and super helpful there. Zach Fair enters with a +1/+1 counter on it. Sacrifice him to move any equipment that were on him, or +1/+1 counters that were on him. For example, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You put those onto another creature, such as Eret. And then Eret not only has those counters she already has on her, but the one she had last time that she moved onto Zach, for example. And then moving on to almost the second half of the deck. So when we did actually put some lands in because we have Radiant Fountain and Adventures in for some additional life gain there. Abiding Grace, gain a life at the beginning of each of your end steps. Another way to power up Eret just a little bit more. A Johnny's Mantra, being your upkeep, gain a life. A Johnny's Welcome, gain a life anytime a creature enters. And again, I need to explain it. I think you know why we want to gain life. We want to power up Eret in order to get those +1/+1 counters onto her, or to move those +1/+1 counters onto those creatures that we were just going through. They're already consoles. Anytime an opponent creature enters, you gain a life. And they also enter tapped, so that you can then swing in next turn with your Eret. Case of the Uneaten Feast also makes it so that our opponents can't swing in with their Squall or their Absolute Virtue the turn they come down. Case of the Uneaten Feast, whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain a life. If you've gained 5 or more life this turn, you get to transform it into a solved version. Creatures in your graveyard gain. You may cast this card from your graveyard until end of turn. Wait. Creature cards? Okay. So you have to sacrifice this and then they gain the ability. Okay, my apologies. Cleric class, gain additional life anytime you gain life, and put those +1/+1 counters onto those creatures. whenever you gain life. So we're not just putting the +1/+1 counter onto Eric at any time. We're also putting an additional +1/+1 counter onto her potentially, or an additional one onto one of our other creatures that needs it. Dawn of Hope. Whenever you gain life, pay 2. If you do, draw a card. You can do it multiple times during the same turn potentially. To sacrifice a creature, regenerate target creature, sacrifice Eret, regenerate another creature, put those counters onto something. On Sarah's Wings, enchant creatures legendary is +1/+1, flying, vigilance, and lifelink. Making another creature's legendary is super helpful for the stack in order to make sure we have another creature to put those +1/+1 counters on. Runetail Kitsune Ascendant. If you have 30 more life, transform it into Runetail Essence. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to creatures you control. aka making so we can swing in with ease. And also it's a legendary creature, so, helps us out a whole bunch there. And Tokacious Welcome. Whenever one or more creatures you control with mana value 3 or less enters, draw a card. That's most of our deck, so, yeah, let's get a little bit of draw power off it. And here's the final part of the deck. Duty Beyond Death, a little bit of protection there, and those additional +1/+1 counters, or if we just want to swing it with all our legendary creatures, we could sacrifice Eret and put those counters onto everything. Generous Gift for some removal, Path to Exile for some removal, Stroke of Midnight for some removal, Source Splashes for some removal. Riot Control, gain a life for each creature you control, prevent all damage to be dealt to you this turn. A little bit of a fog, just help you survive another turn. Which, I mean, you also got a life to put those counters onto things. And Revitalize, gain 3 life, draw a card. A little bit of draw power is always nice. Ajani's Strength of the Pride. If you have at least 15 more life than your starting life tile, exile Ajani and each artifact and creature your opponents control, aka board wipe them, as you will with Fumigate and Urza's Ruinous Blast, except with this one, you get to gain some life for each creature destroyed, and you don't destroy your legendary creatures. And also, you get to gain a little bit of life off of Johnny as well. But that's the video. Hope you guys all enjoyed. Hope you'll stay tuned for tomorrow when we actually have the gameplay of these 4 together. Thanks so much for watching. Hope you have a great rest of the day. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe. Welcome back to the channel. We're back with our Final Fantasy Commander deck profile. Today with Eret, Lost Ancient. This one was requested down there in the comment section. So if you guys do also have a deck that you'd like to see a commander built around, you'd like a deck built around, leave it down there in the comment section as well. But she costs 4 mana for a 3/5. Lifelink, at the beginning of your end step, if you gain life this turn, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Then if you gain 7 or more life this turn, return that card to the battlefield instead. So we have plenty of cards that we have to gain plenty of life with this deck. Plenty of ways to benefit off of that life gain as well, because we want to make sure we're gaining that 7, making sure creatures survive with that 7 that are worth bringing back to the battlefield. And ways to make sure that we can keep Eret around until the end phase, because she needs to stay around in order to get that ability off. And of course we have some ramp in here as well. But that's the general overview of the deck. Let's get into it card by card. Start off with Aetherflux Reservoir. Whenever you cast a spell, gain a life. For each spell you cast this turn, pay 50 life to sacrifice it, deal 50 damage to target player. So cast your first spell, gain 1 life. Cast your second spell, gain 2 life. You're already at gaining 3 life. By your third spell, you're at 6. And then you just swing with Eret, and then there's 9 damage. That's enough for 7 to bring back one of your creatures to the battlefield. Alhamra's Archive. If you gain life, gain twice that much life instead. So you just need to gain 1 life, plus swing in with Eret, and that's already your 7 life right there, because double that lifelink amount of life you gained. And if you draw a card, except the first card you draw each turn, draw 2 instead. Just super helpful, pumping up that draw power. As well, Arcane Signet for a little bit of extra mana. Caduceus, Staff of Hermes. Equip creature's lifelink. As long as you have 30 more life, equip creature has +5/+5. Okay, if we put it onto Eret, she becomes an 8/10, which is enough to gain that 7 off that lifelink, and has indestructible and prevent all damage will be dealt to this creature. I don't know why it needs both indestructible and prevent all damage. But yeah, just helpful there in terms of, making sure we get that 8 life, making sure that big creature that's indestructible, making sure Eret could stick around for a while as well. Cosmos Elixir, at the beginning of your end step, draw a card if your life total is greater than your starting life total. Otherwise, you gain 2 life. It's mostly for the draw power that we're wanting to use this card, because the way that at the beginning of your end step abilities work is that the beginning of your end step only happens once. So if you didn't already gain life this turn, you're not going to get the ability off, because it basically checks like what abilities are about to activate, and it'll activate them all essentially. Uh, and then we have Soul Ring for some additional mana. Great Henge. Spells cost X less to cast, where X is the greatest power among creatures you control. Even if it's just 3, that's still only a 6 mana spell. That taps for 2 mana, and you get to gain 2 life anytime you tap it. That's 2 additional mana. 4 additional if you had Alhammar's Archive, putting you at the 7 just by swinging with Arid. And whenever a non-token creature enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on it and draw a card. We're going to be having plenty non-token creatures enter the battlefield, but it's mostly that life gain that we want off this card. Wind Crystal, whenever you gain life, gain twice that much life instead, and white spells cost 1 left to cast. And creatures you control gain Flying and Lifelink for an additional 6 mana. But yeah, doubling that life gain and doubling it again with Alhammar's Archive. Super helpful there, getting us at 12 life just off swinging with Arid. Well of Lost Dreams. Whenever you gain life, you may pay X, where X is less than or equal to the amount of life you gained. If you do, draw X cards. You don't necessarily have to do all the mana at once. You could just spend it 1 at a time. You don't necessarily have to. You could definitely spend 5 if you gained 6 life for some reason. But you want to make sure you have stuff that you could mana to cast those spells with after that. Following that, we have Arid in our Arid deck. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter onto Arid. You gain plenty of life, so those +1/+1 counters would be nice, especially since she has lifelink, allowing us to then move those counters onto our other Arid or our other legendary creatures which we have in this deck, in order to make sure that we have that lifelink to gain that 7 life. Also, we can keep bringing her back from the graveyard anytime, making so we get that ability again and again. Arcane Enchilotune, 5 mana for a 3/4. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control, not just this creature. Also has lifelink, so if you have this and Arid both gain those +1/+1 counters, that's already, that's 7 damage there. She's $55. Wow. Avacyn's Pilgrim, just a little mana dork there. Beast Whisperer for a little bit of draw power anytime you cast a creature spell. Birds of Paradise for some additional mana. Blossoming Bog Beast. Whenever Blossoming Bog Beast attacks, you gain 2 life. Super nice there. Then creatures you control gain Trample and +X/+X, where X is the amount of life you gain this turn. That's super nice there. If we just gain the 2 life off this, or if we double that and double it again, that's 8 life that we gain. That's now an 11, 13 that we're swinging with Arid. That's a 2-shot with commander damage. Access plus by sun, toughness equal to devotion to white. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield or dies, you gain a life. Just nice to gain 1 life at a time sometimes, just to get us that final pump, especially if we doubled the 3 into a 6. Essence Warden, whenever another creature enters, gain a life. Once again, same thing, we just want to have 1 additional pump, which sometimes the 1 pump adds up. Exemplar of Light, whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature and draw a card. Whenever a +1/+1 counter is put onto it. Super helpful, just a little bit of draw power, those +1/+1 counters having you flying, good swinging on your opponent for real big damage. Feldar Sovereign. Vigilance, lifelink. This plus first Arid swing in, that's 7 damage, so you get to recur something. And at the beginning of your upkeep, if you have 40 or more life, you win the game. You have to wait a whole turn around, so your opponents will probably get you below that 40 life, or remove this. But thankfully with Arid's ability, you could bring this back during the end phase. At the beginning of your end step, in order to make sure you get this creature back again and again, even though it is 6 mana. Haywire Might, whenever this creature dies, gain 2 life, that's fine, because you pay 1 mana to sacrifice it, exile target non-creature artifact or non-creature enchantment. It could be your opponent's stuff, couldn't be your stuff, you're not going to tend to do it to your stuff, but then this is one of those things that you keep bringing back that is super helpful there. Heliod Sun Crown, as long as your devotion white is less than 5, it's not a creature, and whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature or enchantment you control, doesn't matter who. Oh, I forgot to put Walking Ballista in here? I think I forgot to put, yep, it would have been right here. Where were we? Yep. And then another target creature gains lifelink until end of turn, if you really need a final push there. Ladiel, the Bounteous Dawn. Lifelink at the beginning of each end step. If you gain life this turn, distribute up to that many +1/+1 counters among any number of target creatures. aka you could put 7 onto Arid, or you could put Yeah, beginning of each end step. Yeah, so you could revive the thing with Aerith and then do this ability. You know, get a lot of plus 1 encounters onto that creature you just brought back. Like, for example, the Feldar Sovereign, where now it's got those 7/1/1 counters on it. It's one away from being unable to be removed with, what's his face? Blasphemous Act. Minwu, White Mage. Oh, where do we go? There we are. Vigilance, Lifelink. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on each cleric you control. Quite a few clerics in here, so it helps us out with those +1/+1 counters. And, maybe our next video, this is a hint at what we're building. Nykthos Paragon, whenever you gain life, put that many +1/+1 counters on each creature you control. We want to gain life in big chunks in order to make sure we can get to that 7, so let's put plenty of +1/+1 counters onto something. Rock's Faithminder, once again, we're only gaining life in big chunks, so let's gain double those big chunks. Sakura Tribe Elder, sacrifices creatures, search your library for a basic land, put that card onto the battlefield, tapped, and shuffle. A little bit of ramp, never hurts anyone. Selfless Spirit, sacrifices creature, creatures control gain indestructible end of turn. Once again, we're going to want some creatures that could just come back from the graveyard and to protect Aerith. So, this could be the thing that we revive. This will keep using it again and again to keep having Aerith survive. So we could revive something, but that thing could just so happen to be Selfless Spirit. Sarah Ascendant, +5/+5 as long as you have Dirty More Life, which you're in Commander. If you get this turn 1, that's a 6/6 with lifelink, turn 1, and flying. So you're just 1 away from gaining that 7 life. Soul Warden, and Soul's Attendant both gain you some life when some creatures enter. Gaffer, beginning of your end step, draw a card if you gain 3 or more life this turn, which we're going to be doing. We're trying to gain 7. We're going to gain 3. And Trostani, Selesnia's Voice, whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, which could be which could be any of these creatures, plus whenever one of these creatures is revived. And then, also it's really popular, but we don't really have anything that makes tokens in here, so it doesn't really matter. And for enchantments, we have a Johnny's Welcome. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield, gain a life. Nice there. Angelic Accord, whenever you gain 4 more life at the end of the turn, get a 4/4 Angel. Once again, we're gaining 7 life every turn. We're going to gain 4. Authority Consuls, whenever a creature and opponent enters, gain a life. It's a little counterintuitive to Aerith's ability of doing it during your turn, but still, just a little bit of life gain helps out your other stuff. Boon Reflection, if you would gain life, you gain twice that much life instead. Once again, we like to see those. Wind Crystal, Rock's Faithminder. We're now at 8 times as much life. I like to see it. +1 from Cleric class. And whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, or just gain that much life +1, because all these things that just so happen to gain us 6 life, we're going to want them to gain us that 7. Dawn of Hope, whenever you gain life, you may pay 2. If you do, draw a card. Basically the same thing as Well of Lost Dreams, but, 1 card for 2 mana rather than 2 cards for 2 mana. Leyline of Hope, if you gain life, gain that much life +1 instead. Same as Cleric class, where we're going to want to gain more life than the life that we gained in order to make sure we get to that 7. And as long as you have at least 7 life more than your starting life total, which we're going to have because we're going to gain 7 life with Aerith, our creatures have +2/+2, making Aerith into a 5/7. Test of Endurance, at the beginning of your upkeep, if you have 50 or more life, you win the game. This one works a little bit better for Commander compared to the other one that we were going through earlier. Okay, it did put lands. For some reason I thought I didn't put lands for a second. Chroma's Will, choose one. If a creature or commander, if you control your commander, you can choose both, but normally you choose one. But you're going to tend to have Aerith on the battlefield because it's commander format. Creatures you control gain flying, vigilance, double strike. It's a good one there. Or creatures you control gain lifelink, indestructible, and protection from all colors, making it so that you can swing in without any worry about your creatures being destroyed. Speaking of creatures being destroyed, we have Beast Within and Generous Gift to remove our opponent's stuff. Heliod's Intervention, target player gains twice X life if we pay 3 into it. That's 6 life for us there, plus all these things will gain us that additional life, or double it. Again. Heroes Reunion, target player gains 7 life. I feel like this card was just made for this deck. You're gaining 7 life. I mean, where's the downside? Heroic Intervention for some protection there. Livestream's Blessing, draw X cards, where X is the greatest power among creatures you control. And if the spell was cast from exile, gain twice X life, which we double again and again and again. We foretell it for 5, and then pay play during another turn for 2 more. And it's also where X is the greatest power among creatures you control as you cast the spell, so even if they remove a creature as we're casting it, it doesn't matter. Momentous Fall, for 4 mana. It's the cost to cast a spell, sacrifice a creature. Draw cards equal to sacrifice creature's power, then gain life equals to its toughness. So, I mean, say if we sacrifice, what's her name? Trostani. That's 5 life there, and we're drawing 2. Means I think that's worth 4 mana. Pet Exile for some removal, Source Pleasure for some removal, and Restoration Magic and Tamio Safekeeping for some protection for our stuff. As always, we're just going to scroll through the lands at the end there, except for Disciple of Freylays. Disciple of Freylays enters the battlefield. You may sacrifice another creature. If you do, gain X life and draw X cards, where X is that creature's power. I mean, if we're powering up something, we may as well sacrifice our Haywire, might draw a card and gain a life, right? For 5 mana. Wow. But anyway, sorceries, we have Austere Command and Fumigate for some board wipes. Fumigate is also nice. So it destroys all creatures and you gain some life off of that. What's also helpful about that is that Eric just needs to be on the battlefield at the end phase. She doesn't need to be on the battlefield as you gain the life. So, super helpful there. Cultivate, Farseek, Kodama's Reach, Nature's Lore, Rampant Growth, and revisits for that ramp. And we have 39 lands in this deck total. I'll just scroll through them, but as I do, I just like to say thanks so much for tuning into the channel. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe so you can stay tuned for future videos. And if you like what we're doing, yeah, also leave a comment down there letting us know. Have a great rest of the day. Welcome back to the channel. We're back with our Final Fantasy Commander deck profile. Today with Joshua, Phoenix Dominant, for 1 red and a white. Joshua has a 3/4. And when Joshua enters, discard up to 2 cards and draw that many cards. You pay 5 mana to exile and transform him into Phoenix, Warden of Fire. As a saga with 3 different stages. First 2 stages deals 2 damage to each opponent. Well, a little bit of damage is always a little nice. And then Flames of Rebirth. Return any number of target creatures with total mana value 6 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, exile, discard, and transform it back to Joshua, where you get to once again do that discard ability. So, we have plenty of cards that'll discard cards to the graveyard. This way we can then revive them with Joshua's 3rd saga effect, along with cards that'll, just benefit off of coming back to the battlefield, along with plenty of things to give us haste, just because since it does exile and then transform, it won't be able to attack the turn it comes down unless we give it that exile, and also a way to benefit those creatures the turn they come down. But that's the general overview of the deck. Let's get into it card by card. We're going to start off here with Alhamrad's Archive. Whenever you draw a card other than your first card each turn, you draw 2 instead, and if you were to gain life, you gain twice that life. No real way to gain life, but plenty of ways to draw cards in this deck. Following that up, we have Arcane Signet, as always for some mana. Currency Converter, whenever you discard a card, which we're already doing plenty once again, exile that card from your graveyard. You pay 2 to draw a card, then discard a card. But its main ability is tap, put a card, exile a Currency Converter into your graveyard. If it's a land, create a treasure. If it's non-land, create a Black Rogue. So, way to get a little bit of tokens, and yeah, a little bit of extra discard and draw power off that. Curse Mirror, add some red mana and copy a target artifact you control, or just one on the battlefield, or a creature. Sorry, it's a creature, not an artifact. Sorry about that. Felwar Stone for some additional mana. Lightning Grease, and once again, we'd like haste enabling in the stack in order to make sure we could have Joshua or the Phoenix attack the turn they come down. Mind Stone for some mana, Monument of Endurance, to benefit off of all those discard effects we're going to be doing. Whenever you discard a card, so if you discard 2 with Joshua's effect, you'll be able to get 2 of these 3 effects, where you can either draw a card, create a treasure, or each opponent loses 3 life. All depends on what point of the game you're at, in terms of what effect you want to use. Soul Ring for some additional mana, Swiftfoot Boots to make sure we can attack the turn he comes in, Talisman Conviction, and Wayfarer's Bauble for that mana there as well. Following it up, we have Anger. I said it once, I'll say it twice. I'll say it probably for the rest of this video. We like things that'll enable haste here for this deck. Bannon, Returner's Leader. Oops, sorry, my mouse is acting weird, as always. Once during each of your turns, you may cast a creature card from among cards in your graveyard. Once again, a way to recur cards in our graveyard since we're discarding a whole bunch. And whenever you attack, you pay 1, discard a card, and draw a card. Once again, another way to discard cards and draw cards. Clive, Ifrit's Dominant. we have one dominant, we may as well have two. Even though I've only played like the first hour of 16 so far, and it doesn't seem like they get along. Well, at least their dominant forms don't. Clive enters, discard your hand, draw cards equal to your devotion to red. We have quite a few creatures with 2 red pips in them, so it could be a lot of draw power. He also transforms into Ifrit, where you can get a little bit of removal, a little bit of extra red mana. A few things that we want to have that. And also he's 6 mana, so he's the max that we could revive with the Phoenix form. We have Combustible Gear Hulk. First strike, he's a 6/6 for 6. Whenever a creature enters, each opponent may have you draw 3 cards. If they don't, you mill the top 3 and deal damage equal to your opponent, equal to the card's mana value of all 3 of them total. So, there's a little bit of burn if they don't like to draw, otherwise drawing is nice. And once again, it's 6 mana, top thing that we could revive with the Phoenix form. Esper Sentinel, a little bit of draw power there. Also, 1 mana, so it helps us get more on top of the other things that we could revive with the Phoenix form. No real way to like power it up with this deck, but still just having that little bit of draw power when someone doesn't want to pay to 1, it helps us out a whole bunch. Feldon, the third pet, 3 mana. Create a token that's a copy of target creature in your graveyard. Once again, we're going to be putting plenty of things into our graveyard, so we want ways to recur them. And this is basically recursion without having to recur the creature in the graveyard. Glinthorn Buccaneer. Whenever you discard a card, deal 1 damage to each opponent, not just the target opponent. So you'll be dealing a whole bunch of damage to a whole bunch of people. And you can discard a card to draw a card. Only once, and only while he's attacking. Oh no, it's not only once. You do as many times as you have mana. And also he has haste, so you can attack the turn he comes in order to do that. And, you know, that burn damage off of Joshua's effect and the other discard effects that we'll get to later. Inti, Celestial of the Sun. Whenever you attack, you may discard a card. If you do, put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature. It also gains trample, helping us have this be flying, lifelink, and trample. And a 5/5 on top of that with the Phoenix form. But also, its secondary ability is whenever you discard 1 or more cards, exile a top card of your library. You may play that card until your next end step. So, helps us out a little bit there, getting some extra draw power that's not really draw power. And it's until your next end step, which if this happens during your turn, you have to cast it this turn, essentially. Knight of the White Orchid for some more ramp. Lorn of the Third Path. Another good card. Sorry, and also this is when it enters, so another good card to recur there with the Phoenix ability, Lorn of the Third Path. A little bit of removal when it enters, so another good card to recur, and also a good card to give haste because you can draw cards right away off of then. Magmakin Artillerist. Whenever you discard 1 or more cards, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. Same thing as the Minotaur from earlier, where we want to have someone to deal damage off of discarding cards and not just having discards. Marauding Mako. He gets stronger every time you discard a card. He also has cycling in order to, discard himself if you don't need a 1/1 right now or don't have any way to discard cards. And you really need to pull for that card you really need. Flage, Titan of Fire's Fury, enters the battlefield, sacrifice unless it escaped. So probably most times, because you'll probably revive it as one of your multiple things with the Phoenix's ability. Enters the battlefield or attacks, deals 3 damage to any target, and you gain 3 life. So a little bit of burn damage there, helps us out a little bit there. Selfless Spirit. Sacrifice this creature. Creatures control gain indestructible. Way to protect the Phoenix, way to protect Joshua to make sure we get to that 3rd ability, where then we can just revive it once it gets to that 3rd ability. Solemn Simulacrum. A good enter the battlefield ability in order to get some additional lands. And, even if it does end up getting removed, we get to draw cards off that. Sun Titan. We can't rely on the Phoenix alone to recur our stuff, so we have Sun Titan to do it for things that cost 3 or less, which is quite a few, and our 2 most important pieces probably being Glinthorn and Magmakin. Well, and then Surly Badgersaur, of course, but that's 4 mana. Whenever you discard a card, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. If it's a land, create a treasure token. If it's a non-creature, non-land, fights up to 1 target creature. Yeah, a little bit of removal there on this card, along with having a strong creature when you discard those creature cards. And then Tersa Light Shatter. Haste, whenever he enters, discard up to 2 cards and draw that many. And when he attacks, if there are 7 or more cards in your graveyard, which by the time you get to that point, there probably will be, exile a card at random from your graveyard, and you may play that card this turn. That's really nice to see. Another way to benefit off those cards that you discarded then. Following up, we have Bitter Reunion. When Bitter Reunion enters, you may discard a card and draw 2 cards. We have plenty of cards that say discard 1, draw 2, so there will be no shortage of that. Its secondary ability is you can sacrifice a creature's control, gain haste. Once again, no shortage of things that give haste. So it has a combination of our 2 favorite things in this deck. Impact Tremors. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, deal 1 damage to each opponent. We're going to be recurring stuff. We're going to be exiling Joshua and turning into a Phoenix, which counts as an enter the battlefield, so a little bit of burn damage there. Rising of the Day. Maybe better to do Warstorm Surge in hindsight. Rising of the Day, once again, we like giving things haste in order to make sure they can attack, activate their abilities, do all the things we want to see them do the turn they come down. To Acacia's Welcome, a little bit of draw power there. We're me recurring our stuff that costs 3 or less quite often by doing like 2 of them at once with the Phoenix's ability, so may as well draw cards off that, right? Underworld Breach. Each non-land card in your graveyard has escape. The escape cost is equal to its mana cost, plus exile 3 other cards from your graveyard. So we're going to be discarding plenty of cards, so we'll have plenty of cards in our graveyard to eventually just go off. Ward Leader's Call. Creatures control get +1/+1. Little stat boost is always nice. And whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, deal 1 damage to each opponent. Once again, with recursion, that's plenty of burn damage onto our opponents. And let's go ahead and scroll on over to the second half of the deck. And yep, there we go. We start off with Big Score. It has a discard draw 2 ability, but you also get some treasure tokens just because it is 4 mana rather than 2 mana that most of these will cost, and an instant speed on top of that. Boros Charm. Deal 4 damage to target player or planeswalker. Could be that final push if you need it. Permanents you control gain indestructible to end the turn, or target creature gains double strike. All to what you need at the time. It's what's helpful about those modal cards. Chaos Warp for a little bit of removal, so you can remove your opponent's big ding in order to allow them to get a bigger ding out of their deck, probably, because that's how this card tends to work. Dawn's Truce. A little bit of protection here for your creatures. This way you can make sure that, the Phoenix isn't getting destroyed before it gets that third ability in order to get the ability that we want off. Demand Answers. Discard 1, draw 2. We've seen it. We like it. Let's keep on doing it. Flawless Maneuver. Creatures you control gain indestructible. Once again, another way to protect the Phoenix in order to make sure we get that third ability. Or even, Joshua's ability, just because he is quite the small creature before you transform, being only a 3/4. But, he also requires 5 more mana to transform. So that puts us at 8 mana total, which is a lot. Generous Gift for some more removal there. Laughing Man for the discard 1, draw 2. It also has Flashback for 4, meaning you can do it again. Helps us out since it is 1 mana more expensive than most of the cards that do this. Path to Exile, which will allow us to remove a card. Restoration Magic, which will allow us to protect Joshua. Stroke of Midnight for some removal. Swords to Plowshares for some removal. Draw a possibility for the discard 1, draw 2. Unexpected Windfall. Same as Big Score. Discard 1, draw 2, get some treasure tokens to benefit off of that additional cost there. And Untimely Malfunction to either redirect a spell or destroy target artifact. As always, we'll just scroll through the lands at the end because I always like to say you can run whatever lands you want. You don't need to spend $100. You can just run basics if you really want to. Austere Command for board wipe. Blasphemous Act for a board wipe. Cathartic Reunion. Draw 3, discard 2. We want to discard cards. May as well benefit off of it. Faithless Looting, draw 2, discard 2. Same thing, benefit off that discard. Let's discard plenty. Gamble, search the library for a card, put it into your hand, discard a card at random, and shuffle. Sometimes we care about what we're going to discard because we searched out the best card in our deck, but sometimes we could just put it into a graveyard and we don't care either way. Grab the Prize, discard 1, draw 2, potentially deal 2 damage to each player. Jessica's Will, get some red mana for each opponent who has cards in their hand, and, well, not each opponent has cards in their hand, for the opponent who has most cards in their hand, and exile the top 3 cards of your library. You may play them this turn. A little bit of extra draw power without having to draw the cards. Nibelheim of Flame, choose target creature you control. It deals damage equal to its power to each other creature, so basically a board wipe with, if you can choose your most powerful thing. Savine's Reclamation for some more recursion, seize the spoils. Discard 1, draw 2, create 2 treasures. Right? Yep. Drilling Discovery, a little piece of removal, and also discard 2, draw 3. It's all the effects that we like to see, and Vandal Blast for a board wipe for artifacts this time around. But that's the overview of the deck. If you liked the video, make sure you like, comment, subscribe so you can stay tuned for future videos. I hope you like it, and I hope you have a great rest of the day. Welcome back to the channel. We're back with our Final Fantasy Commander deck profile. Today with Minwu White Mage. It's 5 mana for a 3/3, but not for long, because whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on each cleric you control, which includes herself, and she has Vigilance and Lifelink as well, in order to make sure you have extra ways to gain that life. So we have plenty of ways to gain life one at a time, along with plenty of clerics that'll benefit off that power boost with the +1/+1 counters, and just ways to benefit off life gain in general, which there are plenty in Commander. But that's the general overview of the deck. Much shorter because we recently did the Eric deck profile, but let's get into it card by card. We start off with Aetherflux Reservoir. Whenever you cast a spell, gain 1 life for each spell you cast this turn, and eventually pay 50 life in order to deal 50 damage to the target creature or player. I mean, it's going to be very rare where you're going to do that to a target creature, because you'll probably just remove the player who controls that creature at that point, but you could do it. And you gain 1 life for his first spell you cast, 2 life for his second spell you cast. Super helpful there in terms of getting your life total up pretty high, along with continually gaining you that life. Alhammarat's Archive. If you would gain life, gain twice that much life instead, so all those 1 life we're gaining, we gain 2 instead. And if you draw a card, except the first one you draw each turn, you draw 2 cards each turn instead. Super helpful, getting us that additional draw power and that additional life gain. Angel's Feather. Whenever a player casts a white spell, which just is a mono white deck, so we're going to be doing quite a bit, we get to gain a life. Super helpful, get us that life gain, get us that boost onto our clerics. Arcane Signet for a little bit of mana. Caduceus Staff of Hermes. I always want to say heroes, just because of heroes always pops into my head when I see that card. Equip Creature's Lifelink, which most of our creatures do already, but it's always nice to give it to creatures that don't. And as long as you have 30 or more life, equip creature is +5/+5 and indestructible, and prevent all damage that would be dealt to this creature. A little bit of a stat boost onto your creature, along with making it indestructible, helps us make sure we keep Minwu around for a while, in order to make sure we can keep pumping up our other clerics, along with making her start off a little bit stronger as well. Cosmos Elixir. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card if your life total is greater than your starting life total. Otherwise, gain 2 life. Either one's nice. We either like to draw cards or we like to gain life. Neither one will ever turn down. Pearl Medallion for a little bit of cost reduction there. Pristine Talisman for some additional mana, along with gaining 1 life. Even when you don't have anything else to use the mana on, you could still use the 1 life in order to power up your other creatures, or catch your opponents off guard if they weren't paying enough attention to when they're just like, oh, you only have the 1 counter on each of these things? No, now I have 2, because you forgot I had this card, but you should probably remind someone if they're doing that. Relic Vial, 2 mana, sacrifice a creature, draw a card. Nice. But that's not the ability we care about. As long as you control a cleric, Relic Vial has, whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent loses life and you gain a life. We get the Blood Artist effect off that, allow us to gain some additional life, and just some benefit off of the cleric kindred we got there. Soul Ring for some additional mana. Staff of the Sun Mage. Whenever you cast a white spell or a planes enters the battlefield under your control, gain a life. A little bit of extra life gain is super helpful. We always like to see it in order to make sure, because we're going to be casting plenty of white spells with this deck. Book of Exalted Deeds. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain 3 or more life at the beginning of your end step, if you gain 3 or more life this turn, create a 3/3 white angel with flying. That's nice because we're going to be gaining plenty of life, but it's not a cleric, so not the most helpful. But the other ability is pay 3 mana, exile this book, and put an enlightened counter on target angel. It gains, you can't lose the game, and your opponent can't win the game, if it only is a sorcery. So, put it onto that 1 angel that we created, in order to make sure we can stay in the game for a little bit. Wind Crystal, in order to double the amount of life we gain, along with a little bit of cost reduction there. And also for 6 additional mana, creatures you control gain flying and lifelink to make sure that our clerics can actually swing in for some damage, or protect us, since there's not really much with flying in this deck. Don't tell our opponent, who's probably playing dragons. Drone of the Eldraine for 5 mana. Choose a color. We're going to choose white. Add 4 white mana, or draw 2 cards, and you can only spend white mana to do it. I mean, neither hurts us because we're in a monocolor deck. Wayfarer's Bauble for some additional mana. and Well of Lost Dreams. Whenever you gain life, you may pay X, where X is less than or equal to the amount of life you gained, which, with our doubling, that could be 2, but normally we're gaining 1 life at a time in order to make sure we can keep getting those abilities off. So we only have to pay 1, and we can do it in multiple instances. There's nothing stopping us from doing it once and then doing it the next time we gain life. Following that, we have Abzan, Battle Priest, which I never knew was a cleric until I started building this deck. But each creature you control with +1/+1 counter on has lifelink, which is going to be all of our clerics, making them all have lifelink, even if they didn't. Eric Gainsborough, who already had lifelink and is a cleric herself. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter onto Eric. So not only are you getting the counter from Minwoo, you're getting it from her ability as well. And then when she gets removed from the battlefield, you get to put her counters onto Minwoo and all your other legendary creatures while you're at it. Chroma's Devoted. Attacking doesn't cause clerics to tap. Basically, all of our clerics get vigilance, making it even easier to swing in. Super helpful for us there to make sure we still have something to block with. But then we could use them to tap 5 of the clerics in order to gain 10 life, in order to make us at that 50 life, or double it. We gain 20 life. Super helpful there though, and it is a cleric itself. Archangel of Dune, flying, lifelink, you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Not just your, clerics, but all your creatures now. So, gain a life, 2 counters onto everyone. Injury onto Eret. Archivist of Agma, Flash, if an opponent searches their library, you gain a life, draw a card. It's a cleric, helps you out a little bit of draw power, a little bit of life gain, a little bit of, something to put those +1/+1 counters onto. This is one of those cards that definitely varies in usage depending on what your playgroup is. If you're playing against someone who's doing a landfall deck, it's definitely useful though. Auriok, Champion. Protection from black and red. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield, you may gain a life, and it is a cleric itself, giving us that instance of life gain when our clerics enter in order to put those counters onto them as well. Daxos, Blessed by Sun, he's a demigod, not a cleric, but whenever a creature you control enters the battlefield or dies, you gain a life, helping us get that life gain or get those counters. I can't read it with these borders. But pay 1 mana, target permanent you control gains protection from instants and from sorcery spells until end of turn, meaning that we can stop something from being removed normally. Helps us out there. Also a cleric in order to, devoted caretaker, that's what its name is. In order to make sure that we could keep Minwoo around to make sure we keep pumping up our stuff. Doubtless one's power and toughness are equal to the number of clerics in play. Not just ours, our opponents as well. If they're also playing life gain, they're probably going to have soul sisters, which are clerics. So they could be powering us up as well. Whenever Doubtless One deals damage, you gain that much life, aka Proto Lifelink. So it's how pump it up, get that extra life gain, get that additional power. We like to see it. Elmda's Hierophant, flying. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter onto her, which, we're going to be doing anyway. And she's also a cleric. Whenever she dies, create X 1/1 vampire tokens with lifelink, where X is its power, which, between her own power up and Minwoo's power up of her, that could be a lot of tokens our opponent may not have answers to. Envoy of Ancestors, Outlast, meaning you put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. And modified creatures, aka the ones with the +1/+1 counters, aka all of our clerics, get a lifelink as well. It's nice to get that little bit of life gain in order to deal a little bit of damage. In order to get that bonus off them. Essence Channeler, it's a cleric there as well. As long as you've lost life this turn, it has flying and vigilance, which we're probably not going to lose life during our turn. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter onto it, aka 2, because you're going to have Minwoo on the board. Essence Channeler dies, put its counters on target creature you control. Depends who you have on the board, but it could be a lot of counters that go onto something, especially between its own counters and Minwoo's counters. Exemplar of Light, whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. And whenever you put a +1/+1 counter on this creature, draw a card. Nice draw power, nice benefit off the life gain. We'd like to see it. Giver of Runes. Wow, how many more? We have a lot of creatures in this deck. Another target creature you control gains protection from colorless and from color of your choice. Only 1 mana to cast it. It's a 1/2. Basically allows 1 name to swing in. It's a cleric in order to make sure that and that stat boost on it as well. Guide to Souls, another cleric. Whenever a creature you control enters battlefield under your control, you gain a life and get an energy counter, and you put some more +1/+1 counters onto things. Heliod Sun Crown, and also get us counters on itself as well. Heliod Sun Crown, once again, it's God, not a cleric. As long as your devotion to white is less than Heliod 5, Heliod isn't a creature. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control or enchantment. We don't run, what's this face? Walking Ballista in this deck, so no Walking Ballista combo with this. But another target creature you control gains lifelink till end of turn, in order to make sure we keep getting that damage off. Impassioned Orator, it's another cleric that helps us gain some life. Same thing with Hinterland Sanctifier, anytime it's another cleric, anytime a creature enters, gain that life. Lord Jiskel Guado, flying, at the beginning of each end step, put a counter on, if you put a counter on a creature's turn, investigate, giving you that clue. It's actually a nice flavor thing in terms of like the set. But yeah, also flying, cleric, makes it so we have a pretty good flying blocker there. Lunarch Veteran, another cleric, whenever another creature enters, gain a life, we like to see it. Mungard Diplomat, lifelink, another cleric that has some benefits allowing us to draw some cards when we're attacked or our opponent casts a lot of spells. Mikaeus Lunarch, another cleric that enjoys having +1/+1 counters on it, so we can put some additional +1/+1 counters onto all of our creatures while we're at it. Resplendent Mentor, white creatures control have tap, gain a life. I mean, if we made it so that they all got vigilance from one of our creatures earlier, we could now tap them to gain a life, or even if our opponent swings in and they think our creature is gonna get removed by combat, we could just tap a creature in order to make it strong enough to survive that combat. Righteous Valkyrie, whenever another angel or cleric we're going to see a lot of, enters, he may gain life equal to that creature's toughness, which could be a lot, and as long as you have 7 or more life than your starting life total, creatures you control get +2/+2. It's going to be most of the time. Rosa, Resolute White Mage, another cleric. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Also gains lifelink till end of turn. Getting an additional stat boost, getting an additional lifelink, getting an additional life gain, and another cleric to power up. Selfless Spirit, another cleric that you don't really care about powering up. It's just a secondary ability where, well, I mean, it is flying at the end of the day, so like you could swing in with it if you really need something. But you can sacrifice this creature. Creatures can control gain indestructible. We want ways to protect Minwu in this deck. Soul Warden and Soul's Attendant, both clerics that like to gain its life when a creature enters the battlefield. Suture Priest, same thing, except our opponent also loses life when their creature enters. The Gaffer, Halfling Peasant, beginning of end step, if you gain 3 or more life this turn, which with all the things that say gain 1 life, gain 1 life, gain 1 life, we only need 3 of them in order to just have this enter and draw a card at that end phase. We like to see it. Valkyrie Harbinger, another cleric with flying and lifelink. At the beginning of each end step, if you gain 4 or more life this turn, create a 4/4 white angel with flying and vigilance, which with all the lifelink we have in this deck, we're probably going to do that just by blocking. Voice of the Blessed, whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature, along with an additional counter from Minwu's ability, as it is a cleric, and as long as this creature has 4 or more counters on it, it has flying and vigilance as well. As long as this creature has 10 or more 1/1 counters on it, it gets indestructible. So this could eventually be a big creature with flying, vigilance, and indestructible. And 12/12. And then Weather Wayfarer, search the library for a land, reveal it, put it into your hand. It is a cleric, another thing to benefit off of the cleric ability. Dawn of Hope, whenever you gain life, you may pay 2 mana, draw a card. We like drawing cards, and we're going to be gaining life 1 at a time, so you can do that multiple times. Cleric class, I mean, we're in clerics, we gotta run cleric class. If you gain life, gain that much life +1. And whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Okay, with all the +1 life that we're gaining, that will happen multiple times, allowing us to get the multiple +1/+1 counters onto things. Case of the Uneaten Feast, whenever a creature enters, gain a life. Been seeing that ability a lot. It also allows us to recur our, what are they called? Clerics from our graveyard. Authority Consuls, whenever a creature and opponent enters, you may gain a life. This way, if they think they're casting something strong enough to beat up our clerics, we'll make them strong enough where they're not. And also, they have to take another turn in order to beat them up. Johnny's Welcome, whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, gain a life. We see the ability a whole bunch. Let's keep on using it. And now on to, sorry about that. The final part of the deck. We have a Chroma's Will in order to make sure our clerics can attack in without being blocked by giving them either protection or double strike, flying, vigilance, indestructible, all the stuff we like to see. Everybody lives. All creatures gain hexproof and indestructible on the turn. Players also gain hexproof, and players can't lose the game this turn. Players can't win or lose this game this turn. Generous, basically, you get an extra turn. Generous gift for some removal. Heliod's intervention for a lot of life gain there. Target player gains twice X life. That could be a whole bunch. I mean, you could also destroy X target artifacts or enchantments, but you're going to be probably gaining life. Path to Exile for some removal. And Swords of Plowshares there's also removal. Restoration Magic for a little bit of protection there. And Riot Control, you gain 1 life and prevent all damage that will be dealt to you this turn, allowing you to make sure you stay above that dirty life. Adventurers Inn for a little bit of life gain there. You could run some other lands as well that also give you life, but I didn't remember to put them in here. Damning Verdict. Destroy all creatures with no counters on them, aka all of your non-clerics and all of your opponent's creatures. Fumigate. Destroy all creatures, gain 1 life for each creature destroyed this way. And then destroy all non-white creatures with Mass Calcify. But that's just 3 board white solar sorceries. But that's the deck there. If you enjoyed it, make sure you leave it down there in the comment section letting us know. And like, comment, and subscribe so you can stay tuned for future videos. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to the channel. We're back with our Final Fantasy Commander deck profile today with Vivi Ornithur. For 3 mana, you get a 0/3 that could add X mana of any combination of red or blue to your mana pool, depending on Vivi's power. So you want plenty of ways to power up Vivi along with casting plenty of spells, because whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a +1/+1 counter on Vivi and deal 1 damage to each opponent, allowing you to keep on getting more power, to get more mana, to get more spells, to get more power. So that's the general overview of what we're trying to do with the deck. We've already covered this commander in a more full power version when the set was first being announced, but this one's a more budget friendly version of the deck. We do have some like 17, 18, $80 cards with Vivi specifically, so like there are definitely some removals here, but like say people already pulled Vivi from a pack, this should be a pretty fun build. But let's get into it card by card. We had Arcane Signet for some mana, because we can't just rely on Vivi. We need a way to get Vivi out a little bit quicker before people could destroy us before we even get to. Is it Signet for that mana as well? Red Mage's Rapier gets +2/+0 anytime we cast an instant or sorcery spell. Oh, sorry, non-creature spell, allowing us to get that additional power onto Vivi in order to get the additional mana anytime. So basically get 3 additional mana anytime we cast a non-creature spell based on this plus Vivi's ability. Soul Ring for that mana, Swiftfoot Boots, in order for a little bit of protection there for Vivi, along with some of our other abilities that we want to happen the turn they come down. Talisman of Creativity for that mana, and Wayfarer's Bauble is once again, we're in red-blue. We need some ways to get mana. For our creatures, we only have 17 total. We have Archmage Eternatus. For 4 mana, you get 2/2. That allows you to draw a card anytime you cast an instant sorcery. We're going to be going through plenty of instant sorceries since we're going to have plenty of mana. But we want to make sure we keep having things to spend that mana on. So let's keep on drawing cards to make sure we keep doing it. Same new Archmage of Runes, except it's 3/6 for 5, and it also reduces your instant sorcery spells by 1, making it even cheaper to cast your instant sorceries off that. Balmore, Battle Mage Captain. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, target creature gets +1/+0 and gains trample to end the turn. So you have this, Red Mage's Rapier, and Vivi on the board. That's +4 power for Vivi, allowing you to get that 4 mana off of it. Coruscation Mage, 2, and it has Offspring for 2, for a 2/2 and a 1/1 essentially. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent, but since you're going to be using Offspring cost, you're going to get 2 off that. Firebrand Archer, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, deal damage to each opponent. We want to make sure we have a way to actually deal damage to our opponent, not just Vivi, so we can make sure we have a way to actually win a game and not just cast a bunch of spells. Goblin Electromancer. Insert sorcery spells cost 1 less to cast. We want a little bit of cost reduction. While we have the mana, we want to make sure that we could keep on having more stuff to cast. Gutter Snipe, more damage to our opponent anytime we cast our insert sorcery spells. This time we're dealing 2. Castig Flame Breather, whenever a non-creature spell, deal 1 damage to each opponent. I think you're noticing a little bit of a theme now. We're dealing 1 damage to our opponent every time we cast an instant sorcery, plus whatever else that we have on the board. Mystidian Elder, whenever you cast whenever this creature enters, create a 0/1 black wizard, which has the ability to deal 1 damage anytime you cast a non-creature spell. We like seeing it. Niv Mizzet Parun, can be countered flying. Whenever you draw a card, deal 1 damage to any target. I mean, A little bit of removal there, especially if our opponent's playing like Kefka or something. Whenever a player casts an instant sorcery spell, draw a card. That's us, that's our opponent, that's 1 damage to everyone. And then we can go infinite if we have that, and if Mystic Visionary on the board. You have no maximum hand size. Whenever a source would deal non-combat damage to an opponent, draw that many cards, and we'll definitely have the mana there off of EV. Stormcatch Mentor, prowess, instant sorcery spells cost 1 less to cast, and it has haste. The haste we don't really care about. But you know, if we storm off the same turn we get this down, you can still swing in with it, but it's mostly that cost reduction that we're looking for off this one. Talra Sky Summoner, whenever you cast an instant sorcery spell, get a 2/2 blue Drake with flying. You know, we want to make sure we have enough protection here. This way, when our opponent starts swinging in on us, we have something to block with. Tandem Lookout. Soulbound, as long as this is paired with another creature, each of those creatures has whenever this creature deals damage to an opponent, draw a card. So, anytime we cast an instant sorcery spell, we draw a card off of Eevee, because it'll keep dealing that 1 damage to each opponent. Well, not each opponent. Is it a target opponent? To each opponent, actually. But it's only any time it deals damage. Emperor Palamecia, a little bit more mana off that. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell with 4 or greater, get a +1/+1 counter, and if you cast 4 of those, you get to transform it. This way, whenever it attacks, it deals damage equal to the number of instant sorceries in your graveyard. It's just fitting for like the theme that we're going for. It's 35 cents, especially for this budget build. It helps out a whole bunch. Wayron, Voice of Duality. When you cast an sorcerer spell, put +1/+1 counter, just gets +1/+1, and you make it so that your instant sorcery spells cause abilities happen twice rather than just once, giving those 2 +1/+1 counters onto Vivi, giving you the 2 draw power off Niv Mizzet, giving you the 4 damage off of Gutter Snap, all the fun stuff there. Young Pyromancer, and getting 2 1/1 red elemental tokens with Young Pyromancer if you have a run on the battlefield, but normally just get the 1. On to the enchantments, which are also non-creature spells. Basically, everything else from here on out is non-creature spell. Curiosity, enchant creature, deals damage to an opponent, you may draw a card. We like seeing that draw power. We like to make sure that we keep on drawing cards so we keep having things to cast. Fire Inscription, Ring tempts you, don't really care about that part, but whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, deal 2 damage to each opponent. Only 79 cents to keep that burn going on your opponent. This one is definitely one you could cut because I didn't realize it's jumped up this high in price. Flash Enchant Creature deals damage to an opponent. You may draw cards. The same thing as Curiosity, just 2 more mana, but it has Flash, which, you know, your opponent won't see coming. On to the second half of the deck, as always, we'll scroll over. There we go. We have a Braid. Deal 3 damage to target creature, destroy target artifact. A little bit of removal helps out. As always, these are instant sorceries that we'll be going through. Offer you can't refuse. Counter spells. This way, when our opponent tries to cast their removal to remove our VV, we make so it doesn't get removed, and we get more power on VV off that, which means more mana off of VV off that. That's a reason for a lot of our counter spells. Same with Arcane Denial. Big score. Discard a card, draw 2 cards, create 2 treasure tokens, make so you have plenty of mana to keep on going with your spells on a future turn, or this turn, because they don't enter tapped. Brainstorm, cheap spell that allows you to look at top 3, put 2 back, not necessarily from those 3, but any 2 from your hand. If you have 6 lands in your hand, draw 3, put 2 of those lands back, and then, you know, get that +1/+1 counter on VV, and cast those instant sorceries that you have in your hand instead. Cast Warp for just a little bit of removal, but sometimes it may just help if we cast Warp one of our own things to see what we can get off the top. Consider Surveil 1, draw a card. Once again, we like some cheap spells in the stack in order to make sure that we could get VV up in that power, to make sure that we could, you know, deal more damage, get more power, get more spells. Counterspell for a counterspell. Fire Magic, a little bit of a board wipe. Deal 1 damage to each creature, 2 damage to each creature, 3 damage to each creature, actually, depending on how much mana you want to spend for it. It could be a board wipe. Normally just gets rid of a whole bunch of tokens, but could still come in handy. Fist of Flame. Draw a card until end of turn. Target creature control gets trampled, +1/+0, and for each card you draw on this turn. So we're going to be drawing plenty of cards, especially if you played like something like Brainstorm early in the turn. That's +3/+0 for BV, which is essentially +4/+1 based upon what's it called? Well, actually, it'll be +5/+1 because you'd already get the +1 off of your initial draw that you did for a turn. Then you can also trample in with VV and keep on going. Well, actually, sorry, +6/+1 because of the card you draw off this. Frantic Search, draw 2, discard 2, untap 3 lands, helps you get your mana back, helps you get more mana off of Eevee, and yeah, here it's there. Haste Magic, +3/+1. Oh, sorry, and also with Fist of Flame, that extra power you get to Eevee, you also get to use that for mana. Same thing with Haste Magic, +3/+1 gains haste. And you can exile top card of your library, may play it until your next end step, aka this turn if you cast it this turn, until you, end of your next turn if you cast it during your opponent's turn. But overall, just a good card. And gives you that extra 4 power, 4 mana with Vivi. Is it charm? Counter target non-creature spell unless it's control plays 2, deal 2 damage to target creature, or draw 2, discard 2. Depends what we need at the time, but all pretty good abilities overall. Lightning Bolt for 3 extra damage, sometimes that final push that you need to get rid of your opponent, or, a creature. Lindblum, Industrial Regency, another one of those 0/1 wizards that deal 1 damage every time you cast an instant or sorcery, or non-creature spell. Magic Damper, target creature control gains hexproof until end turn, untap it, allowing us to get that additional power onto Vivi, along with making so that we can protect Vivi a little bit. Negate for another protection counter spell there. Opt for another cheap spell that will get that additional power into Vivi. Then scry one, draw a card on top of that. Pongify for some removal, same with Rapid Hybridization, basically the same card, just one's an ape and one's a frog lizard. Snap, return target creature to its owner's hand, a little bit of removal, untap 2 lands, get that mana back, and get some additional mana since now you have that additional power onto Vivi. Thunder Magic, deal 2 damage to target creature, 4 damage to target creature, or 8 damage to target creature, depending on what you have the mana for, which playing Vivi will probably be quite a bit. As always, we'll just scroll through the lands at the end, because I always like to say you could spend as much as you want on lands or as little as you want on lands. Ral, Crackling Wit. Whenever he casts a non-creature spell, put a loyalty counter onto Ral, which, with all the mana we're going to be getting, we're going to have quite a bit. Draw 3 cards, discard 2 cards, super fun ability. And -10, draw 3 cards. You get an emblem with instant sorcery spells have Storm, aka we keep on going and going and going. Okay, we could get a lot of Blasphemous Acts if our opponent has plenty of creatures, because they'll have Storm if we cast enough stuff before that. But it's basically a board wipe. Enter the Enigma, draw a card, and target creature can't be blocked this turn. I mean, at a certain point, Vivi might get powerful enough where Vivi is enough to do commander damage to your opponent with that 21, so let's have it not be blocked. Expressive Iteration, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand, put one on the bottom of your library, and exile. Wait, sorry. Look at the top 3 cards of your library, one of them into your hand, one of them on the bottom, and the other into exile. You may play the exile card this turn. Super fun ability, keeps getting us more, basically draws us 2 that we could cast this turn, and as long as we have Vivi on the board, we'll have that mana. Fatal Suiting, draw 2, discard 2, flashback, do it again, keep getting that more power onto Vivi, going neutral on hand size. Gataxian Probe, look at target player's hand, draw a card, a little bit of knowledge there, a little bit of draw power, a free spell essentially for 2 life, giving you additional mana off of Vivi. Grape Shot, this is basically one of our win conditions. Deal 1 damage to any target. Storm, keep on going based upon the amount of spells that we cast. And if we had Ral, that's Storm that we get with it. Mystic's Mastery, we're going to pay the 8 to overload it and cast all of our instant sorceries from our graveyard again. Past and Flames, each instant sorcery in your graveyard has flashback until end turn. It's equal to its mana cost, but still, that is quite the useful ability. Because we could basically have all that mana with Vivi in order to get more power onto Vivi to keep getting more spells out of our graveyard. Ponder, look at the top 3, put 2 them back in any order, then draw a card. Basically, get whatever card we want out of the top 3. It's a cheap spell for only 1 mana, getting that power onto Vivi. Preordain, scry 2, draw 1, get that additional power into Vivi. Once again, another cheap card, basically the same thing as Ponder. Serum Visions, draw a card, scry 2. Once again, very similar, just different order that you're doing it in. Strike it rich, create a treasure token. You go neutral on mana with these, basically with Vivi's ability. Or this one you go positive, because now you're getting a treasure token. And Vandal Blast to destroy all artifacts for all those equipment decks that are coming out of the woodworks with Final Fantasy. But that's the deck profile. Hope you guys enjoyed. If you guys have another commander that you want to see a deck profile for, make sure you leave it down there in the comment section. But I hope you enjoy it. I hope you have a great rest of the day.